Chapter 1. Shaya the Scion. In an expanse of boundless darkness devoid of any light, Shaya found himself unaware of how long he had lingered in this void. Was it a year, 2 years, or perhaps even longer? The passage of time had become an enigma to him ever since his arrival in this seemingly infinite abyss. He had been aimlessly drifting without purpose. Flecks of light, some radiant and others dim, floated past him. Shaya strained to draw near to these luminous orbs. Yet each time he neared one, it swiftly evaporated into the encompassing gloom. He could not fathom why he pursued these lights. It was merely an instinctive desire to escape this oppressive darkness. In his previous life, Shaya had been an ordinary office worker, adhering to the mundane routine of a 9-to-5 existence, bustling through the city like countless others. One fateful day, after work, he decided to stop by a market to indulge himself with a little treat. At that moment, a shard of tempered glass plummeted from above, striking him squarely and rendering him unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself in this unfamiliar and dismal realm. Shaya had always been an avid reader of novels, well-versed in the myriad predicaments faced by protagonists, so when he suddenly appeared in this vast darkness, he quickly processed the situation, even feeling a thrill of excitement. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon him, transporting him to the legendary Chaos era? Was he destined to meet Pangu, to cling to his leg, and to confront gods and Buddhas alike? However, the ensuing moments shattered his hopes. The tales he had read were nothing more than fabrications. He encountered neither the fabled deities nor treasures, nor even a glimmer of genuine light. Gradually, Shaya came to comprehend his predicament. This was not the mythical Chaos era replete with treasures, but rather a hopeless black prison, and he was ensnared within it. A wave of despondency washed over him as he pondered when he might escape. Calculating the time, a new light should soon emerge. This time, I must muster all my strength to flee. Shaya encouraged himself, fixing his gaze intently upon the darkness ahead. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared, gradually expanding into an enormous orb. Shaya was certain he had never encountered such a vast and radiant light before. What a magnificent orb! This is my chance. I must seize it to escape this wretched place. With a determined grit, he set forth towards the colossal light, the searing winds battering against him, an incessant agony gnawing at his very soul. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Just a little more. I am nearly there. Shaya's contorted visage was locked onto the orb, his eyes shimmering with resolve as he fought against the punishing winds. Inching closer to the light as he approached, he realized the orb was astonishingly immense, rendering him insignificant, akin to an ant before a titan. At last I've arrived. I can finally leave this detestable place, Shaya exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration as he drew nearer. Upon making contact with the orb, a surge of potent electricity coursed through him, binding him firmly to its surface. Excruciating pain seared through his spirit, and simultaneously, a swirling gray mist rushed towards him from the darkness, a duality of torment flooding his senses. His features contorted in agony, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to Shaya, as he slipped into oblivion, two formidable streams of gray energy began to intertwine, meticulously reshaping his soul, causing it to ascend rapidly. In a matter of moments, with a swift motion, Shaya vanished, absorbed into the heart of the colossal light. The ashen expanse of darkness returned to tranquility, with only the occasional flicker of minuscule lights appearing and disappearing in the void. Planet Vegeta, infant incubation chamber. This was a realm of advanced technology, where all newly born Scion infants spent a period of time before being assigned to various planets based on their potential. Due to the significance of this location, King Vegeta deployed a substantial force for its protection, alongside the most sophisticated computers for monitoring. Suddenly, a disturbance occurred at one of the incubation beds, prompting the computers to detect an unusual energy, triggering a resounding alarm. What is happening? A middle-aged Scion stationed at the nursery rushed over, inquiring of the nearby aliens. The aliens, resembling crocodiles, quickly inspected the computers before hurrying to the alerted bed, meticulously comparing the data before responding. Nothing to worry about. It seems there was a minor malfunction with the incubation pod's data sensor, causing a false alarm. A new pod will suffice. What a shock. Your technology from Dadar Star is quite unreliable. Hurry and replace that pod for the child. The middle-aged Scion scoffed, chiding the aliens to expedite their work before swaggering away. The Dadar aliens exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. The leading alien exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Quickly replace the pod. If we anger the Scions, we will suffer the consequences." The remaining Dadar aliens, startled by the urgency, hurriedly procured a new incubation pod, transferring the Scion infant before cautiously exiting the chamber, continuing to monitor the infant's data without a moment's respite. Such was the plight of the weak. These Dadar aliens belonged to a less powerful cosmic civilization. After their home planet was conquered by the Scions, they were spared due to their technological prowess and retained to oversee the newly born Scion infants. In light of the Scions' ruthless dominance, the fate of the Dadar Star was a fortunate one compared to that of other insignificant planets, where the indigenous populations were systematically exterminated and the world sold off. Once the station's Scions and Dadar aliens departed, the young Scion who had been transferred to the new pod opened his eyes, a glimmer of incredulity shining within his youthful gaze. "This is Planet Vegeta. I have become a Scion infant?" Shaya exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that after traversing the colossal light, he had entered the world of Dragon Ball and reincarnated as a Scion. Even stranger still, he found himself comprehending the language of these aliens. "I wonder what era it is now. How many years remain until the plot begins?" This was the question that preoccupied Shaya's mind, however. The fact that Planet Vegeta had not yet met its destruction indicated that the story had not yet commenced yet. An overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. This was the world of Dragon Ball, where the mightiest could pluck stars from the sky and annihilate planets with ease. Shaya quickly regained his composure, contemplating his next steps. First, I must ascertain the time frame within the Dragon Ball universe. I need to know how long it is until Planet Vegeta meets its doom. If there is ample time, I might manage. Otherwise, danger looms. Under the impending threat of planetary destruction, Shaya could not guarantee he would possess the same fortune as Son Goku to escape unscathed. He could only hope for sufficient time to prepare. His gaze fell upon the transparent display screen of the incubation pod, which revealed the Scion infant's basic information. ID 11,379. Name Shaya. Parents Brent, Beatrice. Potential intermediate. Battle power 89. Evaluation above average. Intermediate. Recommended training on Planet Vegeta for 3 years before assignment to a lower tier planet. PS. A new book has been uploaded. Please show your support with collections and recommendations. Chapter 2. Becoming powerful. For the ensuing month, Shaya remained quietly ensconced within the infant incubation pod, gradually flourishing under its care. Though Scions were inherently aloof, they exhibited exceptional care for newborns. The incubation pods employed the latest technology from Dadar Star, featuring beds as soft as silk, a gentle and nurturing environment, and scheduled provision of specially processed nutrient solutions in substantial doses, ensuring the infants grew rapidly and healthily. After a month, Shaya gazed at the transparent monitor before him, which indicated his battle power had reached 95, a 6-point increase from the previous month. While this number may seem modest, it was commendable for a newborn Scion. Shaya recognized that his potential placed him among the upper echelons of intermediate warriors. Although he could not rival those whose battle power exceeded 100 at birth, he was indeed exceptional among his pearson. Planet Vegeta. Approximately 10,000 Scion infants are born each year, among whom a number of elite warriors constitutes only a minuscule fraction less than 100, while the vast majority are low-class fighters, accompanied by a small contingent of mid-class warriors. Upon the conclusion of their training period, these low-class fighters are dispatched to undertake missions on lesser planets, whereas the mid-class warriors remain on Planet Vegeta to undergo 3 years of rigorous training before being assigned to missions. As for the elite warriors, they hail from the esteemed noble families of Planet Vegeta. Regarded as treasures in their own right, they receive the finest training and care, preparing them to become the most exceptional warriors among the Scions. It is a harsh reality But this is how the Scions manage the next generation after their training period. The hierarchical structure of Scion society becomes starkly apparent. Elite warriors enjoy the best of everything, while low-class fighters are sent out to grapple with life and death, striving to amass sufficient strength to return to Planet Vegeta. The Scions embody a brutal system of survival of the fittest. They're a race of natural-born warriors. With no place for the weak, only the strong can secure a position on Planet Vegeta. During this month, Shaya encountered his parents, a quintessential Scion couple deeply ingrained with the philosophy of survival of the fittest. After a fleeting moment with Shaya, they swiftly departed on a mission. Shaya observed quietly, closing his eyes in silence once his parents had left. However, much to his surprise, he met Bardock at this time. Bardock was still quite young, appearing to be under 20 years of age, visiting with comrades to see a friend's newborn child. Bardock's youth implied that the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza was still a considerable time away, at least a decade, providing ample opportunity for him to grow and eventually leave the planet. This revelation filled Shaya with elation. There are still over 10 years before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. That is more than enough time for me to evolve into a formidable warrior. Shaya beamed, his youthful face lighting up with joy, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Next, I will undergo 3 years of training on Planet Vegeta, after which I will be dispatched to some remote planets for missions. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to secretly travel to Earth, Shaya contemplated, only to shake his head and dismiss the notion of heading to Earth immediately. It was still too early for such a journey, and he decided to wait a few more years until his body had matured slightly. More importantly, every Scion spacecraft is equipped with a tracking system, and he feared that venturing to Earth now might draw Frieza's attention prematurely, thereby increasing the risk of exposing Earth's existence. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world and fortuitously become a Scion, Shaya had no intention of remaining complacent and living an ordinary life, ultimately perishing alongside Planet Vegeta at Frieza's hands. He aspired to become a powerful being, one who masters his own destiny. Frieza, the androids, Majin Buuthi's adversaries, would serve as stepping stones, obstacles that must be overcome on his path to greatness. He intended to surpass the original story, becoming stronger than both Son Goku and Vegeta. At present, Shaya needed to meticulously plan to ensure that his growth would proceed steadily and smoothly. Among the Scions, those born with a battle power below 30 are classified as low-class warriors. Those with a power level between 30 and 100 are mid-class warriors, and those exceeding 100 are deemed elite warriors. A Scion's birth largely dictates the extent of their potential. Low-class warriors typically reach battle powers below 2,000, while mid-class warriors range from 2,000 to 5,000, with only elite warriors achieving or surpassing a battle power of 5,000. Thus, elite warriors hold a particularly esteemed status among the Scions, representing the pinnacle of their race's fighting prowess. Currently, the total number of warriors on Planet Vegeta with battle powers exceeding 10,000 does not exceed 20, and they are all, without exception, the creme de la creme of the Scion populace. Shaya does not deny the significance of innate talent. Exceptional aptitude can yield disproportionately greater results in training given the same effort. Those with superior talent will reap rewards several times greater than those with lesser abilities. However, without proper guidance, relying solely on raw instinct can become the greatest hindrance on the path to strength naturally. Those with better talent will prevail over those with inferior capabilities. Nonetheless, he also understands that talent is not the sole criterion for determining a person's future achievements, especially among the Scions. There are numerous examples to illustrate this. Bardock, Son Goku's father, was a low-class warrior, yet when Planet Vegeta faced destruction, his battle power far surpassed that of other elite warriors, a testament to his accomplishments gained from years of relentless combat that shattered his physical limitations. Then there is Son Goku, a mere low-class warrior, who time and again transcended his limits to become one of the strongest beings in the universe. Is this merely a limitation of talent? No. While talent may gauge the potential achievements of an average individual, it is not the decisive factor. The environment in which one grows plays an essential role. Why is Son Wukong able to transcend his limits time and again? While the Scion bloodline undoubtedly plays a significant role, it is not the sole factor, as there are beings in the universe far surpassing the Scion lineage. Prior to Sun Wukong, although Scions were renowned as a warrior race, few could genuinely be regarded as cosmic-level super warriors. It would take more than Frieza to obliterate the entire Scion race. Even the leader of the Jinyu force could single-handedly decimate them. Merely possessing Scion blood does not grant dominion over the universe. The essence lies in the depth of one's foundation. Shaya believes that the training methods of Earthlings are remarkably advanced. Unlike the crude energy attacks prevalent among most races in the cosmos, the training techniques on Earth are more refined and better suited for the cultivation of the strong. Perhaps the combination of Scion blood and Earth's training methods is more fitting, accumulating strength subtly to achieve remarkable breakthroughs. Once his body has fully matured, he shall seek an opportunity to learn the Earth's training techniques. Lost in thought, Shaya gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. 3 years in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and Shaya was finally able to leave the incubator. He was lifted from the pod, but to his surprise, the individuals cradling him were not his parents, but rather an unfamiliar Scion couple. Little Shaya, your parents perished in the line of duty. From this day forth, Aunt Rebecca will care for you, spoke a gentle-looking female Scion as she cradled him. Her husband, meanwhile, took another Scion infant from the side, placing both children onto a mobile cot as they departed the incubator. At that moment, Rebecca's husband, Edry, remarked, though Brent and his wife have fallen as comrades, we shall take good care of their child. This way, Shi Ling will have a companion, and we can arrange for them to undertake missions together in the future. Indeed, I hope these 2 little ones will get along well. Rebecca smiled at the cot containing the 2 infants. Shaya quietly observed. The news of his parents' demise did not evoke much sorrow in him. Perhaps the bond between them extended little beyond blood. Instead, he felt a greater affinity for the Scion couple who had taken him in. Turning to the infant beside him, he noticed her sucking on her little finger, her bright eyes wide and unblinking as she gazed at him. Upon noticing his stare, she released her finger from her mouth, pressing it against Xiaoya's lips, and began to babble excitedly. Hey, what are you doing? Shaya gently opened the fingers of the young Scion girl. Yet the little one appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself, reaching out her hand once more. Rebecca, look. Shi seems quite fond of little Shaya. I believe they will get along splendidly, Edry chuckled heartily. Indeed, Rebecca smiled as she observed the 2 youngsters frolicking together. What makes you think we are getting along so well? Shaya silently protested within. Rebecca's residence was situated in the bustling area of Planet Vegeta, not far from the royal city. This locale typically housed families of intermediate warriors and above, and both Rebecca and her husband were distinguished as high-ranking warriors, owning the most opulent house in the vicinity. For the sake of operational convenience, members of the same squad lived in close proximity. And Shaya's former home was also in this area, just a few streets away from Rebecca's residence. During their last mission, Edry's squad encountered an ambush by hostile forces on a remote planet. After a fierce battle, the squad suffered devastating losses, with 7 members perishing and 4 sustaining serious injuries, marking a catastrophic blow to the team. Among the fallen were Shaya's parents, leading to the effective dissolution of Edry's squad. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta and delivering consolation funds to the families of the deceased comrades, Edry disbanded the team and sought a position as an instructor at a training camp. It was during this time that they learned of Shaya's existence and decided to take him in, caring for him alongside their daughter, Shi Ling. Once in the care of Rebecca and her husband, Shaya's life became remarkably comfortable, though it would have been even better without the persistent company of the little Scion. For reasons unknown, since their first encounter, the young Scion named Shi Ling seemed to have discovered a delightful new plaything in Shaya, following him incessantly, refusing to leave his side even during meals and sleep, prompting Rebecca to often remark on their remarkable compatibility. It wasn't long before the time came for Shaya and Shi Ling to commence their training. Under Edry's guidance, the 2 entered the training camp, where, aside from high-ranking Scions who had their own training facilities, all intermediate warriors were required to share a common training ground. Shaya and Shi Ling, both possessing intermediate warrior qualifications, found themselves assigned to the same training camp. This camp housed a total of 100 Scions, all of whom were intermediate-level children, with combat power generally ranging between 60 and 70. Few, like Shaya, approached a combat power of 100. Under the guidance of adult Scions, these children would undergo rigorous training. The conditions within the camp were exceedingly harsh, and after a period of training, Shaya immediately realized the stark contrast between Scion training methods and those of Earthlings. This was not training, it was merely enduring punishment. Each day was filled with relentless beatings. As the adult Scions showed no mercy, attacking indiscriminately without offering any constructive guidance. Was this truly the training approach of a warrior race? Were it not for the Scions' robust physiques, such methods would yield little to no results. Shaya, shaking his head in resignation on the training grounds, noted that while his combat power had not significantly increased, his ability to withstand blows had markedly improved. As a warrior race, Scions certainly had their own growth methodologies. Although this training could not be criticized, it diverged greatly from Shaya's initial expectations. He felt that this approach was a complete waste of time, leading him to regret his decision. Was the cultivation method across the universe so direct and unrefined? It was no wonder they could not harness Ki. Regrettably, this grueling existence would persist for another 3 years, a veritable waste of life for Shaya, who was wholly determined to grow stronger. On several occasions, Shaya inquired with Adri about alternative training methods, yet Adri looked at him incredulously and replied that this was indeed the best growth method for Scions. With many life forms in the universe thriving through such training, this left Shaya momentarily speechless. Consequently, he began to perceive the disparity between Scions and Earthlings and their cultivation practices. The Scion methods were clumsy and remained in a primitive state, yet they were the most prevalent form of training in the current universe. In contrast, the cultivation practices of Earthlings could truly be deemed as such, with the strong honing their prowess while the weak relied on intellect. Earthlings' methods were born from prolonged struggles on a lower-tier planet, reflecting a high degree of wisdom that set them apart from extraterrestrial beings, hence explaining why the vast majority of alien life forms could not utilize Ki. In his helplessness, Shaya resorted to the knowledge gleaned from watching Dragon Ball in his past life, experimenting on his own. He strapped weights onto himself, as he was unaware of any more sophisticated techniques. Fortunately, under the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, the effects were immediate, and he quickly surpassed his peers in the training camp. Observing Shaya's practice, his companion Shieling found it amusing and decided to bind herself with weights as well, soon finding it difficult to even walk. With tears welling in her eyes, she glared at Shaya in dissatisfaction. In response, Shaya maintained that this was truly not his fault. Finally, after enduring 3 years of rigorous training, Shaya, now nearing 4 years of age, had grown to nearly 1 meter in height, with his combat power having soared to 410 points. Rendering him exceptionally prominent among his fellow intermediate warriors, whose power typically hovered just above 200. This level of power far surpassed that of Goku during his participation in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament when he defeated the second-generation Demon King Piccolo. And yet Shaya was still not yet 4 years old. This achievement was a testament to his intermediate warrior potential, coupled with his relentless efforts. Following closely behind Shaya was Shieling, boasting a combat power of 370, also significantly outshining her peers. The accomplishments of both had surpassed those of ordinary advanced warriors. As the 3-year training period concluded, Shaya and Shieling received their first mission. Through Adri's influence, their tasks were assigned together, targeting a remote planet known as Selma, located in the southern region of the North Galaxy. Chapter 4. Planet Selma. Planet Selma lay in the southern star region of the North Galaxy, classified as a low-tier planet. To date, it was home only to primitive species, devoid of any signs of civilization, as Scions pledged their loyalty to Frieza. All tasks issued from Planet Vegeta served the interests of Frieza's empire. This mission was no exception. Shaya and Shieling were tasked with exterminating the primitive species inhabiting Selma and subsequently handing over the planet to Frieza's forces for exploitation. To put it bluntly, the Scion race merely acted as Frieza's enforcers, the kind that could be easily discarded. It was rumored that every millennium, a golden-haired Super Saiyan would emerge among the Scions. Such tales should not be taken at face value, and even the Scions themselves were skeptical. Nevertheless, Frieza harbored such concerns, believing that the best course of action was to keep the Scions under close surveillance while also studying their habits. However, to date, no Scion had emerged who caught his attention. Otherwise, Frieza would likely have been the first to eliminate them. As the mission approached, Shaya's heart raced with excitement, for he was soon to leave Planet Vegeta, marking the first step on his path to becoming a formidable warrior. As for the task assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he felt it could be postponed, as he saw no reason to be concerned. Once he departed, he could decide when to fulfill the mission at his discretion. Perhaps he could spend some time honing his skills on planet Selma. After a few years of fortifying his body, he would venture into other parts of the universe. Whether to visit Earth or Namek first seemed equally appealing. Shaya felt an overwhelming sense of joy, already contemplating how to arrange the forthcoming moments. Soon, the day arrived for Shaya and Xiling to embark on their journey. On this day, Rebecca and her husband personally escorted Shaya and Xiling to the spaceport on the opposite side of the Imperial City. This was a modern spaceport spanning several kilometers, serving as the primary gateway for Planet Vegeta to the cosmos. Towering structures resembling lighthouses were scattered across the vast expanse of land. While in the open spaces encircled by these lighthouse-like buildings, numerous Rubbermaid depressions were positioned, each serving as a landing point for spacecraft. Within moments of Shaya and his companions entering the spaceport, dozens of spherical flying vessels began to descend and ascend from the landing points. Shaya, once you arrive on Selma, be vigilant regarding your safety. Do not let your guard down simply because it is a lesser planet. If danger arises, flee rather than confront it directly, Adley advised earnestly, his expression serious. Since the complete annihilation of Adley's squad, his perspective on missions and life had undergone a significant transformation. Noticing Shaya nod, he turned to his daughter Xiling and cautioned, "Your abilities are not on par with Xiaoya's, so refrain from mischief and heed his guidance." "Understood," Xiling replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a cheerful smile adorning her face. "Shaya, take good care of Xiling and return promptly once your mission is accomplished," Rebecca said. Her expression filled with reluctance as she embraced both Shaya and Xiling tightly. "I will ensure Xiling is well looked after," Shaya assured her. Char Aznable nodded thoughtfully before stepping into his personal spacecraft. It was a compact, spherical vessel, and as soon as Char reclined within, the hatch closed automatically. Through the Azure glass, he observed the Rebecca couple standing a short distance away, waving their arms in farewell. A twinge of melancholy stirred within Shaya as he gazed outside the spacecraft, his eyes misty with emotion. He waved farewell to the expanse beyond the vessel before pressing the ignition button. Instantly, a powerful force bore down upon him, propelling the craft skyward with remarkable velocity. In no time, they had ascended beyond the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, entering the vast and shadowy cosmos. The spherical spacecraft traveled at such incredible speed that it left a long trail of brilliant white light in its wake. Through the transparent canopy, Shaya beheld the dark crimson orb of Vegeta receding rapidly, soon diminishing into a mere speck of light until it vanished entirely from view. Not far behind him, another spherical craft pursued closely. It was the vessel carrying Xiling. At that moment, Xiling pressed her small face against the glass, her gaze darting about with curiosity. Inevitably drawn to him, it appeared that the little girl was feeling somewhat anxious. Char smiled and sent a message to Xiling through the spaceship's communicator before entering sleep mode. The distance from Selma Star to Vegeta Star was considerable, requiring a journey of 7 months. For reference, the trip from Earth to Namek Star only took a month. Selma Star was classified as a low-level planet. According to the cosmic classification, planets with a maximum combat power below 1,000 were deemed low-level. Those with combat power between 1,000 and 10,000 were categorized as mid-level, and those above 10,000 were considered high-level. Thus, the combat power of the beings on Selma Star was presumably under 1,000. Given Char and Xiling's current combat powers of 410 and 370 respectively, they would face little danger as long as they remained cautious. It was estimated that within a few years, Char's combat power would surpass the highest on Selma Star entirely. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, countless stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the inky black sky, resembling a grand tapestry unfurling. Amidst the night, 2 bright beams of light streaked swiftly past, only to vanish as quickly as they had appeared. These were 2 pearlescent spherical spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, 7 months had elapsed since Char and his companions departed from Vegeta Star, and their destination, Selma Star, was now within reach. With a beep, the spaceship automatically deactivated sleep mode, and Char gradually awoke from his slumber. Before him lay a massive cerulean planet. Was that Selma Star? Shaya pondered in astonishment. In contrast to the dark crimson hue of Planet Vegeta, the colors of Selma were remarkably elegant and beautiful. Selma resided within a binary star system, boasting 2 suns that illuminated the sky for the majority of the day. This unique position contributed to the planet's extraordinary landscapes. The atmosphere of Selma was a serene azure, with the oceans occupying less than 40% of its surface. The remaining expanse was predominantly land, where verdant vegetation thrived, except for the icy realms at the poles, rendering it a stunningly green planet. On this particular day, an unexpected roar shattered the tranquility of Selma's skies. Two spherical objects, glowing with a crimson sheen, plummeted from the heights, crashing down with a thunderous reverberation that sent clouds of dust and debris billowing into the air, obscuring visibility. Vast stretches of forest were obliterated in the collision, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the impact site, bending towering trees to the ground, uprooting them entirely. Gradually, as the dust settled, a stark scene emerged. Nearly 100-meter square expanse of exposed sand and stone lay before them. At the center of this barren landscape were two 30-meter-wide circular craters, each plunging 5 meters deep. Half buried in the sand were two spherical spacecraft, from which wisps of smoke were rising. With a crack, the hatch of one vessel opened, and a child donned in combat attire, with a tail trailing behind, emerged. Shaking off the dust that clung to him, Shaya cleared his throat and proceeded to the other spacecraft. He knocked on the cabin, only to discover that Shiling's ship had landed upside down, the hatch pressed beneath it. He promptly flipped the vessel to reveal the door. With a click, the hatch opened, and Shiling emerged from her craft. "Brother Shaya, is this our destination?" she inquired, covering her mouth to disperse the lingering smoke, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Chapter 5. Rising Challenges Indeed. This is Selma. Our mission is to eradicate the indigenous species here. Now, let me ascertain the strength of these primitive beings. Shaya smiled and nodded at Shiling, then soared into the air, ascending to a height of over 300 meters above the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, a lush expanse of verdant primeval forest unfolded before him, enveloped by towering, rugged mountains. After a brief glance, Shaya landed upon a protruding rock ledge. He tapped the lens-shaped energy detector affixed to his ear, activating the device. The electronic beeping resonated in his ears as a series of data representing location and energy levels materialized on the lens. 456, 289, 358, 985, 650. A cascade of figures danced before his eyes, and as the data continued to flicker on the lens, Shaya's brow furrowed with increasing concern, particularly when the figure 985 flashed across the display. The combat capability of the indigenous people of Selma was unexpectedly formidable. Shaya's expression grew grave. He had initially presumed that, as a low-level planet, the natives would possess combat powers in the range of 600 or 700. Yet he was taken aback to discover individuals nearing a combat power of 1,000, which was alarmingly close to the standard of mid-level planets. Deactivating the detector, Shaya regarded Shiling with a serious countenance, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "It seems this mission will be far from simple. According to the data I just gathered, there are over 100 energy sources on this planet with combat powers exceeding 400, and nearly 20 with powers above 800, including several approaching 1,000. In essence, the difficulty of this mission is exceedingly high, and any misstep could prove fatal. Damn it, this is clearly a task suited only for advanced warriors. Why has it been assigned to us?" Shaya inwardly cursed, yet he understood why the mission had been assigned to him by Planet Vegeta. It was primarily due to their remarkable performance in the training camp, where they had outshone even the typical elite warriors. Alas, what should be done? This predicament meant that they might be unable to complete the mission for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Shiling felt disheartened, her spirits sinking. The current task's difficulty was escalating rapidly, and failure to complete it would prevent their return to Planet Vegeta, which signified a prolonged separation from her parents. For an average intermediate warrior, achieving a battle power of 1,000 would typically require 6 to 7 years. However, our training methods are more effective than those of ordinary Saiyans. Perhaps 2 to 3 years would suffice, Shaya stated calmly. Upon departing from Planet Vegeta, his battle power had reached 410, while Shiling's was 370. After more than 7 months of long-distance travel, although they had spent the journey in slumber, the Scion physique had still allowed for some enhancement in their battle power. Just a moment ago, Shaya had assessed their current battle powers. His had now risen to 460, while Shiling's had reached 420. It is noteworthy that they were merely a little over 4 years old. Other Scions at their age typically possessed battle powers just above 200. Nevertheless, it still required considerable time. Shiling's voice was somewhat despondent, but she soon rallied her spirits and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother Shaya, I shall never be lazy again. I am determined to train diligently." Shaya gazed at Xiang, who was brimming with enthusiasm, and nodded with a smile. It seemed that pressure indeed spurs motivation. as Xiang had finally taken the initiative to request training. However, the subsequent words from Xiang made him realize that his elation was premature. Xiang stated, "Therefore, Brother Shaya, you must exert yourself even more. I need you to reach a combat power of 1,000 within 2 years, no, within a year, so that I can return home sooner." Shaya pondered, "Do you think combat power can simply be increased at will? Even a year may not suffice. 2 years might not guarantee a breakthrough either." Shaya, with a hint of irritation, pressed his palm onto Shiling's small head, tousling her soft hair into a chaotic mess. "How bothersome. Please refrain from ruffling my hair," Shiling exclaimed, her face contorted in displeasure. After surveying the surroundings, Shaya remarked, "Very well. Let us set aside matters pertaining to our mission for the time being. It appears we may be here for an extended duration. First, we must relocate the aircraft to a secure location and then address our needs for sustenance and shelter. To be candid, my stomach is already growling with hunger." "Indeed, indeed," came the response. "I have been ravenous for quite some time." At the mere mention of food, Shiling's eyes sparkled with delight, all worries momentarily forgotten. With a resigned shake of his head, Shaya, alongside Shiling, commenced their search amidst the nearby mountains. Eventually, they stumbled upon a serene canyon adjacent to towering cliffs. Not too distant from a tranquil pool, the surroundings were quite splendid, making it suitable as a temporary abode. As Shaya surveyed the peaceful landscape, a look of contentment graced his features. Channeling a modicum of energy within, he conjured a sphere of ethereal blue energy in his palm and, with great satisfaction, tossed it carelessly towards the cliff face not far away. An explosive roar resonated, followed by a plume of smoke as a deep cavity, approximately 5 meters in width, was carved into the steep cliff. Subsequently, the duo returned to the site of their fallen craft, retrieved 2 spherical vessels, and concealed them within the cave of the cliff. These vessels were crucial for their escape from Selma planet, necessitating their careful safeguarding. Once the vessels were secured, Shaya soared through the primitive forest, gathering dry foliage to establish a makeshift dwelling within the cave. Upon completing the task, he clapped his hands and beamed at their new residence. Although rudimentary, it bore semblance to a livable space. Little did he anticipate that his arrival here would unfold into a genuine wilderness survival experience. Now, the quest for sustenance beckoned. "Shiling, join me in the hunt. Today you shall savor your brother's culinary prowess." Shiling nodded eagerly at the prospect of a meal. Shaya then activated the energy detector, and the device emitted a series of beeps. In an instant, they soared towards the southeast, where, 5 kilometers away, lay an energy source with a combat power of merely 67 points, an evident source of nourishment. Before long, Shaya discerned the energy source, revealing a 10-meter-tall earth-toned dinosaur. "A ground dragon. A feast awaits us," Shaya smiled. The ground dragon, spotting Shaya and Shiling in midair, let out a thunderous roar, perceiving them as prey. As the local sovereign, its tremendous roar startled a multitude of birds into flight. Chapter 6, Fury. The ground dragon, utterly incensed, raised its formidable head, its colossal form towering above the forest canopy. It bellowed at Shaya, exposing a maw filled with sharp, menacing teeth. Seeking death. A glint of cold determination flickered in Shaya's eyes as he summoned a fist-sized orb of energy. "Let me take care of this." Just as Shaya prepared to act, Shiling eagerly leapt before the ground dragon, her diminutive frame starkly contrasting with the beast's massive presence. Observing Shiling's eager demeanor, Shaya nodded, dissipating the energy sphere and stepping aside with interest. "This task is yours. Be swift." "Understood." Shiling, with a gleeful tilt of her head, gazed up at the enormous ground dragon, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across her youthful face. "Now, be a good meal for me." Her innocent voice carried an unsettling chill. No sooner had she spoken than an array of blinding energy projectiles rained down from above, relentlessly bombarding the ground dragon. Boom. Upon impact, the energy projectiles erupted with deafening explosions, accompanied by the creature's anguished howls and the tremors of the ground. The smoke from the blasts obscured their view. When the haze finally dissipated, the landscape was utterly transformed, littered with cracks and debris from the explosions. The unfortunate ground dragon lay battered and smoldering, its body riddled with injuries, the wounds seared half-cooked by the intense heat. All you needed was to slay that ground dragon. What was the necessity of such a ruckus? "Look at the meat. It's utterly ruined." Shaya seized Shiling's head and delivered a stern reprimand, his tone imbued solely with concern over the damage to the meat, devoid of any sympathy for the demise of the earth dragon. This exemplifies the Scion nature of survival of the fittest, even with memories of his past life intact. Shaya succumbed to the influence of his Scion heritage to some degree. Shieling, managing to wriggle free, nonchalantly remarked, all right, Shaya, you should quickly tend to the food. You're the one who is always craving. Shaya playfully tapped her on the head, eliciting an angry glare from Shieling, before he focused intently on processing the dragon's carcass. With a hiss, he executed several razor-thin energy slashes, cleaving the earth dragon's body into multiple segments. Shaya picked up a piece of the freshly severed meat, inspecting it before selecting several prime cuts to bring back to their temporary abode in the canyon. After rinsing the meat in a nearby pool, he erected a fire, securing the meat on a makeshift spit above the flames. The crimson flesh gradually transformed to a golden hue under the searing heat, with translucent fats dripping onto the wood, filling the canyon with an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Shieling gazed intently at the barbecue, her throat occasionally swallowing in anticipation, her lovely eyes darting towards Shaya with a pleading expression akin to that of a little kitten. All right, it's ready to eat. Shaya rolled his eyes, waving his hand in exasperation. At his signal, Shieling darted towards the grill like a shadow, seizing a piece of meat larger than her own frame, and began to devour it voraciously. Delicious, delicious. It's been ages since I've tasted something so scrumptious, she exclaimed, her face smeared with grease, her mouth stuffed with meat, her words barely intelligible. In a brief interval, several chunks of roasted meat vanished into their stomachs, prompting an admiration for the formidable digestive prowess of Scions, as the food was nearly entirely consumed in no time. After the meal, Shieling, with her modest belly protruding, lay contentedly on the grass, utterly unwilling to move. Shaya chuckled softly, shaking his head as he stepped forward to lift Shieling into his arms, carrying her to the nearby pool. He then removed her combat attire, preparing to give her a bath. However, a mischievous child is still a mischievous child, and even a Scion is no exception. As Shaya bathed her, Shieling continually displayed her playful antics, turning what should have been a simple washing into a full hour of delightful chaos. Shaya couldn't help but lament how he would navigate the coming days. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, he and Shieling reclined on the hay within the cave. Before long, the gentle sound of a little girl's breathing reached his ears. Glancing down, he noticed Shieling clinging to his arm, her delicate nose rising and falling in slumber. Observing the contented expression on her face, Shaya couldn't suppress a chuckle. This little glutton was quite easy to care for. She was so endearing in her childhood and would undoubtedly blossom into something remarkable in maturity. Oh, could this be considered the cultivation of a lowly? The night passed in silence. With the dawn's light slowly unveiling its brilliance, another vibrant morning dawned. Due to Selma's positioning within a dual-star system, its nights were fleeting, lasting merely 3 hours. This was evidently insufficient for the biological imperative of rest, particularly for children who required ample sleep. Thus, after the sun had risen, Shaya waited an additional 5 hours before gently rousing the drowsy Shieling and leading her to the water's edge, initiating a new day's endeavors. Following a simple breakfast, Shaya secured the cave's entrance before activating the energy detector, which immediately revealed a myriad of energy sources flickering before his eyes. Shaya scanned for the target and then addressed Shieling. Let us commence our hunt with those of lesser combat prowess, and during our engagements, we must strive to evade those formidable energy sources. Brother Shaya, she interjected, there is an energy source with a combat power of 243 moving over 100 kilometers to the northwest, and it is unaccompanied by any other energy sources. Then that shall be our selection. Shaya also detected that target. During the upcoming battle, do not rush to eliminate the opponent, and try to refrain from using energy detectors to observe them. Why? Shieling asked, perplexed. The cosmos harbors numerous life forms endowed with peculiar abilities, some of which cannot be discerned by energy detectors. If they conceal their combat power, the detectors will be utterly ineffective. Thus, I wish to seize this opportunity to hone our combat skills and enhance our perception of energy, which will prove invaluable in our future ventures across the universe. Shieling tilted her head, still appearing bewildered. After all, being merely over 4 years old, the concepts Shaya conveyed were far too intricate for her comprehension. Just obey. Shaya replied earnestly, his keen gaze fixed intently on the distant horizon. For him, Selma Star represented a rare training ground, teeming with formidable prey that, while powerful, did not greatly surpass his own capabilities, making it ideally suited for his cultivation. He was intentionally refining both his and Shieling's combat techniques, as the battles here were genuine life-and-death confrontations, starkly contrasting with the safeguarded training at the Vegeta Star Training Camp. Simultaneously, he sought to elevate his sensitivity to energy. Although he could not attain the acute perception of ki akin to Earthlings, he could at least lay a foundational understanding. At this moment, Shaya hoped his energy growth might decelerate slightly, allowing him to gradually grasp the essence of ki. However, this seemed unlikely, for both Shaya and Xiling were intermediate warriors, destined to reach combat powers between 2,000 and 3,000 points upon maturity. This situation starkly contrasted with that of Earthlings, where martial artists like Master Roshi required decades of relentless training to cultivate their ki, due to the scarcity and slow generation of energy within them, leading to a more profound understanding of it. Every strand of ki was meticulously studied by them, embodying the adage that loss in one area often leads to gain in another. In contrast, Science and the vast majority of beings in the universe, endowed with innate strength and rapid growth, often overlooked many substantive aspects, treating ki merely as a form of energy to be wielded, resulting in exceedingly crude methods of attack and application. What Shaya must do now is to establish a solid foundation in order to better learn the application of chi in the future. Chapter 7. Growth having fixed their target, Shaya and Xiling soared into the air, transforming into two beams of light heading northwest. Soon, they arrived at a vast plain forest. Unlike the previously rugged mountains surrounding the primitive forest, this woodland appeared far more orderly, with rows of verdant trunks arranged in a pleasing manner, as if meticulously groomed. There, Shaya surveyed the surroundings and spotted their objective beneath a towering tree. It was a saber-toothed tiger, its sharp fangs gleaming, and its size tenfold that of an ordinary specimen. Underneath its glossy black fur lay explosive muscles, and at that moment, it was resting in the shade, nearby a mound of bones piled high like a small hill. As Shaya and his companion flew overhead, the saber-toothed tiger abruptly awakened, its muscles tensing in an instant. Its fierce eyes scanned the area, locking onto Shaya and his companion. And an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the surroundings. With a ferocious roar, the saber-toothed tiger unleashed a surge of cold light, its powerful claws erupting in a sudden burst, making its form vanish, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. The rustling of leaves echoed as the beast darted through the trees with remarkable speed. Suddenly, its dark silhouette appeared behind Shaya, sharp claws slicing through the air with a haunting elegance. With a swift motion, Shaya swung his arm, delivering a punch without looking back. A mournful cry erupted from the saber-toothed tiger as it was sent flying. Boom! As it landed, it sprang back up, its pupils constricting sharply, a more savage aura flashing within its golden gaze. Roar! Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger threw its head back, unleashing a crimson shockwave from its maw. Shaya remained silent. Yet beside him, Xiling had already taken action. Her petite hand curved slightly into a palm as she struck towards the incoming crimson shockwave. With a resounding boom, the shockwave dissipated into a swirling mass of red energy. Ouch, that hurts. Xiling belatedly touched her reddened palm, discovering that her entire arm felt somewhat numb. Brother, I crave some tiger soup, she declared. As you wish, Shaya shrugged in response. Then, a pair of eyes brimming with lethal intent fixed menacingly upon the perpetrator of this chaos. Under the fierce gaze of Xiling, the saber-toothed tiger sensed a sudden drop in temperature, its primal instincts igniting a sense of trepidation. It shivered and began to retreat. Kill. A crisp voice whispered as Xiling lunged towards the saber-toothed tiger. The forest echoed with the sounds of relentless strikes, accompanied by the beast's mournful howls. Sturdy trees were cleaved in half, and deep craters began to mar the ground. Whoosh, brilliant energy beams darted through the woods, igniting trees into smoldering flames and sending plumes of smoke spiraling upward. The air was filled with Xiling's cheerful laughter as she unleashed her full power, reveling in the chaos. The saber-toothed tiger, despite its frantic leaps, found itself unable to escape Xiling's onslaught. While Xiling frolicked in her playful slaughter, Shaya observed the duel with keen interest, gently closing his eyes in an attempt to sense their movements without external aid. Yet, he found himself unable to replicate the Earthling's ability to fight with eyes shut. How did they perceive the existence of ki? Without a concrete training method, it seemed an insurmountable challenge. It appeared he would need to make time for a journey to Earth in the future. After several attempts, Shaya reluctantly conceded defeat. In the original tale, Vegeta had merely observed Goku and his companions utilize ki a few times before independently mastering its use, suggesting it should not be overly difficult. Why then? Could he not learn it? Was Vegeta's aptitude truly so extraordinary that he could master it with a single viewing? No. There must be some secret he had yet to grasp. While Vegeta was indeed a genius, Shaya believed his own perceptiveness was not inferior. At that moment, the battle on Shiling's side had drawn to a close. Under her brutal assault, the unfortunate saber-toothed tiger had proven no match for her prowess and was swiftly vanquished. Gazing at her blood-streaked face, adorned with an innocent smile, she felt a profound sense of exhilaration from the unrestrained conflict that had just transpired. Shaya furrowed his brow, as the brutality of the Saiyans seemed deeply ingrained. Even a child of merely 4 years exhibited such ferocity in battle. Go wash your face. You look as though you have crawled out from a heap of corpses, he remarked. However, Shiling chuckled, allowing Shaya to lead her to the riverbank for a cleansing. For the following period, Shaya took Shiling out daily to hunt, and their prey, initially possessing combat power of merely 1 or 200, steadily improved until it was almost on par with their own strength. Of course, aside from hunting for the sake of completing their tasks, Shaya placed greater emphasis on his own training. Thus, no matter how much Shiling pleaded, he remained resolute in his insistence that she join him in rigorous half-day sessions while bearing weights. In the evenings, he would meditate for over an hour. Recalling the training methods imparted by Bobo when Sun Wukong ascended the temple, he sought the tranquility akin to the vast sky and the swiftness of lightning. This might be a form of sensing energy. Though arduous, the daily growth in strength filled him with profound joy. The effects of his training became evident. Not only had Shaya made significant strides in combat prowess, but he also seemed to have begun to grasp the essence of energy, now able to faintly perceive the flow of energy within others. 2 months later, on a vast plain, the sounds of combat echoed incessantly. Shaya and Shiling engaged in a relentless exchange, their movements as swift as a tempest, both suspended in midair, gazing intently at one another. With a sudden shout, Shaya assumed an offensive stance, his palms trembling as the energy within him surged like a mighty wave. A powerful stream of air erupted between his palms, compressing the surrounding atmosphere, and in an instant, a brilliant blue light burst forth, dazzling in its intensity. Kamehameha, with a sudden thrust of his palms, Shaya unleashed a torrent of searing energy that erupted explosively, enveloping the surroundings in a whirlwind of ethereal blue luminescence. The force surged forth like a colossal wave, unyielding and unstoppable, creating a vacuum in the air. A resounding roar echoed within the void, reverberating with deafening blasts. The energy wave spiraled through the air like a celestial dragon, its terrifying power radiating outward, resolutely advancing into the distance. Energy slash. With a fierce command, Shiling's petite figure emerged before the energy wave, facing the oncoming shockwave head-on, her small visage adorned with a wild smile. As the air collided, the moment the two shockwaves met, an incandescent brilliance erupted, engulfing everything like the rising sun. In an instant, a massive energy sphere expanded, followed by a thunderous boom that resonated throughout the realm, the cataclysmic energy spreading uncontrollably, as if intent on devouring all in its path. As the dust settled, revealing the scorched earth ravaged by the onslaught, craters akin to those made by artillery fire dotted the cracked plains. At this moment, Shaya's combat power surged to an impressive 550, an increase of 90 points from 2 months prior, while Shiling also exhibited remarkable growth, reaching a strength of 520. Chapter 8. The transformation of the great ape. The night was draped in a profound sky, hinting at an elusive light, tranquil as the depths of an undisturbed ocean. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been over a year since Shaya and his companions arrived on Selma planet. Not long ago, the mightiest Cyclops on Selma had perished at the hands of their combined strength. The mission assigned on Vegeta was nearing completion. However, Shaya had no intention of returning to Vegeta immediately, as he contemplated the significant repercussions of such a return. No warrior of Shaya's caliber had ever emerged from Vegeta in all these years. His exceptional talent at such a young age could easily attract the unwanted attention of King Vegeta and the Frieza force. Shaya was keenly aware of the dangers that lay ahead, as he was not yet equipped to contend with their formidable power. Fame comes with its perils. And to avoid drawing the gaze of King Vegeta and Frieza, Shaya resolved to remain discreet for a few more years, planning to depart only when the time was right. Particularly when the fate of Vegeta was sealed. "Brother Shaya, I need to go to the restroom," Shiling murmured, rubbing her eyes in a state of drowsiness. Shaya turned over and led her out of the cave. At that moment, the night was shrouded in a hazy twilight, and the dense forest was alive with the faint rustling sounds of insects. In the distance, a full moon ascended, resembling a radiant lantern suspended high in the sky. "What a beautiful moon!" Shieling exclaimed as she gazed at the luminous orb on the horizon. But as her words fell, she became strangely still. "Shieling?" Sensing something amiss, Shaya softly called the girl's name, yet Shieling did not respond, remaining in a daze as she stared vacantly into the distance. "What is happening?" A flicker of confusion crossed Shaya's mind, and an ominous premonition began to swell within him. Could it be that Shaya's heart trembled suddenly? He turned back with a hardened expression, only to behold a luminous full moon suspended in the night sky. The crystalline moonlight filtered through the leaves, mingling with the recently arisen mist, rendering the night particularly hazy. "This is not good. How could there be a full moon here?" As Shaya opened his mouth, his expression suddenly transformed. The Selma planet resides within a binary star system, where the nocturnal hours last a mere 3 short hours. Although there is a moon, Shaya and his companions had not witnessed a full moon for over a year. Yet, tonight is the night of the full moon. Shaya's expression turned increasingly anxious. He was uncertain whether he could maintain his sanity after transforming into a giant ape. However, based on his knowledge from the original manga of his previous life, it seemed that only high-ranking warriors and a select few mid-ranking warriors could retain their reason in such a transformation. Thump, thump. His heart raced violently, and it felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling in an instant. Shaya's eyes were bloodshot, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Turning to glance at Shieling, he noticed that brown fur had already sprouted from her body. "No, I cannot lose my reason at this moment." Shaya gritted his teeth, fiercely suppressing his instincts. Yet the primal nature of the Scion was overwhelming. He could no longer contain it. In a critical moment, Shaya decisively grasped his tail behind him. A flash of blue light flickered, and a segment of his brown tail fell to the ground with a thud. He chose to sever his tail. Fortunately, his actions were swift. He narrowly avoided losing his sanity, for the Scion tail indeed represented the greatest variable. He gasped for breath, a sharp pain radiating from behind. Yet he managed to avoid transforming into a giant ape. He could scarcely imagine the catastrophic consequences if both he and Shieling were to transform into mindless giants at that moment. The transformation into a giant ape could yield nearly a tenfold increase in power, yet it harbored immense peril. Aside from a select few elite warriors and royal scions, most lower and mid-tier warriors would succumb to madness upon transforming, becoming mindless engines of destruction, fully exposing the Scion's inherent ferocity. A resounding roar echoed, followed by a thunderous rumble. In the distance, a massive mushroom cloud ascended, distorting the light around it. The enormous explosion jolted him back to reality, revealing a colossal ape, over 20 meters tall, bellowing wildly, brandishing a tree as it swung it indiscriminately. It expelled a burst of energy, and once more, a mushroom cloud rose slowly into the sky. Indeed, it had lost its reason. Shaya sighed at the sight before him. A brilliant light emerged on the horizon, akin to a blazing sun hurtling towards the earth. The ground trembled violently, the shockwave of the explosion following closely behind. The forest's trees bent under pressure, and rocks shattered into gravel. The scene was apocalyptic, a chaotic blur rendering it impossible to distinguish sky from earth. A tempestuous wind rushed towards him, and Shaya pressed his hands against his forehead, his black hair whipping wildly in the gust. Shaya sensed something extraordinary. He realized that Shieling's combat power had surged more than tenfold. Upon utilizing his detector, a shocking figure swiftly materialized on the screen, a staggering combat power of 9,370. Shaya was astounded and murmured to himself. The transformation of Shieling into a giant ape had bestowed upon her such formidable strength, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Over the course of more than a year, under Shaya's vigilant supervision, both of their powers had experienced remarkable growth, surpassing the formidable threshold of 900. Yet, now confronted with Shieling's monstrous combat power nearing 10,000, Shaya could only manage a wry smile. The disparity was insurmountable, facing a being of such terrifying prowess. He felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, the giant ape spotted him, unleashing a torrent of energy waves from its mouth. This was dire. He had been targeted. Shaya's expression turned grave as he swiftly maneuvered his body, the searing heat scorching his face. He narrowly evaded the attack, grazing the edge of the energy. Boom. The energy wave collided violently with a mountain peak, erupting in a colossal explosion that sent a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The small canyon reverberated with the sound of destruction, debris cascading all around. Upon witnessing Shaya evade its assault, the giant ape, infuriated, leapt furiously, brandishing a massive tree, and charged towards him once more. "Oh, Shieling, how spoiled you've been by your brother," Shaya cursed under his breath. Acutely aware of the potential devastation a battle within the canyon could wreak, threatening the concealed aircraft hidden in the cave. Thus, he began to engage the giant ape while subtly maneuvering to lure it towards the outer forest. Boom! The cacophony of explosions echoed behind him, and the scorching winds ignited the atmosphere, setting the entire forest ablaze. Saiyan exerted every ounce of his strength, ultimately luring the colossal ape into a vast, primordial forest. A thunderous sound erupted as the giant ape's furious gaze flickered with rage. With a tremendous stomp, its foot sank deep into the earth, the sheer force causing the subterranean rocks to shatter explosively. The ground seemed to bear the impact of hundreds of tons plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters, creating a tremendous depression, while fissures spread like veins across the surrounding area. A chaotic pile of stones detonated, smaller fragments disintegrating into fine ash, forming a massive crater in the process. In a moment of carelessness, Saiyan was struck in the chest by a flying stone, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. A searing pain radiated throughout his upper body, rendering his movements sluggish. Witnessing his prey severely wounded, the giant ape swung its arms and unleashed a deafening roar, summoning gusts of wind that dispersed the clouds and generated shockwaves radiating outward. With a resounding crack, the ape's arm descended like an unstoppable force, its vicious claws lunging towards Saiyan, who was swiftly sent sprawling. Saiyan collided with a jagged rock, creating a deep indentation upon impact. Though gravely injured, his gaze remained fixated on the giant ape, contemplating how to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Defeating me so easily is no simple task, he mused. As Shaya laughed maniacally, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The only course of action now was to devise a way to sever Shiling's tail. However, approaching her proved to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 9, The Azure World? Whoosh. As Char and the giant ape gazed at each other from afar, a gentle breeze stirred the air, lifting dust and causing withered branches and fallen leaves to dance in the wind. Suddenly, the soft breeze transformed into a raging tempest, enveloping the silent battlefield in an eerie dread reminiscent of the apocalypse. Char's gaze was fixed intently ahead, his bright eyes shimmering with a chilling intensity that could instill fear. His mind raced, searching for any opportunity to approach the colossal ape. He discreetly summoned the energy within him, knowing that seizing the moment would allow him to launch a fierce counterattack. The air crackled with powerful waves, surging like an unstoppable tide, tousling the dark strands of hair on his forehead. With a sharp crack, leaves were torn to shreds beneath the force of the winds, the faint sound echoing in the stillness. Shaya suddenly sprang into action. His movements were as swift as the wind, launching a fierce assault on the colossal ape in an instant. Illusory afterimages scattered in every direction, and the relentless sounds of fists and feet striking filled the air. A blurred figure danced through the fray, attacking with a ferocity that swept away all in its path. The great ape let out a roar, a sound tinged with both pain and an overwhelming fury, as the energy of its indiscriminate attacks began to surge outward once more. Faced with the nearly frenzied onslaught of the giant beast, Shaya's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. A whirlwind of energy surged from his feet, lifting his slight frame skyward in a sudden ascent, while the wind howled fiercely around him. In midair, Shaya lingered, his fingers splayed like claws, slowly resting before his chest. In the next moment, a dazzling blue light ignited between his palms, growing ever brighter, akin to a beacon of hope in the darkness, brimming with vitality. The atmospheric pressure between his hands surged, as searing energy was compressed repeatedly, transforming the blue radiance into a brilliant white. The luminous white orb intensified, gathering warmth and heat like a newly born sun. "Energy sphere," he exclaimed, thrusting his palms forward with force. The white energy orb shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing crack. Suddenly, sensing the impending danger, the colossal ape emitted a guttural roar, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy waves from its throat. The two forces collided midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the atmosphere. Shaya's energy sphere encapsulated nearly all his strength. Yet the energy wave expelled by the giant ape was equally formidable. The ensuing chaos of their clash was akin to the very creation of the world, tearing the sky into fragments and forming vacuums like shattered glass. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil of the explosion, Shaya lunged toward the ape's tail, conjuring a thin blade of energy, poised to sever it. However, At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged in his line of sight, sending a chill down his spine. It was the giant ape's hand. Realizing the peril, Shaya attempted to evade, but the ape's combat prowess far surpassed his own, its speed overwhelming. Before he could alter his course, the massive, brown claw clamped around him like a vice. The giant ape scrutinized Shaya, baring its teeth, its blood-red eyes flickering with a frenzied thirst for blood. Gripping him tightly, it hurled him towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth split open, and Shaya was engulfed in the rocky depths, blood spewing from his mouth as excruciating pain assaulted his mind, nearly rendering him unconscious. The impact had surely fractured several bones. Gritting his teeth, he crawled from the rubble, his face contorted in agony. Facing a staggering disparity of combat power, over 900 against 9,000, the chasm between them was insurmountable. A gulf that mere willpower could not bridge. Even though the giant ape, transformed from Shieling, was a mindless creature of destruction, the tenfold difference in strength was far beyond Shaya's capacity to contend with. Moreover, he was already gravely injured. Just as misfortune compounded, the giant ape prepared to strike again, lifting its massive paw for a crushing blow that would surely spell Shaya's demise. Yet, at that critical moment, something extraordinary transpired. A blue luminescence emanated from Shaya's dark eyes, enveloping his form in a delicate glow. Everything around him morphed into a blue-hued tableau, and astonishingly, the world around him seemed to freeze in place. Leaves, dust, and even the giant ape stood still in this azure realm. What was happening? As Shaya found himself racing against time, the dwindling energy within him began to deplete rapidly. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and he understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He harbored a premonition that once his energy was entirely exhausted, this azure world would collapse alongside him. Swiftly, Shaya seized the moment, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, and darted to the rear of the colossal ape. At that juncture, the blue realm could no longer withstand the strain and fragmented into disarray, restoring everything to its previous state, albeit with Shaya's chance now at hand. Shieling, when you awaken, I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson. A slender blade of energy, embodying Shaya's final reserves, coalesced in the air, tracing an elegant arc. With a resounding thud, the massive tail struck the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust spiraling into the air. A mournful cry escaped the giant ape as its form began to diminish. Soon reverting to Shieling-esque likeness, the little creature now sprawled on the ground, blissfully dozing. Oh, it is finally over. Shaya collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, he lamented the misfortune that had befallen him that night. How could a seemingly ordinary evening devolve into such chaos? On the planet Selma, the 3-hour night had surprisingly hosted a full moon, one that occurred only once a year, and fate had conspired for both him and Shieling to witness it. Truly, it was dreadful. There were no healing pods here, and with injuries of this magnitude, he would require months of recuperation to recover. Shaya grimaced in pain. A bitter smile etched across his face. Waves of discomfort surged through him, a testament to the fact that he had likely fractured 6 or 7 bones. The force with which Shieling had slammed him to the ground had inflicted internal injuries, and any slight movement sent sharp pangs coursing through his body. Were it not for his robust physique, any other individual would surely have succumbed to death by now. Recalling the perilous scene from moments ago, Shaya felt a sudden tightness in his nerves, realizing that his back was drenched. Yet, what was the nature of that azure realm? In that instant, it seemed as though everything had come to a standstill. Could it possibly be related to the concept of time? Once the immediate danger had passed, Shaya found himself reflecting on the peculiar events that had transpired. At that moment, time appeared to have been suspended. Had it not been for the brief interruption caused by the emergence of the blue world, he would likely not be standing here today. When that azure realm manifested, the energy within him began to dissipate rapidly, ceasing only after what felt like a mere 2 seconds upon exiting the blue world. This was a form of temporal superpower. Shaya was now convinced, akin to Guldo from the Jinyu Force, who could manipulate time with his abilities. But why did he possess such an ability? The only distinguishing feature he had from the Scions was that he had traversed through dimensions, spending an extensive period in a nebulous, shadowy space prior to this. Could it be the influence of that dark realm? Shaya murmured to himself, still grappling with the enigma of that mysterious space and how he had come to find himself within it. Never mind, he thought. Having this temporal ability could serve as a valuable trump card. However, now that he had command over time, might there be other latent abilities yet to be discovered? Perhaps he could explore that possibility when time allowed. Shaya felt an immediate sense of relief, akin to a suffocating individual suddenly inhaling fresh air. Nearby, Shilling, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake by a sudden chill, rubbing her eyes as she rose. She was momentarily stunned by the sight around her, as if a battle had ensued, leaving the ground marred and strewn with debris. Chapter 10. Healing. Shilling's drowsiness vanished in an instant as she beheld Shaya, battered and sprawled upon the cracked earth. Alarmed, she rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother, what has happened to you? Who has done this?" Her face was etched with concern, her hands hovering uncertainly, hesitant to touch him for fear of inflicting further harm. Cough, cough. "Do not worry, I am fine. Shilling, please assist me back to the cave." Shaya replied, his heart warmed by her evident anxiety as he gently patted her arm. Upon hearing his words, Shilling nodded obediently and carefully helped him rise, guiding him slowly toward their dwelling. Upon returning to the valley where they had previously resided, they found it utterly transformed. The landscape lay in ruins. The forests and ponds had vanished, and fallen rocks had created enormous craters, while fissures snaked across the ground like black dragons, intertwining and tearing at one another. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they discovered it blocked by a heap of collapsed stones. After Shilling cleared the obstruction, Shaya ventured inside to assess the situation. To his relief, despite some scattered debris, the area designated for the spacecraft remained intact. After inspecting the two spherical vehicles, he confirmed that all systems were functioning normally, allowing him to relax. Thank goodness the spacecraft is unharmed. Otherwise, escape from this place would be impossible. At that moment, he profoundly understood the constraints of being without a spacecraft and couldn't help but envy Sun Wukong's ability to teleport in the original tale. If only he possessed such a power, countless limitations would dissipate. The Dragon Ball universe is vast, with the Northern Supreme Kai governing an enormous galaxy. And beyond that lies the entirety of the Milky Way, not to mention even larger galaxies. If he relied solely on spacecraft for travel, the time spent on the journey would be a significant hindrance. It seemed that the superpower he currently possessed was related to time. Time and space are often inseparable. If this ability was granted during his world traversal, might there be latent spatial abilities within him as well? This was something he would need to explore further. If it were indeed possible, it would be a remarkable discovery. As Shaya gazed at the two spherical flying vessels, his mind began to wander. The recent battle had made him acutely aware that many unknown secrets lay dormant within him, waiting to be unearthed. However, the ability of instantaneous movement was a skill he deemed essential for his plans. Even if he ultimately could not master spatial manipulation, he intended to travel to the planet Adreland for further study. Shilling, please gather some hay and fruits. I need to recuperate for a while, he instructed. Obediently, Shilling set off to procure the necessary provisions. After completing her tasks, she helped Shaya lean against the rocky wall, finally unable to contain her curiosity. Brother, what exactly happened? Why is our home transformed in such a manner? Who inflicted this upon you? Throughout their journey, Shilling had been plagued with questions. But her concern for Shaya had restrained her inquiries. Now, however, she could no longer hold back. She was perplexed as to why the once lush primordial forest appeared as if it had endured a devastating bombardment, leaving only a scene of desolation. Who could have inflicted such grievous wounds upon her brother? Was there an undiscovered master lurking on this planet Selma? In response to Shilling's questions, Shaya could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, musing silently that it was not her doing. However, he refrained from articulating this thought directly. After a moment's silence, Shaya resolved to disclose the truth to Shilling, preparing her for any future eventualities to prevent a repetition of today's calamity. To identify the true culprit, he began, it all stems from the full moon. Shilling tilted her head, her eyes brimming with confusion. What does the full moon have to do with this? We Scions possess an innate transformation ability. When exposed to the light reflected from a full moon, it stimulates the cells within us to mutate, resulting in a transformation into a great ape. In this state, a Scion's combat prowess is magnified tenfold compared to their usual form. Shilling's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, "Does this mean Scions are invincible with such an ability?" Shaya shook his head, declaring, "It is not so simple." Without even discussing the extent to which a Scion's combat power can reach when transformed into a great ape, there exists a singular weakness that constrains the majority of Scions. What weakness? He continued. The Scions are indeed a warrior race. However, apart from the elite fighters and a select few mid-tier warriors, the potential of most Scions cannot be deemed particularly high. Consequently, upon transforming into a great ape, they are inevitably subjected to the primal instincts within them, leading to a loss of reason. Regrettably, today is a full moon night. Observing her brother's grave expression, Shilling quickly contemplated a possibility, covering her mouth in disbelief. So, brother, are you injured by the great ape I transformed into? Indeed, with a combat power of 9,370, it nearly exhausted me, he replied. Upon seeing Shaya nod, Shilling could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Oh, brother, I am so sorry. It is all Shilling's fault. Shaya extended his hand and gently caressed the glossy black hair of the little one, offering solace. Do not be disheartened. As you can see, I am perfectly fine. Moreover, I have severed your tail, so as long as you lack it, the sight of a full moon shall not compel a transformation. Really, you do not blame me? Shilling inquired cautiously. Of course not, for you are my beloved sister. Shaya softly reassured, saying, although the Scion tail allows one to transform into a great ape, thereby achieving tenfold combat power, it remains a highly unstable factor for ordinary Scions. If the opportunity arises, it would be prudent to remove it. Indeed, Shilling nodded vigorously. Though she felt a twinge of regret, she trusted Shaya's judgment implicitly. I must dedicate the upcoming months to recuperation, so the tasks ahead will fall to you. However, exercise caution. While Selma Star may no longer harbor any threats, one must remain vigilant. There exist numerous beings in this world akin to Scions, endowed with transformation abilities. These entities may appear to possess modest combat power, yet upon transformation, they become formidable adversaries, Shaya cautioned earnestly. Across the cosmos, many races possess the ability to transform, often suppressing their combat power for various reasons until faced with genuine peril, at which point they unleash devastating strikes. Frieza and his subordinate, Shampa, exemplify such extraterrestrial beings, with Frieza himself being particularly fearsome due to his 3 transformation stages. Selma Star is inherently a low-level planet, exceeding typical parameters, and Shaya harbored concerns that it might conceal unknown threats. Rest assured, I will exercise caution, Shilling declared, puffing out her chest with confidence as she accepted the responsibility ahead. Shaya nodded gently and took a piece of fruit, consuming it with a sense of ease. Currently, Shilling's combat prowess on this planet had reached an apex. With a touch more caution, she would face no grave dangers. In the time ahead, Shaya would take the opportunity to heal slowly while also reflecting on his battle experiences. Chapter 11. 2 types of superpowers. As time flowed by, for months slipped away in the blink of an eye. The power of time can transform everything. It turns seas into mulberry fields, mountains into swamps, and barren valleys into lush greenery. Although not as dense as the original forest, the landscape now exuded a vibrant vitality. During these 4 months, thanks to the Scion's indomitable vitality and robust recovery capabilities, Shaya's injuries had completely healed, his fractured bones had mended, and his physique had become even stronger. After enduring a near-fatal battle 4 months prior, Shaya's strength surged remarkably, with his combat power soaring to a staggering 1,700 in such a short span, a feat truly astounding for a Scion under 6 years of age. However, the most significant gain for Shaya during these 4 months was not merely the enhancement of his combat power, but rather the development of a new type of superpower. Through sustained research, Shaya had determined that he possessed 2 distinct super abilities. The first was the previously discovered time ability known as Time Pause, which, when activated, could halt time within a certain area for a duration of 3 seconds. The larger the area affected and the stronger the opponent, the more energy it consumed. In his current prime state, Shaya estimated that he could freeze any target with a combat power below 10,000 for 3 seconds before exhausting all his energy. This would serve as his most crucial trump card, one he would not employ lightly unless absolutely necessary. The second superpower, as he had expected, was indeed spatial manipulation. After extensive development during this period, he had achieved the ability to teleport within a 10-kilometer radius. However, as this was his initial foray into this ability, many aspects remained unrefined. On a particular day, while Shaya was honing his teleportation skills, he spotted Shilling soaring from afar. Her arms raised high as she dragged a wild boar many times her size. As she flew, she emitted cheerful exclamations. With a resounding thud, the boar crashed to the ground. Brother Shaya, look what I just caught. Today, I'm going to feast on roasted pig, Shilling exclaimed, tugging at Shaya's arm. All right, I hear you, he replied, but you must train diligently. If you don't meet your goals, I want to prepare any delicious food for you. Upon hearing that there would be no treats if she fell short, Shilling pouted, a glint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Understood. Shaya smiled indulgently and skillfully proceeded to eviscerate the wild boar, discarding its entrails and hide. He meticulously cleaned and secured it with wooden stakes. With a swift gesture, a wave of energy emanated from his fingertips, igniting the kindling in the hearth. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted boar began to waft through the air. As it neared perfection, he sprinkled a unique spice from Selma, and in an instant, a delectable roast pig emerged from the flames. Shilling gazed with sparkling eyes, disregarding the heat as she reached out to carve a generous piece of meat, devouring it with fervor. "Brother Shaya, when shall we return to Vegeta?" she inquired between bites. Having long yearned for her parents on Vegeta, Char wiped his mouth, set aside the food in his hand, and remarked, initially, according to the mission plan, "Our only task was to eradicate the primitive natives of the planet Selma before returning to Planet Vegeta. However, I fear that if we return prematurely, it may provoke certain unfavorable consequences for us." "What sort of unfavorable consequences?" Westland inquired, her expression one of perplexity. Shaya sighed and remarked, "Look at how young we are, and yet our combat prowess has already reached such heights. As a warrior race, the Scions possess formidable strength. But it's not merely about power. There are numerous political implications at play. If we shine too brightly, even Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Adri will be unable to protect us." At this moment, Shaya's combat power stood at 1,700, while Scyllin possessed a commendable 1,080, remarkable figures for their tender age. They had yet to enter the Scion's rapid growth phase, yet they were already so formidable. It is evident that upon reaching adulthood, their strength would undoubtedly surpass 10,000. They were just beginning to enter the golden age of the Scions, and the potential for future development was incalculable. Consider whether this scenario is one that King Vegeta would welcome. With his own battle power barely exceeding 10,000, such a situation would undoubtedly threaten his reign. Among the elite warriors on Planet Vegeta, those whose power exceeds 10,000 typically attain such strength only after the age of 30, suggesting their potential is nearly exhausted. These are the sorts of individuals King Vegeta finds manageable. Should you pose a significant threat to him, he would not hesitate to reveal his fangs and eliminate you at the earliest opportunity. King Vegeta has already demonstrated his willingness to order the execution of Broly and his father upon perceiving the potential threat they pose to his dominion. It is not far-fetched to assume he might resort to similar measures against Shaya and the others, even if he cannot act overtly. Orchestrating special missions to eliminate them discreetly would be all too easy. Scyllin wholeheartedly believed Shaya's words, her small face furrowed in concern after hearing him speak. However, my greatest worry is not King Vegeta, but the fiend known as Frieza. Frieza? Scyllin pondered, finally recalling that this Frieza was the very entity to whom the Scions had pledged their allegiance. "Brother, why are you concerned about Frieza? Could he possibly pose a threat to us?" As she spoke, a glint of ferocity flickered in Scylin's eyes. Shaya's expression grew exceedingly grave as he nodded and said, "Indeed, that Frieza is a sinister and cold-blooded individual who harbors the deepest apprehension towards us Scions, fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among our ranks. Were it not for his desire to study the Super Saiyan phenomenon, he would not have allowed the Scion race to endure until now. Therefore, upon our return, we are likely to confront not King Vegeta first, but Frieza, who will undoubtedly relish this situation." "What shall we do?" she inquired. "Frieza claims to be the Emperor of the universe, and his power is surely formidable. Do not fret excessively," Shaya reassured her, gently tousling the girl's hair. "Brother knows of a place where one can learn to master the control of energy within. In due time, with a mere guise of our energy, we shall go unnoticed." "Is that truly so?" she asked, her eyes wide with hope. "Certainly. Moreover, we ought to minimize our use of energy detectors, for they may very well be equipped with listening devices by Frieza." Observing Shilling nodding earnestly, Shaya smiled, knowing she had absorbed his words. Shaya has resided in the Dragon Ball world for over 5 years, yet he harbors no sense of belonging among the Scions. His sole concern lies with the couple, Rebecca and Shilling. After their meal, at Shaya's request, Shilling commenced her training. Although the training methods they devised together, without a teacher, were rather rudimentary, they nonetheless exhibited remarkable effectiveness in honing their strength. Perhaps sensing the weight of expectation, Shilling trained with greater diligence than usual. Char, with a profound focus on the development of spatial superpowers, aspires to perfect the ability of instantaneous movement at the earliest opportunity. This would enable him to traverse without the aid of spacecraft and evade the watchful eyes of Frieza, reaching a cerulean planet known as Earth, situated in the southern region of the North Galaxy, labeled as Harmony. His instantaneous movement differs significantly from the arcane art practiced on the planet Azure, where one relies entirely on superpowers, while the other amalgamates extensive knowledge of cosmology, chaos theory, and the evolution of spatial structures. Thus, Char must continuously hone his superpowers to gradually refine this technique, akin to the instantaneous movement employed by Jebet, a subordinate of the East Kaishan. However, unlike Jebet's technique, Char's version bears a considerable flaw. Each deployment of his superpower necessitates precise knowledge of the coordinates between the point of origin and the destination. Any slight error could result in being lost within the vastness of space. From a scientific perspective, his superpower essentially instantaneously opens a wormhole tunnel between 2 points in the universe, facilitating his teleportation. In the future, he hopes to incorporate the instantaneous movement from Adrat, which distinctly utilizes ki to ascertain direction. While it is limited by the sensitivity of ki perception, it expends no energy upon activation, a feat Char's spatial superpower cannot achieve. Highlighting their respective merits. Chapter 12. Arrival on Earth. On a desolate and uninhabited plateau of the Selma planet, the landscape is strewn with weathered, cracked rocks exhibiting fine fissures. Not far off, a young girl, appearing no older than 6 or 7, is diligently training her martial skills, perspiring profusely. Atop a peak of the plateau, a diminutive figure hovers 3 meters above the ground, surrounded by small stones that rhythmically rise and fall. Suddenly, the atmospheric pressure atop the summit trembles violently, the air compressing and generating a series of hissing sounds, causing the stones to quiver and crack. With a thunderous roar, a stone explodes into a cloud of dust, revealing a sinister dark red fissure in its place, emanating a chilling aura and intermittently flashing with icy electric sparks, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour all. This fissure symbolizes the ruptured fabric of space, brimming with destructive thunder. Scatter! Char utters a command, and the dreadful fissure trembles momentarily before reluctantly vanishing. Frowning, he gazes at the location where the crack had been, attempting to channel the energy within him. Suddenly, a soft golden glow envelopes his form, and an overwhelming force conjures a whirlwind that disperses the surrounding dust entirely. Beeping electronic sounds resonate, revealing a string of data before him. 2,530 battle power. Over 2,500 battle power, comparable to that of an average adult intermediate warrior. With a slight curl at the corners of his mouth, Shaya exhaled a long, heavy sigh. After years of relentless effort and countless hardships, his combat prowess had increased to more than 5 times what it had been upon his arrival on Selma. Yet, what rendered him truly formidable was not merely his fighting ability, but rather the enigmatic superpowers he wielded. Through extensive development, Shaya had mastered the manipulation of spatial abilities, having innovated a new technique, the spatial slash, building upon the foundation of instant teleportation. This terrifying maneuver was nearly impossible to defend against, boasting practicality that rivaled that of time pause. Deactivating the energy detector, he gazed upon the vast, desolate plateau. This location lay at the edge of the Gobi Desert in western Selma, where the ground was cloaked in a dull yellow gravel. As the wind swept across the landscape, it stirred up clouds of yellow dust, evoking a sense of grandeur akin to that of an expansive tent beneath the sky. Having spent over 3 years on the planet Selma, the time had come for him to depart. With a mere thought, Shaya abruptly vanished from the mountain summit. In the vast expanse of the plateau, Shieling continued to thrash her limbs, the energy emanating from her body colliding and intertwining, creating a hissing sound that reverberated through the atmosphere. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, trickled down her hair, falling to the ground and rising in wisps of steam. Her beautiful tresses danced in the wind, secured by a ribbon, while strands clung to her petite face, dampened by perspiration. Suddenly, waves of pressure surged and roiled around her, with Shieling at the epicenter as the atmospheric pressure plummeted. Clouds of dust erupted, reminiscent of an impending desert storm, enveloping everything in sight. As Shieling's punches and kicks quickened, a series of muffled sounds resembling the piercing of air resonated, transforming the area within hundreds of meters into a boiling cauldron. With a thunderous roar, a figure emerged in the sky, descending gracefully. As the figure floated down, a hand was extended, and in an instant, the tempest was abruptly dispersed. The fierce wind ceased, and the swirling clouds of sand and stone, momentarily suspended, succumbed to gravity, settling gently to the ground. Shaya landed gracefully on one foot and approached Shieling. "Brother," Shieling exclaimed with an irritated expression, clearly displeased by Shaya's interruption of her training. Char smiled lightly, brushing off the dust from his attire, and said, "All right. Do not be upset. I have come to inform you that we are about to depart from this planet." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's expression brightened somewhat, and she promptly inquired, "Brother Shaya, have you mastered your superpowers? Do we not require a spaceship?" At this moment, Xiaoling's intellect had matured, and she understood the necessity of holding sufficient trump cards in her hand. Complete trust in King Vegeta and Frieza was ill-advised, and concealing King Vegeta's true strength necessitated the hiding of their combat power, which required their journey to the distant Earth. Char nodded and replied earnestly, "Indeed. If I harness my full psychic abilities while accompanied by you, we should be able to reach Earth swiftly. When shall we embark?" "Once we have positioned the spacecraft. We can depart at any moment." Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Then, with a graceful push from her toes, she ascended into the air, soaring towards the valley they called home. As Shaya trailed behind, observing the decisive demeanor of the young girl, he stood there, shaking his head in lamentation. "Xiaoling has grown up, no longer clinging to me. What happened to the adorable child she once was?" Logically, he usually acquiesced to her wishes, and she ought to be more attached to him. Yet, she had become increasingly independent. Was it his upbringing that led her astray, or was it the pronounced individuality inherent in Scion nature? Upon returning to the small valley where they had resided for 3 years, and confirming that the 2 flying machines were securely positioned, Shaya sought a massive stone to seal the entrance. Having completed these tasks, Shaya took Xiaoying's small hand and said, "Hold on tight. I am about to activate instant transmission." Xiaoying responded affirmatively, stepping forward to embrace Shaya, burying her head in his chest. With outstretched arms, Shaya embraced Xiaoling's waist, while his other hand, with fingers poised together, pressed against his forehead. His demeanor was remarkably solemn, and with a mere thought, an enigmatic wave enveloped the two. As a fleeting glimmer illuminated the scene, they vanished into the serene depths of the valley. In the vast cosmos, the gossamer Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, adorned with a multitude of stars that twinkled like diamonds against the night sky. The Earth, a cerulean orb located in the southern region of the North Galaxy, was deemed a lesser planet, overlooked by all civilizations. The inhabitants of Earth, even armed, possessed only a meager combat prowess, yet this inconspicuous world harbored the most profound martial arts. At this moment, in a hilly region of the northern hemisphere, a brilliant radiance flickered in the air like a celestial body. Following this luminescence, 2 figures abruptly materialized mid-air, only to plummet straight down with no warning. "Wow!" Shaya exclaimed as he landed on the ground, collapsing onto his back and greedily inhaling the ambient energy. "Alas, what a miscalculation! I nearly lost my way in the void. I must refrain from such recklessness in the future." Shaya felt a pang of regret. Although he had located Earth's coordinates from the spacecraft, he had underestimated the challenges of interstellar travel. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, they might have been lost in the vastness of the cosmos. Along the way, Shaya made several stops at various planets for transit, and at long last, they had arrived at their destination. The sheer magnitude of this instantaneous relocation was astonishing. Despite the sequential stops at each planet, the entire ordeal had nearly drained him of all his energy, almost leading to his untimely demise before achieving his goal. In the future, Shaya would need to contemplate the implications of initiating such teleportation. Silently, Xiaoling remarked, her delicate brows furrowing as she surveyed the surroundings. "Is this truly the Earth that Shaya spoke of? The gravity here is merely a tenth of that on Vegeta, even inferior to Selma's sphere. Is there really a wondrous method for martial arts cultivation here?" After a brief respite, Shaya rose to his feet, revitalized. He remarked, "Do not underestimate Earth. Although it is merely a primitive planet, the martial philosophies it harbors are far from simple. If we can fully comprehend them, not only would we be able to contend with King Vegeta, but even Frieza would be easily vanquished." Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had never witnessed her brother Shaya express such admiration for a planet before. It seemed that Earth indeed possessed some remarkable qualities. Shaya surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "First, let us find a populated area to change into appropriate attire, and then we shall seek a place for cultivation." Chapter 13. The sacred land of Karin. The sky was vast and cloudless, with a gentle breeze caressing the face. The azure expanse above resembled a flawless mirror, as sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled spots of light upon the forest floor. The dense, dark green jungle rustled with sounds, as delicate creatures, startled, hurriedly retreated deeper into the woods. Approximately 10 kilometers from where Shaya and his companions had descended, beyond several snow-capped mountains, lay a small human settlement. Although the town was merely a stone's throw from the forest, it was isolated by towering peaks, aside from the occasional hunters who ventured into the mountains. Few would traverse the snow-covered terrain. The townsfolk led a tranquil and serene existence. Warm sunlight bathed the landscape, causing the ice and snow to gradually melt away. At that moment, on the other side of the mountains, two straight beams of light streaked across the sky as Shaya and Shieling entered the realm of human activity. Upon landing, Shaya beheld a familiar scene: tractors chugging in the fields, farmers toiling with their hoes. This sight evoked a wave of nostalgia within him, reminiscent of a past life, stirring emotions he had not expected. Though the world had changed, humanity still rose with the sun and rested at dusk. However, such a life felt increasingly distant from him. With a faint smile, Shaya shook his head, declaring, "This existence is not my pursuit." Having experienced the mundanity of life and the helplessness of weakness, Shaya's conviction grew stronger. He resolved to seize his own destiny, refusing to succumb to the world's decline. The path of the strong was fraught with challenges, yet he would persevere. Shaya gazed into the distance, his resolve unwavering. It was within the vast, boundless cosmos, filled with endless grandeur, that he truly sought his purpose. To his astonishment, the inhabitants of this planet bore such a striking resemblance to Saiyans. Were it not for the absence of tails, they could almost be mistaken for one another. Shieling was somewhat taken aback. The universe was indeed full of wonders, and she had not anticipated the existence of a race so akin to Saiyans in the southern expanse of the distant stars. She promptly retrieved her energy detector and aimed it at the humans in the distance. The readings it displayed were surprisingly minimal, mere single-digit figures, causing Shieling to furrow her brow. She conducted another scan, yet the results remained the same, with the highest combat power not exceeding 7 points. Deactivating the device, she scoffed. "I can't believe their combat power is so feeble. It seems merely superficial, truly a worthless race. Brother Shaya, I am beginning to doubt whether this planet holds what we are searching for." Do not be deceived by their low combat power," Shaya replied. "Humans are an exceedingly intelligent species. Among them, there are martial artists who possess numerous extraordinary techniques, and those are precisely what we require. Come, let us first change into suitable attire." Char, glancing at the slightly worn battle attire of the two, spoke with a faint smile. Although these uniforms were crafted from advanced technology of Dadar Star, allowing for some flexibility as one's physique grew, they were evidently no longer suitable for wear. As they conversed, the duo entered a quaint town. Despite its remote location and considerable distance from the bustling metropolis, the shops lining the streets were adorned with a dazzling array of goods, showcasing a remarkable variety. Shieling had never encountered such items before, and for a moment, she was dazzled, wandering from one stall to another like a naive street urchin stepping into a marketplace for the first time, finding everything novel and wishing to grasp every enticing object within reach. Just as Shieling became entranced and prepared to resort to forceful acquisition, Char intervened to halt her actions. "Why are you stopping me?" Shieling exclaimed, her expression brimming with discontent. Shaya grasped her arm and said, "If you desire something, procure it with money rather than resorting to theft. Yet, I possess no such money. Fear not, leave it to me. But you must also learn how to integrate into civilized society," Shaya replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. "As a warrior race, the Saiyans are governed by the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Their nature is inherently brutal and fierce, a trait that is immutable." However, Shaya harbored no desire for Shieling to succumb to the malevolence akin to Frieza's, with senseless slaughter and forced plunder, which he deemed unacceptable and contrary to the principles of cosmic existence. Since Shieling had chosen to accompany him, he felt a responsibility to guide her properly. Subsequently, Shaya utilized instant transmission to enter the primordial forest, hunting several rare beasts, and then exchanged their pelts for currency on Earth, which he subsequently used to procure the essentials they required. Given that the Universal Capsule Corporation had yet to flourish in this era, they were unable to store larger items within the compact capsules, hence their purchases were modest, sufficient only to replace their attire and tidy their hair. Indeed, after this transformation, the two resembled children embarking on their first day of elementary school, save for the presence of a brown tail trailing behind them. Shaya donned a white short-sleeved shirt beneath a black jacket, while Shieling wore a neutral-toned t-shirt paired with a gray coat and a pair of petite jeans. Her long black hair was elegantly tied into a ponytail, adding a touch of feminine grace. It was truly exasperating. They could have simply seized what they needed. Yet the situation had become so convoluted. Shieling pouted, displaying her irritation. She tugged at her sleeve and remarked, "Why must we dress like this? These garments lack any resilience and are bound to tear during battle." Shaya displayed a bright smile. Despite the seemingly discontented expression of Shilling, he was aware that, deep down, she was actually quite pleased, though she would never admit it. As Shaya glanced at the sky, he discerned a direction and proclaimed, "Enough with the complaints. Our next destination is the sacred land of Kylan, the birthplace of martial arts in the Northern Hemisphere. There stands the Karin Tower, and our objective lies atop it." With that, the two ascended into the air, transforming into two luminous rays that soared towards the direction of the sacred land of Kylan. Shaya's journey to the sacred land of Korin is not solely to learn the techniques of energy manipulation from the cat sage, but also to acquire the miraculous healing herb, the Senzu Bean. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, the Senzu Bean appeared to hold little value, merely alleviating hunger. However, as the story progressed, it became an indispensable treasure, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantly healing any injury. Regrettably, by the latter part of Dragon Ball, the yield of Senzu Beans became exceedingly scarce, with supplies dwindling. Goku and his companions would eagerly divide a single bean into portions to share. Fortunately, at this moment, the Senzu Beans have yet to be squandered by Yajirobe, so there should still be a considerable stock remaining. The sacred land of Korin lies on the vast plains on the opposite side of the earth, where the Karin Tower has long been protected by the indigenous peoples. In ancient times, the sacred land of Korin was the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, and for centuries, warriors have journeyed to the sacred land to challenge the Karin Tower. Although the advancement of martial arts on Earth has stagnated in recent centuries, and a cataclysm occurred 300 years ago, the aspirations of Earth's martial artists have never waned. Every few years, individuals continue to be drawn to this sacred site, seeking to test their skills against the Karin Tower. Today, the Karin Tower welcomes two new visitors. In a fleeting shimmer of light, the smooth horizon comes into view. Shaya and his companion soared above the sacred land of Kylan, gazing into the distance at a slender tower that rose majestically from the earth, piercing the heavens and vanishing into the layers of mist. "This is the Kylan Tower. Is it truly so lofty?" Shilling's expression was one of astonishment. Char looked on in astonishment. Legend has it that one could only reach the summit of the Karin Tower through sheer climbing, a notion he had naturally dismissed. Yet, gazing at the towering structure that seemed to vanish into the heavens, he could not help but admire the ancient ancestors of Earth. Such a feat could likely only be accomplished by the divine. Chapter 14. Upon the Temple. Shaya and Xiang made only a brief stop beneath the Kaling Tower before accelerating along the ivory structure towards its pinnacle. At the summit of the Kaling Tower, within a bulbous edifice, the cat sage stood solemnly by a water tank, leaning on a cane. Within the tank manifested the swift descent of Shaya and Xiang. Their speed was astonishing. The whirlwinds they generated scattered the clouds surrounding the tower, bringing them ever closer to the apex. What extraordinary beings are they, to reach the summit so swiftly? Compared to them, the great demon King Big from 3 centuries past seems utterly insignificant. Beads of sweat formed on the cat sage's brow as it paced anxiously, stroking its beard. Filled with trepidation, the sudden arrival of such formidable powers on Earth. Could it be a blessing or a curse? Shaya and his companion exuded an undeniable presence, which did not go unnoticed by the cat sage and the higher celestial beings upon their arrival on Earth. For beings radiating such overwhelming energy, the cat sage and the deities were left not only in astonishment but also in resignation. They had never encountered such terrifying power before. Its intensity was almost suffocating. They could only hope that these newcomers would not pose a threat to the Earth. Considering the combat prowess of Shaya and Xiang, rated at 2530 and 1980 respectively, it was incomprehensible for the cat sage and the celestial beings, whose power barely exceeded 260, to fathom such might. The impact of their arrival felt akin to the earth shattering beneath them. Suddenly, the cat sage jolted with realization, shifting its gaze from the water tank. It beheld 2 youthful figures floating just outside the tower's summit. Remarkably, they had passed the trials of the Kaling Tower with astonishing swiftness. Trembling slightly, the cat sage steeled itself and approached Shaya and Xiang. At this moment, Shaya scrutinized the plump white cat before him, silently acknowledging, "So this is the cat sage." Just as described in the original tale, it was said to be over 800 years old. "Might I inquire what brings you here?" the cat sage asked cautiously. Meanwhile, within the temple atop the Kaling Tower, the celestial beings observed the scene below with grave expressions, with Bobo standing attentively by their side. "Cat sage, I have heard that the Kaling Sanctuary is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth. We have come today to seek your wisdom on the methods of cultivation, Shaya said. His face alight with a smile, getting straight to the point. The cat sage relaxed slightly, replying, "Your strength far surpasses mine, and I fear I have little to teach you." Such words cannot be uttered lightly. As the saying goes, the worthy are indeed teachers. Due to certain innate circumstances, our clan possesses immense power, yet it is precisely this that hinders our mastery over our own energy. Thus, we seek to learn how to harness it properly. Shaya continued to elaborate on the situation. He would not underestimate the cat sage simply because it possessed a combat power of less than 200. As a being who had lived for over 800 years, the Kai Lin sage had far more experience than the divine entities. Upon hearing this, the cat sage let out a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Well then, allow me to witness your true strength." Although one could infer the general power of an opponent from the aura they inadvertently emitted, the precise extent of their might could only be discerned through direct experience. "I shall go first," declared Shaya, and immediately summoned the energy within him. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being, transforming into a tempest that swept through the surroundings, causing the items atop the Kai Lin Tower to topple in disarray. The cat sage was momentarily stunned by the intensity of Shaya's presence. When he truly unleashed his power, the prior energy seemed insignificant by comparison. Never before had the cat sage encountered such a formidable aura, rendering it momentarily immobile. "That should suffice," Shaya remarked as he reined in his energy, only to discover that many objects around him had been displaced by the force of the wind. "Now it is my turn," Westling softly stated. Although she doubted the capabilities of the plump, white cat before her, she nonetheless unleashed her energy to the fullest. In an instant, another powerful and ferocious aura manifested atop the Kai Lin Tower. While her presence was considerably weaker than Shaya's, it still left the cat sage astonished. "Enough, enough. I truly cannot fathom where you all hail from. Each of you is simply terrifyingly strong." The cat sage wiped the cold sweat from its brow and paced back and forth, saying, "I do possess some methods of cultivation, but they require you to start from scratch. However, with the immense energy you already hold, suppressing it is no simple task. The stronger the energy, the more domineering it becomes, making complete mastery increasingly difficult. Particularly, the cultivation methods known to the cat sage necessitated beginning anew, placing it in a rather difficult position. Allow me to address this issue." An elderly voice interjected from the side. The cat sage turned to find two figures had appeared outside the Kai Lin Tower, the divine being leaning on a staff and Bobo standing upon a flying carpet, which hovered in midair. The divine being cleared his throat. Indeed, such powerful individuals had emerged on Earth, prompting the divine being to reveal himself. "Greetings, esteemed friends from afar. I am the divine being of Earth, and perhaps we in the celestial realm can offer some assistance with your difficulties." A gentle smile graced the aged visage of the divine being. A smile adorned Shaya's face as he spoke. "In that case, I shall trouble the deity." "Not at all. Not at all. I kindly request both of you to visit the temple," replied the deity, nodding in affirmation, his previously anxious heart now at ease. For as long as the individuals before him were not of malevolent intent, forming a benevolent connection with Earth was indeed welcome. The deity then addressed the cat sage, saying, "Kylan, this matter is of great significance. You should accompany us as well." "Certainly." The cat sage nodded, leaning upon her wooden staff as she stepped onto the flying carpet. The temple lay directly above Karin Tower. Would they accompany us, or would we ascend alone? "Of course, we shall fly ourselves," Shaya declared, his spirits soaring. With the guidance of the cat sage, the deity, and Bobo, he felt confident that he would soon grasp the mysteries of Chi. "Shilling, let us depart together." He grasped Shilling's hand, and in an instant, they soared into the air, heading towards the temple, traversing layers of clouds crackling with lightning until they arrived at the hemispherical temple situated at an extraordinary altitude. The structure radiated a predominant red hue. Here, the air was thin, the atmospheric pressure exceedingly low, and the temperature cooler than below. Is there truly such a place? Shilling began to sense the marvels of Earth. Although the life force on this planet was remarkably feeble, both Karin Tower and the temple they now occupied were clearly not constructs of ordinary mortals. Perhaps there existed extraordinary martial arts within these walls. Shortly thereafter, the deity and the cat sage arrived. "Please, wait a moment," the deity courteously requested, then turned to Bobo, instructing, "Bobo, please fetch the weighted garments." Bobo acknowledged the command and entered the temple, soon returning with 2 sets of orange martial attire in hand. The deity elaborated. These garments were prepared long ago for martial artists who sought to challenge the temple. They possess an exceptionally strong weight-bearing effect, approximately generating 15 times the gravitational force. I once thought I would never have need of them again. Shaya gazed in astonishment as he donned the martial arts uniform, only to be immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force of gravity that rendered even walking a formidable challenge. The intensity of the gravity was astounding, making him feel as though his entire body were encased in lead. His expression faltered as he took a few steps, beads of sweat forming on his brow and his breath growing labored. It is well known that Saiyans are naturally adapted to the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta. However, the 15-fold gravity proved to be a considerable strain for them. In the original narrative, Son Goku only began to acclimate to 20-fold gravity prior to his journey to Namek, at which point his combat power exceeded 8,000, a stark contrast to Shaya's current power level of 2,530. Thus, the 15-fold gravity posed a significant challenge for both Shaya and Saiyan. Meanwhile, Saiyan also experienced a noticeable reduction in her agility after donning the weighted clothing. Chapter 15. Training. Once clad in this remarkable weighted garment, Shaya felt as if he were enveloped by an enigmatic gravitational field, necessitating a greater expenditure of energy to counteract the weight pressing upon every cell in his body. As a result, he could no longer summon his strength at will, and his previously surging combat power diminished sharply. Much like Frieza, who suppressed his uncontrollable power through transformation, Shaya found that after shedding the majority of his energy, the force he could genuinely command had dwindled to an almost negligible amount. Controlling this energy became considerably simpler than before. Observing the duo, who despite their challenges remained formidable and resilient, the deity's expression softened, revealing a hint of surprise in his profound gaze. He had never contemplated exploiting their vulnerability during this moment of diminished strength, for he understood the futility of such a notion. Although Shaya and Saiyan's power was currently devoted to counteracting the weight of their garments, it did not mean that their strength had vanished. It merely lay dormant within the depths of their beings. Furthermore, the deity's inherent sense of righteousness forbade him from committing such a despicable act. Let this be a fortuitous connection with Earth. Perhaps one day, Earth may require their assistance, he mused quietly, leaning upon his staff as his gentle voice drifted through the air. Dear guests, your training will now commence under the guidance of Bobo and Karin, and I hope it proves beneficial. Just call me Shaya. This little one beside me is Saiyan. We appreciate your assistance, Shaya replied politely, nodding to Bobo and the cat sage, his youthful face adorned with a confident smile. Although his internal power had significantly diminished, the smaller quantity allowed for easier control. Not a bother at all, the cat sage remarked, licking his fur and stroking his whiskers, pondering the extraordinary nature of these two youths. What race could they possibly belong to, sustaining themselves under such 15-fold weight? It has been centuries since I have encountered such individuals. At that moment, Bobo, who had been silent at the side since the beginning, stepped forward. His calm gaze met Shaya and Saiyan as he spoke. You shall first train with Karin for a time. Once you have grasped your internal energy and understood the concept of ki, I will take over your training. Understood. Very well, Karin. I leave them in your capable hands, the deity said, supporting himself with his staff as a smile graced his time-worn face. After exchanging pleasantries with Shaya and Saiyan, he retreated into the temple's interior. Once the deity departed, the cat sage examined the two seemingly youthful yet undeniably potent children before him, contemplating how to proceed with their training. Shortly thereafter, he produced two small bells from seemingly nowhere and affixed them to Shaya and Saiyan. He then retrieved a water bottle and hung it from his staff. Having completed these tasks, the cat sage, smoothing his fur, stated earnestly, Your next challenge is to seize the water bottle from my staff, whether while I am asleep or distracted. Feel free to employ any means necessary. As long as you can procure the bottle from me, you will have succeeded. However, I must impose one condition. You must keep these bells attached throughout your actions, and they must not emit a sound. If they do, you will not succeed. After listening, Shaya nodded. This training method is essentially the same as the one employed by the cat sage when training Sun Wukong in the original tale. However, in comparison to Sun Wukong, the cat sage's current approach is significantly more rigorous. A mere small bell has dramatically increased the difficulty of the training manifold. To execute movements without causing the bell to emit the slightest sound, one must achieve a state of tranquility akin to a still heart or a serene sky, which poses an immense challenge. Through such training, one can subtly grasp the essence of qi. In fact, Shaya has also trained using this method. Yet he remains unaware of which aspect he has failed to master. as any movement inevitably disturbs the bell, leaving him at an impasse. It appears that he requires the guidance of someone well-versed in Qi to truly succeed. Qi, after all, is a form of energy, a latent power within a living being. Yet, the vast majority of individuals are unable to discern its essence, and their usage remains crude and unrefined. The cat sage's training method, while seemingly straightforward, encompasses profound truths. This is the very aspect in which Earthlings greatly surpass beings from the cosmos. It is also what Shaya seeks to attain during his time on Earth. Kylan Sage. Let us commence. Shaya nodded at the cat sage, and together with Shieling, they commenced their endeavor to seize the water bottle. Although the training imparted by the cat sage appeared simple, the reality of the task revealed its true complexity. With each attempt, Shaya either missed entirely or caused the bell to jingle incessantly. To prevent the bell from ringing, they had to exercise meticulous control over their movements. Coupled with the thin air at the temple's heights and the substantial weight they bore, it was not long before both were left breathless and fatigued. After a brief respite to recuperate, they resumed their struggle for the water bottle dangling from the cat sage's staff. Yet, time and again, they faltered on several occasions. They were on the brink of success when the cat sage would shift unexpectedly, causing them to lose their grip. Days slipped by, 6 or 7 in total, in a monotonous routine within the temple. However, Shaya and Shieling possessed an admirable resilience against ennui, remaining undeterred by any feelings of irritation. During these days, they absorbed the martial wisdom imparted by the cat sage like sponges, gradually reshaping their understanding and control of power. Their initial crude instincts evolved into a refined precision. On the 9th day, as they continued their attempts to snatch the water bottle, they had significantly improved, managing to keep the bell silent far more effectively than on their first day. The cat sage observed in astonishment, marveling at the extraordinary progress of the duo. Even with a solid foundation in martial arts, the cat sage found himself thoroughly astonished by their advancements. The cat sage was acutely aware that his training methods surpassed previous challenges in difficulty. Typically, anyone who ascended the Karin Tower would undergo the water bottle snatching technique, with average challengers requiring 2 to 3 years to succeed. However, the additional stipulation of keeping the bell silent was unprecedented, as it was generally a test imposed on challengers from the celestial realm. This will not suffice. You must learn to regulate your breathing, the cat sage admonished. Once your breathing falters, your rhythm will be disrupted, exposing vulnerabilities in your movements. He shook the water bottle in his hand, narrowing his feline eyes into slits. For instance, the cat sage suddenly launched an attack at Shaya and Shieling, his soft, padded claws striking them with a resounding slap, sending their figures flying several meters before they skidded across the ground. To master the art of breath control, one must first achieve a tranquil heart. The air in the celestial realm is exceedingly thin. Any unnecessary movement will burden the body and disrupt breathing. When you can attain a state of serene stillness, as calm as the sky itself, you will be able to command every action of your body, the cat sage declared, waddling over with his staff. Remarkably, the water bottle atop his staff remained perfectly still, not a drop spilled. Char, lost in thought, stood there for a moment, and then a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Ignoring the beads of sweat trickling down his face, he let out a breathless exclamation, once more. Shaya launched the offensive with remarkable swiftness, moving like a tempest and striking with the force of lightning. The orange glimmers flickered through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the cat sage, swiftly repositioning to assail the target atop the sage's staff. The cat sage's gaze sharpened, narrowing his eyes as he prepared to shift his position. Suddenly, the expression on the cat sage's face shifted dramatically, his white fur bristling slightly. Mere inches from the cat sage, Shaya unexpectedly altered his stance once more, leaving a lingering afterimage suspended in midair, while his figure bizarrely materialized behind the cat sage, a slender hand lunging towards the intended target. Hiss! At the critical moment, the staff was swiftly retracted, causing Shaya's hand to grasp at emptiness. In an instant, a resounding impact echoed, causing the cat sage's rotund form to lift slightly, one foot aimed at Shaya in a retaliatory kick. Shaya's body was uncontrollably flung away. After repelling Shaya, the cat sage patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief, glancing at the still trembling water bottle behind him, where beads of cold sweat began to form. Oh dear, that was rather unexpected. Had he not reacted swiftly, the bottle would have been snatched away. The cat sage's gaze towards Shaya grew increasingly ambiguous. What a formidable little rascal, he almost succeeded. It took the celestial deity decades to wrest the bell from Bobo when ascending the divine temple, and these two are certainly no ordinary adversaries. Meanwhile, Shieling keenly observed every move made by Shaya. Just as it seemed Shaya was on the verge of success, he faltered at the last moment, leaving her with a tinge of regret. Simultaneously, she pondered deeply over the cat sage's prior words, finding them increasingly profound. Far more so than the teachings imparted on Planet Vegeta. Earth truly is an extraordinary place. A glimmer of joy radiated from Shieling's bright eyes. Perhaps accompanying Shaya to Earth was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 16. The fragile Earth time, like fine sand, slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed since Shaya and Shieling commenced their training under the cat sage. Under his guidance, both Shaya and Shieling experienced rapid growth. Diligently addressing their foundational shortcomings, grasping the essence of ki, and learning to harness the energy within them. As the fortnight drew to a close, their auras had become more contained, no longer as ostentatious as when they first arrived on Earth. On the 16th day, having mastered the intricate use of ki, Shaya was the first to seize the water bottle from the cat sage, followed by Shieling on the 19th day. Thus, the cat sage's training reached its conclusion. Your progress has truly surpassed my expectations. It is remarkable that you have achieved the training objectives in just a few days. Now, you may remove your weighted clothing and demonstrate your full strength for me. After the training session, the cat sage waddled over with his plump form. Absolutely, Shaya replied eagerly, swiftly removing his weighted attire. As the garments fell away, the peculiar gravitational field that enveloped him dissipated, and the power previously suppressed within him began to stir restlessly. Crackling sounds filled the air, as Shaya's entire being resonated with a crisp sound akin to frying beans. A surge of overwhelming power erupted suddenly, as if it had found an outlet, pouring forth like a torrential flood. In that moment, an imposing force radiated from Shaya, swiftly enveloping the entire temple. The tranquil sky, akin to a bomb being detonated, transformed instantly into a tempestuous scene, while the temple began to tremble ever so slightly. Feeling the exhilarating energy coursing through every cell of his body, Shaya could not help but laugh heartily, a broad and satisfied grin illuminating his face. However, as he collected his demeanor, the rolling waves of energy intensified once more. In an instant, the momentum materialized into a tangible force. A howling wind bearing down with unparalleled pressure. The cat sage, not far from Shaya, was the first to bear the brunt of this force. His expression froze. His body chilled, as if the very blood in his veins had congealed in that fleeting moment. Enough, enough. Quickly, rein in your aura, the cat sage exclaimed, propping himself with a cane, one hand shielding his forehead against the oncoming gale. In a mere span of 20 days, Shaya's combat prowess had surged dramatically, surpassing the formidable strength he had upon arriving on Earth, now estimated to exceed 3,000 in battle power. Having embarked on his training anew, Shaya distinctly sensed the solidification of his foundation. Though his previous strength was indeed formidable, from his current perspective, he experienced an unusual epiphany. He realized that his past power was merely an illusion, akin to a colossal sponge that appeared vast but, upon a slight compression, revealed its true lack of substance. That sense of might was superficial. While it sufficed against the weak, it faltered in the presence of true strength, akin to a balloon that deflates with the slightest prick. Now, with an earnest application of power, Shaya felt a grounded sense of assurance. This sensation was invigorating, as he took steadfast strides along the path of the strong. Shaya, tell me honestly, how many warriors like you exist in the universe? The cat sage inquired, his curiosity piqued by Shaya and Shieling's astonishing aptitude for cultivation. Like me? Shaya was momentarily taken aback, then candidly replied, to be honest, my power is hardly remarkable in the vastness of the universe. Shieling and I hail from a planet known as Vegeta, home to a warrior race called the Saiyans. We are merely adolescent mid-tier warriors among the Saiyans. And there are at least several 100,000 Saiyans who surpass us in strength. Although we Saiyans are often referred to as a warrior race, our influence in the cosmos is relatively modest, certainly not comparable to those cosmic overlords who can effortlessly bring about cataclysms. Unbeknownst to him, the words struck a chord. The cat sage, upon hearing this, couldn't help but gasp, his eyes wide with astonishment. The prowess of Shaya is surprisingly insignificant among his own people. However, upon reflection, this makes sense. Their physique resembles that of mere children, naturally inferior to the adults. Yet, this fact weighs heavily on the cat sage. For a child from a cosmic race possesses strength that vastly eclipses that of the deities on Earth. Moreover, from Shaya's perspective, the Scion race's influence in the universe is merely above average. This begs the question, How many formidable civilizations exist in the cosmos? At this moment, the vast and formidable nature of the universe rendered the cat sage speechless, leaving a profound shadow in his heart. If the inhabitants of the universe are indeed as Shaya describes, then Earth is in grave danger. Sensing the cat sage's concerns, Shaya reassuringly remarked, "But fret not. Earth is merely a forgotten low-level planet, and generally, extraterrestrial beings do not venture here." Upon hearing this, the cat sage felt a sense of resignation. Realizing that being deemed a low-level planet and overlooked by others was, ironically, a silver lining. Chapter 17. The Time Chamber. Well, I am aware of these matters. You should seek out Bobo. He will guide you in your training. I must tell you, do not be misled by Bobo's seemingly dull exterior. His abilities far surpass mine. The cat sage, feeling somewhat disheartened, waved his hand dismissively. After being chastened by Shaya, he lacked the enthusiasm to assess Siling's progress. However, it is likely that Siling's advancement is not far behind Shaya's, given their formidable talents. Thank you, Lord Karin. We shall now proceed to find Mr. Bobo. With a smile, Shaya glanced at Xiaying, who nodded in understanding and followed suit, both making their way into the depths of the temple. Observing their retreating figures, the cat sage stood silently, murmuring to himself, "I must relay this information to the celestial being to prepare him for what lies ahead." Alas, the universe is teeming with formidable beings. I hope no one sets their sights on Earth. Speaking of which, the martial prowess on Earth has indeed waned significantly over the past few centuries. The cat sage stretched lazily and yawned before ambling toward the abode of the celestial being. Within the temple's corridor, Bobo sat quietly, resembling a meditative monk. Noticing Shaya and Xiang entering from outside, Bobo rose to his feet, his coin-like eyes betraying no emotion as he regarded them with an innocent gaze. "I have witnessed your earlier performance. The conventional methods are beyond my teaching. Now, you shall follow me," he declared, turning to proceed deeper into the temple. As Shaya and Xiang exchanged glances, they followed closely behind Bobo, navigating through numerous corridors and winding paths, delving deeper into the heart of the temple. Shaya glanced back, realizing that the route they had traversed had become a tangled web, reminiscent of a labyrinth, where one could easily lose their sense of direction. "Where's Bobo leading us?" After such a lengthy journey, we must be nearing our destination, Shaya pondered, aware that they had reached the depths of the temple. While Shaya was lost in thought, Bobo came to a halt before a grand golden door. Pushing it open, Bobo announced, "Inside lies a time chamber, where a day outside equates to a year within. The conditions are exceedingly harsh, and you will spend a year together with me inside." A time chamber, indeed. Shaya was taken aback, contemplating various potential methods to train them, such as transporting them to other worlds using machines, or to valleys crackling with lightning. However, he never anticipated that Bobo would directly lead them to the hyperbolic time chamber. It is important to note that the atmosphere within the chamber is thin, with temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity equivalent to 10 times that of Earth. While such conditions might be deemed harsh for others, they are far from daunting for formidable beings like themselves. The true challenge lies in their psychological endurance. Spending a year in a vast, desolate environment presents a profound test for the spirit. Those with weak wills or scattered minds are prone to hallucinations. In the original narrative, the hyperbolic time chamber was designed primarily to gain time before confronting an enemy, lacking significant training value. Yet, at this moment, Shaya felt an insatiable eagerness, for what he truly lacked was time. Shaya has been in the Dragon Ball world for over 7 years. According to the progression of the storyline, it is likely that Frieza will soon lose his patience and strike to annihilate Planet Vegeta, although he remains unaware of the exact time frame until its destruction. In any case, it is not long. He must possess sufficient strength by that time, while he may not be able to thwart Frieza. He at least needs to ensure the safe extraction of Rebecca and Adri beforehand. "Brother Shaya, what is the hyperbolic time chamber?" asked Xiling, her face a mask of confusion. The hyperbolic time chamber is a dimension constructed by the deities, where time flows at a drastically accelerated rate compared to the outside world. One day spent inside equates to an entire year outside. It is exceptionally conducive for practitioners seeking urgent breakthroughs. However, one can only enter the chamber twice throughout their lifetime, and only 2 individuals may enter at a time. Before Shaya could respond, Bobo, who had been standing quietly to the side, interjected with an answer. "What a remarkable place." At that moment, Bobo opened the grand golden door, revealing the hyperbolic time chamber. From the outside, It appeared as an obscure void, as if some energy were obstructing visibility. Bobo turned to Shaya and the others, saying, "Since only two can enter at a time, you will need to go in shifts." "I'll go first," Xiling declared, leaping to the forefront. Char shrugged, reasoning that a day or two was inconsequential. Since Xiling was so eager to enter, he decided to let her go ahead. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Mr. Bobo, did you not mention that one may enter only twice in a lifetime? May I ask how many times you have entered before?" It was worth noting that Bobo had been present during the construction of the Spirit Time House, thus he was not bound by such limitations. Bobo responded in a tranquil tone. Upon hearing this, Shaya felt his pupils constrict involuntarily. From Bobo's words, he discerned a multitude of implications. Bobo had been present during the construction of the Spirit Time Room, which suggested that he must be several thousand years old at the very least. Such an extensive lifespan would surely grant one profound insights into many matters. However, this also raised a new question. If Bobo could enter and exit the Spirit Time Room without restriction, why was his combat prowess so limited? Could it be due to Bobo's status as a divine servant? Unable to fathom the reasoning, Shaya shook his head and decided to dismiss these thoughts. His gaze then settled on Xiling as he said, "Hurry inside. It will be my turn in a day's time." Xiling nodded, a look of curiosity on her face as she followed Bobo into the Spirit Time Room. As they entered, the golden doors of the room thunderously closed behind them. Shaya understood that time within the Spirit Time Room now flowed differently compared to the outside world. One day outside equated to an entire year within. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Shaya sat alone in the temple's corridor for a considerable duration, then began to meander along the circular white jade staircase. The precise state of the temple's construction was beyond ascertainment. It could have been several millennia ago or even longer. Yet, time had not left its mark on the temple, which perhaps underscored its mystical nature. On either side of the spiraling corridor, half-meter-high golden patterns adorned the walls, their intricate reliefs vividly depicting scenes reminiscent of Incan murals, illustrating the ancient symbiosis between humanity and nature, including scenes of primitive farming and hunting. Moreover, Shaya noticed that the labyrinthine corridors were punctuated every few meters by resplendent doors, each leading to various chambers, some mundane storage rooms filled with odds and ends, while others, like the Spirit Time Room, were enchanted spaces imbued with magic. After wandering through the intricate passages for a considerable time, he finally returned to the entrance of the temple. At that moment, the deity approached, leaning on a staff. "Shaya, there you are?" the deity exclaimed. "Kylan has informed me of your circumstances. I never imagined there were so many powerful beings in the universe. In comparison, Earth seems utterly diminutive." A hint of helplessness flickered across the deity's aged visage. Having learned of the formidable life forms in the universe from the cat sage, the deity was beset by a lingering fear of the strong preying upon the weak. Dreading the possibility of extraterrestrial incursions that could lead to widespread devastation on Earth. Seeing the deity broach the subject, Shaya spoke plainly, without circumlocution. "Indeed, Earth's overall strength is rather feeble. It might well be the most primitive planet in the cosmos. However, there is no need for undue self-deprecation. While the individual strength of Earthlings may be lacking, you possess certain advantages that are difficult for beings from other planets to attain. Your martial philosophies are significantly more advanced than those of cosmic entities, and if you can effectively leverage your strengths, I believe Earthlings need not be inferior to extraterrestrials." Shaya's words were not merely a consolation for the deity. In truth, the frailty of Earthlings is not an eternal condition. When the Dragon Ball warriors truly rise, pure-blooded Earthlings like Krillin will surpass the majority of beings in the cosmos. However, this requires fortuitous circumstances. The deity was taken aback, not expecting Shaya to hold such a favorable view of martial arts on Earth. Nonetheless, the scarcity of formidable warriors on Earth is alarming. Over the past few centuries, true martial artists have been dwindling, and the number of individuals worthy of cultivation is exceedingly rare. Alas, with this thought, the deity could not help but sigh. Among the martial arts of the lower realms, the Turtle School and Crane School are renowned, echoing their fame throughout the world. Yet, a generational gap has emerged among the younger martial artists. This disconnection is detrimental for Earth, which may soon face an invasion from extraterrestrial beings. Upon realizing Earth's precarious situation, the deity began to ponder ways to elevate the strength of its inhabitants. Suddenly, Shaya recalled something and said with a smile, "By the way, I've heard that you possess many wondrous magics. I need your assistance." The deity inquired with curiosity, "I do know a bit of magic. What is it that you require my help with?" He did not perceive Shaya's request for assistance as unreasonable. The universe operates under a brutal law of survival of the fittest, where the jungle law bestows numerous inherent privileges upon the strong. For instance, the weak serve the strong. A notion that many strong individuals, and even the weak themselves, find perfectly natural and reasonable. As Shaya turned around, a brown, furry tail slipped from his waist, swaying in the air. After being severed during the full moon on Selma, it had regrown over the course of several months. This is the tail of our Scion race. I hope to utilize the divine power to prevent its regrowth. The deity, having never encountered a human with a tail, gazed intently at it for a moment, pondering that this tail might indeed be a characteristic of the Scion lineage. However, at that instant, a furious, roaring giant ape suddenly manifested within the depths of his consciousness. A wave of savage and ferocious energy surged forth, relentlessly assaulting his mind. The deity's eyes widened in horror, prompting him to avert his gaze. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he spoke with lingering trepidation. What a terrifying mental assault. What is that giant ape? That ominous presence nearly shattered my psyche. First, sever the tail, and then I shall cast a spell to ensure it does not grow back. Understood. Shaya nodded in agreement, conjuring a blade of energy with remarkable cooperation. With a swift stroke, the tail fell to the ground, blood oozing from the wound. Observing Shaya's decisiveness, the celestial being acknowledged him with a nod. For it was now his turn to wield magic. Extending his arm from beneath the flowing white robes, he held 2 fingers aloft, reciting an incantation. A glimmer of radiant light flickered several times before soaring towards Shaya's injury. With a soft hiss, the magic enveloped Shaya's form, imparting a comforting warmth that caressed his flesh. The luminous green aura pulsed rhythmically, gradually dimming until it vanished entirely, and the wound at his rear had miraculously healed. As he moved about, Shaya immediately sensed a difference. To his astonishment, the absence of the Scion tail had resulted in a slight enhancement of his control. Thank you, Celestial One, he expressed with gratitude. Should Earth encounter any troubles in the future, simply call upon me, and I shall lend my aid. Xayah was in high spirits, generously accepting the promise. Though whether this promise could be fulfilled would depend on whether he was still on Earth at that time. However, he was aware that at least before the onset of Dragon Ball Z, Earth would not encounter any significant crises, and by the time Dragon Ball Z unfolded, it was likely that Goku and his companions would have matured as well. Yet, the Supreme Kai was oblivious to these details, upon receiving Xayah's assurance. A smile inevitably graced his face. I will require your assistance in the future. The two engaged in a silent yet pleasant transaction, with Xayah alleviating the potential instability caused by his tail, while the Supreme Kai gained a promise of aid should Earth ever be threatened, a mutually beneficial arrangement. After some casual exchanges, Xayah posed numerous questions regarding his training, to which the Supreme Kai responded comprehensively. Although the Supreme Kai's power did not rival that of Popo, his martial arts knowledge was exceptionally profound, surpassing Xayah's understanding significantly, proving to be immensely beneficial. Enlightened by the Supreme Kai's guidance, Xayah's mind was unburdened, and many of his previous uncertainties vanished. At this juncture, a substantial portion of the day had elapsed. Noticing that there was still ample time before Shiyong and the others exited the room of spirit and time, Xayah contemplated briefly before departing from the temple, setting his course directly toward the summit of Karin Tower below. His intention for this visit to Karin Tower was to acquire the healing sacred beans from Master Roshi. Having been preoccupied with his training, he had not previously requested the beans from Master Roshi, yet they were an essential objective for his journey. The combination of a Scion's physiology and the healing properties of the sacred beans was indeed a prospect brimming with anticipation. Atop Karin Tower, shaped like a flattened sphere, Master Roshi was leisurely reclining on a bench. Abruptly, he sensed a formidable aura approaching. Opening his eyes, he discovered that Xayah had appeared before him without his notice. Habitually stifling a yawn, Master Roshi rose from the bench, rubbing his eyes and inquired, Xayah, why have you come down here instead of training above? After spending several days together, Master Roshi felt he had gained an understanding of Xayah's nature, and his manner of speaking had become notably casual. Sharja directly inquired, Kylan, I have heard whispers of a substance known as the Senzu bean residing in your domain. Might I request a few? Senzu bean? The cat sage slightly opened his narrowed eyes, nodding nonchalantly. Indeed, such a thing exists. Consuming a single bean can sustain one for 10 days without the need for further nourishment. Should you desire some, I am willing to share. He paused, but allow me a moment to locate them. I believe they are nearby. With that, the cat sage commenced a thorough search. rummaging through various containers and ultimately unearthing 5 large, sealed ceramic jars. Each jar bore the inscription Sinzabeen in red. Upon opening them, a bounty of verdant, desiccated beans awaited within. Chapter 19. A surfeit of Sinzabeens such an abundance. Upon witnessing the 5 jars brimming with Sinzabeens, Sharjah's eyes sparkled with fervor. Reminiscent of a destitute soul stumbling upon a trove of gold, his gaze radiated a fervent longing. The jars contained no less than 70 to 80,000 beans. In the early arcs of Dragon Ball, Senzu beans were not regarded with much reverence, often viewed as a mere means to stave off hunger. However, as the saga progressed, they transformed into invaluable treasures, capable of swiftly replenishing energy and instantaneously healing various ailments. Reflecting on the latter stages of Dragon Ball, one recalls how Goku and his companions would often split a single bean between two, a poignant reminder of their struggles. Thus, upon beholding such a plethora of Sinza beans, Sharjah felt an overwhelming urge to gather them all, lest they fall into the hands of that rotund villain, Yajirobe. Then, the cat sage plucked a Sinza bean from the jar and tossed it towards him. Xayah extended his hand to catch the miraculous bean and tossed it into his mouth, crunching it with a crisp sound. It bore a resemblance to fried beans, lacking in flavor. However, as he chewed, an extraordinary vitality began to permeate his mouth, followed by a warm sensation coursing through his entire being. The gnawing hunger within him vanished mysteriously, and the fatigue that had weighed upon his spirit dissipated entirely, leaving him invigorated and brimming with energy. He exerted himself slightly and discovered that everything was in its optimal state. The effects of the miraculous bean were indeed wondrous. After personally experiencing its marvels, Xayah found himself even more enamored with the beans, gazing longingly at the jars filled with them, his eyes alight with fervor. Might the sage Karin be inclined to gift me a few? Oh, certainly. The cat sage waved his hand dismissively and casually tossed several jars of the miraculous beans toward him. This left Xayah momentarily stunned. He had merely intended to ask for a modest handful, perhaps a few thousand. To his astonishment, the cat sage generously bestowed upon him all 5 large jars, likely containing 70 to 80,000 beans. It seems I am quite fortunate in my connection with these beans. Overjoyed, Xayah promptly collected them. With a flick of his fingers, he sliced through the air, creating a dark red rift in the smooth space, akin to a thin sheet of paper being torn. Cautiously, he placed the 5 large jars of miraculous beans into his dimensional space. This was a new technique he had developed during his training at the temple. Although lacking offensive capability, it was perfect for storage. The cat sage observed the floating rift with mild surprise and suddenly chuckled. Ah, you possess quite an array of tricks. This technique, if wielded wisely, could indeed be a formidable weapon. Haha, merely a trivial skill. I must thank you. These miraculous beans will greatly aid me. Xayah laughed heartily, clearly elated. Receiving such a bounty of beans was an unexpected delight, providing him with ample resources for his training. It was akin to an experienced driver on a Kina mountain suddenly acquiring several high-value insurance policies. Many previously daunting training regimens could now be attempted. The cat sage waved his hand nonchalantly, saying these beans were originally intended to restore the strength and alleviate the hunger of challengers attempting to ascend Karin Tower. However, as no one has succeeded in years, they are of little use sitting idle, so I might as well give them all to you. Thus, you are squandering resources. Xayah chuckled, curiously inquiring, what is the yield of these miraculous beans? Even with so many beans in hand, he began to contemplate acquiring more. The cat sage, seemingly anticipating his thoughts, shook his head and replied, the cultivation of miraculous beans requires divine water for irrigation. I have cultivated a small plot atop Karin Tower, yielding only about 100 beans per year. In recent years, the yield has dwindled further. The beans you possess are the result of my accumulation over several centuries. I see. With a hint of regret, Shaya nodded, but upon recalling that his space already contained tens of thousands of magic beans, his spirits lifted considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he kindly cautioned, Kylan, these magic beans are truly remarkable. Their benefits extend beyond merely alleviating hunger and restoring stamina. I believe their medicinal properties are of paramount importance. I suggest you consider expanding their cultivation, for they may prove invaluable in the future. The cat sage stroked his beard and nodded in acknowledgement. Shaya's words indeed sparked a realization. Previously, on Earth, the significance of magic beans had not been fully appreciated due to the absence of formidable adversaries. However, just because they were not needed in the past does not imply they will remain unnecessary, especially with Earth now exposed to the cosmos, where it may attract the attention of countless powerful beings. As a sacred remedy for healing, Magic beans are undoubtedly essential. Yes, I understand. I shall endeavor to increase the cultivation of magic beans, though it is worth noting that their growth necessitates divine water for irrigation. And the condensation of such water is no simple task. Therefore, the extent to which the yield can be enhanced remains uncertain. Perhaps we should begin by experimenting with a few. Char, with a radiant smile illuminating her face, enticingly remarked that as long as the cat sage was willing to expand the cultivation area of the mystical beans, the yield would inevitably see an enhancement to some degree. Furthermore, she believed that once the cat sage recognized the significance of these magical beans, it was likely that in the future, even if Acrobi desired to indulge, the cat sage would no longer be inclined to squander them as portrayed in the original narrative. The reason Shaya was able to acquire such a multitude of divine beans this time was largely due to the feline sage's ignorance of their true value. It is common knowledge that such treasures are not dispensed lightly. After bidding farewell to the feline sage, Shaya departed from Karin Tower and returned to the temple. Upon his return, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to inquire about the super divine water, a substance capable of unlocking one's latent potential. What a pity it would be to miss such an opportunity. However, he quickly shook his head, deciding it was best to let it go. The super divine water did not seem particularly safe. For an ordinary individual, it would be akin to poison. Its ability to unleash potential is exceedingly overwhelming. In the original tale, Sun Wukong faced near-death experiences, only surviving due to his Scion bloodline. Shaya even speculated that it was the combination of consuming super divine water and the subsequent excessive use of the Kaioken technique that had led to Sun Wukong's premature cardiac deterioration and eventual viral heart disease. In truth, how could a warrior race like the Saiyans experience such a vulnerability in their heart, the core of their biological power? Typically, individuals with immense battle prowess are impervious to ordinary pathogens, their immune systems extraordinarily robust. As soon as any pathogen enters their body, it is swiftly engulfed by the immune cells within their bodily fluids. Yet, Sun Wukong had succumbed to viral heart disease, likely due to some underlying weakness within his physiology. Although this remains mere conjecture, Shaya felt it prudent to exercise caution. The allure of immediate convenience could very well lead to future peril. There are myriad methods in the universe for unlocking potential. Perhaps he could visit Namek in the future and request the Elder there to assist in this endeavor, which would carry no side effects. Could it be that the super divine water was the very divine liquid utilized by the feline sage to nurture the divine beings? In the temple, Shaya found himself lost in thought. Chapter 20. West Ling. 1 year later, West Ling had yet to emerge from the room of spirit and time, and Shaya sat alone, cross-legged, floating in midair, attempting to comprehend the clarity of the sky and the swiftness of lightning within his mind. It is said that the location of the temple exceeds the height of Earth's atmosphere, existing within a unique subspace. This area, imbued with divine power, is inaccessible without true skill. In the vast emptiness of the cosmos, an isolated, hemispherical structure adorned in vivid red, reminiscent of Incan culture, floated solitary in the high altitude, where clouds were scarce and the air exceedingly thin. At the center of the temple stood a row of resplendent, magnificent halls, flanked by several rows of plants that appeared somewhat modest compared to the opulence of the halls, while a spacious plaza lay in between. At that moment, Shaya's form hovered in the air, his eyes closed, bearing a serene expression, devoid of any turbulence. The atmosphere was still, yet the distant plants seemed to bend toward a particular direction as if influenced by an unseen force. Shaya exhaled deeply, releasing a breath laden with turmoil. He opened his eyes, his toes gently touching the ground, and mused, I intended to emulate Bobo's profound essence to elevate my martial arts prowess. Yet his realm is so intricate that the more I ponder, the more I realize its complexity. It is noteworthy that in the Dragon Ball universe, the divine attendants seem to surpass the deities they serve. Aside from the East Kai's attendant, Jebit, both Bobo and the angel Whis exhibit strength that eclipses their divine masters. And in some respects, they have also assumed the role of mentors. The Supreme Kai received guidance from Bobo upon entering the divine realm, while the god of destruction, Beerus, was meticulously instructed by Whis himself. What manner of beings are these divine attendants? If they possess such formidable power, why do they remain merely as servants? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shaya found himself beset by a headache, only to suddenly realize with a faint smile, why do I concern myself with such matters? Their existence is of no consequence to me. Perhaps I should continue my training for a while longer. Yet, in that moment, the previously serene atmosphere abruptly shifted, as if a silken ribbon were torn asunder. Shaya paused, momentarily taken aback, as an overwhelming and terrifying force descended upon him, akin to a colossal mountain collapsing from the heavens, shaking the very earth beneath him. The entire temple was engulfed in this wave of energy. Faced with such might, Shaya felt a twinge of humility, even as his combative bloodline quivered in trepidation. This power momentarily stunned Shaya. He recognized the aura all too well. Shieling had emerged, and her presence was now imbued with an astonishing strength. This sensation was reminiscent of the time he confronted Shieling when she transformed into a giant ape, and the disparity in their power had grown alarmingly vast. Shaya's expression was one of astonishment, yet predominantly filled with excitement. The blood coursing through his veins surged uncontrollably. It was remarkable. Training within the hyperbolic time chamber proved to be extraordinarily effective. No, it should be credited to Popo's guidance. Shaya, a voice called from the corridor, and a petite girl emerged from one side of the temple, with hair that flowed like clouds, elegantly dancing in the air. Her delicate arched brows framed a pair of bright eyes that sparkled like stars and shone like the moon, perfectly accentuating her youthful visage. Her flower-like face gleamed with a porcelain-like luster, and although her body had yet to fully mature, it already displayed the graceful lines of a young girl. Is this Shieling? Gazing at the diminutive figure of the girl standing at about 1 meter tall, Shaya was momentarily taken aback. The girl who had once trailed beside him had unknowingly begun to grow up. Yet, considering their ages, it made sense. They had arrived on Earth already over 7 years old, and with an additional year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shieling was now over 8. Furthermore, Scion females typically matured earlier, making her development unsurprising. Shieling, your power has surged remarkably. Standing beside Shieling, Shaya felt an overwhelming sense of pressure due to her unrestrained aura. If measured by combat power, it was likely near 10,000 points, a peak strength even by Vegeta's standards. Upon hearing this, Shieling proudly lifted her chin, her refined face radiating pride. Indeed, I am now far stronger than you, Shaya. Kiki, revel in your moment while you can. Once I exit the hyperbolic time chamber, I will undoubtedly surpass you, Shaya retorted nonchalantly, unfazed by Shieling's boast. He knew he possessed an abundance of Senza beans, allowing him to train without restraint. In the original story, Son Goku had managed to elevate his combat power to 180,000 within a mere month on Namek. Though Shaya humbly acknowledged that he could not match Goku's extraordinary prowess, he was confident in multiplying his combat strength several times. We shall see. Shieling huffed disdainfully, turning her face away when her progress went unacknowledged. She was becoming increasingly less endearing. The once adorable little Shieling seemed to be fading away. Shaya playfully tugged at a strand of her hair and whispered softly in her ear. Shaya's actions ignited her fury, and she exclaimed unceremoniously, "What do you mean by adorable? Speak once you surpass me." It appeared that Shieling was increasingly embodying the traits of a Scion. However, she had improved significantly compared to other Scions. It seemed the influence of recent years had indeed borne fruit. Shaya chuckled to himself, his eyes gleaming with mischief, and chose to refrain from teasing her further. He remarked, "Shieling, I have procured some splendid items from the cat sage. I shall share a portion with you, but do use them sparingly." With that, Shaya produced a small pouch, tightly bound with a string containing dozens of mystical beans. "What are these?" Shieling inquired, opening the pouch to discover a collection of withered beans. "These are called Senza beans. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as life remains, a single bean can restore one to peak condition and negate the need for sustenance for 10 days. Really? Shielding's eyes sparkled with excitement as she snatched the pouch from him, joyfully stashing it away in her pocket. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she asked, "If you've given me all these Senza beans, do you have any remaining for yourself?" After acquiring the beans, she hesitated, realizing that such a precious item could be life-saving in dire circumstances. Would it not be prudent to return a portion to Shaya? Observing Shielding's indecision and her evident concern for him, Shaya chuckled gently, "Fear not, I have kept some for myself. Take good care of those beans. They are indeed quite valuable." How could they not be valuable? He had scarcely around 70 to 80,000 left. Understood. Shieling nodded vigorously, her face alight with gratitude. As Shaya chuckled, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He refrained from revealing to Shieling the exact quantity of spirit beans he possessed. For if she were to discover that he had been hoarding such a substantial amount, the young lady would undoubtedly turn against him, demanding the return of her feelings. "Very well, let us discuss this upon my emergence from the time chamber. At that time, we shall see how you continue to boast before me." Shieling furrowed her brows playfully, sticking out her tongue in a charming manner, and watched Shaya's departing figure with a glimmer of anticipation on her youthful face. Chapter 21. A Great Breakthrough. Mr. Bobo, it is now my turn to enter, is it not? Upon arriving at the entrance of the time chamber, Shaya addressed the endearingly awkward Bobo stationed at the door, while simultaneously retrieving several spirit beans from his spatial storage for his own preparation. Indeed, since you, Mr. Shaya, are all set, please follow me inside. However, I must clarify one point. Bobo will only provide guidance. The actual practice must be undertaken by you alone. Just as Shaya approached the threshold, Bobo suddenly interjected. I understand that the master opens the door, but the practice is up to the individual. Shaya chuckled dismissively. As they conversed, they stepped through the grand entrance of the time chamber. With a resounding thud, the door sealed shut, completely separating the two realms. Endowed with the extraordinary abilities of time and space, Shaya possessed a heightened sensitivity to the fluctuations of the temporal continuum. At the very moment the door to the time chamber closed, he acutely detected a subtle essence of time and space. The designation of the time chamber as a mental time chamber, rather than merely a time chamber, likely pertains to its connection with human consciousness. The original architect of the mental time chamber perhaps drew inspiration from the disparity in the perception of time at the mental level compared to reality, combined with the application of spatial energy, thus giving rise to this unique sanctuary. Could it be that ancient deities once possessed mastery over the realms of time and space? Shaya pondered silently. Certainly, the temporal structure of the hyperbolic time chamber is not without its flaws, although it stipulates that an individual may enter only twice in a lifetime. This limitation applies to the majority. For those formidable beings capable of breaching the barriers of time and space, such constraints are rendered meaningless. For entities as powerful as Super Saiyan 3 or Majin Buu, the regulations of the time chamber appear feeble, as their might is sufficient to transcend spatial limitations. This is the essence of overwhelming power. Yet, does there exist a realm that even Super Saiyan 3 cannot penetrate? A thought sparked within Shaya. He held great confidence in his temporal abilities, believing that with relentless research, he could eventually devise a flawless temporal prison, ideally suited for confining or sealing adversaries. However, it was premature to dwell on such notions, and Shaya shook his head, casting the idea aside. As Shaya and his companions ventured deeper, they traversed a narrow corridor, emerging into a vast expanse of blinding white space. This was a scorching, low-pressure environment with tenfold gravity. Their current location was a two-story hall, a sanctuary for practitioners to dine and rest. Yet, even this seemingly magnificent hall appeared minuscule amidst the boundless expanse. In the hyperbolic time chamber, the usual sustenance consists solely of water and dry flour, stored within a storage room, as Bobo reminded them. At the mention of food, Shaya suddenly recalled that the most arduous aspect of training in this chamber was not the drastic temperature fluctuations or the profound solitude, but rather the torment of starvation. The only provisions available were water and dry flour. As a Scion, how could one endure a life devoid of fish and meat? It was no wonder that Goku, upon his initial entry into the hyperbolic time chamber, could only withstand a few months before succumbing to despair. Had it not been for the imminent threat posed by the androids to Earth, he would have never returned. Food is indeed of paramount importance. Perhaps the deity who constructed the hyperbolic time chamber, unable to preserve food, only prepared a meager supply of water and flour. Is this what is colloquially known as rations? In the days that followed, under Bobo's guidance, Shaya commenced his training. At this moment, in the expansive plaza, a sea of white surrounded two individuals standing at its center. I have already gleaned your previous training methods from Shieling, one of them remarked. Though somewhat rudimentary, they have yielded some results. Karin should have instructed you on maintaining rhythm during combat and minimizing unnecessary movements. Zion nodded in agreement, as Karin believed that they had adeptly grasped the essentials. Now, take some time to acclimate to this space. Before that, I shall elaborate on the spirit of martial arts. As always, Bobo's expression remained stoic. Yet Zaya could sense the benevolence emanating from him. With a slight nod, he witnessed Bobo expound upon his understanding of energy and mental state, reminiscent of a martial arts master. Zaya felt, upon hearing him, that Bobo must surely be a profound philosopher. Bobo's guidance was remarkably comprehensive, meticulously addressing each of Zaya's shortcomings. The drastic temperature fluctuations within the time chamber, coupled with the thin air and gravity tenfold that of the outside world, rendered the impact of the weighted clothing particularly significant for Zaya. Movements he once deemed flawless now revealed unavoidable flaws. Here, Here, each is an encumbrance. The strikes lack precision. The application of energy must be restrained. The mind must be tranquil, the body composed. Although in motion, the energy must flow seamlessly. Observing Zaya's movements, Bobo occasionally offered insights, and Zaya, attuned to the wisdom imparted, continuously adjusted his actions, striving to achieve a state of effortless strength and serene composure. In truth, Zaya had already emerged as an accomplished martial artist. He merely lacked guidance towards a future direction. With Bobo's mentorship, he swiftly absorbed the knowledge to rectify his deficiencies. Time slipped away unnoticed, and with each passing day, Zaya experienced growth. Before long, a year had elapsed within the confines of the time chamber. Shaya, clad in his vibrant orange-red weighted attire, floated in the air with his legs straightened and arms intertwined across his chest, his head bowed in deep contemplation. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down his forehead. A series of transparent auras emanated from him, resembling a mirage, subtly distorting the space around. Suddenly, a resounding explosion of white energy erupted as a frigid wind whipped up the surrounding dust, swirling into a tempest. Dark crimson fissures in the fabric of space materialized, extending in all directions, resembling bloodthirsty serpents, their sinister tongues flicking out, the gruesome red hue sending shivers down one's spine. Not far away, Bobo watched with a stony expression, and at the moment the rifts appeared, a flicker of astonishment crossed his otherwise tranquil gaze. Taking a deep breath, Shaya opened his heart to embrace the newfound power within him, contentedly retracting his aura. As he did so, the ominous cracks in the space began to close, gradually healing under the natural restoration of the realm, soon returning to its original state. The vast, tranquil expanse regained its serenity after Shaya subdued his presence. The prior spectacle fading like an illusion, swift to arrive and depart without leaving an evident mark in the time chamber. The origins of the spirit time room are lost to time. Within it, apart from the dual-layered halls for habitation, there is naught but an endless void. A stark white expanse with harsh living conditions. Although it pales in comparison to the extremes of the universe, it serves as an excellent sanctuary for cultivation, especially during critical moments when every second of training counts. In the center of the vast, arid courtyard, Shaya stood motionless, eyes closed as he acclimated to his own power. Inhaling and exhaling with effortless grace, akin to a tender sprout poised to break through the earth, needing only a touch of sunlight and a sip of dew to flourish. Bobo, observing Shaya deep in his meditation, chose not to disturb him and instead settled at a respectful distance. The spirit time room was expansive. Although Shaya's previous actions had caused localized ruptures, the overall stability of the chamber remained intact. In truth, to genuinely breach the spatial structure of the time room, he would need to ascend to the level of Super Saiyan 3. The earlier display of spatial fissures, though seemingly grand, was merely a manifestation of spatial abilities, creating but a minute-dimensional layer within the confines of the spirit time room, not an actual rupture of the void to forge new rules. After all, his current strength still fell far short of that of Majin Buu. In Shaya's perception, the Dragon Ball universe is a realm where the strong abound. While one cannot claim deities roam freely, the sheer number of powerful beings is undeniable. The criteria for being deemed a strong fighter vary across different eras. Yet one thing remains certain: these top-tier beings can emerge from the unfathomable corners of the universe when least expected, and who knows why they remain in the shadows. Though there are few deities, even one can be lethal. The world of Dragon Ball is perilous. A moment of lagging behind could lead to elimination. Hence, Shaya despises the notion of training reactively under duress from adversaries, for that contradicts his nature. He prefers to seize the initiative, striving to surpass all others before threats materialize. Some may perceive this as a psychological inferiority complex, a manifestation of insecurity leading to paranoia, but in truth, it has little to do with self-confidence. Knowing the dangers lurking in the Dragon Ball universe, to toil only when flames scorch the brow would be folly. To thrive in this world, strength must be regarded as an undeniable truth, a personal imperative. The most formidable foes in Dragon Ball history include Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, with the likes of Beerus and Zeno potentially following suit. Acknowledging the might of his adversaries, Shaya has no reason to remain idle. His immediate challenge is the impending battle for Planet Vegeta's destruction, where he will confront the first major antagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Frieza. Of course, to avoid drawing Frieza's attention and to secure time for growth, Shaya could opt to evade this conflict, postponing the battle by several years. In a game of shadows, with foes in the light and himself in the dark, every maneuver would be at his discretion, granting him the luxury of choice. He had altogether ceased to regard King Vegeta as a significant threat. The sky above the temple remained as tranquil as ever, the azure expanse appearing pristine, as if freshly washed by rain, with wisps of white mist gracefully swirling in the distance around the crimson temple. On the white stone-paved plaza, rows of solitary palm trees stood sentinel on either side of the sanctuary. Nearby, a small girl tirelessly unleashed punches and kicks, her fierce movements cutting through the air with a series of resonant explosions, causing the leaves to rustle and the swirling winds to momentarily bow the trunks of the trees. Suddenly, Xiling's expression shifted, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her silky black hair danced in the breeze. This energy, it must be Shaya, Xiling murmured to herself, a glimmer of joy illuminating her features. Sure enough, as she turned toward the temple's entrance, she beheld a familiar orange figure approaching with a smile. Yet, as he drew near, Xiling's brow furrowed in surprise, realizing that his height had once again surpassed her own. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Your hair all matted together. With a gentle smile, Shaya caressed her cheek, his hand effortlessly resting upon her shoulder as he affectionately drew her into a half-embrace. However, Xiling was instantly displeased. She parted her lips, ready to voice her discontent, yet was struck by the overwhelming tide of energy emanating from Shaya. Vast and tumultuous like crashing waves, her expression shifted to one of complexity, and with a frosty demeanor, she murmured, Shaya, unleash all your power. Let me witness just how formidable you have become. Char, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the young girl's delicate yet earnest face, realizing that Xiling possessed such a competitive spirit. With a resigned shake of his head, he took a few steps back, maintaining a certain distance from Xiling before beginning to unleash his power. As Shaya suddenly unleashed his power, an overwhelming aura manifested within the temple, causing the entire structure, including the Karin Tower below, to tremble subtly. Teetering on the brink of collapse, a white glow hovered mere inches from his skin, enveloped by a soft golden light. The stone slabs of the ground creaked and shivered, seemingly liberated from the constraints of gravity, as if they could float at any moment. Enough, Xiling exclaimed, sensing that Shaya's momentum had completely surpassed her own. She retrieved an energy detector and affixed it to her ear. Upon pressing the activation button, a set of data quickly materialized before her eyes. 12,862. Over 12,000 in battle power. Xiling gasped inwardly, astonished that Shaya's year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber had propelled him so far beyond her own capabilities. She had prided herself on her own battle power of merely 9,600, but now felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Rumor had it that King Vegeta's battle power was just over 10,000, suggesting that Shaya had already reached a level comparable to that of the king. Her brother had become the strongest among the Saiyans. A sense of confusion washed over Xiling, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of pride. However, in an attempt to conceal her inner thoughts, she cleared her throat and feigned nonchalance, stating, "Humph, while your energy has indeed increased significantly, I wonder how you will perform in actual combat. Don't just talk the talk. You might expose yourself in battle. How about we spar?" Shaya teased. "No way. Who would want to train with you?" Xiling retorted, her voice faltering, revealing a hint of insecurity that prompted Shaya to burst into laughter. "Come on, you two, stop bickering. To be honest, that aura you both displayed just now sent chills down my spine. Your progress is truly remarkable," the Supreme Kai remarked, leaning on his staff as he approached, a gentle smile gracing his face as he observed Shaya and Xiling. Despite their quarrels, it was evident that their bond was strong. Chapter 23. A culinary adventure. The Supreme Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. In just a few days, their power had grown incomparably. Was the innate talent of extraterrestrials truly that exceptional? It was astonishing how swiftly their strength had escalated, evoking a sense of trepidation. Thanks to Mr. Bobo and the others' guidance over the past few days, we wouldn't have progressed so swiftly otherwise, Shaya said cheerfully, casting a glance at Xiling beside him. By the way, Xiling, your tail also requires the Supreme Kai's assistance. Tail. At Shaya's mention of her tail, Xiling shifted her gaze to his back, only to be astonished to discover that his tail had vanished without her noticing. Char explained that the magic of the celestial deity is wondrous, akin to a switch that can seal away one's tail. Furthermore, in accordance with our current philosophy of simplicity in all things, possessing a tail is more of a burden than an asset. It is preferable to seal it away. Xiling blinked, indicating her understanding, but wondered if severing the tail might be somewhat painful. With a smile, Shaya grasped her fluffy tail and swiftly severed it. During this act, Xiling furrowed her brow slightly and cast a glare over her shoulder. Subsequently, the celestial being, emulating the manner in which he had sealed Shaya, employed his magic to likewise seal Xiling's Scion tail. The celestial being was quite willing to perform this task. For him, it was merely a trivial effort, and he understood that the more assistance he provided now, the more likely she would be to lend her support in times of Earth's future tribulations. Earth would inevitably require their aid in numerous instances. After sealing the Scion tail, Xiling curiously moved about, discovering that it did not hinder her strength. In fact, she felt lighter while executing her techniques, prompting her to smile contentedly. "All right, it is time for us to depart," she announced. With her energy reined in and combat power reduced to approximately 8 or 900, Shaya bid farewell to the celestial being and Bobo, then took Xiling's hand and leaped down from the temple. Piercing through the dense clouds below, they greeted the cat sage upon reaching the Karin Tower. Continuing their descent along the slender structure, a sprawling vista of the Karin's sacred land soon unfolded before their eyes. "Where are we headed now? Aren't we returning to the Selma planet?" Xiling inquired, her brows knitting together as she gazed at the endless expanse of lush forest. Shaya gazed into the distance with his pitch-black eyes, a hint of something extraordinary glimmering within his far-off gaze. He shook his head, saying, "No. Life necessitates a balance between work and rest. Solely pursuing cultivation will not yield deeper insights. After years of solitary practice, it is time for us to experience the communal life of humanity. Perhaps it will aid in the enhancement of our chi. Moreover, I have heard tales of the exquisite delicacies on Earth. I intend to reside here for a while. What do you think?" Certainly. With Shaya's conviction, Xiling had no objections. After all, they had lived on Selma for many years without interacting with civilization. It would be a splendid opportunity to fully immerse themselves in earthly life, and, more importantly, to savor the delectable cuisine. However, before embarking on this culinary adventure, they needed to acquire some financial resources. Fortunately, Shaya was aware of a location brimming with hidden treasures, an underground pirate vault that Sun Wukong had once explored alongside General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army. Though many years had elapsed since that saga, the treasures should have accumulated by now. Without hesitation, he grasped Xiling's hand and activated his teleportation ability, and in an instant, they vanished from the sacred land of Karin. With his increased strength, Shaya's spatial abilities had also augmented, allowing him to teleport with greater ease. However, his temporal powers, despite being the first to awaken, had stagnated without any significant breakthroughs, perhaps due to the enigmatic nature of temporal abilities. In the northern hemisphere of Earth, amid a vast azure ocean, Shaya and Xiling materialized in midair. "Is this where the treasures you spoke of lie?" Xiling inquired, skepticism coloring her voice as she beheld the tumultuous waves of the grand ocean before them. "Indeed, I observed it clearly from the temple. It should be nearby," Shaya replied, fabricating a response as he began to search based on his recollections. After circling the expansive sea for a while, he roughly pinpointed the location and then dove downwards, plunging into the depths with a splash. Guided by his memories, he swiftly located the entrance to the treasure trove. Upon entering the pirates' underground vault, they found the various traps set by the pirates to be quite rudimentary. After deftly avoiding these contraptions, they soon arrived in a chamber filled with gleaming chests of gold and silver, the spoils of countless pirate raids. Grinning at the sight of the vast treasure, Shaya waved his hand, causing a rift in the air to open, and all the riches were drawn into it. Once their task was complete, he clapped his hands together and declared, "Let us head to the city to exchange these treasures for currency. I shall treat you to the finest delicacies. I assure you, no other beings in this universe have a better understanding of gastronomy than the people of Earth. Their food is simply divine. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once." The allure of the culinary delight swiftly captivated the young girl's heart, urging them to leave. From that moment on, a tale circulated within the culinary circles of Earth about a pair of youthful gourmands who relentlessly traversed numerous dining establishments, only leaving when the chefs succumbed to exhaustion. Consequently, many restaurants opted against offering buffet-style promotions for years. Meanwhile, the original instigators of this frenzy were blissfully indulging in a mountain of food, the clinking of chopsticks and the clattering of plates echoing around them as their table became a towering stack of dishes. "Boss, another serving of roasted pig, please. Bring me another plate of noodles with mixed sauce. I want a leg of roasted lamb as well." As Shaya extended his tray and called out loudly, the restaurant owner, startled by their shouts, approached with a nervous sweat, saying, "Dear guests, we truly have run out of supplies. Perhaps you might consider visiting another establishment?" As Shaya's expression darkened, He noticed the restaurant owner's perspiration-soaked visage and waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Enough, enough. How can you operate a business without even preparing the ingredients?" "Yes, yes," the restaurant owner replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and bowing in acquiescence, secretly lamenting, "What you have consumed could sustain our establishment for a week." After settling the bill, Shaya and Shieling exited the establishment. The owner, observing their departing figures, could no longer contain himself and collapsed onto the floor. A nearby waiter hurried over to assist him, but the owner brusquely shrugged off the waiter's hand, irate, and bellowed, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and tidy up. Close the shop. I intend to remain shut for a week. No, a month. I implore these two little deities to depart swiftly." For more than 10 days, Shaya and his companions lingered in this city, sampling every restaurant, each establishment wearing a mournful expression upon their arrival. It was not that the proprietors were unwilling to earn money. Rather, the exertion required to accommodate such guests was overwhelming. Moreover, their presence deterred other patrons, raising concerns about the sustainability of the business in the long run. "Shieling, do you not agree? The culinary delights of Earth are unparalleled," he remarked. "Indeed." The girl nodded vigorously, reveling in the indulgent feasting that had become the most gratifying experience of her life. "Shaya, can't you store food in your dimensional space? Why not attempt to preserve our delectable finds?" Her suggestion sparked a realization in Shaya. His spatial abilities could indeed serve the purpose of food preservation. "Let us procure provisions swiftly, for once we depart Earth, such exquisite fare will be beyond our grasp." Thus began a fervent quest for sustenance. It soon became evident that Shaya's spatial powers could effectively store food, with time within that realm nearly at a standstill, ensuring that nothing would spoil regardless of duration. This discovery intensified their cravings, leading to a rapid depletion of their funds. Ultimately, after 2 months, every coin acquired from pirate treasures had been devoted to this culinary endeavor, amassing enough provisions in Shaya's personal space to sustain them for 3 to 4 years of gluttony. Given the Scion's prodigious appetites, the sheer quantity of food was unfathomable. Chapter 24. Tata. One day, on an idyllic island, majestic mountains rose in the heart of the land, surrounded by a tapestry of low hills. This island harbored a modern city, its air infused with the ocean's characteristic moisture. The azure waters melded seamlessly with the sky, creating a shimmering panorama, where one could behold the brilliance of the sea and sky, accompanied by the soothing sounds of waves crashing against the shore. On a cobblestone path adorned with blooming peach blossoms, the vibrant petals mirrored the smile of a youthful maiden, exuding a fragrant, tranquil essence. As Shieling walked along this serene and picturesque pathway, her face radiated joy. She turned to her companion and exclaimed, "Look at the beauty of this place. Shall we not establish a home here? After completing our missions, we could reside here for a time." Her affection for the locale was largely inspired by the delectable Earth cuisine and the enchanting scenery that surrounded her. "Very well, let us make this our home." Shaya spread his hands, conceding that it was fine as long as she was happy. Ever since Shieling matured, she had increasingly disregarded his words. After emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, she no longer referred to him as brother, but simply by his name. Ah, how children grow ever more independent as they mature. Shaya reflected wistfully. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed down upon the entire island and was struck by an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this place before. However, this was his first visit to Earth. Any sense of recognition must surely stem from the original narrative. Shaya sought out a bookstore and purchased a guidebook on the island city, finally uncovering the pertinent details about this coastal locale. Was this not the very island where Sun Wukong trained under Master Roshi? Shaya exclaimed in astonishment. Although referred to as an island, it was, in fact, merely a peninsula, with a portion of it connected to the mainland. The original narrative featured only a handful of notable islands, the first being Master Roshi's Kame House, followed by the small island where Sun Wukong and Krillin cultivated their skills under his tutelage, tending fields and delivering milk. The third and fourth were Papaya Island, the venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and Southeast Island, the site of the 23rd tournament, alongside the southern city island introduced later in the Android saga. If this was indeed the island where Sun Wukong and his companions would eventually hone their abilities, then Kame House must be in close proximity. How fortuitous! As Shaya's lips inadvertently curled into a smile, he found himself unexpectedly near the island inhabited by Master Roshi. However, he had no intention of disturbing the esteemed master. Firstly, his purpose for visiting Earth had largely been fulfilled, He had acquired an ample supply of sins of beans and training methods, rendering a meeting with Master Rashi unnecessary. Secondly, even if he were to meet the venerable master, Rashi's frail strength would offer him little benefit, so he chose to disregard him altogether, to fulfill the wishes of Shieling. Shaya set about carving a plot of land on a hillside of the small island, constructing a modest wooden house with timber. As the sun rose, its rays spilled warmth across the verdant stones and grass, mist swirling in the air, refracting a splendid array of colors under the golden light. The crimson peach blossoms resembled the smiles of young maidens, bestowing the entire island with enchanting radiance. A low, green hill crowned with a winding stone path descended gracefully with the slope, while a crystal-clear stream trickled from the rocks of the peak, nourishing the lush waterside grasses before merging into a babbling brook. After years away from Earth, it is astonishing to witness such remarkable advancements in technology. In a shaded nook along the hillside, beside a stone bench, an elderly man with silver hair and a white beard, clad in a white martial arts uniform, gazed with a gentle smile at the vibrant life unfolding below. The left corner of his uniform bore the character Marshal in red. Strangely enough, a golden halo floated above this white-haired elder, a sign of a soul from the afterlife. This halo indicated that he was, in fact, a spirit from the underworld. The underworld is a most mystical realm, connecting heaven and hell, with a serpentine path leading to the higher-dimensional King Kai's planet. Souls arriving in the underworld, regardless of their premortal might, must face judgment from the King of Hell. Those found virtuous may ascend to paradise, while the wicked are cast into the abyss, and the indifferent are immediately reincarnated. Only those who achieved great deeds or exhibited noble character in life are adorned with a halo, signifying their eligibility for heaven. This elderly figure held a significant identity. He was the renowned martial arts master Wu Tai, who had triumphed over the demon king Piccolo 3 centuries ago, preserving the world. He was also the mentor of both Master Rashi and Master Shun. After sealing the demon king, Wu Tai perished from exhaustion, and with his merits, he could have ascended directly to heaven. Yet, he chose to linger in the underworld, for today marked the day of his return to the mortal realm, after which he would undergo reincarnation. Upon returning to the world, Wu Tai did not seek out his two disciples, Master Rashi and Master Shin, but instead wandered silently between cities, eventually finding himself in this coastal town. Observing the prosperity and peace of the world 3 centuries later filled Wu Tai's heart with joy, particularly upon learning that both of his disciples had established their own schools and become renowned martial artists. At that moment, 2 figures on the opposite side of the mountain path caught his attention, a young boy and girl. From them, Wu Tai sensed an invigorating aura that stirred his spirit. "My young friends, may I ask which school you hail from? It is remarkable to possess such prowess at your tender age." Startled by the voice, Shaya turned to see the silver-haired elder smiling at them. Who is this venerable figure, whose presence emanates a power surpassing even that of the gods? Sensing the profound strength radiating from the elder, Shaya was momentarily taken aback. This aura approached a battle power of 6,000. It was astonishing to discover such a formidable expert on Earth. Noticing the large character for martial on the elder's uniform and the ethereal golden halo above his head, Shaya's expression shifted as he began to deduce the elder's identity. Could this be Master Rashi's mentor, Wu Tai? Indeed, only Wu Tai could possess such formidable power, and it seemed he had not forsaken his training even in the afterlife. Shaya felt a surge of certainty. Those who achieved great deeds in life were given the rare opportunity to cultivate with their physical bodies after death. However, this was an exception rather than the rule. Given Wu Tai's current state, Shaya concluded that he indeed possessed a corporeal form. It was entirely plausible for someone who had trained in heaven for 3 centuries to achieve a battle power of 6,000. Could this venerable elder truly be Wu Tai? Now it was Wu Tai's turn to be astonished. He had not anticipated that anyone would recognize his name after all these years. "Little friend, you know my name?" Chapter 25. The returned Zaya offered no response, merely chuckling softly as he pointed towards the heavens, leaving it to the other party to speculate whether he referred to the celestial realm or outer space. Indeed, Wu Tai Do, grasping the implication, nodded appreciatively, mistakenly believing that Zaya and his companion hailed from the celestial domain. If they were indeed from the divine temple, it would not be surprising for them to know his name, presumably having heard it from the deities themselves. Observing the youthful appearance of the two, Wu Tai Do couldn't help but express his astonishment. It was unexpected that such remarkable talents still practiced within the divine temple in this era, suggesting that the martial arts on Earth had not yet declined. Wu Tai Do was well aware that the deity residing above the Karin Tower was a profoundly mysterious being, 3 centuries prior, in his quest to vanquish the formidable King Piccolo, he had ascended the Karin Tower and, during his training with the Cat Sage, had heard mention of even higher gods residing in the temple above the tower. At that time, Wu Tai-do had firmly believed that the celestial deity was an immensely powerful entity, entirely unaware that he had already surpassed the gods by a considerable margin. Noticing Wu Tai-do's misunderstanding regarding his origins, Xia smiled, choosing not to clarify. After exchanging a few words with Wu Tai-do, they bid each other farewell. Both were exceptionally profound martial artists, having gauged each other's depths through their shared energy. Given his own overwhelming strength, Xia felt only a mild surprise at Wu Tai-do's abilities, his desire for combat having already waned. Conversely, Wu Tai-do, having experienced countless battles, was not inclined to engage further. Today marked the final day of his existence. And knowing that such formidable experts still thrived on Earth was more than sufficient. As Wu Tai-do departed, Shi-Young rummaged through her backpack, producing some snacks. While munching, she remarked, "That old man is truly peculiar. His aura surpasses that of Earthlings by such a margin, and he even has a strange halo above his head." Char glanced at her and explained, "That is because he is not a living person at all. He is a figure from 300 years ago, who has merely returned to the realm of the living today, coincidentally crossing paths with us." "Wait, are you suggesting that old man has come from the underworld?" Shilling exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, forgetting even to nibble on her snacks in her surprise. Could it be otherwise? That elder is Wu Tai-do, a great martial artist who saved the Earth 3 centuries ago. Just consider how many years he has spent cultivating in the underworld. How could he possibly be weak? Shaya smiled at Shilling and proceeded to elucidate the matter of mortal souls descending into the underworld, where they must face judgment from Yin Wang. He elaborated particularly on the criteria for ascendance to heaven for the virtuous and descent to hell for the wicked. The notion that death does not signify the end, but rather a passage through Yin Wang's tribunal, prompted a thought. What fate awaits the Scions upon their demise? Chances are, most will descend to hell. Shaya remarked with a shrug. The Scions, having served Frieza, engaged in plunder and violence, their transgressions undeniable. According to the rules of the underworld, such individuals are destined for damnation upon death. Shilling, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in astonishment, contemplating the deeds of the Scions. She concluded that if souls were indeed judged, it seemed all would face eternal punishment. Thus, to avoid hell in the future, one must either maintain a balance of good and evil, enabling reincarnation, or ensure they never die, thus evading Yin Wang's judgment. Shaya humorously suggested. Then I must refrain from committing too many misdeeds. Shilling pondered, deciding it prudent to minimize unwarranted violence for her future. Although this restraint left her feeling an itch for action. As for Shaya's jest about immortality, she chose to dismiss it lightly. What perplexed her was Shaya's apparent omniscience, given that he was merely a child like herself. Regarding Shilling's confusion, Shaya refrained from elaborating. His origins from another world were not to be divulged, at least not until he possessed sufficient power. He deftly shifted the subject. By the way, we have been on Earth for over half a year, and our objectives have been accomplished. It is time to return to Vegeta. Are we going back? Shilling exclaimed, excitement brimming within her. After so many years away from Vegeta, she was eager to return. The moment the topic shifted, Shaya inwardly sighed in relief, realizing he must not appear overly knowledgeable, as it would certainly raise suspicions. Indeed, after such a long absence, it is time to return. However, once we arrive on Vegeta, remember to conceal your battle power to avoid drawing attention, Shaya advised. Shilling nodded. Having matured from her once naive self, having accompanied Shaya for so long, she naturally understood the principle that the tall tree catches the wind. Yet, the thought of leaving Earth stirred a sense of reluctance within her, particularly for the delectable array of foods it offered. Other matters were of little concern. Thus, she leaned slightly closer to Shaya, resting a hand upon his shoulder. Shaya gently placed his hand on her slender waist. The sensation of the young girl's form flowing through his palm, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of lilies lingering at the tip of his nose. He held his breath and focused, activating his spatial abilities. A hazy luminescence flickered momentarily, and in an instant, the two had departed from Earth. Unlike the disarray he experienced upon his arrival on Earth 6 months prior, Shaya exuded a newfound composure, his mastery of teleportation evident in his fluid execution. Supported by a vast reservoir of energy, the activation of this ability became considerably less arduous. He navigated back through the celestial bodies he had traversed. And after half an hour, Shaya and Shilling materialized on the distant Selma planet. Returning to the familiar terrain of Selma, Shaya took a deep breath. Although the convenience of his teleportation was undeniable, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of the Adorantes method, and was certainly not on par with that of the Jebet. Shaya pondered to himself. His teleportation required not only prior knowledge of the target's location, but also a significant expenditure of energy for spatial transmission. It was undeniably inferior to the Adorantes technique, which merely required the ability to lock onto a target's presence. However, he mused that once his strength reached a certain level, he would surpass even the Adorante. Perhaps in the future, he could integrate the Adorantes' teleportation methods with his own. The combination might achieve a proficiency akin to that of Jebet's teleportation. Shieling, let us first retrieve the spacecraft. Shieling nodded in agreement. Shaya once again utilized her instantaneous movement, returning to the very spot where they had previously landed. It was the same familiar valley. Yet compared to its state when they departed, the vegetation had become significantly denser. It would not be long before this place could regain its former lush forest appearance. Upon returning to the valley after an absence of over half a year, Shaya could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Although they had only been gone for 6 months, considering the time spent within the time chamber, they had experienced a year and a half. In terms of strength, from the over 2,000 combat power upon leaving Selma start to nearly 13,000 now, her power had multiplied several times. Chapter 26. Return to Vegeta. Star. Upon opening the entrance of the cave, Shaya retrieved 2 massive spherical spacecraft from within. After pressing a button, the hatch of the spacecraft opened with a whoosh. The quality of the Scion spacecraft was indeed remarkable. Even after all these years, the interior appeared as pristine as ever. After adjusting the course for a return to Vegeta's star, the alarm on the ship began to beep incessantly, followed by the machine commencing its self-check. Shieling. Set your energy to 850 combat power and adjust it to over 900 once we reach Vegeta's star. Shaya instructed. Understood. Shieling nodded earnestly. Controlling her combat power was exceedingly simple for her now, and she swiftly adjusted her energy to approximately 850 combat power. As Shaya observed her movements, he nodded appreciatively, subsequently recalibrating his own combat prowess. At the tender age of 8, they were on the brink of reaching 9 by the time they arrived at Planet Vegeta. Achieving a combat power of 900 as a mid-tier warrior was commendable, yet it would hardly draw undue attention from others. Very well, let us return now. Until we meet again at Planet Vegeta. The two swiftly entered their respective spacecraft, which were designed for Scions and thus offered ample space even for adults. Pressing the button on the control panel, the hatch of the spacecraft slowly sealed shut. The vessel vibrated momentarily as a tremendous force pressed downward, propelling it instantly beyond the atmosphere of Selma. As the cerulean planet receded into the distance, Shaya gently closed his eyes, drifting into slumber until they reached Planet Vegeta. 7 months later, enveloped in an expansive darkness, the stars emitted a captivating pale luminescence, sparkling like tiny diamonds scattered across a black canvas, revealing a pristine tranquility. Within a vast stellar system, a colossal crimson planet orbited steadily. This dark red sphere was none other than Planet Vegeta, formerly known as Zephyr. Seized from the Zephyrians and now recognized as the formidable stronghold of the Scions throughout the cosmos. The spaceport of Planet Vegeta bustled with activity, as spherical spacecraft continually took off and landed. Suddenly, 2 vessels pierced the crimson atmosphere with haste, gracefully descending to the spaceport under the guidance of the ground crew, landing precisely at their designated spots. As the hatches opened, 2 figures emerged. After many years, Shaya and Shieling had returned to Planet Vegeta. The spaceport was a hive of activity, teeming with Scions returning from missions and others awaiting their assignments, while the crowd also included numerous extraterrestrials with distinct long noses and large eyes. Most of these beings were slaves captured like the Dodoria, while others were subordinates sent by Frieza from his home planet to assist the Scions in their daily management. Given the Scions' limited technological expertise beyond combat, many advanced devices required specialized extraterrestrials for operation, akin to savages confronting the creations of a more sophisticated civilization. It remained uncertain how many of these aliens were sent by Frieza to surveil the Scions. Shaya, I have just contacted our parents through the communicator. They're eagerly awaiting our return at home. By the edge of the spaceport platform, Shieling pressed the button on her energy detector, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This device not only measured the energy intensity of living beings but also functioned as a communicator. All right, let us head back immediately. Shaya cast a glance at her, a knowing smile gracing his lips, aware that Shieling was brimming with excitement at the prospect of reuniting with her parents. In truth, He too was enveloped in a wave of exhilaration. Upon reflection, it had been over 5 years since they departed from Planet Vegeta. Although a year and a half of that time was consumed in interstellar travel, it remained a fact that they had not laid eyes on Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Adri for more than 5 long years. Thus, the two traversed the platform, making their way towards the spaceport's exit. Schilling's residence was situated in the affluent district of Planet Vegeta, not far from the royal city. However, the journey from the spaceport to her home would require a considerable amount of time. In order to conceal their combat prowess, Shaya and his companions could not fly at full capacity nor utilize instant transmission for haste, maintaining a normal flying speed. They crossed a significant portion of the city and descended upon a vibrant residential area. As they meandered along the verdant pathways of the neighborhood, adorned with entwining vines and flourishing trees, they inhaled the subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Familiar scenes from their childhood flickered vividly in their minds, until, in an instant, they arrived at a charming 2-story residence, the abode of Shilling. Compared to the surrounding houses, Shilling's home was notably larger. Knock, knock, knock. Shaya rapped gently on the door. A cheerful tone emanated from the electronic panel as the door swung open, and a figure swiftly darted out, enveloping Shaya in a tight embrace before he could fully comprehend the moment. "Oh my, Shilling, Shaya, you're finally back. Let me see you," exclaimed Rebecca, her words tumbling forth in a rush. "Oh, you've grown so much. I've missed you dearly." Though Rebecca seemed somewhat reserved in her speech, her arms conveyed her emotions with unmistakable clarity. As a warrior race, the strength of female Scions was not to be underestimated. They could be as fierce as their male counterparts. Particularly, Rebecca, a high-ranking warrior and once a member of Adri's team, possessed formidable power that should not be taken lightly, despite not having undertaken missions in recent years. When Rebecca embraced them, it felt as though they were ensnared by countless resilient ropes, rendering Shaya and Shilling momentarily immobile. Naturally, given their current strength, escaping would have been a trivial matter. Yet they had no intention of doing so. "Ahem, Aunt Rebecca, you ought to let us go now. If you continue to hold us like this, we may suffocate." Shaya rolled his eyes, expressing a hint of exasperation. "Yes, Mother. Please release us." "Oh, right. Look at me. Come, let us discuss this inside," Rebecca responded, realizing her oversight. Upon entering the house, Rebecca began to inquire warmly about the children's lives over the past few years, while Shilling selectively highlighted key points in her narrative. At critical moments, Shilling would animatedly gesture, and although Shaya found her movements somewhat clumsy and amusing, Rebecca would occasionally exclaim in surprise. Despite the lack of vividness in her daughter's descriptions, she remained an attentive listener. Chapter 27. Vegeta has been born. Shaya remained nearby, attentively listening, his expression serene and a subtle smile gracing his lips. The account recounted by Shilling was deliberately abridged, omitting any mention of their training on Earth. This was a prearranged decision, as they had been away from Planet Vegeta for so many years that much remained unclear. They planned to elucidate the current circumstances of Planet Vegeta once they had gathered sufficient information. "Mother, you won't believe it. There is a moon on planet Selma. One night, a grand full moon traversed the clouds, and as soon as I stepped outside, I beheld its beauty, only to transform into a colossal ape." "Oh dear. Did you lose your sanity?" "Hee, I did indeed lose my reason," Shilling exclaimed, spreading her hands innocently. Fortunately, Shaya reacted swiftly at that moment. He severed his own tail before cutting off mine. However, he sustained serious injuries in the process. According to Shaya, my battle power had increased tenfold. Shilling chuckled, recounting the events of that time. "Had it not been for Shaya's decisive action, the consequences could have been dire," Rebecca said, cradling Shilling in her arms, playfully pinching her cheeks, which made Shilling squirm and protest. "Shilling, you must have fought incredibly hard after transforming." Rebecca released Shilling and inquired with genuine concern. Shaya nodded involuntarily, recalling the harrowing circumstances that still sent shivers down his spine. He remarked, "Indeed, that battle was the most arduous I faced upon my arrival at Selma Star. Had I not seized a fleeting opportunity at the critical moment, the consequences would have been dire. Even so, I was injured and incapacitated for several months." Rebecca wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in understanding. The Scion transformation into a great ape could indeed be likened to a double-edged sword. While it proved advantageous against foes, it also posed a significant risk of collateral damage to allies. Thus, during assaults on advanced planets, elite warriors typically led the charge, transforming into great apes to launch their attacks at pivotal moments. In such instances, lower and mid-ranking warriors were compelled to retreat, lest they become mere fodder. By the way, where is Uncle Edry? Wasn't he supposed to be at home? Shaya inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Oh, there's a minor issue at the training camp that he needs to attend to. He'll be back shortly, Rebecca replied. Shaya nodded in understanding. Since the disbandment of the Adderley team, Adderley had taken on the role of an instructor at the training camp, primarily responsible for training young children with the potential to become elite warriors. He frequently escorted these children on simple missions. Naturally, it was the Scion children who took the lead in these tasks, while Adderley's role was predominantly one of supervision. This distinction illustrates the differing expectations placed upon mid-level and elite warriors, unlike Shaya and his companions, who had spent 3 years in the training camp before being dispatched on missions. These children enjoyed a more favorable treatment. After a brief conversation, Rebecca began to prepare dinner, just as Adderley returned from work. Upon seeing his long-lost daughter and nephew, a smile broke across Adderley's somewhat darkened face as he approached the two, warmly surveying them. Ha ha, my little ones, it has been too long. Ah, you've both grown and become quite sturdy. Little Shaya, you resemble your father more and more, he exclaimed. Dad, exclaimed Sailing joyfully. Adderley, uncle, they chimed in unison. Wonderful, wonderful. Ha ha ha, you are finally back, and safe at that. Adderley laughed heartily, his voice resonating with relief. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the mission on planet Selma, which often posed significant dangers. Initially, he had anticipated that it would take the children longer to complete their tasks, so it was quite a surprise to see them return after just over 5 years. Their safe return indicated they had successfully passed the trials, and this filled Adderley with immense joy. The initial trial missions for Scions are crucial, directly impacting their future development. Each step is vital. After all, he too had performed admirably in his trials, eventually ascending to become the captain of the Adderley team. He patted Shaya and Sailing on the shoulder and took out a simple energy detector from his pocket, placing it against his ear. Now, let me see how much your battle power has reached, he said, beaming as he pressed the switch on the detector, which beeped as data appeared. 962. 987. Adderley observed the readings, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Remarkable. Your battle power is quite impressive. Indeed, it rivals that of elite warriors. Excellent, excellent. Who knows? Perhaps our family will produce 2 extraordinary individuals in the future. Although he had surmised that Shaya and Sailing's battle powers would be considerable upon their safe return to Planet Vegeta, the actual readings from the detector still filled him with delight. It was astonishing to think that his daughter and nephew, both under the age of 9, had already approached a battle power of 1,000. Their futures were undeniably bright, promising the emergence of formidable warriors. Oh, I've been so engrossed in conversation that I've forgotten my hunger. A full stomach is a prerequisite for Scion combat. Rebecca, please bring out the food. Adderley commanded with the authority of a family patriarch. The dining experience among Scions was exceptionally vigorous. During dinner, the 4 Scions engaged in a fierce competition for food, resulting in an intense struggle for their meals. The clattering of plates echoed as food rapidly disappeared from the table, a spectacle that could move anyone witnessing it. The speed of the competition was so swift that faint afterimages seemed to appear, and any martial artist from Earth would surely recognize this as a form of training in itself. The amount of food consumed by a Scion family in a single day was astonishing. Without a dedicated food supply system, Planet Vegeta would quickly descend into chaos due to food scarcity. Thus, there were specialized extraterrestrial beings responsible for food provision on the planet. After dinner, in the main hall, the family of 4 gathered on the sofa. Adderley perused a data receiver resembling a tablet, reviewing the day's information while planning the upcoming training schedule at the camp. Sailing animatedly recounted her achievements, while Rebecca sat quietly, occasionally updating Shaya on the conditions of Planet Vegeta. Shaya listened with utmost attentiveness, for he needed to comprehend the current circumstances on Planet Vegeta to formulate more effective strategies. Through his subtle inquiries, Edry and Rebecca narrated to him, and seeing the events that had transpired on Planet Vegeta over the past few years. From Edry's account, Shaya discerned that the overall situation on Planet Vegeta had not significantly changed. They continued to assist Frieza in his conquest of various planets, engaging in reprehensible deeds that instilled fear across their target worlds. Nevertheless, significant occurrences had unfolded during these years, notably the birth of Prince Vegeta, the son of King Vegeta, over a year ago. Although this news did not surprise Shaya, his demeanor grew grave, for he understood that with Vegeta's birth, the countdown to Frieza's annihilation of Planet Vegeta had commenced anew. Edry spoke with a hint of envy, recounting how, at the time of Vegeta's birth, the scouter registered an astonishing battle power of 280, marking him as an exceptionally gifted warrior. King Vegeta was overjoyed and named his son after the planet, hosting lavish celebrations in the royal palace for several days to honor Vegeta's arrival. Remarkably, just over a year later, Vegeta's battle power surged to an impressive 420. Such a feat was rare in the annals of Scion history. Prince Vegeta was indeed a prodigious talent, likely to reach a battle power of 1,000 within a few years. Edry mused, noting that he had never encountered a Scion of such exceptional potential. Being the prince of the Scions, it was evident that King Vegeta had a worthy successor. As Edry glanced at his daughter and nephew, he acknowledged their own remarkable abilities, yet they paled in comparison to Prince Vegeta. While Shaya and Saiyan would only reach a battle power of 1,000 around the age of 9, Vegeta would likely achieve it by the age of 5 or 6. The disparity of 3 years would lead to an entirely different future. Despite these reflections, Edry maintained a smile, for relative to their contemporaries, his children were indeed exceptional. He could hardly compare them to a prince. The tiers were fundamentally different. If Shaya and Saiyan could surpass him and attain a battle power of 10,000, he would consider it a blessing. At that moment, Edry remained blissfully unaware that Shaya and his companion's strength far exceeded his imagination, rendering his aspirations for his children somewhat misguided. Were he to learn of their true capabilities, one could only wonder how his expression would change. Chapter 28. The Future of the Science Vegeta. Upon hearing Edry's musings, Shaya's eyes narrowed. Realizing that Vegeta's birth signified that the destruction of Planet Vegeta at Frieza's hands was drawing near, perhaps within the next 2 or 3 years. He recalled from the original narrative that Vegeta was around 5 or 6 years old when the planet was obliterated. Furthermore, Shaya needed to keep an eye on Bardock's family, as it was estimated that Kakarot's elder brother, Raditz, had likely been born around this time. Kakarot's birth coincided with Frieza's assault on Planet Vegeta, yet Shaya faced a conundrum. Bardock's family resided in a different region, rendering it challenging for him to ascertain their situation. Moreover, Vegeta's remarkable prowess was evident. Born with such high battle power, it was anticipated that his battle power would soon surpass 500 within a few months. At just over 2 years of age, possessing a battle power of 500 was astonishing. If this trajectory continued, he might reach 1,000 before the planet's demise, which explained why Frieza considered him a valuable asset in his experiments on Super Saiyans. Shaya silently calculated, if the plot were to continue developing in this manner, by the time he reached adulthood, Vegeta's power level would undoubtedly surpass 10,000, a scenario not vastly different from the original narrative. In other words, his influence as a mere butterfly had yet to stir the tides of destiny. This was, of course, expected. After all, his origins within the Scion community were trivial, and he had departed from Planet Vegeta at a tender age, leaving little room for significant impact. Reflecting on his own training, Shaya felt a sense of melancholy. Vegeta's starting point was considerably higher than his own, yet the time frame for both of them to achieve a power level of 1,000 would hardly differ. Shaya had surpassed this threshold shortly after turning 5, while in the original story, Vegeta was also capable of defeating the Cybermen at a similar age. The difference in their breakthrough times was negligible. However, it was likely that Shaya had the upper hand, as he had ascended from a power level of less than 100. As their journeys progressed, the gap between them widened significantly, thanks to Shaya's experiences on Earth and his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. His power level had already exceeded 10,000, a feat that Vegeta would not achieve until his adulthood. Had Shaya chosen to return directly to Planet Vegeta instead of venturing to Earth, he might very well have attracted the attention of King Vegeta and his ilk by now. Shaya pondered silently, feeling a sense of satisfaction for his foresight. Life is not governed by myriad hypotheticals, even if King Vegeta wished to confront him. Intent on domination and swift eradication, it would ultimately depend on his capabilities. By the way, Uncle Edry, what do you perceive to be Frieza's attitude towards a Science? Shaya inquired with intention. Edry was evidently taken aback by Shaya's question, casting a surprised glance in his direction. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and replied, Frieza is indeed the epitome of a cosmic sovereign, and Scions have thrived while serving under his command. However, Frieza's demeanor towards us is rather aloof, even tinged with disdain. Edry was a perceptive individual, He understood that the alliance between the Scions and Frieza was primarily driven by mutual necessity. The Scions, being inherently combative, sought the vast network woven by Frieza's formidable presence, while Frieza valued the Scions' martial fervor, viewing them merely as tools. It would be unrealistic to suggest any genuine affection between the two parties. Edry had long discerned Frieza's true nature and recognized that, in the eyes of the cosmic monarch, Scions were but insignificant minions. Yet, he could not fathom that Frieza's disdain for the Scions extended beyond mere contempt. It bordered on a frenzied malevolence, a desire to annihilate them personally. What troubles me, however, is that King Vegeta has harbored a deep-seated dissatisfaction towards Frieza's oppressive reign. I fear that he may ultimately lead the Scions in a rebellion. Edry abruptly ceased his discourse, realizing that this topic was no longer appropriate for further discussion. Shaya gazed in astonishment at Uncle Edry, never expecting this seemingly rugged man to discern the essence of the problem with such clarity. Such a talent is indeed rare among the Scions. What if King Vegeta truly instigates a rebellion? Rebecca inquired with a hint of worry. The opponent is reputed to be the Emperor of the universe. Can the Scion strength truly secure ultimate victory? If victory is achieved, all is well. But what if failure ensues? Would the Scions still have a place to survive? If we cannot win, we can always flee. Shieling nonchalantly remarked, "What foolishness! How can a Scion retreat without fighting? Is that still a Scion?" Edry scolded, furrowing his brow. Yet, Shaya found merit in Shieling's words. Preserving the Green Hills means one need not fear the absence of firewood. He should offer Edry and Rebecca caution, which would also facilitate his future endeavors. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. However, I have heard that Frieza has never harbored good intentions towards the Scions. The reason he has kept us close is merely due to his apprehension that a legendary Super Saiyan might emerge among us, posing a threat to his rule. The legendary Super Saiyan? Huh, that is but a myth. Edry chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Though such tales have circulated among the Scions for ages, no one has ever witnessed a Super Saiyan, and over time, belief in the legend has waned. Nevertheless, your point is valid. Ultimately, the Scions and Frieza cannot coexist. King Vegeta must have been preparing for this for quite some time, Edry murmured. Alas, they remain oblivious to Frieza's true strength. This rebellion will ultimately fail, and the consequence of that failure shall be the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Shaya's mind. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After a restful slumber beneath the covers, Shaya rose early and commenced his exercises in the backyard. Although this low-intensity workout offered little in terms of substantial benefit, he diligently performed each movement with unwavering precision, as if it were a well-ingrained habit. Soon after, Shilling joined him, and the two engaged in a lively exchange of playful sparring, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. A powerful whirlwind swept through the backyard, bending the surrounding foliage gracefully. Moments later, the sun climbed high in the sky, and they paused, standing still, their breaths steady and prolonged, their faces unflushed and breaths unlabored, as though they had not engaged in any vigorous activity at all. The brief exercises hardly qualified as a warm-up. Meanwhile, Rebecca was inside preparing breakfast, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Shilling, captivated by the scent, dashed off to the kitchen, leaving Shaya behind. "What a glutton!" Shaya murmured softly, sitting alone on a stone bench in the backyard, closing his eyes to meditate in tranquility. Suddenly, a series of jingling bells pierced the air. "Hey, you there! Is Master Edry at home?" A haughty voice rang out. As Shaya opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within his dark pupils. Before him stood a diminutive figure clad in a sleek combat suit. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you even listening?" The figure's tone grew impatient, sharp, and piercing. "If you wish to inquire about something, you ought to adopt a more courteous demeanor. Such an attitude will not elicit a response from me," Shaya retorted, closing his eyes once more, displaying no inclination to engage further. The figure hesitated momentarily, then let out a disdainful huff, boasting proudly, "Humph, I see now. You must be the intermediate warrior from Master Edry's household. Let me inform you, I am a high-ranking warrior, not someone you can afford to offend. If it weren't for your presence, Master Edry would have already taken me out on a mission today." It became evident that she was the young Scion child under Uncle Edry's guidance. Just a mere child. Chapter 29. Shaya took a moment to observe the individual before him, a remarkably young girl, likely around 2 years of age. Her long hair was carelessly tied back, cascading down her back, and her delicate face bore an expression of haughty disdain as she regarded him. "Is this child among the Scions?" possessing the potential of a high-ranking warrior? Such precociousness, as always. He shook his head, lacking the inclination to engage in frivolities with such a young girl, and remarked, "Uncle Edry is inside the house. You may find him yourself." Humph. The girl coldly huffed, her proud countenance nearly reaching the heavens, before she strode past him with an unwavering gaze, disregarding Shaya entirely. Staring in astonishment at her departing figure, Shaya clicked his tongue, suddenly finding the situation amusing. Whose child could this be? Her self-assessment is rather inflated. After lingering in the courtyard for a while, feeling the sun's rays grow increasingly oppressive, Shaya rose and made his way towards the interior of the house. In the kitchen, Rebecca had prepared a lavish breakfast spread. Silently seated at the dining table was Shieling, already indulging in her meal with great enthusiasm, wielding her bowl and chopsticks with delight. Upon noticing Shaya's entrance, she glanced up momentarily before returning to her task of devouring the food before her. In a short span, the mountain of food had vanished. "Where is Uncle Edry? Why has Tiki come out?" Shaya casually inquired as he took a seat and picked up a piece of roasted meat. Rebecca approached with a platter of food, explaining, "His previously scheduled task has been delayed by several days, and his student came to seek him out. He is currently occupied with arranging subsequent assignments for them." A student? Char realized that the arrogant little girl he had just encountered must be the one Rebecca referred to. After completing their mission on Selma, he and Shieling returned to Vegeta, prompting Adri to postpone the training schedule for the following days, intending to spend quality time with his children during this interval. That presumptuous individual. She is a student of my father? Hardly impressive, and what is there to be proud of? After finishing her breakfast, Shieling wiped the grease from her mouth with a napkin, her eyes brimming with disdain. It was evident that she had met the little girl and harbored a strong dislike for her. Though she too possessed a haughty disposition, she merely concealed it in the presence of those around her. Yet, her innate pride rendered her intolerant of anyone displaying such arrogance towards her, particularly when the other party was considerably weaker. To be frank, given Shieling's current prowess, she could only afford to look down upon others. It was inconceivable for anyone to regard her with such disdain. The little girl's gaze had clearly irked her. But Melis is a prodigy. Having been born with a fighting power far surpassing her peers, her assessment is only slightly below that of Prince Vegeta, marking her as an exceptional talent. Notably, she is also exceptionally diligent in her training, and Adri holds this student in high esteem. Despite her somewhat arrogant demeanor, she is genuinely a good person. Rebecca smiled warmly. The strong possess privileges. Naturally, the mighty stand above the weak. She firmly believed in this principle, thus considering Melis's attitude towards others entirely normal. "Melis?" Shaya murmured softly, finding the name rather pleasant. After listening to Rebecca's description, he gradually gained some understanding of the little girl named Merce. Another prodigious talent, indeed. As long as she does not falter along the way, her future achievements could be significant. Yet, she was born at an inopportune time, destined to emerge as the planet Vegeta faced its obliteration. If she falls, she would amount to nothing. Genius, after all, is only remembered and celebrated when it ultimately transforms into strength. After musing for a while, he returned to his breakfast, casting aside the name that might fade into obscurity with time. Before long, Mers emerged from Edry's room, glaring at Shaya with her dark eyes as she passed by, leaving with a look of dissatisfaction. What was that about? Did I provoke her in any way? Shaya rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. What on earth? Such a lack of decorum. Shieling sighed, her tone tinged with irritation. "Oh, do not hold it against her," Edry chuckled, taking a seat at the dining table, his mood evidently buoyant. "The child is simply upset with me for postponing her training schedule. She's just sulking." With two exceptionally gifted children and an extraordinarily talented student, Edry had little reason for melancholy. Nonetheless, that does not justify her directing her ire at me, Shieling exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration, which elicited hearty laughter from the family, a rare and heartwarming scene among Saiyans. After breakfast, Shieling assisted Rebecca with the dishes in the kitchen, though Shaya perceived her efforts as somewhat counterproductive. In the living room, Edry reclined on the sofa with one leg crossed, holding a pot of hot beverage. "Shaya," he remarked with a smile, "it has been many years since you lived on Planet Vegeta. Coincidentally, my training duties have been postponed for the next few days. Why not allow me to take you on a tour of the nearby city? Soon enough, with new tasks arriving, you will have little time to spare." Nodding in agreement, Shaya inquired, "Uncle Edry, do you know what our upcoming mission entails?" After a moment of contemplation, Edry replied, "As per tradition, following the completion of your first mission, You will likely engage in several scattered extermination tasks. The higher-ups will assign a few additional Scions to your group, allowing you to form a new task force. Given your previous performance, you may even be appointed as the leader of this new team. By the way, have you submitted your prior mission report? If not, it would be prudent to do so at the management office shortly. Not yet, Shaya responded. Shaya shook his head. Upon their return to Planet Vegeta, they went straight home without submitting their mission to the task management office. The Scion mission system had been operational for many years, possessing a well-established management framework. Even the spacecraft left at the spaceport would be attended to by specialized extraterrestrial personnel, requiring no concern from them. Adri nodded and remarked, "The first mission assigned to the Scions is the most arduous, and countless low and mid-tier warriors never return from it, which is why it is referred to as the survival mission. It is a brutal trial, and only those who successfully complete this initial survival task can truly be deemed warriors. Even those possessing the qualifications of high-ranking warriors must also endure the crucible of blood, albeit under the guidance of us instructors who have withdrawn from the front lines." As he spoke, Adri's voice was imbued with an air of cold detachment. Shaya listened intently, and through Adri's vivid descriptions, he gained a more profound understanding of the brutality that existed among the Scions. The philosophy of survival of the fittest was deeply ingrained in their very marrow. Before the demise of Adri's team, both Adri and Rebecca adhered strictly to this principle. However, following the team's downfall, particularly after Shilling and Shaya joined this family, their indifference began to thaw gradually. Chapter 30. The Taji People Planet Vegeta. Situated in the southern region of the northern galaxy, was originally named Planet Plant, later renamed Zuffer, and subsequently changed to Planet Vegeta after being conquered by the Scions. It is a massive, dark red rocky planet. Planet Vegeta is divided into several sectors, with the most prosperous being the one that houses the royal city. The Scions constitute a minority race, with the total number of native Scions and those dispatched on missions barely exceeding 1 million. The district where Shaya and his companions reside is renowned for its bustling vibrancy, with a notable population of Scions. In the following days, under the guidance of Adeli, Shaya and Shilling traversed various locales within the urban expanse, a nostalgic experience he had not indulged in for several years, reminiscent of his childhood. The azure sea and sky enveloped them, accompanied by the soothing sounds of waves crashing against the shore. The brilliant sunlight pierced through the dark red atmosphere, bathing Shaya in warmth akin to the scorching sun, while his feet sank into the colorful shell sand, producing a gentle rustling sound. The delicate yet slightly abrasive texture offered a fleeting sense of comfort to his weary body. This secluded beach, located in the southern part of the city, remained relatively untouched, preserving the pristine beauty of nature due to its remote location. On that day, Shaya decided to visit the nearby mission management office to submit his completed task regarding the Selma planet. The building was a 3-story hemispherical structure, supported by 12 robust white stone pillars that resembled steadfast warriors. Between each pair of pillars stood a translucent glass door, arranged in a circle, allowing a glimpse into the bustling interior through the pristine glass. Due to the sparse population of Scions and the existence of several mission management offices, Shaya encountered only a short queue upon his arrival, and it wasn't long before it was their turn. The sound of knocking echoed against the wooden panels. "No need to knock, we can hear you." A rather impatient extraterrestrial being, responsible for the registration, protruded its head, its green eyes gleaming like precious gems, radiating a piercingly profound luminosity. This being, resembling a pterosaur with an elongated beak, possessed green irises devoid of any sclera. Its upper limbs were adorned with 6 slender arms, exhibiting remarkable flexibility as if entirely devoid of bones. Without turning its head, it deftly manipulated the high-tech equipment behind it, executing movements with a fluidity that dazzled the observer, yet remained entirely organized. These extraterrestrial beings at the mission management office were Tajian individuals dispatched from Frieza's headquarters, proficient in operating various advanced technological devices, representative of a high-level technological civilization. However, their unpleasant demeanor and harsh tone rendered them unpopular among the Scion populace on Planet Vegeta. "Hey, I wish to submit a mission. Name, task number?" The Tajian, with its elongated beak, emitted a buzzing, formulaic inquiry, its shrill voice grating on the ears, akin to the crowing of a rooster with its throat constricted. The Tajian's attitude was far from cordial, its tone rigid, as if it looked down upon them. Shaya furrowed his brow and replied candidly, "Executor, Shaya, Westling, Task ID XL 85661, Extermination Mission on Selma Planet." Upon hearing Shaya's response, the six-armed being swiftly tapped at the instrument, promptly retrieving their task list from the database. Observing the details displayed on the screen, the Tajian emitted a harsh, unsettling laugh. It turns out to be an ultra-restricted extermination mission. I must admit, you are rather impressive for managing to return alive. Well then, little Scion, your task has been duly registered, and someone will verify it shortly. Oh, and remember to collect your new task record in 5 days. Otherwise, it will be your misfortune. The Tajian waved its tentacles, speaking in a condescending manner that was decidedly irksome. How dare you speak like that? Westling's irritation flared at the Tajian's arrogance. Her countenance turning icy as she confronted it, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from her. The temperature in the hall plummeted several degrees. Westling, don't act recklessly. A warm hand gently rested on her head, tempering her murderous intent. Why? Westling looked at Shaya in surprise, only to see him shake his head, causing her to reluctantly suppress her anger. Curse those Scion monkeys, the Tajian muttered inwardly, though it dared not voice its thoughts. Compared to the other beings captured by the Scions, these Tajian officials felt considerably more emboldened. After all, they were backed by the formidable King Frieza, dispatched to Planet Vegeta for administrative duties. In their minds, they considered themselves the true subordinates of King Frieza, viewing the Scions as nothing more than uncivilized brutes, fit only to serve as muscle. In King Frieza's eyes, the Scion status could never rival theirs. However, when faced with the wrath of the Scions, even the Tajians had to yield. After all, their meager strength would be utterly insufficient against an enraged Scion. Even if they were to be killed, it would likely be in vain, as King Frieza would not punish the Scions for one individual's demise. Let us return in 5 days, Shaya stated as he exited the task management office. Humph. Westling scoffed, turning back to glare fiercely at the Tajian before following suit. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, the Tajian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a dampness on its back as it cursed under its breath. Damn Scion monkeys. One day King Frieza will make you pay for this. Humph. I shall remember this incident and collect on it in due time. Just wait. The thought of King Frieza's overwhelming power filled the Tajian with a sense of satisfaction, envisioning the savage Scions meeting a grim fate at Frieza's hands. Upon leaving the management office, Shaya no longer needed to worry. Though the Tajians looked down upon the Scions, they dared not openly defy Frieza's orders, as the personnel would duly verify the completion of the mission. The crystalline waves crashed against the shore, and the warm sunlight felt utterly delightful. Yet Shaya's good mood was soon disrupted. Shaya, why did you stop me? The attitude of those aliens was utterly repugnant. They should all be slain, Westling exclaimed. Her fists clenched in confusion, lamenting that had Shaya not intervened, she would have certainly retaliated. She had encountered many aliens on Planet Vegeta, but none had ever been so exasperating. Shaya exhaled deeply and shifted his mood. There is no need. They are ultimately just weaklings. The Tajian people disdained the barbarism of the Scions, while he, in turn, looked down upon the Tajians' frailty. When Planet Vegeta was destroyed, they would not escape unscathed either. P.S. This book does not adopt the setting regarding the number of Scions as stated in the Galactic Patrol Report. Chapter 31, Edri's Vigilance. So, have you been disgusted by the Tajians' attitude? Shaya felt a gentle pat on his shoulder and turned to see Uncle Edri approaching. With a smile, Edri remarked, "You needn't pay any heed to what those Tajians say. Their mouths are perpetually foul. If it weren't for their connection to Frieza's headquarters, they would have met their demise countless times on Planet Vegeta due to their unreasonable disdain for Scions. Well, it's best to minimize contact to avoid bad luck." Edri's words dripped with contempt for the Tajians. Yet, given their affiliation with Frieza and their control over the communication channel between Planet Vegeta and Frieza's planet, the Scions had no choice but to endure the Tajians' arrogance for the time being. However, this debt would eventually need to be settled, and the Tajians remained blissfully unaware that they were digging their own graves, continuing to act haughtily toward the Scions. So you are aware of the Tajians' ways? Shaya thought to himself, rolling his eyes after hearing Uncle Edri's words. No wonder they sent us to submit missions while they went off swimming. They simply wished to avoid seeing them. By the way, I will be taking Mel's out on a mission tomorrow, and it may be a long time before I return. If you have any issues with your missions in the future, you can consult Rebecca. She has completed many challenging tasks in Edri's team and can offer you valuable insights. Edri explained meticulously. Understood. Don't worry. If we have questions, we will ask Mom. Shaya and Shieling responded cheerfully. In truth, Edri had frequently taken the team on training missions when they were younger, often for several months, so they had grown accustomed to it. Uncle Edry, which planet will you be heading to this time, and how long will you be gone? Shaya inquired. Edry estimated and replied, this mission is relatively close to Planet Vegeta, on the neighboring Red Rock planet. The round trip will take about a month. A month isn't too long, Shaya mused quietly. The Red Rock planet is quite near to Planet Vegeta. It only requires a few days of travel, being the closest habitable planet under Scion control. Thus, Red Rock is one of the few training bases for young Saiyans. Of course, these training bases are designated for high-ranking warriors. Ordinary low and mid-level warriors do not receive such privileges. Uncle Edry, I have something to give you. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya pulled out a small brown pouch from his pocket and, under Edry's puzzled gaze, placed dozens of dried senzu beans into it. Shilling watched quietly, and upon seeing Shaya add the beans, a delightful smile bloomed on her delicate face. What is this? Edry asked, examining the pouch with curiosity. At that moment, Shilling jumped in, urging Edry to accept the senzu beans quickly. Dad, you must take this. It can save your life in critical moments. Edry became even more confused, gazing at the seemingly dried and flat little items. Could these trivial things truly be treasures that made his daughter so anxious for him to accept? Shilling explained. These are called senzu beans. No matter how severe the injury, as long as there's a breath left, consuming one will restore you to peak condition. They are quite valuable. She elaborated on their specific effects. Such miraculous things exist in this world. Edry exclaimed in astonishment, looking at the beans in his hand. He did not doubt Shilling's words. Rather, he recognized the significance behind these unassuming little beans. As a seasoned Scion warrior, he had faced death countless times and understood all too well the immense value of a medicine capable of rapidly healing injuries on the battlefield. It could be akin to gaining another life, potentially altering the course of an entire battle. Without hesitation, he accepted the small bag of senzu beans and stored them carefully. Turning serious, Edry warned, we must keep the existence of senzu beans to ourselves. Do not let it slip out, or it could lead to endless troubles. Wealth can tempt even the most steadfast, especially when it comes to something that can save lives in critical moments. The fewer people who know this secret, the better. Shaya understood this principle without needing Edry's reminder. His intention in presenting the senzu beans was solely for the safety of those close to him, not for widespread dissemination. Although he seemed to possess many beans, they would diminish quickly with use. He had to be prudent. While he would not begrudge his loved ones, others would not have the same privilege. Yes, only the three of us will know about the senzu beans. I do not intend to disclose it further. However, I believe the Saiyans are in a perilous situation. King Vegeta's actions will only exacerbate Frieza's impatience with us. It is likely that the Saiyans will find themselves in true danger then. This was not the first time Shaya had suggested Frieza might harbor malicious intent toward the Saiyans. After hearing his words, Edry's expression turned serious, leaning towards caution over skepticism. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, if Frieza truly intends to strike at the Saiyans, our strength may not suffice to confront him. It seems we need to find an escape route. By the way, those energy detectors are equipped with listening devices, clearly indicating ill intentions toward the Saiyans. Shilling interjected after listening for a while. Regarding the detectors, anyone with even a slight understanding of advanced technology could discern the hidden devices upon thorough inspection. What did you say? They installed listening devices on the detectors? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Edry's expression darkened. Frieza truly did not trust the Saiyans at all? Edry's demeanor shifted, his latent energy surging forth, akin to the center of a tempest, stirring waves in the surrounding air. The previously tranquil sea transformed into a roiling expanse. Waves crashed against his face, and his black hair danced wildly in the wind. Char's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the scene before him. The aura emanating from Edry indicated a formidable battle power, exceeding 8,000, a rarity indeed. After a prolonged moment, Edry sighed deeply, dissipating the overwhelming energy, returning the environment to a serene calm, as if the previous display had merely been a fleeting dream. Chapter 32. A new mission if Frieza truly installed surveillance devices on our detectors. It suggests a long-standing enmity towards us Saiyans, or every move may be under his watchful eye. With a solemn expression, Edry, after a few contemplative moments, gestured to Char and Shilling, stating, I am aware of this matter. It is of great significance, and as such, you two children should refrain from involving yourselves further. I shall verify this with Rebecca. Subsequently, silence enveloped them as Edry's thoughts turned towards the future of the Saiyans, neglecting to inquire about the origin of Char's senzu beans. Upon returning home, Edry and Rebecca entered a chamber, emerging only by nightfall, their faces etched with concern. The next day, as dawn broke, Edry had already departed Planet Vegeta aboard a spacecraft with a student named Melis, en route to Red Rock Planet for training. His ulterior motive was to reach out to some rational-minded Scions to collaboratively ponder the future of their race, and his first thoughts turned to his former comrades. It was imperative to ascertain the true extent of Frieza's power, a rash rebellion akin to King Vegeta's, without an understanding of the adversary's strength, would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. A war that determines survival must be waged with a comprehensive understanding of both oneself and the opponent. In this regard, Char could indeed offer assistance. However, he could not reveal his insights directly. The Scions, in their pride, were often obstinate. If he were to disclose the overwhelming strength of Frieza, capable of annihilating their entire race with a mere gesture, they would neither believe nor accept such a notion. They would argue that a true Scion warrior should perish valiantly in battle rather than retreat. The wisdom of survival over confrontation might only be grasped when they themselves sought the truth and witnessed Frieza's despairing might. Perhaps, only then, with Char's subtle guidance, could they arrive at a decisive conclusion. In the distance, the undulating landscape stretched infinitely. The sun timidly peeked through the horizon, its rays filtering through the thick mist in the woods, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the earth. After a light rain the previous night, droplets clung to the leaves, cascading down as the wind stirred, creating a delicate spray of mist. The vibrant green foliage swayed gracefully in the dense forest, shimmering with life. In Xieling's home, within a hemispherical training arena, the Scions practiced. This space, measuring over 10 meters in both length and width, featured walls crafted from advanced alloy materials, coated with a special energy-absorbing paint to capture excess energy emitted during training. The arena gleamed with a modern sheen, yet remained unobtrusive. This training facility was rather conventional, lacking any devices for air, temperature, or gravity regulation, a common trait among cosmic lifeforms. They had yet to recognize the significance of seemingly trivial factors on their training efficacy. At this moment, on either side of the arched training room, protective biomechanical robots had been activated, their crimson single eyes flickering ominously, while energy cannons on their chests pulsed with a faint blue glow. In the center of the training ground, two diminutive figures darted about, engaged in an intense melee while simultaneously evading sudden assaults from the biomechanical robots. Their speed was so remarkable that afterimages danced around them, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged numerous blows. The biomechanical robots moved in a patterned manner, launching Azure energy beams from their chest-mounted emitters, weaving together in midair to form an expansive net, akin to a fisherman casting his line toward the two combatants. Suspended in the air for a brief moment, Char deftly altered his trajectory, evading the energy with astonishing angles. He observed the girl before him with a sense of satisfaction, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Xiling, with her delicate features, wore a serious expression. Although it was merely a friendly spar, Char's demeanor unveiled a different essence of martial prowess, graceful and commanding. Suddenly, Char vanished from Xieling's sight. Her eyes darted around, attempting to track his movements. A punch materialized swiftly at her waist. Her eyes sparkled as she leaned slightly, narrowly evading the blow. The force of the wind struck the ground with a resounding thud. With a nimble movement, she dodged a flurry of attacks, each wave more ferocious than the last, akin to a ravenous wolf. Retreating several meters, Xiling regained her stance and charged toward Char with determination. As Shaya's gaze flickered, his eyes remained fixated on Xiang's movements. With a resounding thud, Xiang launched her fist forward, only to have it intercepted by Shaya's elbows. Observing Xiang's unpretentious and decisive assault, Shaya nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly counterattacking her. Ding, ding, ding. A rapid succession of electric bells echoed throughout the training ground, as dozens of biomechanical robots seemingly received a simultaneous command. They gravitated toward the walls of the training arena, where a silver arc suddenly opened a portal, allowing several biomechanical robots to vanish into the shimmering wall. Rebecca quietly watched from the sidelines, and as she saw Shaya and Xiang conclude their training and emerge from the arena, she offered them 2 towels with a smile, saying, "Here, take these to wipe off your sweat. I am impressed that you can simultaneously fend off 32 biomechanical robots, while also launching attacks against each other. It is worth noting that each of these robots possesses an energy level exceeding 800 points. Achieving this indicates that your combat prowess is nearing 1,000. Just a mere 1,000 in combat power," she mused, "yet it still falls considerably short." Shaya wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked that if it weren't for the suppression of the energy within him, even the slightest movement would not elicit a single drop of perspiration. By the way, Mother, have our new mission assignments arrived? After unscrewing a bottle of water and taking a sip, Shieling inquired with a melodious voice. Rebecca smiled gently as she produced a form and handed it over. Behold, this is your new mission, to eradicate a primitive tribe on the planet Dahlia. The mission is classified as intermediate, hence you will need to assemble a Scion team. The members of your squad are listed above. As Shaya took the form and examined it with a furrowed brow, he quickly relaxed. Dodoria was a planet nearing the classification of a mid-level world, with a strength comparable to that of Selma, where they had previously undertaken a mission. However, this time the management office had instructed them to assemble a Scion team for the assignment on Dodoria. These missions were directly issued by Frieza's headquarters based on the Scion situation. Although the Tajian officials at the management office were quite bothersome, they would never dare to go against Frieza's directives, ensuring that the task details were presented without embellishment. Chapter 33. Who is the captain? A mid-level mission. Does that mean the indigenous life forms possess combat powers nearing 1,000? Shieling's voice carried a hint of languor. In truth, such low-level battles no longer ignited her anticipation. Rebecca frowned at her daughter's dismissive attitude, which could easily lead to peril. She admonished Shieling, "Do not let the success of the Selma mission inflate your ego. The tasks issued by the management office are carefully considered. Given that a Scion team is required for this mission, Dodoria may pose significant challenges. A careless approach could lead to disaster." Concerned, she turned to Shaya. "Zaya, make sure to keep an eye on her." "Indeed, I shall watch over her," he assured. Shieling concealed her indifference. While Dodoria might not captivate her interest, she understood the necessity of not appearing overly nonchalant. Subsequently, Shaya and the others prepared their gear and, after bidding farewell to Rebecca, made their way to the assembly point for their team. In the outskirts of the city, far from the towering technological edifices, lay a desolate plain. Approximately 100 kilometers from the urban area and even farther from the spaceport, the environment here was far from ideal. The predominant hue was a dull yellow, and the riverbeds had cracked from drought. As the wind blew, scattered tumbleweeds rolled chaotically, and in the vast, barren expanse stood a few tall, straight trunks that branched out into spherical canopies, resembling giant lollipops, a common sight in the desert. Beneath the sprawling shade of a large tree, a group of Scions gathered in a cool corner. 2 males and 2 females, all clad in dark brown battle attire, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age. "Hey, Balit, who do you think our captain is this time?" one rather lean Scion called out loudly. Balit shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "How would I know who the captain is, Rita? Just make sure you don't drag me down during the mission. I certainly don't want to be hindered before we even complete it." "Oh, how can you say that? My combat power has reached 750. If anyone is a burden, it's you, useless Balit." The lean Scion, Rita, mocked. "You." Balit, infuriated, surged to his feet, his robust figure lunging toward Rita, grabbing the latter's tail, and they began to tussle. "Enough. Both of you, settle down, or you will regret it." A chilling voice cut through the air as a tall girl stepped forward, her clear eyes shimmering with icy resolve, exuding a formidable aura. "Oh no, Adishia is angry. Definitely angry. We must not provoke her." Balit and Rita shivered, releasing each other and freezing in place like mice before a cat. Adishia, it seemed, was the strongest among them with a combat power of 840, rendering them wary of her. After casting a cold glance at them, Adishia turned to another girl beside her and inquired, "Jelen, do you have any information on the captain?" The girl named Jelen shook her head, confessing, "I don't know about the captain, but I heard that Shakta is involved in this mission." "Shakta? That guy is also part of this mission?" The revelation startled everyone. The captain had to be him. After all, his combat power exceeded 900. Everyone was taken aback. Even Adishia gasped. Compared to the prodigious Shakta, her own power seemed insufficient. They had all trained together in the same camp, and Shakta's talent had already garnered him significant recognition. Achieving over 900 combat power at the tender age of 12 was commendable, placing him at the forefront among peers. Simultaneously, they felt fortunate. The higher the captain's strength, the greater the likelihood of mission success. Given their current combat abilities, tackling a mid-level mission would be exceedingly challenging. It must be him. Otherwise, how could we possibly complete this mid-level mission? Rita declared confidently, slapping his palm. Their misgivings were not unfounded, with only their 4 combat powers. The extermination mission on Dodoria would be excessively daunting. Just then, they spotted a figure soaring in from the distant horizon, another Scion clad in brown battle gear. With a tall stature, resolute gaze, and wild hair standing upright, It was none other than Shakta, the subject of their earlier conversation. Upon landing, Shakta's calm demeanor shifted to one of displeasure as he surveyed the 4 Scions before him. Why are you for the ones assembled this time? Where's the captain? Upon hearing Shakta's inquiry, the group froze momentarily in disbelief. Was Shakta not the captain? Raida, astonished, asked, Shakta, are you not the captain? Of course not. I too wish to know who the captain actually is, Shakta replied coldly, his eyes glinting with curiosity. How can it be? If you are not the captain, then who is? Belit exclaimed incredulously. Among their age group, the renowned geniuses were few, and aside from Shakta, there were hardly any other candidates. Could it be Igela, Kale, or Pabinlais? Adashia shook her head, countering, it cannot be them. I know they are currently engaged in other missions. Then could it be someone from a higher tier? Jelen suggested. Everyone's eyes brightened, casting admiring glances at Jelen. Indeed, aside from members of their training camp, a higher-tier Scion could very well be appointed as captain for such a high-stakes extermination mission on Dodoria, where formidable foes could possess combat powers exceeding 1,000. Unbeknownst to them, they had not considered candidates younger than themselves. Deep down, they found it hard to believe that any lower-tier warriors could possess such strength. Furthermore, Shakta was already a standout among their cohort, making it unlikely for someone younger to surpass him. Yet, the reality might prove to be more surprising than they anticipated. Chapter 34. I am your captain, however. The captain has yet to make an appearance, and their speculation remains unconfirmed as they must continue to wait. Shakta found a shaded spot under a tree to sit, maintaining a distance from Belit and the others. Aware of his character, the others chose to disregard him and engaged in animated discussions about their current mission. As their conversation meandered, it inevitably veered towards their individual training progress, leading to a lively exchange of competitive banter. From a distance, Shakta observed the spirited group, a furrow of concern knitting his brow. He pondered, do these individuals not comprehend the significance of this mission? I wonder who will assume the role of captain. I hope their abilities are not lacking. It is commonplace for Scions to form small teams for the execution of missions, as this enhances efficiency. As they mature, intermediate warriors typically assemble into specific task forces before reaching adulthood. Once established, such teams rarely disband unless unforeseen circumstances arise, suggesting that Shakta and the others would likely remain team members for an extended period. Naturally, Shakta hoped that the strength of his team would be commendable. Shaking his head to cast aside these thoughts, Shakta exhaled softly and reclined against a cracked stone, allowing his gaze to wander towards the heavens. The sky was painted in a brilliant crimson hue, the atmosphere smooth and unwrinkled, with wisps of clouds tinged with red drifting gracefully, occasionally morphing shapes in the gentle breeze. As the wind stirred, the clouds began to roll, casting irregular shadows upon the ground as sunlight filtered through. Suddenly, Shakta noticed 2 dark specks on the horizon. With a powerful push of his arms, he sprang up elegantly, catching the attention of Atasia, Belit, and the others. Ah, someone is approaching. Atasia's melodious voice rang out. Could it be the captain? Jelen murmured, her expression tinged with anticipation. Disregarding the murmurs around him, Shakta squinted into the distance, attempting to discern the identity of the approaching figures. As they drew nearer, he realized that they were 2 diminutive Scions, 1 male and 1 female, who appeared significantly younger than the rest. What are 2 children doing here? Could they possibly be part of our team? Ryder exclaimed incredulously, his face a mask of disbelief. Unlikely. The Mission Management Center wouldn't be so reckless, Belit replied, uncertainty lacing his tone. But look, they are indeed heading towards us, Ryder remarked, astonished. Indeed. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Shaya and Shieling landed steadily not far in front of them, all signs indicating that these 2 were truly members of their team. Is the management center jesting? They have sent 2 children to us. At that moment, a faint smile graced Shaya's lips as he keenly observed the expressions of everyone present. He stepped forward and, in a low voice, declared, Shakta, age 12, battle power 925. Atasia, age 12, battle power 840. Ryder, age 12, battle power 750. Jelen, age 12, battle power 788. Belit, age 12, battle power 738. Shaya meticulously recited the names and combat powers of all members, a privilege reserved solely for the captain. This revelation implied that he was indeed the captain. The Scions were rendered incredulous, particularly Shakta, whose expression darkened significantly, his icy gaze glinting with malice. How infuriating it was that these 2, evidently younger, were their leaders. Shakta clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers turned pale, his body trembling slightly with rage. His voice was cold and unyielding. You are our captain? Let me make it clear, I shall not accept a weakling as our leader. Adishia cast a glance at Shakta. Though unspoken, her eyes flickered with agreement. Clearly, she shared his sentiments. While she may not have been the most exceptional among her peers, she certainly stood out. And she would never stoop to following someone so markedly younger than herself. Observing Shakta and Datashia's attitude, the others nodded in agreement. To be their captain, one must be a formidable warrior. Shaya's smile faded slightly. Familiar with the nature of Scions, he found nothing peculiar about their reactions. On the contrary, it would have been surprising if they had recognized his leadership without him demonstrating any strength. Nevertheless, the feeling of being underestimated was undeniably irksome. Indeed, if he wished for these Scions to acknowledge him as their captain, he would have to take some tangible action. With that thought, Shaya's smile returned, broad and radiant. Beside him, Shieling observed quietly, and upon seeing Shaya's expression, a smile crept onto her face, albeit one that sent shivers down the spine. Indeed, I am your captain, he declared calmly, approaching Shakta with hands clasped behind his back. Upon reaching Shakta, he lifted his chin, adopting an air of feigned wisdom. Shakta opened his mouth, instinctively sensing trouble. Just as he was about to say something further, an immense force struck him in the abdomen. He could hardly believe the fist that had appeared there, followed swiftly by a wave of excruciating pain. His body shot away like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters. Thud, thud, thud. Shakta's form continued to fly back, crashing through several bushes before slamming into a rocky outcrop, creating a significant dent as he embedded himself deep into the stone. This scene unfolded so suddenly that everyone was left in stunned silence. Shakta had been ambushed. With a furious roar, Shakta broke free from the rock, a surge of energy erupting from him and obliterating the entire rock formation. At that moment, he awakened from his daze, filled with an anger beyond imagination. His hair was tousled, his eyes bloodshot, and with a fierce glare, he dove toward Shaya. Seeing Shakta's reckless behavior, Shieling shook her head lightly, mocking, ignorance breeds fearlessness. How dare you strike at Shaya with such little power? Truly, a fool who does not know death. A proper lesson was in order, Shaya thought to himself. After all, Shakta was also a member of their team, and Shaya did not wish to go too far. Clang. He summoned his inner energy, conjuring a radiant energy sphere that floated in his palm, shimmering with a crystalline glow, its aquamarine hue lending it an almost endearing quality. Yet the hissing sound that disrupted the air and the slightly warped light around it signified that this aquamarine sphere was anything but ordinary. With a cold chuckle, Shaya hurled the energy sphere toward Shakta. It seemed as though instinct kicked in, just before the beautiful energy sphere descended. Shakta regained his senses and hurriedly maneuvered to evade it. Boom. The energy sphere detonated beside Shakta. The explosion's spectacle was one that would be etched in memory for a lifetime. The aquamarine sphere ruptured, unleashing orange flames akin to a newborn sun, scorching the earth as the blast shockwave propelled Shakta away, allowing him to avoid the most perilous zone. Crash. The ground shattered, debris flying in chaos. As the brilliant light and deafening roar subsided, the landscape appeared as though it had endured the ravaging of hundreds of small nuclear bombs, utterly transformed. The earth split open, terrifying waves of force rippling beneath the surface, creating a series of gaping fissures above ground. Just when it seemed everything had concluded, boom. The entire terrain suddenly collapsed without warning. Wisps of green smoke, accompanied by bubbling sounds, rose from the molten lava below. How powerful! It's terrifying. All present stood in awe, gazing at the spectacle, their eyes filled with reverence for Shaya. No one had anticipated that this seemingly diminutive figure could unleash such a sharp and potent attack in an instant. Truly astonishing. Could this fellow be a monster? Such thoughts involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds, particularly for Shakta, who, having narrowly escaped, stood dazed, facing the searing waves of energy. His mind replayed the breathtaking scene, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. As a new week began, Shaya, with a smile, remarked, "So, do I now qualify to be your captain?" His words, accompanied by the aura of a successful conqueror, made his smile shine brilliantly in the eyes of all the Scions present. Shakta shook his head to clear his thoughts, glancing at the ravaged ground, especially the deep crater left behind, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I always thought I was among the best of my peers, believing I was not much inferior to the older Scions, yet it seems I've been blind to my own limitations. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the blink of an eye, Shakta conceded, if even you are unqualified to lead, Then who could possibly claim that right? With a hearty laugh, Shaya patted Shakta on the shoulder, exclaiming, I am Shaya, and from now on, our team shall be called the Shaya Squad. You are all members now, but let me be clear, once you join, you must obey orders, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Rest assured, Captain. We will follow your commands. Shakta and the others exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. For Science, obeying the strong was a matter of course. As long as the orders did not lead them to certain doom, they would steadfastly adhere to their captain's directives. Moreover, their hearts ignited with fervor. With such a powerful captain, how could they not revel in the thrill of battle? With this thought, the Scions wore exuberant smiles. The fleeting discontent within Shakta vanished entirely. Scions were dubbed the warrior race, not only due to their deeply ingrained combative instincts but also because of their formidable execution capabilities. Scions were born mercenaries, when tasked. They executed their missions with remarkable efficiency, not for monetary gain. Money held no value for them, but for the sheer exhilaration that combat provided. Char's conclusion was drawn. At times, he pondered whether the Scions would still bear such a notorious reputation had they been engaged not by the Frieza force, but rather by legitimate institutions of the galaxy, such as the Galactic Patrol. Shaking his head to dismiss these unrealistic musings, he turned serious and stated, I shall now elucidate the details of our upcoming mission. As you are likely aware, our destination is the planet Fidaia. His gaze swept across each member of the team, observing the stern expressions that emerged upon the mention of Fidaia. This planet, categorized as a mid-level celestial body, posed the risk of unforeseen dangers. Thus, he warned, if such incidents were to occur, only I, Saiyan, and Shakta would likely remain unscathed. The rest of you, especially Rida and Balit, must exercise utmost caution, as your combat capabilities are the weakest among us. Understood, Captain, everyone replied earnestly. Seeing their attentive demeanor brought a sense of relief to Char. He then gestured towards Saiyan, introducing her. This is my sister Saiyan, a member of our team, and her combat prowess rivals my own. Of course, he referred to their suppressed battle powers. Shakta and others shifted their focus to Saiyan, their eyes brimming with admiration, especially Ataija and Jelen, who envied Saiyan's remarkable strength as fellow female Saiyans. How old are you and Char now, and what are your battle powers? Ataija inquired, her tall stature accentuated by her flowing waves of hair, marking her as the most mature among the Scions at just 12 years of age. With a charming smile, Saiyan chimed in, Char, and I will soon be 9. His battle power is 1,000, while mine is 970. During their return to Vegeta, they had both enhanced their powers by a few points. Although her voice was soft, the striking figures resonated like thunder, stunning Ataija and the others. 1,000 battle power, 970 battle power, and merely at the age of 9? The Scions gazed at them in disbelief, yet the lingering memory of their formidable strength compelled them to accept this reality. At just 9, you possess such power. You must be more than mere mid-level warriors, perhaps even high-level ones? Balit exclaimed dramatically, feeling rather embarrassed as the weakest among them, having only reached 738 battle power at 12. Indeed, I doubt even high-level warriors could match such exaggeration, Rida lamented empathetically. In truth, their current strength was commendable. Upon reaching adolescence, they would likely experience a significant surge in power, easily surpassing 2,000 battle power as adults, placing them in the middle tier of mid-level warriors. Yet, compared to some prodigies, it was somewhat disheartening. Shakta sighed, I once believed achieving over 900 battle power by 12 was exceptional, but next to you too, it seems insurmountable. Indeed, Ataija and Jelen nodded in agreement, resonating with Shakta's sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, the bonds among the Scions had tightened considerably, with Char and Saiyan as their stalwart pillars. The minor gaps between them felt trivial, uniting them in a shared purpose. Subtly, they had begun to regard Char as a genius akin to Prince Vegeta. All right, we must set forth. I believe the spacecraft at the spaceport is ready for us. Char addressed them, adopting a captain's demeanor. Yes, we should depart, they concurred, excitement bubbling forth as they soared towards the spaceport. Half an hour later, the 7 arrived at the vicinity of the spaceport, landing gracefully and, under the guidance of the attendants, locating their designated spacecraft. On a vacant platform, 7 spherical vessels, each 2 meters in diameter, stood aligned at the landing zone. As they entered their respective crafts, the doors sealed behind them. Char's voice resonated over the communicator. Let us embark, wishing for the successful completion of Team Char's inaugural mission. Launch! Launch! The enthusiastic cries echoed through the communicator, and soon the 7 white spheres shimmered with a radiant glow, accelerating swiftly as they departed from Vegeta, embarking on a month-long interstellar journey. Chapter 36. The planet Fidaia. The lengthy voyage felt fleeting, a month slipping by in the blink of an eye. Surrounding them was an expanse of profound darkness, punctuated by twinkling stars radiating a delicate white luminescence, reminiscent of diamonds scattered across a velvet canvas, exuding an immaculate serenity. A flicker of light caught their attention. In the tranquil void of space, this glimmer stood out vividly. As they drew closer, the outlines of 7 spherical vessels gradually emerged from the brilliance. In the grand scale of the universe, the distances between planets are vast, often spanning countless light years even at their closest proximity. However, thanks to the advanced technology of cosmic civilization, interstellar travel within the Dragon Ball universe is considerably more convenient, allowing for traversal across multiple star systems in mere days or even months. Several star systems away from Vegeta, a terracotta-hued planet orbited a yellow dwarf star at the heart of its solar system. On the planet Fidaia, amidst a desiccated riverbed, a piercing roar resonated as several glowing spheres descended through the clouds, crashing with a thunderous impact. A billowing cloud of dust erupted into the air, obscuring the sky, lingering due to the planet's arid conditions and forming a heavy haze. Before long, 7 figures emerged from the depths of a seemingly endless crater. Rita floated above, covering her mouth to dispel the swirling dust in the air. The scorching sun beat down through the thin atmosphere, searing her skin with an intense heat. As she attempted to catch her breath, a wave of hot air caught her off guard, leading to a fit of coughing. Shaya and Shieling ascended into the air, surveying the sparse shrubbery around them, which bore a striking resemblance to the desolate landscapes of Planet Vegeta. The planet Fidaia, characterized by its earthy-toned rocky surface, endured a perennial scarcity of water, rendering most of its terrain arid and inhospitable. The atmosphere was undeniably uncomfortable. A soft voice broke the silence. Atasia, having conducted thorough research prior to their arrival, expressed her discontent with the environment. The heat, high pressure, and lack of moisture posed a significant threat to the delicate skin of young women. Shieling and Jeline responded immediately. After scanning their surroundings and finding no signs of life, Shakta's expression turned serious. The environment here is so harsh. It is hard to fathom this being a planet of intermediate classification. Nature adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest, where the most resilient forms of life often emerge from the most adverse conditions. Shaya narrowed his eyes, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his features. Before pressing the button on the energy detector, electronic beeps resonated as the data from Fidaia materialized before them. To the southeast, 170 kilometers, power level 920. Directly south, 56 kilometers, power level 568. South again, 167 kilometers, power level 869. The others activated their energy detectors, only to be overwhelmed by a barrage of dazzling data. The small display was inundated with green numbers. Damn, this is outrageous. Shakta muttered under his breath, taken aback by the unprecedented situation. They were compelled to manually adjust the detection threshold, filtering out the overwhelming majority of data, allowing them to discern clearer information. Nonetheless, even after this adjustment, apart from Shaya and Shieling, the others remained bewildered. They discovered that even after filtering, the display still revealed numerous data points, often clustering together in groups of 3 or 5, with a small cluster boasting dozens of energy sources. This suggests a communal existence. Jillian's usual composure faltered, her voice trembling. Despite the Scion's combative nature, the prospect of facing overwhelming odds instilled a sense of trepidation. The life forms on Fidaia belonged to primitive tribal races, living in communal societies. Angering even one could provoke the wrath of an entire tribe. Shakta's expression mirrored her unease, though the actual threat posed by the few data points was minimal. Their sheer numbers were daunting. One could easily imagine the chilling scenario of battling an evenly matched opponent while simultaneously fending off attacks from dozens of lesser adversaries. Given that these tribes were likely in opposition to one another, this at least provided them with a glimmer of opportunity. Upon analyzing the current situation, Atasia furrowed her brow. The scant information at hand rendered comprehensive analysis nearly impossible. Well, discussing possibilities at this juncture is futile. Let us divide our forces and first eliminate those solitary primitive natives. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya divided the team into groups. I, along with Shieling and Shakta, possess the strongest capabilities and can proceed independently. Balit and Rida, with the least combat prowess, shall join forces with Atasia and Jelen. Everyone, while on the move, must exercise utmost caution to avoid provoking the formidable indigenous creatures that dwell in groups. Once we have successfully eliminated the isolated natives, we shall reconvene at this location. Understood, Captain. Then let us depart. The members of Shaya's team responded loudly. The weakest, Bailit and Atasia, formed one group, while the second weakest, Rida and Jelen, formed another. Shaya, Shieling, and Shakta, possessing sufficient strength, each constituted an individual group. The 5 groups promptly established 5 distinct directions as their respective targets and set off with haste. Once everyone had departed, Shaya quietly closed his eyes to sense the various energies emanating from the planet Dahlia, subsequently soaring towards the location where the energy was most concentrated. Under the blazing sun, the scorching rays seared the earth. On a desolate and lifeless plateau, traces of life were scarce. Only a few parched shrubs swayed gracefully amidst the arid soil. Shaya soared through the skies, radiating a soft yellow luminescence. With a swift whoosh, a beam of light sliced through the air, leaving behind a faint, translucent glow reminiscent of jade. He was drawing ever closer to his objective. The sensed auras became increasingly distinct, and suddenly he thought, a master, but no, there are more than one. Acknowledging the formidable presence emanating ahead, Shaya made slight adjustments and propelled himself directly towards those powerful signatures. As he approached his target, he realized he had flown beyond the fringes of the desert. Patches of visible vegetation began to emerge, and in the distance, signs of water sources were becoming apparent. Shaya sensed the presence of dozens of formidable auras ahead, each approaching a battle power of 1,978, 945, 984. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward as he smiled nonchalantly. Although such battle power was merely an appetizer for him, it undeniably represented the pinnacle of strength on the planet Dahlia. Thus, let us begin with you. In a fleeting shimmer of light, Shaya's figure materialized above the sources of energy. Below him lay a diminutive primitive tribe, the natives resembling half-evolved apes. Their sharp tusks glinting with a blinding radiance, their bodies cloaked in a layer of greenish fur, and their lower halves concealed by coarse animal hides, indicating a nascent awareness of civilization. Upon catching sight of the figure that had suddenly appeared in the sky, the natives emitted guttural growls, a sound that straddled the line between language and the roars of beasts. Chapter 37. Slaughter. This small tribe comprised only a handful of natives. Yet it was the most potent tribe in the vicinity. They occupied the most advantageous geographical position on the arid plateau, in closest proximity to a water source. For ages, they had thrived, mercilessly slaughtering any intruders who dared to encroach upon their territory. Over time, few tribes had the audacity to challenge them. At the moment of Shaya's arrival, they were employing rudimentary methods to cook the corpse of a native from a neighboring tribe, a large thigh sizzling enticingly as they began to partake of it. The gaping wound at the head of the corpse indicated that it had undoubtedly suffered a brutal blow in life. The appearance of Shaya instinctively instilled a sense of crisis in the indigenous people, adorned in a dark brown soft armor that shimmered with elusive gleams. He exuded an air of unparalleled grandeur, a sight never before witnessed on the planet of Daria. These primitive natives were oblivious to the concept of combat attire. They were simply mesmerized by the opulence of his garb. The barbarity of consuming one's own kind for sustenance indeed rendered them more savage than even the most feral beasts. For even a stray dog would refrain from such acts. They were inferior to even the lowliest of creatures. In the depths of Shaya's gaze, a chill coursed through him as he recalled the loyalty of the humble local dogs from his past life, which stood in stark contrast to these savage indigenous people, whose barbarity was incomparably lower. Although the natives did not comprehend Shaya's words, they sensed his derision and responded with guttural growls, attempting to intimidate him. However, Shaya was not one to be easily dissuaded by the unintelligible roars of these primitives. As their low, menacing growls failed to deter him, their anger visibly escalated, prompting them to abandon their tasks. Soon, dozens of colossal figures vaulted into the air, surrounding Shaya from all sides. Each of these natives towered over 3 meters, their massive physiques imposing a palpable sense of oppression, creating an illusion of brute strength overwhelming the diminutive. The natives emitted deep, furious growls, their cacophonous and savage sounds producing a chaotic surge of air that transformed the already heated atmosphere into a turbulent tempest. It was akin to a small vessel navigating the ocean. Moments ago, the waters glimmered serenely, only to be suddenly engulfed by raging waves, threatening to submerge the ship into the abyss below, a scene both perilous and terrifying. Yet, amidst this maelstrom, Shaya stood unwavering at the vortex, unperturbed. The energy was scattered, and despite possessing an impressive combat power nearing 1,000, he doubted he could harness even 900 in genuine combat. With a discerning eye, he surveyed the ever-shifting energy around him, maintaining an impassive expression. His keen perception allowed him to easily identify the native's vulnerabilities. He then raised his hand gently, stirring the air. An immense aura immediately surged forth from Shaya, radiating outward with the force of thunder. The earth trembled beneath him, and fierce winds began to swirl. Even with merely 1,000 combat power, its masterful application was sufficient to invoke various meteorological phenomena. Faced with the terrifying force erupting from Shaya, the indigenous people instinctively contracted their pupils and took 2 steps back. However, recovering from their shock, they pounded their chests and released a long, piercing howl, their tusks clashing ominously. Fearful glances exchanged among them. They suddenly huddled together, adopting an oddly synchronized formation, and unleashed their furious roars. In that moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The sound waves emanating from their cluster transformed into visible ripples, resonating through the air. Concurrently, with a tremendous force, withered branches and stones were uprooted from the ground, creating a rustling cacophony. The sharp crack of breaking twigs followed, as bushes were torn from their roots, swirling alongside the debris in midair. Waves of energy surged forth, each more potent than the last, heralding a storm capable of devouring all in its path, expanding relentlessly outward. Shaya gazed in astonishment at the primitive man's actions, then shook his head. Alas, the method employed was merely a reliance on brute strength, devoid of any semblance of technique. These indigenous people had not learned to harness the energy within themselves. In battle, they resorted to the most savage means of assaulting their foes, which proved to be the most ineffective and exhausting approach. In comparison to the beasts on Selma, they fell far short. The animals fought instinctively, their formidable strength rendering them even more fearsome, whereas these primitives were woefully lacking. No matter how great their strength, if they could not strike their adversaries, it was all in vain. It appears that this mission is not as daunting as initially anticipated. Zaya pondered silently, his expression gradually relaxing. Initially, he believed that accomplishing the task of annihilating the Dahlia would require a considerable amount of time without revealing his true combat capabilities, and he had prepared himself for an extended endeavor. However, during the actual confrontation, he discovered that these primitive natives were truly lacking in intelligence. They possessed formidable strength, yet were utterly oblivious to its application. Such a remarkable physique, if granted thousands of years to develop their own martial arts, could potentially elevate them to advanced planetary status. Yet, their fate was now sealed. With a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, he fixated intently on the primitive natives, a glimmer of brilliance emerging in his dark eyes. The depths of Zaya's gaze remained undisturbed, resembling an unseen black hole in the cosmos, silently consuming everything in its path. With a fierce roar, Shaya's aura surged, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive combat power of 1,000. Such a formidable force was more than sufficient to deal with these indigenous people. His gaze, icy and penetrating, fell upon the natives as his body swiftly propelled forward, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught. Instinctively sensing the imminent threat, the natives felt the chilling breath of death upon them, prompting a collective cry of alarm as they scattered like startled birds and beasts. None would escape. As Shaya's gaze sharpened, his youthful and handsome visage revealed a cruel smile. In that moment, the Scion's bloodthirsty nature was laid bare. Countless afterimages suddenly appeared in midair, while his true form swiftly tracked the fleeing paths of the indigenous people. Amidst the crackle of thunder and flashes of lightning, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. With every punch, a primitive native was rendered immobile, the sheer force of his blows echoing like thunderclaps. The overwhelming disparity in strength pierced the psyche of the indigenous folk, as they endured wave after wave of intense impact, akin to a high-velocity projectile on the brink of detonation. It was time to conclude this, Shaya softly murmured, finding little value in this battle, which was merely a one-sided massacre. He raised a hand above his head, fingers splayed, and with a slight exertion, a ball of radiant energy coalesced, shimmering with a crystalline luster. A crimson aura enveloped the surface of the energy sphere, resembling a beautiful little sun, radiating a searing brilliance. That was the signal of death. With a breath, the energy descended. A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder, as the sky was suddenly shrouded in a wave of immense energy, casting a gloomy pall over the land. The overwhelming pressure blotted out the sun, distorting the air as if a lens obscured the scorching sun above. Wisps of smoke curled upwards, and the ground was littered with debris. As the smoke gradually cleared, the sole remaining oasis on the plateau had vanished, leaving behind a massive circular crater, 1,000 meters in diameter, the depth unknown. Observing the life he had just obliterated, Shaya felt no stirrings in his heart, as if he had merely slain inconsequential ants. He was not a man of pity, for he was simply executing a mission. The strong tower over the weak like deities. To aspire to be above others, one must strive to become a god. With a sigh, he resolved the target and departed from the nearly desertified plateau, advancing towards his next objective. The powerful life forms on the planet Fidaia were numerous, and before long, another native creature came into view. It was a towering giant with a single eye, standing over 70 meters tall, like a wall before him, its muscles coiled and robust, exuding immense explosive power. This giant reminded Shaya of the cyclopean beast he had slain alongside Shieling on Selma star, possessing a similarly formidable physique. Yet this one was even more imposing. With a combat power of 1020, it was likely the strongest being on this planet. Hovering several hundred meters above, Shaya confidently speculated. Times had changed. A mere combat power of 1,000 no longer held any significance to him, even if he stood still and allowed the giant to attack. It might not breach his defenses. Chapter 38. Near completion as time flowed. 7 days had swiftly passed. During these days, Shaya traversed every continent of the planet, and virtually every formidable life form he encountered met with destruction. Should he descend to the underworld, he would undoubtedly be condemned. This diverged from his original intent. Once again at the dry riverbed, the 7 enormous craters created by his spacecraft remained. Shaya sat cross-legged atop the white shell of the vessel, waiting patiently for his comrades to gather. Under the blazing sun, the temperature soared to 50 degrees. After sending a signal to each team member via the communicator, he retreated into the craft to rest, where the temperature remained constant. Approximately 10 minutes later, all 6 team members returned to the riverbed. Upon arrival, they greeted Shaya and began chattering excitedly, seemingly having discovered the crude application of energy by the natives, particularly Violet and Rueda, whose faces glowed with exhilaration as they animatedly gestured. When they first received the intermediate mission, those two had been the most anxious. However, after several days of combat, they had evidently regained their confidence. Rueda, I single-handedly slew numerous natives with a combat power of 800, at least 20 or 30. Violet boasted, his robust frame gleaming with pride. Rueda, comparatively slender, scoffed, is that all it takes to satisfy you? Truly pathetic, Violet. Had it not been for Atasia's protection, you'd have been quaking in your boots. Who said that? I personally killed a native with a combat power of 850. You can ask Atasia if you don't believe me. Violet retorted, his face flushed. He then turned to Atasia with a pleading expression. Atasia, without even glancing, turned her face away. See? You've been exposed. Rueda laughed heartily, reveling in his supposed victory over Violet. Violet, indignant, spat in frustration. Don't talk about me. You rely on Jeline. What's so impressive about that? In a few years, I'll easily take you down. Humph, that's different. Jeline and I are evenly matched. Our synergy is true cooperation, while you merely drag us down, Rueda proudly proclaimed. At this moment, Shakta, unable to tolerate the banter, interjected. As a familiar face from their training camp, he felt embarrassed by their behavior in front of the new captain. With a cold snort, he remarked, do you think this is impressive? Have you no ambition? To have Scions like you is a disgrace. At this, Violet and Rueda fell silent, as Shakta's authority, built during their training, commanded immediate respect. Atasia's eyes shimmered as she turned to Shaya. Captain, what shall we do next? Shall we swiftly eradicate the primitive tribes here? After a moment of contemplation, Shaya replied, it is evident that the primitive natives of Fidaia do not possess mastery over energy, which is a significant advantage for us. In light of this, even Violet could single-handedly defeat opponents stronger than himself. We must capitalize on this. But why has the mission management designated this as an intermediate task? It seems far below that standard. Queried Jillian, a relatively reserved Scion girl with a sharp mind, often cutting to the heart of matters. This is easily understood. The extraterrestrial beings assessing the planet's level do not personally visit the surface. They merely utilize energy detectors from outer space, thus lacking awareness of the planet's specifics. This is why the mission grade is inflated. We happen to have hit the jackpot this time. Atasia smiled slyly, her youthful charm evident. Yet anyone who underestimated her as just a delicate girl would soon remember the ferocious nature of Scions. Shaya, what should we do next? Shieling inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Char, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, "At present, we possess a definitive advantage. Over the past few days, we have annihilated the majority." Shaya's voice, cold as ice, issued the mission directives. Understood. All the Scions solemnly accepted the orders and subsequently set forth in the direction indicated by the energy detector, where a considerable number of primitive tribes had gathered. After the 5 from Shakta departed, Shaya and Shieling flew together for a while before parting ways. Their previous collaboration was merely a facade to conceal their true powers. And given their formidable strength, there was no longer any need for such companionship. Shieling, head north. Over 300 energy signatures are congregating there. By the way, if you must utilize energy exceeding 1,000 battle power, it would be prudent to deactivate the detector, Shaya advised with concern before parting. Understood, Shieling replied softly, then accelerated northward without a glance back. Watching her vanish into the distance, Shaya smiled faintly and then altered his course toward his own objective. The task of eradicating the planet Motalia seemed daunting at first. However, upon execution, both Shaya and Shakta discovered it was surprisingly manageable. This task is not as difficult as anticipated, Shaya mused, his heart as tranquil as still waters, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He realized he could save a considerable amount of time, no longer needing to squander precious moments on this desolate planet. When a Scion team embarks on a mission, the initial task is coordinated by the Mission Management Office, which selects team members and appoints a suitable leader. Subsequent missions grant the captain a degree of autonomy in choosing tasks. Thus, as the captain of the Scion squad, Shaya, after completing the Motalia mission, could select assignments that aligned with his aspirations. For an ordinary Scion squad, such discretion held little value, merely allowing for adjustments in the intensity and duration of tasks. After all, every mission inherently involves combat, and Scions revel in the thrill of battle. However, Shaya was different. He harbored his own ambitions and yearned to become a formidable warrior. Fortuitously, he had several methods to enhance his prowess residing within his mind. Chapter 39. Members of the Edry squad. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Shaya's battle power surpassed 12,000. After more than a year of steady cultivation, he had solidified his foundation immensely. It was time to unleash this potential and pursue further breakthroughs. Now, he urgently required a gravity device. Ideally one capable of simultaneously altering temperature, atmospheric pressure, gravity, and other parameters. This necessitated the assistance of advanced technological civilization. Although there were many technologically adept beings on Vegeta, Shaya was genuinely hesitant to employ them, as their loyalties lay either with Frieza or King Vegeta. He feared that the moment the gravity chamber was constructed, it would be betrayed. The gravity chamber must be constructed without delay. For the next mission, he would choose one related to a high-tech planet. Zaya gently pressed his palms against his temples, kneading them softly. With an abundance of Senza beans at his disposal, he realized that failing to utilize them alongside the gravity chamber would be an utter waste. The combination of Senza beans with the gravity device, coupled with his Scion physiology, allowed Zaya to envision a remarkable surge in his power. His heart ignited with fervor, yearning to conclude his current mission and return to Planet Vegeta. 5 days later, they found themselves once more at the site of the spaceship's crash. A group of Scions had gathered again, having successfully completed the extermination mission on Planet Dahlia. There were no life forms with combat power exceeding 100 remaining on the planet. Although only a few days had passed, they had engaged in countless skirmishes. Regardless, Planet Dahlia was relatively close to being a mid-tier planet, and the adversaries faced by Shakta and his companions were not significantly weaker than themselves. Thus, after a series of battles, while they encountered no real danger, their combat abilities had genuinely improved. Among them, the Scion with the lowest battle power, Belit, had reached a formidable 810, an increase of 70 points. Meanwhile, the strongest among them, Shakta, had directly surpassed the threshold of 1030, largely due to the strength of his chosen opponents. Such remarkable enhancements in such a short span had uplifted the spirits of the Scions. And even the usually contentious Rida and Belit were engaging in light-hearted banter like close friends. Shaya gazed contentedly at the group, observing their radiant faces and the animated exchanges of laughter and conversation. A faint smile graced his lips as he declared, "Well done, everyone. Our mission has been successfully accomplished, and each of you has enhanced your combat prowess. It is time to return to Planet Vegeta." "Indeed, it is high time we head back," came the reply from Belit, her expression one of earnest appeal. "Captain, next time, please select a more manageable mission." I was quite anxious about whether we would fulfill our objectives. Kiki, I have no particular expectations for our missions, and I am truly looking forward to our next endeavor together, Captain, Atasia chimed in, her laughter light and carefree. Her flowing waves of hair dancing in the breeze. She exuded a mature charm, her form tall and graceful. G-Line stood quietly to the side, her silence contrasting with the lively atmosphere. The sweltering air had caused a few beads of sweat to glisten on her cheeks. Yet her sparkling eyes revealed her anticipation for the upcoming mission. Rest assured, the next task will not disappoint you, Shaya assured with a smile. With that, he leapt onto the spherical spacecraft situated in the center of the impact crater. The vessels had sunk partially into the mud, their surfaces rough and marred, with some areas charred black. Let us depart for Planet Vegeta, exclaimed Shieling with enthusiasm, following suit and jumping aboard. The remaining members exchanged glances before entering their respective crafts. Moments later, 7 white spheres ascended into the sky, rapidly accelerating in a straight line, swiftly breaking free from the gravitational pull of Planet Dahlia and soaring into the profound tranquility of the cosmos. 1 month later, on Planet Vegeta, the stars shone brilliantly, a tapestry of twinkling lights suspended high above. At that moment, one side of Planet Vegeta was enveloped in night. Shaya's team of 7 emerged from the spaceport, heading directly towards the nearest task management office. The familiar half-spherical, 3-story building greeted them, along with the ever-unpleasant Tajian inhabitants. After submitting their mission report, the team members prepared to part ways. Captain, I reside in the northern part of the city. You can reach me directly via the communicator, Shakta said earnestly before departing. Following this mission, he had developed a deep respect for Shaya, who was 3 years his junior. Not every Scion possesses the qualities of a leader. Those who truly exhibit commanding potential must not only possess strength, but also the composure and calmness essential for leadership. Throughout the mission, Shaya had demonstrated remarkable precision in his judgment, a fact acknowledged by all. A captain who understands strategy is a crucial factor for the longevity of any team. Oh, G-Line and I live nearby, quite close to your home, Captain, Atasia remarked, adjusting her combat attire and playfully linking her arm with G-Line's. Indeed, G-Line replied softly. Only Rido wore a glum expression as he lamented, Alas, I live the farthest away and must travel a considerable distance. Haha, then farewell, everyone. I shall contact you again for our next mission. Shaya laughed heartily, taking Shieling's hand to bid farewell before soaring homeward. As night had fallen, the residential area was unusually tranquil, the bright lights flickering in the darkness, accompanied only by the gentle rustle of insects. Upon returning home, Shaya was pleasantly surprised to find the lights in the hall still aglow. In the living room, aside from the Edlif couple, there were 4 other Scions, 2 males and 2 females, whom Shaya recognized as former members of the Edlif team. By familial ties, he ought to refer to them as uncles and aunts. Rebecca, slightly taken aback, looked at Shaya and Shieling as they entered. Did you not undertake an intermediate mission? How did you return so swiftly? Of course, we completed the mission. Shieling replied proudly, then turned to address the 4 Scions in the room. Uncle Baruch and Liza, Uncle Paladi and Eris, greetings. Shaya greeted each of the 4 individuals in turn. These individuals were once members of the Edri team, and after its dissolution, most took up positions in the training camp, making them utterly trustworthy. Originally, the Edri team comprised 13 members, but many years ago, during a mission, they suffered a devastating ambush by hostile forces, resulting in 6 members perishing and 4 sustaining severe injuries. Among the fallen Scions were Shaya's parents, leading to the team as significant casualties and subsequent disbandment. Oh my, little Shaya and Shieling have grown so much. I heard you completed the survival mission, but Haven T had the time to visit. I can't believe how grown up you both are. Alice stepped forward, embracing the two with open arms. Alice was a petite female Scion, slender in build, with a cascade of hair that flowed like ribbons. Despite being in her 30s, due to the protracted adolescence characteristic of Scions, she still radiated the vitality of youth. Although she seemed to convey her care, her actions were rather direct and rugged, reminiscent of a strong woman in a past life on Earth. Ugh, and Alice. Shieling exclaimed in dissatisfaction, feeling somewhat breathless as Alice's ample bosom pressed against her. Kiki. Alice chuckled, finally releasing her, though she kept one hand firmly on Shieling's shoulder. The others greeted them warmly. Baruch, with an icy demeanor, merely nodded, acknowledging them like a glacier. Chapter 40. Revelation. As former members of the Edri team, Baruch and the others shared a close bond with the Edri family, having often visited in the past. However, The gathering that night felt unusually significant. "Hey, what are you uncles discussing so late?" Shieling inquired, her eyes darting as she approached a female Scion named Lisa, her youthful face pressing closer to Lisa's. Edri exchanged glances with the others, their expressions turning grave. Shieling furrowed her brow, a thoughtful glimmer in her eyes. "Shieling, you should return to your room. Shaya will stay," Edri instructed. "All right." Seeing she was not to be included, Shieling gestured towards Shaya and obediently retreated to her room. With a sharp click, the door closed, plunging the living room into an eerie silence. The group sat around a coffee table, none daring to break the stillness. "What's wrong?" Shaya inquired with a smile. Edri sighed. "Earlier, you mentioned that Frieza had installed listening devices on our energy detectors, right? So we decided to investigate during the mission. And the outcome?" Shaya remained composed. Yet his heart stirred as he discerned the answer. It seemed evident that the assembly of Adley's team was convened to deliberate strategies. As anticipated, Adley solemnly nodded, affirming, "We indeed detected a listening device on the energy detector." At that moment, a male Scion named Parati slammed his fist onto the metallic table, producing a resounding thud as a dent was formed. With an irritable tone, Parati exclaimed, "If it weren't for Adley leading us in verification, we would have been oblivious to that scoundrel Frieza eavesdropping on every move of the Saiyans. It is clear he has never harbored good intentions towards us." Alice shot a glance at Parati, a flicker of disdain crossing her face, referring, of course, to the Frieza to whom they, the Saiyans, were loyal. Adley responded, "That is not my primary concern. Although Frieza harbors suspicion towards us Saiyans, he is unlikely to act immediately. The pressing issue is that if our every action is indeed under his scrutiny, then he must be fully aware of King Vegeta's rebellious inclinations." With a resigned shrug, Lisa lamented, "This spells significant trouble. By scheming against him, King Vegeta is bound to fail." What was even more disheartening was that, apart from the faction preparing to revolt led by King Vegeta, the vast majority of Saiyans held unwavering trust in Frieza, even revering his might. Even if we disseminated this information, there would be few believers, and such actions might exacerbate tensions between the Saiyans and Frieza, placing us in a precarious position. Baruch, maintaining a stoic expression, articulated the harsh reality. Revealing the information outright was untenable, as it could prompt Frieza to take action against the Saiyans. Yet, since Frieza was evidently aware of the Scion circumstances, including King Vegeta's plans for rebellion, why had he remained inactive? Did he not fear the consolidated strength of the Saiyans? Rebecca questioned in perplexity. Indeed, why would Frieza remain unmoved despite knowing of the impending rebellion? Was he waiting for the uprising to commence before striking? Was it a strategy to maintain morale among his subordinates? No. Given Frieza's ruthless and tyrannical nature, he would hardly concern himself with the feelings of mere insects. Adley and the others shook their heads, recalling their distant encounters with Frieza during missions. The cold, bloodthirsty gaze he possessed felt like a blade piercing their souls. Leaving an indelible impression, Frieza was undoubtedly a deranged and cruel individual. Perhaps he possessed such overwhelming power that it rendered him fearless. Alice leaned against the wall, her expression one of seriousness. Is it because of the Ginyu Force? Everyone pondered the formidable support Frieza commanded. The Ginyu Force's strength was undeniable, far surpassing that of the Saiyans and renowned throughout the cosmos. Do you know just how powerful Frieza truly is? Shaya suddenly inquired lightly. Everyone paused, acutely aware of Frieza's formidable reputation, for one cannot be deemed the emperor of the universe without considerable prowess. Yet, the specifics of his might remained elusive. As no one had witnessed Frieza in battle firsthand, those who had were long deceased. The question of Frieza's true strength loomed over them like a massive shadow. Without understanding the strength of their adversary, resistance seemed futile. Shaya, do you know something? Adley looked over, intuition suggesting that Shaya might possess insights, especially considering he was the one to first raise the issue of the listening device. Indeed, I have some knowledge of Frieza's power, and it exceeds your imagination. But first, Uncle Adley, I have a question. How much do you know about Frieza's elite team, the Ginyu Force? Adley shook his head. I have not witnessed the Ginyu Force's specific capabilities, but I have heard that each member possesses at least 10,000 battle power. The Ginyu Force is a super-specialized unit selected from the universe's finest warriors, each endowed with extraordinary skills and formidable power. In the context of cosmic civilization, a battle power of 10,000 is already quite remarkable. To date, there are very few Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 10,000. each is a seasoned warrior, a cornerstone of the Scion's illustrious reputation across the universe. They rarely leave Planet Vegeta except during high-stakes missions. Gazing into the vast expanse of the cosmos, it becomes apparent that the predominant forces within the universe are relatively weak. There are not as many advanced planets as one might imagine. Life forms with battle powers exceeding 5,000 are exceedingly rare, typically ruling over their respective planets. Many planets lack even a single being with battle power above 1,000, relegating them to the lower echelons of the universe. In the original narrative, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his battle power was only slightly above 18,000, yet he was already capable of dominating the universe with minimal challenges. Although there may be formidable beings hidden in the depths of the cosmos, any one of whom could wreak havoc, it is undeniable that the primary forces of cosmic civilization remain rather low. The Ginyu Force, adhering to an elite strategy, consists of merely 5 members, each possessing unique skills that should not be underestimated. The Saiyans are formidable within the Milky Way, commanding respect in the northern galaxy. Yet when compared to the Ginyu Force, they still fall short. As Frieza's trump card, the Ginyu Force possesses strength that can easily overshadow all rivals. Setting aside the abilities of the other members, their leader, Ginyu, boasts an astounding battle power of 120,000. The voice of Shaya was not loud, yet his seemingly insouciant statement left Edri and the others utterly astonished. Good heavens, a combat power of 120,000. Surely, you must be mistaken, Shaya. How could anyone possess such an extraordinary level of strength? It is worth noting that even King Vegeta's power barely exceeds 10,000, and with the transformation into a great ape, it reaches just shy of 100,000. Lisa stared wide-eyed, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as she looked at him. A combat power of 120,000. What unfathomable might that entails? For them, with their mere thousands in combat power, it was a strength beyond their wildest imaginings. How could such a monstrosity exist in the universe? If Captain Ginyu truly possesses such immense power as Shaya claims, he would far surpass all Saiyans. At that level, the number of opponents becomes irrelevant. With a simple wave of his hand, he could extinguish all life on a planet. With the limited strength of the Saiyans, they would stand no chance against him. Chapter 41. The terrifying power of Frieza. There is no doubt. Captain Jinyu's combat power is indeed 120,000. Shaya asserted with unwavering confidence. In the narrative of Planet Namek, Ginyu Force member GIs explicitly stated that the captain's maximum combat power is 120,000. Although that revelation came over 20 years later, it is plausible that his power would not have diminished significantly since then. Shaya's unequivocal demeanor rendered everyone speechless. Adley's expression darkened instantly. If the captain of the Ginyu Force possessed such terrifying power, then how formidable must Frieza, their ruler, be? The principle that the weak submit to the strong, and the strong dominate the weak is an immutable law of the cosmos. It is evident that Frieza's strength far surpasses that of Captain Ginyu. There were no fools present. Soon, all minds converged on this realization, causing a shiver to run down their spines and cold sweat to trickle down their backs. At that moment, they could not afford to inquire about Shaya's source of information, and the living room was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Adley sighed. Shaya, share what you know, let it all be spoken. Shaya nodded, his gaze sweeping over all those present as his calm voice resonated in the air. Frieza hails from an exceedingly rare race in the cosmos, the Ice Demons. These beings are few in number. Upon birth, they are encased in ice until they reach maturity. As far as I am aware, there are only 3 ice demons in the North Galaxy, all belonging to the Frieza family. Each one a formidable entity capable of dominating the universe. Due to the overwhelming power within ice demons, it is challenging for them to maintain control. Consequently, they often resort to transformations to suppress their battle prowess, much akin to the Scion's Great Ape transformation. However, while the Scions enhance their strength through their transformation, ice demons utilize it to restrain their might. Shaya shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice. What an extravagant transformation it is. The expressions of Edri and the others turned to shock. Other life forms across the universe strive to enhance their combat abilities, with transformation being an evolutionary adaptation to specific environments. Yet, the ice demons must restrain their power due to its sheer magnitude, an enviable predicament indeed. Surveying the room and taking in the reactions of those around him, Shaya continued, fully aware that his next words would deliver a heavy blow. However, if he did not reveal the truth, the pride of the Scions would likely lead Edri and the others to reject his forthcoming plan. Frieza possesses 3 transformation abilities. Each time he reverts from a transformation, his strength multiplies several times over. In his normal state, Frieza's battle power is 530,000. Wait, did you just say Frieza's battle power in his normal state is what? Lisa asked, astonished. I said, Frieza's battle power in his normal state is 530,000. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, as both Edri and Baruch were taken aback by Shaya's revelation. If Captain Jinyu's power had already left them feeling powerless, Frieza's staggering power plunged them into utter despair. To have a normal battle power of 530,000, and to possess 3 transformations that each amplify that power several times over. How could such an extraordinary being exist? With such capabilities, the entirety of the universe would surely fall under Frieza's dominion. Lisa exclaimed with a sigh. Get out of here. Does this mean there is not a shred of hope left for the Scions? The hot-tempered Pilati, unable to contain his frustration, glared with wide eyes, veins bulging, his body tense with rage. Baruch remained silent, his expression stern, clearly overwhelmed by the grim tidings. Yet, that was not the worst of it. Frieza was not the most terrifying among the ice demons. His father and brother, King Cold and Cooler, who ruled the eastern and northern sectors of the North Galaxy, were truly formidable. In comparison, Frieza seemed like an unripe child, possessing potential yet to be realized. He has a father and a brother? Alice gasped. Indeed, it is said that Frieza's father is known as King Cold, and he does indeed have a brother named Cooler. Edri, well versed in such matters, confirmed. Having heard these rumors during his tenure as captain, Shaya nodded and said, let us momentarily set aside Frieza's father, King Cold, and turn our attention to Frieza's brother, Cooler. He possesses the ability to transform 4 times. Thus, I believe that King Vegeta's rebellion is destined to fail. The prospects for the entirety of Planet Vegeta appear bleak. Frieza has yet to take action, likely because he deems the timing not yet ripe. Once the moment arrives, the Scions will undoubtedly meet their doom. Alas, what can be done? Who could have anticipated that the Scions, who once seemed to have a promising future, would suddenly find themselves on the brink of extinction? This reality is difficult for the members of the Adriel team to accept. Therefore, I propose that we must prepare ourselves to relocate a portion of the Scion population. After laying the groundwork, Shaya revealed his plan. The Scion race is remarkably unique. Their bloodline grants them the ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity, continually surpassing their physical limits. While not every Scion possesses such a talent, it is still a rare gift. It would be a tragic loss if this exceptional bloodline were to vanish along with Planet Vegeta into the cosmos. Char, though reluctant to admit the vastness of his ambitions, comprehends that to thrive in the cosmos, it is essential to establish his own dominion, with the Scions serving as the foundation of his future. However, a perplexing question arises. If Frieza is indeed so formidable, why did he harbor such wariness towards the Scions from the outset? Alice inquired with a sense of confusion. The Frieza clan has long feared the emergence of a golden Super Saiyan among the Scions, indicating that a Super Saiyan possesses the capability to confront the Frost Demon directly. Driven by fear, they seek annihilation. It is imperative that we preserve the Scion lineage and ensure that they do not vanish from the universe. Shaya has been forthright. Upon understanding the situation on Planet Vegeta, he has devised his own plan. He has divulged all the information he possesses regarding Frieza. Under the looming threat of a formidable enemy, Shaya believes that Edri and his companions will heed his words. Although the Scions are proud, perhaps to the point of arrogance, they would not be foolish enough to charge into certain death when the odds are utterly against them. Of course, there are exceptions to this notion, but such individuals are evidently not suitable for his cause, nor does Shaya expect those single-minded individuals to join his ranks. Chapter 42. On the desolate planet, Edri furrowed his brow, his already dark visage deepening in shade. He comprehended Shaya's implication. Preserving the Scion bloodline necessitated the sacrifice of the majority of their kin. The adage of the lizard that sheds its tail to survive came to mind, yet Shaya's proposal entailed abandoning the essence of their civilization, opting for the preservation of a few at the expense of the many. This decision was exceedingly difficult for Edri and his companions, as it contradicted the teachings of their youth and clashed with their deeply held beliefs. Nevertheless, they could not deny the validity of Shaya's reasoning. Frieza stood as an unyielding adversary, one who harbored profound distrust towards the Scions and wielded despairing power. Could they choose nothing but to flee? Such behavior would be cowardly. Baruch's expression fluctuated between pallor and flush. No, to temporarily evade confrontation is not cowardice. Rather, to act without strategy is the hallmark of a true fool. Why engage in futile sacrifice when the outcome is assured defeat, all in the name of an abstract notion of Scion honor? Shaya scoffed, deeming such notions foolishness. This was a gamble with the future of the entire Scion race, sacrificing the collective future for the sake of hollow ideals. Is such nobility meaningful? Not at all. It is not only meaningless, but also an act of profound selfishness. Now is not the time for heroic defiance. One should only stand against an enemy when the disparity between the two forces is not overwhelmingly vast. The gulf between the Scions and Frieza is far too great. Thus, Shaya believes that to act against such odds is sheer folly. Instead of wasting time on such endeavors, it would be wiser to ensure the survival of as many Scions as possible. Suddenly, the members of Edry's team shifted their expressions, gazing incredulously at Shaya. Though his youthful face bore the marks of innocence, his unwavering gaze struck them with a sense of awe, leading them to exhale heavily after a prolonged silence. Very well. Perhaps you possess some wisdom, Edry conceded, shaking his head. For the continuation of the Scion lineage, he would have to forsake his own glory. Speak your plan, Baruch demanded, arms crossed, in an inquisitive manner. The scene had turned rather absurd, as several adult Scions were now consulting a mere child. Yet, since Shaya had articulated his earlier sentiments, none could regard him as merely a child any longer. Retreat. We shall take a few promising and trustworthy Scions and flee Planet Vegeta. We need to find a secure location to establish our base of operations for future endeavors. One day, we shall return and make Frieza pay for his transgressions. But if Frieza can install listening devices on energy detectors, he may very well have placed tracking devices on our ships. Where can we escape to? Alice expressed her concerns. There's no doubt that our vessels have been compromised. Baruch replied with a cold smile, asserting that this was not a particularly complex issue. Given the multitude of extraterrestrials on Planet Vegeta, it will be nearly impossible to evade. Alice lamented, her exquisite form trembling slightly with indignation. The Scions now faced a dire predicament, besieged both externally and internally. Externally, Frieza could strike at any moment. Internally, King Vegeta was eager to ignite rebellion while a significant portion of the Scion populace idolized Frieza. The task of salvaging their race seemed insurmountable for just the few of them. By the way, Shaya, how do you know so much? Rebecca inquired, her curiosity piqued. The others also returned their attention to him. Indeed, all that had transpired thus far had been articulated solely by Shaya, and its accuracy could not be taken for granted. Because I possess supernatural abilities. Shaya raised his head and smiled at them, presenting a justification he had long prepared. Supernatural abilities, nothing could be more convincing. In the realm of Dragon Ball, such powers existed, and numerous races possessed the ability to foresee the future, albeit with varying degrees of intensity and reliability. You can predict the future? Edry's team regarded him with skepticism. No, I cannot predict the future. Shaya shook his head, but I do possess the ability of instantaneous movement. And there are races in the universe that can foresee the future. I consulted them. To be precise, they revealed fragments of the future to me, allowing me insight into a limited scope of what is to come. Well, this explanation is quite compelling. The challenge lies in determining whether he speaks the truth, as such claims are impossible to verify. Moreover, instantaneous movement sounds remarkably impressive. Shaya must be telling the truth. At that moment, Shilling, who had been eavesdropping from the shadows, burst forth, defiantly lifting her head and standing resolutely by Shaya's side. Shaya indeed possesses extraordinary abilities, a truth she has personally experienced. As for her claims of seeking extraterrestrial predictions, if she asserts such a thing, there must be some veracity to it, which may also elucidate why she seems to possess an omniscient demeanor. Uncle Edry, do you have any detectors that are free from listening devices? Shaya inquired abruptly. Taken by surprise, Edry nodded and glanced towards Rebecca. Without delay, Rebecca rose and entered the adjacent room, returning with a framed energy detector. We recently had this device modified, removing any listening apparatus. What do you need it for, Shaya? As previously mentioned by Shilling, I inadvertently awakened certain superpowers while on a mission on Selma Star. After further development, I can perform a skill known as instant teleportation. Please, everyone, join hands and do not let go. Shaya called out to the astonished group. Though the members of Edry's squad were somewhat bewildered, they complied and grasped each other's hands. Edry took Rebecca's hand, followed by Baluk, Parati, Alice, and Lisa, who also joined in the circle. Shaya then clasped Shiling's hand, forming a complete ring of 8 individuals. I am about to initiate the instant teleportation. Everyone must hold on tightly. After Shaya spoke, he closed his eyes and began to summon his spatial superpower from within. Suddenly, a whirlwind materialized out of thin air, and the smooth expanse of space seemed to be adorned with countless neon lights, shimmering and dazzling. With a thought, Shaya activated his instantaneous movement, and several figures vanished from the hall. In the next moment, they found themselves on a desolate planet, far removed from Planet Vegeta. A chilling wind swept across the barren land, swirling clouds of yellow sand and fine particles in the air. Recently ravaged by a catastrophic storm, the planet lay in utter chaos. This lifeless world was perpetually threatened by violent storms, yet curiously, it was enveloped in a thick layer of atmosphere. On a towering hill, fierce winds battered the ground. The surface soil, perpetually below freezing, had hardened to the consistency of steel. Rocks, eroded by frost and wind, gradually cracked and loosened, ready to tumble down the mountainside with the slightest disturbance. Suddenly, a subtle and silent radiance appeared atop the hill, and 8 figures emerged where the light had vanished. Alice experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a bleak and desolate landscape. Where exactly are we? How did we arrive here? This was not a scene she recognized, nor was it Planet Vegeta. Had they truly left? This was the Wasteland planet, at least a 10-day journey from Vegeta. Baruch surveyed the surroundings, relying on his past experiences to gauge their location. The Wasteland planet, a lifeless sphere just days away from Planet Vegeta, possessed air but was often besieged by planet-level storms, rendering it of little value to the Saiyans, even unworthy of being a transit point, thus left abandoned. Could this be the power of instantaneous movement, transporting us here in an instant? Rebecca exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, they were conversing on Planet Vegeta, and now they stood on the distant Wasteland planet. It was known that even a spacecraft would require over 10 days of travel. The marvel of instantaneous movement was astounding. Chapter 43. Unleashing energy. Suddenly, a flush of color appeared on Edri's face. He struck his palm with a fist, as if struck by a significant thought. Shaya, how many people can you transport at once? If we find a suitable planet for life, could you bring many Scions over? Edri's words ignited a spark of hope among the group. Indeed, if they could locate an inconspicuous planet, they could quietly evacuate numerous Scions. However, everything hinged on Shaya's ability to transport a large number of individuals. The hearts of Edri and the others ignited with enthusiasm as they turned their expectant gazes toward Shaya. Clearing his throat, Shaya did not disappoint them. With a radiant smile, he affirmed, I can currently transport 10 individuals at once. Although a transit planet will be necessary for rest, while the number may not be vast, the distance covered in each leap is substantial, far beyond the reach of any spaceship. Moreover, as my strength increases, so too will my powers. At these words, laughter erupted among them all. The distance that Shaya traverses in a single instant would require a spacecraft to journey for over 10 days, although the number of individuals he transports is somewhat limited. This is of little consequence. It is preferable to gradually make progress than to be unable to carry anyone at all. Moreover, as Shaya's strength grows, so too will his ability to teleport. With this thought, Adri's worries began to dissipate, albeit slightly. Curiously, an eccentric notion suddenly took root in the hearts of each member of Adri's team. Do Scions believe in deities? Perhaps they do, or perhaps they do not. Yet, their faith lies primarily in their own prowess. If a god were to surpass them in strength, then belief may hold merit. However, if a deity were weaker, what purpose would faith serve? In this moment, however, with the mature Shaya's presence, they found themselves infused with a newfound reverence for the unseen forces of destiny. Indeed, as the Scions faced the looming threat of extinction, the sudden emergence of a Scion endowed with extraordinary abilities like Shaya, could it be a manifestation of divine will? If so, it would indeed be a blessing from the heavens. Clearly, he could no longer be regarded as an ordinary child, Adri mused inwardly. Of course, Shaya was oblivious to the thoughts harbored by Adri and the others. At that moment, he was preoccupied with the notion of teleportation abilities on the planet Yatarat. It seemed that there were no limitations on the number of participants when activating teleportation, as long as hands were clasped together. And there appeared to be no significant distance constraints, rendering it a remarkably flawless secret technique. Alas, there exists an inherent distinction between secret techniques and superpowers. Shaya mused with a sigh. He resolved to visit Yadarat at his earliest convenience to acquire the art of teleportation. However, prior to that, he needed to ascertain the spatial coordinates of Yadarat. On the desolate planet, the biting wind howled, icy currents racing with astonishing speed, and the fierce gusts struck their faces. Shaya's dark hair whipped wildly in the tempest, yet every Scion present possessed a battle-hardened physique, rendering them impervious to the harsh conditions. By the way, little ya, what was it that prompted you to ask me to bring the energy detector? Rebecca recalled the energy detector Shaya had previously mentioned and grasped the frame-style device in her hands. Aunt Rebecca, Uncle Adri, there is something I have yet to disclose to you. The handsome visage of Shaya is outlined with a gentle curve. In fact, many years ago, Shieling and I had already completed the mission on planet Selma. The reason we did not return to Planet Vegeta immediately was twofold. Firstly, we wished to avoid drawing undue attention to ourselves, and secondly, after discovering the extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement, Shieling and I ventured to other planets to refine our skills. Wait a moment, you completed the mission several years ago, which implies that your combat power must have surpassed 1,000 long ago. Parody inquired, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed. I surpassed 1,000 combat power when I was just over 5 years old. Shaya admitted without hesitation. His revelation elicited astonished glances from the elders. Even the usually stoic Baluk cast him a sidelong look. Achieving a combat power of 1,000 at such a tender age, is this still considered a mid-level warrior? The rate of growth is astonishing, almost beyond belief. Even when compared to Prince Vegeta, it is no small feat. Fearing that an early return to Planet Vegeta might attract King Vegeta's attention, Shieling and I chose to train on other planets instead. After hearing this, Adeli nodded in quiet agreement, approving of Shaya's prudence. Scions are typically brash, eager to flaunt any achievements, yet individuals like Shaya, who understand the value of concealing their true strength, are exceedingly rare. Given the current circumstances on Planet Vegeta, Shaya's initial decision to mask his combat power was undoubtedly astute. It neither drew King Vegeta's scrutiny nor attracted Frieza's gaze. Curiosity piqued, Adeli asked, if your true combat power is not as it appears, then what is your current level? I shall speak. Seeing her father's astonished expression, Shieling proudly straightened her posture, her hands outstretched with pride. After Shaya and I left Planet Selma, we traveled to a remarkably beautiful lower-tier planet. Although the individual combat power of its inhabitants is trivial, they possess a marvelous training method. By learning their martial arts, Shaya and I saw our combat power rise significantly. How did you evade detection by the energy detectors? Lisa asked in a hoarse voice. This was indeed a perplexing matter for all present. Energy detectors are specifically designed to gauge individual energy. What method could possibly circumvent them? Simply put, energy detectors measure the energy that seeps from the surface of living beings. Shaya and I learned to harness a form of energy called chi from that planet. By concentrating the chi within our bodies and ensuring it did not leak, we rendered ourselves undetectable to the sensors. Shaya spoke earnestly, subsequently elucidating the concept of chi. However, much like the generational gaps that exist between different ages, no matter how many times Shaya attempted to explain it, Edri and the others remained unable to comprehend the essence of chi. Their long-standing habits had ingrained in them a unique mode of energy operation, making it exceedingly difficult to alter. Perhaps only those exceptionally gifted, like Vegeta among the Scions, would be capable of mastering the application of chi in the future. Although they struggled to grasp the true nature of chi, this did not impede their understanding. It merely represented a new and more profound theoretical framework altogether. With a gentle push of one foot against the ground, Shaya's body ascended effortlessly into the air, his hair billowing wildly in the howling wind. Taking a deep breath, he called down to Adri and the others below. Everyone, pay attention. I am about to unleash all my energy. He clenched his fists, crossing his arms before his chest, and bellowed with a low yet powerful voice, "Huh!" In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Shaya, as if he had become a colossal magnet, drawing surrounding rocks from the earth and causing them to float and spin chaotically around him. The already turbulent atmosphere of the barren star became increasingly chaotic, with disordered currents infused with an unparalleled, terrifying energy radiating outward, igniting the ions suspended in the air, which began to coalesce into serpentine flashes of brilliant lightning. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars reverberated through the sky, as violet lightning pierced the dense, heavy clouds, leaving a dazzling, winding trail in its wake. Beep, beep, beep. The energy detector registered this surge of power, emitting a flurry of urgent electronic sounds, while the data on the screen began to rise steadily. 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. The figures continued to escalate. Adri and the others, initially astonished, shifted to a serious demeanor, their expressions growing increasingly grave as the data left them astounded. Yet, the readings on the energy detector showed no signs of abating. They continued to climb. Could this not be the true extent of Shaya's power? Just how formidable was his combat capability? Would it surpass 10,000? Adri gazed at Shaya, enveloped in a dense aura, filled with anticipation. And then, the numbers soared. 9,000. 10,000. Shaya's combat power swiftly surpassed 10,000 and showed no signs of abating, continuing to rise. Both Adeli and Baruch became remarkably serious, their blood boiling within them. Littleya is unexpectedly formidable. Alice's voice trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes began to sparkle. In the distant sky, Shaya shone like a newly risen sun, radiating an astonishing brilliance. The overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped the entire continent, causing the ground to tremble slightly, while the released energy attracted the ionized particles in the air, producing a crackling sound. Chapter 44. The Future of the Race's Boom. A massive fireball ascended slowly. Shaya finally unleashed the full extent of his power. This unrestrained and exhilarating release of energy was a delightful experience, and a faint smile graced his face. 14,000 battle power. The voice of Adri trembled as he gazed at the data displayed on the scanner, rendered momentarily speechless. Good heavens, little Shaya possesses such immense strength. This must be the highest battle power known among Saiyans. Not even Prince Vegeta can compare. Alice covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. During his training on Earth, Shaya had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber with a battle power of 12,862. Now, after a year and a half, his power had risen to 14,000, nearing the limits detectable by the old energy scanners. Given that the combat power of various civilizations in the universe typically fell below 10,000, the classic scanners capable of detecting up to 20,000 were considered more than sufficient. 14,000. Pilati, upon seeing the data, appeared even more exhilarated than Alice, releasing a great roar as if expelling all pent-up frustration. Such power means Shaya is the foremost genius among Saiyans. Baluk murmured, likening his revelation to a lost ship in the ocean suddenly spotting a lighthouse. Feeling a profound tremor within. In that moment, he could no longer underestimate this young Scion, who was decades younger than himself. Perhaps he truly was the king of the Saiyans. Baluk gazed at Shaya, his eyes brimming with fervor, excitement, and exhilaration. Once Shaya felt his strength had been fully displayed, he retracted his aura and gently landed before the others, inquiring, "So, what do you think of my power?" "Very impressive," Adri exclaimed with palpable excitement. Soon recalling Shaya's earlier mention of the Super Saiyan, he had previously dismissed the ancient tales of Super Saiyans as mere myths. But witnessing Shaya's godlike presence at just 9 years old sparked a curious speculation within him. Could it be that Shaya is the legendary Super Saiyan? If Shaya were to learn of Adri's thoughts, he would vehemently shake his head. He was no Super Saiyan. The true legendary Super Saiyan had yet to be born. He was merely ahead of other Saiyans, still far from achieving that status. Yet, Shaya harbored confidence that he would eventually become the true Super Saiyan. Since Shaya possesses such formidable power, what about you, Shieling? Lisa noticed the eager girl beside her. "I too am quite powerful," Shieling declared. Blushing slightly under the expectant gazes of her elders, rising slowly amidst their anticipation. A strong gust of wind surged forth, churning the atmosphere into a boiling cauldron. The scanner began to tremble violently, displaying steadily increasing values until it settled at 11,200. 11,200. Shieling has surpassed 10,000 battle power. Adri, initially shocked, soon erupted with joy. However, Shieling's position was not as elevated as Shaya's, and it seemed she was intentionally showing off, her power directed towards Adri's team. Under such pressure, Adri broke into a cold sweat, shouting to envelop himself in a vibrant aura to withstand Shieling's formidable presence. The scanner then revealed a new energy source. Though it paled in comparison to the powers of Shaya and Shieling, measuring only 8,560. In a bid to resist the overwhelming force, the others unleashed their full energy. A combined might capable of obliterating the planet, manifesting an unmatched display of power. Baluk's battle power registered at 8,369. Pilati at 8,095. Rebecca at 7,966. Lisa at 750. Alice at 7, 457. All were of advanced warrior caliber, thus their strengths were not significantly lower than Edri's. In an instant, the towering hills lit up like a multitude of tiny suns as a fierce tempest swept through, waves of energy clashing with one another, annihilating all obstacles in their path. A thunderous rumble echoed as the hills finally succumbed to the colossal energy, collapsing spectacularly. All right, everyone, let's withdraw our powers, Shaya called out as he surveyed the chaotic scene around him. As soon as he spoke, everyone retracted their auras, though the residual storm continued to wreak havoc on the desolate planet. At that moment, Shieling joyfully approached Edri. Father, how do you think my and Shaya's powers measure up? You, being advanced warriors, are outmatched by our strength. How weak you are. With that, she cast a disdainful glance. Edri chuckled, realizing that her latter remark was what she truly wished to convey. This girl was remarkably self-satisfied, a bit too much for her own good. Yet, considering that both Edri and Rebecca were advanced warriors while their daughter was merely a mid-level warrior, it was understandable that Shieling felt a tinge of insecurity. Now, having surpassed her father, her pride was undeniable, and she had every right to flaunt it. Edri understood this sentiment, and seeing his daughter's gleaming eyes, he cleared his throat and offered her some well-deserved praise. He then turned to Shaya, stating earnestly, "Little Shaya, the hope of the Scions may rest upon your shoulders. If you have any thoughts or plans, do not hesitate to share them with us. Indeed, whatever decisions you make, we shall support you wholeheartedly." Baluk nodded in agreement, and the other members of Edri's team echoed their support, especially Alice, the youngest in the group, who cherished both Shaya and Shieling. She felt immense joy at Shaya's burgeoning strength. Soon after, Shaya and the others activated instant transmission once more, swiftly returning to their home on Vegeta. They were now tasked with deliberating on how to preserve the Scion race's vitality right under Frieza's nose. First, we must consider evacuating the planet, ensuring we distance ourselves from Frieza's influence, ideally moving far from the reach of that ice demon. Edri mused as he sat on the couch, deep in thought. After their departure, it would be impossible for the Scions to remain confined to a single planet. They would need to select a location beyond the grasp of Frieza's empire. In the vast cosmos, countless planets lay scattered across the starry expanse, akin to grains of sand on a black canvas, forming a breathtakingly beautiful and radiant tapestry. Among the countless planets suitable for life, many exist within the northern galaxy. Regrettably, aside from a few areas, most of this region has been devoured by the Ice Clan. If Adley and his companions wish to find a suitable planet, they may need to venture beyond the confines of the northern galaxy. The matter of planets can be entrusted to us. The primary task for Shaya and Shieling is to enhance their combat prowess. Baruch's voice was cold, akin to ice. Adley and the others nodded in agreement. The universe operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. What the Scions desperately need now are formidable warriors. Possessing a super-strong protector of the clan's power can deter many petty threats. Had the Scions possessed sufficient strength, they would not have been forced to flee from Frieza's oppression. Shaya and Shieling, fortunate to have an enviable new starting point, must focus on improving their combat abilities. Regarding the personnel for evacuation, you must be discerning. The number we can take is limited. It is best to avoid attracting the attention of King Vegeta and Frieza during our selection, lest it lead to our efforts being in vain, Shaya cautioned. Since they intend to discreetly rescue a portion of the Scions, it must not be common knowledge, or else the pressure from King Vegeta and Frieza would overwhelm them. Moreover, the consequences of being discovered would mean facing relentless pursuit from Frieza and his ilk. We will meticulously screen the personnel. The group nodded solemnly, their expressions serious. Selecting individuals for evacuation is a meticulous and grave task. Firstly, they must possess sufficient rationality to clearly understand the current situation, ensuring they do not inadvertently leak information before the evacuation is complete. Secondly, these individuals should ideally remain out of the sight of King Vegeta and his entourage. This immediately disqualifies the majority of elite warriors and exceptionally gifted Scions, as advanced warriors comprise less than 1% of the 1 million Scions, each being a precious asset. Most of these promising Scions are already on King Vegeta and Frieza's radar, receiving special scrutiny. To minimize the impact, these individuals cannot be evacuated. However, Adley and his group cannot leave without taking anyone. This would significantly deplete the Scion's potential. The personnel selection process for higher-level warriors must be more stringent than for lower-level warriors. If it comes to it, they may even need to feign death to secure a few. Furthermore, the issue of the gender ratio among the Scions is critical for the continuation of their race. although Shaya himself does not place much importance on this. Adley and the others view it as a significant concern. Ultimately, managing to evacuate 2,000 or 3,000 individuals would be commendable. With the Scion population being less than 1 million, the disappearance of several thousand would undoubtedly draw King Vegeta's attention, so Adley and his companions must proceed with utmost caution. For now, we shall proceed as such. Next, everyone should subtly engage with those Scions eligible for evacuation, being careful not to reveal any information. We do not know when King Vegeta will initiate his rebellion. Our time is limited. Adley sighed. Having hope is certainly better than having none. Baruch wore a somber expression, as if the world owed him a great debt. Internally, he felt like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. The notion that a proud Scion must flee is an affront to him. All of this is due to Frieza. Frieza, we shall make you pay dearly for this. 10 days later, on a desolate planet, the biting cold winds whipped up clouds of dust, shrouding the sky in a dense, ominous haze that cast a yellowish pallor over the land. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by the ground trembling violently. In the distant sky, an orange-red mushroom cloud erupted, vast and searing, resembling a brilliant sun rising abruptly, illuminating the area for miles around. The shockwave swept across the terrain, mercilessly striking the towering peaks, as the frozen earth crumbled like clay before the penetrating force. Massive boulders, each weighing tons, collapsed and tumbled down. Amidst the dim visibility, 2 blurred figures soared through the air, one large and one small, constantly shifting positions and launching attacks against each other, vanishing and reappearing, battling from the ground to the sky and back again. Each clash unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy. With a resounding crash, a torrent of shimmering blue energy sliced through the air, tracing radiant arcs in its wake. Ah, what a thrill! It has been far too long since I engaged in such exhilarating combat. The elder figure, clad in a tattered battle suit, bore numerous crimson wounds, yet showed no sign of pain. Instead, he radiated enthusiasm from the sheer joy of battle. The younger figure appeared slightly better off, though still in a state of disarray. Uncle Adley, your prowess remains undiminished. Indeed, combat is the finest form of training. Shaya's face glowed with vitality, his blood coursing through him like boiling water. Of course, I, Adley, am still in my prime. However, had you not suppressed your power, I fear I would have fallen swiftly. Adley replied with a hearty laugh, though the movement stirred his wounds, causing him slight discomfort, which he disregarded. Here. Shaya tossed a senza bean towards him. Adley caught it and, without hesitation, chewed and swallowed, feeling a surge of energy course through him as his wounds healed, restoring him to peak condition. This little bean is truly miraculous. I hesitate to use it. Adley lamented, feeling a pang of regret for expending such a precious resource on minor injuries. Shaya burst into laughter and remarked, isn't it precisely during training that the magic beans fulfill their purpose? So, Uncle Edry, how much has your combat power increased? Clenching his fist and feeling the abundant energy coursing through him, Edry smiled contentedly and replied, I've nearly reached 8,800. Hiki, to think that in just 10 days. My combat power has surged by over 200. It's something I wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Shaya smiled. Indeed. The previous training methods employed by the Scions to enhance their combat abilities were largely rudimentary and ineffective. Now, combining these with the cultivation techniques imparted by Shaya, Adley's previously accumulated potential erupted, allowing him to make remarkable progress in just 10 days. However, Shaya was aware that this advancement was fleeting. Once Adley exhausted this reservoir of strength, his growth rate would inevitably slow. Unfortunately, the theories surrounding Chi are too profound for me to grasp, Adley lamented, scratching his head, as his habitual thinking had led him to a fixed mindset that was difficult to alter. The concept of Chi must be instilled from a young age, otherwise it remains elusive. Suddenly, Shaya brushed off the fine grains of sand scattered on his combat uniform and retrieved a large sack of senza beans from the dimensional space, containing even more than the last time he had given some to Adley. Take good care of these senza beans and distribute them to Uncle Baruch and the others when you have the chance. Adley accepted the bag and, upon inspecting its contents, was astonished to find over 100 beans inside. So many senza beans. I wonder just how many you have hidden. Not too many, not too many. But please, Uncle Adley, don't mention this to Shieling. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly pester me for more senza beans. The thought of Shieling-esque greedy obsession with the beans made Shaya chuckle, knowing that if she found out, he would lose a considerable amount. I'm not getting involved. You can explain that to her yourself. With a smile, Shaya stored away the senza beans, while Adley showed no inclination to curb the playful banter between the two young ones, even welcoming their close rapport. Uncle Adley, which civilizations in the universe excel in advanced technology, particularly those capable of constructing large training facilities? Well, the requirement for constructing large training rooms is quite high. Adley pondered before responding. In the Northern Galaxy, the organization with the highest technological prowess is undoubtedly the Galactic Patrol. However, they have never been fond of us Scions, and our interactions with them are limited. As for other technologically advanced planets, they either fall under Frieza's dominion or belong to other adversarial factions, making them hard to come by. Upon hearing this, Shaya could not help but furrow his brow. The Galactic Patrol, despite its advanced technology, has long prided itself on maintaining peace within the galaxy, yet its relationship with the Scions, who disrupt the order of the Northern Galaxy, is rather tenuous. Other factions are also acutely aware of the significance of technological civilizations and have swiftly dispatched forces to conquer them. Currently, most of these technologically advanced planets are under the dominion of Frieza's forces and those opposed to him, making them quite elusive indeed. Chapter 46. The Power of Ki. By the way, there is one planet that is rather renowned. However, it has recently suffered a natural disaster, leaving the existence of life there uncertain. Edry suddenly recalled a planet, though he was somewhat unsure. What planet? It seems to be called Fidaia, inhabited by a humanoid technological race, located far from Vegeta. Edry continued, originally, the administration intended to dispatch Scions to conquer it. But upon learning of a severe geological upheaval that had suddenly erupted on Fidaia, they decided to cancel the mission. Shaya murmured to himself, inquiring, how advanced is their technology? This remains unclear, yet it must be quite sophisticated, for during the mission's formulation, it was categorized as a high-level task. I believe the Task Management Office would not exaggerate the situation. This is indeed true. Shaya nodded in agreement. It is increasingly challenging to locate a planet proficient in technology within the galaxy, regardless of the circumstances there. He felt it imperative to explore the area, as it is possible that life still exists. Subsequently, Shaya engaged in a dialogue with Edry, discussing various aspects of cultivation and exchanging insights from their respective combat experiences. As Edry's extensive battle experience was precisely what Shaya lacked. On the other side of the desolate planet, another apocalyptic scene unfolded, marked by thunderous lightning and swirling yellow sand. In the heart of the dense storm, several deep purple lightning bolts bridged the heavens and the earth, soaring like dragons in flight. Accompanied by the roars of tigers and the cries of apes, an unstoppable force cascading from the lofty heights. The trailing end of the purple lightning emitted a ghostly blue glow, momentarily bridging the chasm between the sky and the ground amidst the chaotic turbulence. Within the storm, Xiling and Rebecca breathed heavily, pausing briefly before erupting into fierce combat once more. Two indistinct figures engaged in fleeting encounters within an obscured environment where light could scarcely penetrate. With each distant strike, an exceptionally intense battle ignited instantaneously. The brilliance exploded, shattering the storm into fragments as the dazzling radiance, akin to falling stars, illuminated the surroundings in an ephemeral glow. When Shaya and Adeli arrived, a fierce storm was raging ahead. Tiny pebbles whizzed past like bullets, crackling through the air. Suddenly, the ground before them was riddled with a series of small holes. These deep, dense voids surrounded by the pebbles, which had transformed into flowing molten lava due to intense friction. However, Shaya and Adeli remained unfazed by the scene before them. As the battle gradually subsided, they waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke lingering in the air. Haha, your combat prowess has indeed improved, Adeli remarked, but, Xiling, you still lack combat awareness. You must allow battle to become your instinctive response. With a piercing gaze, Adeli discerned his daughter's shortcomings. Although Xiling possessed great strength, her most significant weakness lay in her lack of combat experience, particularly in life-and-death scenarios. This was perilously detrimental. In routine encounters with those weaker than herself, she often triumphed effortlessly, yet when faced with opponents of equal strength, her victories dwindled, and when confronted by those stronger, survival itself became a commendable achievement. Rebecca produced a magical bean and consumed it, the rich essence swiftly revitalizing her. With a smile, she observed, Xiling's starting point is set too high. Her usual adversaries seldom measure up to her, which ironically hinders her from fully realizing her combat potential. Char and Xiling listened intently, acutely aware that this was their greatest shortcoming. Their training on Earth had unearthed latent potential within their bodies, leading to a rapid escalation of their combat prowess. However, This swift advancement came at a cost, as they lacked the rigorous trials of survival that accompany each stage of development. Gains invariably entail losses, and it is imperative for Char and his companions to swiftly rectify this deficiency. The traditional Scion method of power enhancement is notably brutal, particularly post-adolescence, where nearly every increment in strength is derived from combat. This reality implies that they are perpetually confronted with peril, a stark and ruthless form of training that incessantly extracts potential from the brink of life and death. Most species in the cosmos adopt this rigorous approach to cultivation. The Scions, renowned as a warrior race, exemplify this tendency, which endows them with ample combat experience and the audacity to face mortality. In contrast, the training practiced on Earth appears far more refined and restrained, aligning closely with the rhythms of nature. According to Taoist philosophy, Qi is an integral aspect of the natural world. It signifies the foundation of all existence and embodies a profoundly abstract concept. It encompasses both spiritual and physical dimensions, nourishing the flesh and unlocking potential. Thus, these represent two distinctly divergent paths of cultivation. In Shaya's heart, a conjecture began to form. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong repeatedly transcended his limits, not only due to numerous life and death trials, but also because of the pivotal role that Qi cultivation played. Otherwise, why were the Scions on Planet Vegeta, whose potential surpassed that of Sun Wukong, so few able to break through the formidable threshold of 100,000 in battle power? To assert that they had fewer combat encounters than Sun Wukong seems implausible. Xiling listened attentively to the teachings, occasionally nodding in quiet agreement. In recent days, her sparring sessions with her mother after suppressing her battle power had proven immensely beneficial. Subsequently, Shaya led everyone in a swift, instant transmission back to their home on Planet Vegeta. The evening was drawing near. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, the weariness of the day was instantly washed away. As Shaya dried his damp hair, he strolled into the living room and discovered Xiling sprawled on the sofa. Clad in a petite outfit, her legs playfully elevated, lazily munching on a snack. The young girl, completely oblivious to her appearance at home, revealed a generous expanse of fair, delicate skin. With a playful smack on the girl's backside, Xiling immediately sprang up, covering her posterior while casting a fierce glare at Shaya. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Hey, dinner is about to be served. There's something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Xiling retorted, her annoyance palpable, feeling as if she were being treated like a child for the playful swat. Char glanced sideways, casually shifting her body a little, before sitting down beside her. "In a few days, we would embark on a new mission, and I intended to select a task close to the planet Fidaia. During the course of the mission, I would take a detour to explore Fidaia. I need you to oversee matters related to the mission." "Fidaia?" Xieling's beautiful brows arched slightly. "Are you planning to establish a training facility?" "Yes, it is more than just the training facility. If the Fidaians possess sufficient value, I intend to subjugate them." Char candidly expressed his thoughts, for he held the utmost trust in Xiling. There was nothing to conceal. Should Char aspire to establish a faction in the cosmos, researchers would be indispensable. The Scions, being a straightforward and combative race, were evidently ill-suited for scientific endeavors. Thus, specialized technological extraterrestrials were required. He had promptly set his sights on the Fidaians, who had yet to be claimed by other forces. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiling confidently assured him, "Rest easy. I will handle the mission affairs." Chapter 47. Choosing a new mission night had fallen. During dinner, Char retrieved food procured from Earth from the dimensional space. The family indulged in a mountain of food, the clattering of dishes echoing as the towering servings swiftly diminished, leaving only a few empty plates and scattered remnants of bones. All that food had vanished into the bellies of the four Scions. "Ah, how delightful. Shaya, your food is truly exquisite." Rebecca reclined ungraciously in her chair. Having savored Char's offerings, she had completely lost interest in the food from Planet Vegeta. "Aunt Rebecca, I couldn't possibly have that much food. You must pace yourself." Char forced a smile, realizing that the modest provisions he had brought from Earth could have lasted 3 to 4 years. Yet a mere few days had seen a consumption of 1/10. The appetite of the adult Scions was far greater than anticipated, and he regretted presenting so much food. "At this rate, my supplies will soon dwindle. Will I need to return to Earth to procure more?" Char pondered, questioning whether it was overly dramatic to make such a trip for this trivial matter. After dinner, Adley approached with a stack of documents detailing the Fidaian people and pertinent tasks near the planet. "Shaya, here are the coordinates for the planet Fidaia. The nearest task point is merely a 7-day journey away. Furthermore, these are several other tasks within close proximity. Adley handed over a list of tasks issued by the Mission Management Office. Shaya briefly skimmed through the tasks listed, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Let us choose the task related to the Gathering Star. Its intensity is perfectly suited for our team." Adley nodded and handed over the relevant information regarding the Gathering Star. This approach would also serve to dispel any suspicions that might arise from the Scion team remaining idle for an extended period. Additionally, it would provide an opportunity to assess the capabilities of the team members as they might evolve into his future core group. Adley was aware that once a portion of the Scions evacuated, Shaya would undoubtedly lead them. Firstly, he alone possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, which meant that he had saved the lives of all Scions. Secondly, Shaya's combat prowess was unparalleled among the Scions. They naturally gravitated towards the strong, making him an ideal candidate for a new leader. At that juncture, he could not possibly manage everything single-handedly, necessitating the formation of his own cadre. Currently, the few Scions within the same team were intermediate warriors, and should they perform admirably, they would be the most suitable choices. In truth, Adley's earnest assistance to Shaya stemmed not only from their familial ties as uncle and nephew, but also from his genuine concern for his daughter, Shilling. Both were among the most exceptional warriors of the Scion race, and fortuitously, they were a male and a female. In Adley's heart, if Shaya and Shilling were to unite in the future, it would indeed create a perfect pair. Of course, the ultimate outcome would ultimately depend on their own desires. Shaya nodded slightly, preparing to proceed accordingly. Shakta and his companions were among the first group of Scions he had encountered, and he found their personalities to be quite agreeable. Despite their slight tendencies towards arrogance, a trivial matter, really. As long as they met his various criteria, he was ready to invest wholeheartedly in their development. The following day dawned dimly, with a fine mist enveloping the residential area like a delicate veil, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Early in the morning, Shaya transmitted the details of the new mission to all team members via communicator, instructing them to gather at the designated location promptly. Before long, Atasia was the first to arrive at the meeting point. Upon seeing Shaya and Shilling, she approached them to exchange greetings, and then engaged in a cheerful conversation with Shilling, discussing topics of interest typical among young women. With little inclination to eavesdrop on their feminine chatter, Shaya settled upon a rock, patiently awaiting the arrival of his other teammates. The second to arrive was Shakta, who descended in a newly designed sleeveless combat uniform. Upon reaching Shaya, he courteously extended his greetings. "Captain, I apologize for making you wait." "Not at all. We have only just arrived." Shaya responded with a smile, noting that Shakta was an exceptionally arrogant Scion, bearing a striking resemblance in character to Baruch from the Edri team, both equally defiant. Once such Scions pledge their allegiance, they serve with unwavering dedication and without any grievances. "Haha, we are about to embark on a mission. I've waited for this moment for so long. I must showcase my prowess and let you all witness the might of Belit," boomed the burly Belit, whose strength belied his grandiose claims, often bickering with Rita. "Well, just don't complain about exhaustion when the time comes," retorted Atasia, who had concluded her conversation with Shilling and approached, unable to resist mocking Belit's brashness. Atasia, why do you say that? I am a man, and I will undoubtedly grow strong in the future." Belit's demeanor visibly faltered. He dared not counter Atasia's words. Shortly thereafter, after waiting at the designated location for a while, Jelen and Rita arrived in succession. After a brief exchange, the group, under Shaya's guidance, set forth towards the spaceport, eventually boarding a craft destined for their target planet, Longju Star. This celestial body is situated in the southeastern part of the northern galaxy, perilously close to the eastern territories of said galaxy, requiring over 2 months of travel to reach, due to its location at the intersection of two realms. Fidaia Star has managed to evade absorption by other forces. The lengthy journey passed swiftly, and the dark brown planet came into close view, awakening Shaya and the others from their slumber. 7 searing fireballs breached the atmosphere, creating colossal shockwaves upon impact that stirred up clouds of dust. As the haze gradually dissipated, 7 small figures emerged near the point of collision. Upon arriving at Longju Star, Shaya turned to Shilling and instructed, "Shilling, the upcoming mission is entrusted to you." After receiving Shilling's acknowledgement, he ventured alone into the dense rainforest, quickly vanishing from sight. Regaining her focus after Shaya's disappearance, Shilling addressed Shakta and the others. "The difficulty of this mission is not high. It serves primarily as a test for you. Thus, neither Shaya nor I will intervene, so you may fully unleash your abilities." Shilling, without a hint of embarrassment, spun a tale for Shaya, framing the mission as a trial for Shakta and his companions, which indeed was a significant reason why Shaya had chosen Longju Star from various options. The overall power structure of Longju Star is not particularly formidable, making it suitable for Shakta and his peers to hone their skills. I see now why the captain has vanished. It was to test us. We shall not hold back. Belit exclaimed, realization dawning as he clapped his hands together, speculating that Shaya was likely observing their performance from a hidden vantage point. Haha. Then we must put on a grand display. I am eager to battle. Rida laughed heartily, raising an eyebrow at Belit, who bristled with indignation as the two squared off again. Will you two ever take things seriously? Atasia sighed. Yet understanding that since the captain had selected Longju Star as the testing ground, they must not disappoint him. Indeed, the gap between us and the captain is significant. We must strive harder, Shakta thought, his eyes sparkling with determination. Jelen too resolved to elevate her own capabilities. Shakta and the others remained oblivious to the underlying truth. For Shaya and Shiling's combat prowess far exceeded theirs. Given their status as teammates, it was entirely plausible that they were undergoing specialized training. If their combat abilities did not improve, future missions would be challenging to orchestrate. Observing their spirited demeanor, Shiling smiled softly and found a comfortable spot, constructing a hammock with her own hands before reclining in it. On another front, having separated from the group, Shaya traversed the lush primordial rainforest, dispatching a few local beasts that attempted to attack him with effortless energy waves. Carefully surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of any threats, he began to focus his mind and activate instantaneous movement. 7 days of travel from Longju Star, a small silver-gray celestial body orbited the sun in a periodic motion. The outer perimeter of the star was adorned with 2 intertwining silver halos, rendering Fidaia star visually akin to a magnificent pearl nestled amidst 2 intersecting planes, resplendent against the backdrop of the starry sky. These 2 interlaced silver halos were, in fact, 2 space corridors constructed by the Fidaia people using their most advanced technology, positioned at 90 degrees to one another. However, at that moment, these majestic silver serpents appeared slightly askew, with several junctions of their alloy components having collapsed. Occasional violent explosions echoed, as crimson flames and wisps of smoke erupted from the corridors. On the surface of Fidaia Star, immense tectonic plates floated haphazardly above the mantle, with searing lava emitting thick plumes of steam. Columns of lava, soaring thousands of meters high, jetted into the sky, cascading back down as molten rain, continuously inundating the terrain and flowing back into the mantle through the depressions of the plates. The geological calamities afflicting Fidaia Star were indeed severe. Char was astounded by the scene before him. This was no mere geological disaster, but clearly the aftermath of a colossal impact on the planet by a massive celestial body. However, if it were indeed an extraterrestrial collision, the advanced technology of the Fidaia inhabitants should have detected it long before. Yet, the current spectacle indicated that the Fidaians had not even been afforded the time to respond, as the surface had already been ravaged to such an extent. In Shaya's mind, a whirlwind of doubts arose, swiftly dismissing the possibility of a celestial body colliding with the planet. The sudden mutation of the planet's core could not occur at such an alarming pace. It became evident to him that an attack had been unleashed upon the planet Fidaia. Shaya suddenly grasped that the scene before him must have resulted from a colossal energy impact. What kind of energy could inflict such devastating damage upon a celestial body? It is worth noting that Fidaia is a massive, hard-shelled planet, with even the most vulnerable areas fortified by advanced technology. Yet, despite these precautions, it had still suffered such extensive destruction. Char's expression grew solemn. To inflict such extensive destruction, the assailant's strength must be considerable, likely exceeding a combat power of 10,000. In the cosmos, a combat power of 10,000 serves as a pivotal threshold. Below this level, even a large-scale assault would merely lead to the extinction of the planet's species, while utterly obliterating an entire planet is far from an easy feat. Only those with a combat power exceeding 10,000 possess the capability to wreak such havoc upon the planet Fidaia. Moreover, beings like Frieza, with their full-force strikes, possess the terrifying potential to erase an entire planet from existence within the universe. Zaya could not help but smile wryly. His intention was merely to recruit a cohort of highly skilled individuals as his subordinates, yet he found himself confronting such unforeseen circumstances. However, in a way, this predicament might ease the difficulty of his recruitment efforts in the face of imminent danger. Subsequently, Xayah began to meticulously sense the energy responses emanating from the planet Fidaia. Before long, he detected thousands of faint presences, which undoubtedly belonged to the indigenous inhabitants of Fidaia, the Fidaian people, who were the very targets of his quest. The energy of the Fidaian people was exceedingly weak, akin to fragile candles flickering in the overwhelming tempest that engulfed the planet, at risk of extinguishing at any moment amidst the cataclysmic storm. In addition to these native energy signatures, he also sensed hundreds of remarkably potent auras. Each of these presences boasted combat power exceeding 1,000, with a select few even reaching as high as 3,000. It was evident that Fidaia was indeed under assault from external forces. After a moment, Xayah opened his eyes, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. Suddenly, from an even greater distance, an exceptionally formidable aura entered Xayah's range of perception. This presence. Shaya's expression suddenly turned grave, as an icy aura enveloped him, akin to the sensation of detecting a colossal iceberg from afar. Despite the vast distance of several thousand kilometers, he could distinctly feel a chill creeping over him. What a sinister presence! The intensity of this aura surpassed his own, boasting at least 20,000 combat power. Shaya was taken aback. This was perhaps the most formidable energy he had encountered since entering the Dragon Ball universe. Surrounding that immense aura were dozens of energies, each surpassing a power level of 1,000. It appeared that this planet had already caught the attention of others, yet he pondered why, after such a long time, they had not eradicated the indigenous inhabitants of Fidaia. Were they in search of something? As various questions flashed through his mind, Shaya immediately retracted his own energy. He had to exercise utmost caution and ensure that he remained undetected. Navigating through the shattered city, with lava continuously surging forth, Shaya's figure emerged in a vast, open square at the capital of the city. At that moment, the colossal statue that had once stood proudly in the center of the square lay toppled, broken into several pieces. This had once been an expansive and magnificent open plaza, now cloaked in ruins, stripped of the joyous laughter and vibrant atmosphere it once held. Standing in the square, a sense of desolation and melancholy washed over him. Here, Shaya sensed no signs of life. The inhabitants who once thrived in this place had long since departed. It seemed that the people had all fled. Shaya halted his steps, sensing a formidable concentration of energy gathered 300 kilometers to the northeast. Among this chaos, an energy source boasting a combat power exceeding 1,000 was exhibiting its might, while the weaker lives dwindled one by one. Within a colossal metallic sanctuary, numerous diminutive Fidaians sought refuge behind their barricades. Outside, a scaled extraterrestrial donned traditional battle attire, with a tubular energy launcher affixed to its arm. Dark crimson energy waves erupted from the launcher. Boom! A massive breach was blasted into the metal shelter, exposing thousands of Fidaians to the alien's gaze. Ah, so you were hiding here. How fortunate for me to find you. Reveal the location of the ancient warrior, and perhaps I shall spare you, the alien proclaimed arrogantly, its scaly skin emitting a hissing sound. The Fidaians recoiled in terror, their faces etched with despair as they gazed upward at the extraterrestrial. We truly know nothing of any ancient warrior. Please, spare us. At least grant these children a chance to live. A figure, appearing to be their leader, stepped forward in desperation. The alien scoffed, flicking its long tongue like a lizard. You wretched little creatures dare to deceive the astute Zetas? I assure you, Lord Shampa has informed us that you Fidaians are aware of the ancient warrior's whereabouts. It roared, its fury palpable. Chapter 49. Time to send you on your way, boom. An energy wave grazed the leader's cheek as hundreds of Fidaians fell lifelessly to the ground, struck by the weapon in Zetas's hand. We genuinely do not know the whereabouts of the ancient warrior. The leader's heart ached as he witnessed his kin perish without a trace, their bones reduced to nothing. Yet, the alien remained unconvinced. Zetas, gripping the energy launcher, revealed a flicker of rage in its golden lizard-like eyes. You foolish little beings dare to lie to me. You claim ignorance of the ancient warrior, yet as you wish. Perish all of you. With that, it aimed the energy launcher at the surviving Fidaians, the muzzle radiating a sinister crimson glow. No, the leader shouted in panic, desperate to explain, but it was too late. The dark red flash erupted from the barrel, a wave of destructive energy hurtling towards them. It's over. The Fidaians closed their eyes in despair, adult ones shielding their young ones, covering their eyes with trembling hands. With a thunderous explosion, the ground quaked for several seconds. Yet the anticipated pain never came. The Fidaians opened their eyes in astonishment, revealing a handsome youth with black hair standing like an unyielding mountain before them. He had deflected the potent energy with a mere punch. but how he had appeared before them remained a mystery. "Who are you?" The sudden appearance startled Zetas, particularly as the youth had effortlessly redirected the energy wave. Zetas instinctively raised its weapon, retreating a step or two in fear, relying solely on external weaponry in critical moments. A cold smile played on Shaya's lips, his gaze reflecting disdain, before he turned to the trembling Fidaians. They were a diminutive humanoid race, their skin a shade of blue, with short ears resembling soft tissue, and a pair of small, pointed black horns protruding from the sides of their heads. As Shaya's eyes fell upon them, their expressions revealed panic, their demeanor fraught with fear. How unexpectedly timid. Shaya chuckled lightly. After enduring such calamity, the Fidaians had become as skittish as startled birds. "Begone!" Zetas cursed in anger, feeling disregarded by the youth. However, the alien, not entirely lacking intelligence, sensed danger and concealed its true feelings. Instead, it cleverly employed an energy detector to assess Shaya's power. To its surprise, the reading displayed a mere 540. A spark ignited in Zetas' eyes, a wave of superiority surging within. "I thought I was facing a formidable opponent, yet you are merely a child. Today, your misfortune is to be caught by me," Zetas declared haughtily, striding forward. As it neared Shaya, it looked down from its lofty stature, carelessly pressing the energy launcher against Shaya's forehead, sneering, "With a single shot, I can end your life. Then by all means, give it a try." In Char's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, and a faint smile graced his lips. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position. A voice, imbued with cold indifference, emerged from behind Zetasi. It was chilling and devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a decree issued by the king of the underworld, exuding a palpable aura of menace. "What is happening?" Zetasi exclaimed in astonishment, quickly turning around, only to discover that the figure who had been right beneath his nose had inexplicably vanished, reappearing behind him. A sense of dread washed over Zetasi, causing his entire being to chill. The scales on his body stood on end as the energy cannon mounted on his arm swung towards Char's location. Boom! A dark red sphere of energy erupted from the cannon's muzzle, producing a dull thud upon colliding with Char, as if it had struck a formidable wall, dispersing into a cloud of crimson smoke. Seeing his adversary struck, Zetasi's tone turned haughty once more. "Humph, oblivious to your own mortality. This is the fate that awaits those who oppose Zetasi." However, Zetasi's expression quickly froze in disbelief. As the smoke cleared, a diminutive figure emerged unscathed, devoid of any injuries. Cough, cough. Shaya covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice, waving his hand to disperse the surrounding dust. Pointing at his battle suit, he remarked, "It appears that the power of these energy cannons is rather insufficient. You see, they haven't even managed to breach my battle attire." Zetasi, gazing at the slightly charred spot on Shaya's suit, exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? The energy cannon in my hand possesses a combat power of 2,000 points. How could you possibly emerge unscathed?" "Quite simply, for my strength far surpasses yours." No sooner had he spoken than Shaya's figure darted forward like a gust of wind, swiftly appearing before Zetasi. With a gentle tap of his hands on Zetasi's chest, a tremendous force surged forth. Before Zetasi could comprehend the situation, his body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a wall several meters away and creating a massive hole, debris scattering across the ground and burying him beneath it. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Zetasi as he struggled to rise from the rubble, his body riddled with wounds. Trembling in fear, he lifted his gaze to find a pair of dark eyes observing him with the same indifference one would afford to an ant. A chill coursed from his feet to his brain, and he suddenly felt his throat dry. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. "I will be killed," Zetasi's mind screamed, yet his body remained paralyzed by terror. "You can't kill me. I am a subordinate of Lord Shanghua. Should you slay me, Lord Shanghua will not let you off easily." Zetasi cried out in desperation, invoking his powerful patron in hopes of swaying his adversary's mercy. Shanghua? At the mention of this name, Shaya paused momentarily, pondering whether the formidable aura he sensed was indeed that of Shanghua. Recalling the descriptions of Shanghua from the original text, he connected it with the sinister energy he had perceived, concluding that the one orchestrating the energy attack on the planet Fidaia was undoubtedly Shanghua. However, what was he doing here on this remote planet, away from his companion Dodoria and Lord Frieza? Could it be that he was acting on Frieza's orders? Shaya began to speculate. "Yes, indeed, my lord. I was sent by Lord Shanghua to apprehend these Fidaian people." Zetasi observed Shaya's reaction, noticing that he seemed to recognize Lord Shanghua's name. Seizing this glimmer of hope, he hurriedly nodded, spilling all the details in a frantic rush. After hearing this, Shaya inquired, what is Shamba's purpose in attacking the planet Fidaia? Is he acting under the orders of Lord Frieza? Upon hearing Shaya audaciously utter Frieza's name, the alien broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he stammered, why yes. Lord Frieza has commanded us to search for the traces of the legendary ancient warriors on the planet Fidaia. Legendary ancient warriors? After listening, Shaya slightly nodded, lost in contemplation. This ancient warrior could not fathom what it was. Could it be something akin to the legendary Super Saiyan? He understood that the original Dragon Ball universe merely showcased the tip of the iceberg related to the protagonists, while the cosmos remained vast and boundless, possibly concealing many secrets yet to be unveiled in its deeper realms. The esteemed Zetasi cautiously called out, fearing that a louder voice might provoke the other's displeasure. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Shaya returned to his senses and, with a hearty smile, said, well, it is time to send you on your journey. Chapter 50, Shangbo. Wait, what did you say, my lord? Zetasi questioned, doubting the accuracy of his own hearing. Shaya reiterated, it is time for you to embark on your journey. May you find solace in the underworld and revel in the delights of hell. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, manifesting as waves of tremulous energy. Within this boundless ocean of power, the unfortunate lizard alien resembled a solitary vessel caught in a tempest, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance as it was engulfed by the vastness of energy. No, a deafening explosion shattered the air, and in that cataclysmic moment, Zetasi was reduced to mere particles suspended in the atmosphere. As the smoke dissipated, Shaya unwaveringly shifted his gaze toward the bewildered Fidarians. They stood in utter astonishment, paralyzed by the absolute power exhibited by Shaya, unable to comprehend how the once boastful extraterrestrial had been transformed into dust in the blink of an eye. Such power was beyond their capacity to resist. They could only acquiesce to his demands. May this esteemed individual not impose excessive demands. The Fidar leader sighed with a heavy heart, pondering the calamities that had befallen Fidar Star, questioning why such formidable extraterrestrials repeatedly descended upon their world. Are you the indigenous people of Fidar Star? Shaya's voice, though not entirely devoid of warmth, bore the weight of authority that rendered the feeble Fidarians unable to meet his gaze. The Fidar leader stepped forward cautiously, replying, yes, Fidar Star is our home. Are you the leader here? Shaya inquired. The Fidar leader hesitated for a moment before nodding. One could say that, in truth, he was not the true leader of the Fidarians. Their genuine leader had perished long ago. Thus, he was reluctantly thrust into the role of their figurehead, the one who could make decisions. I have heard that your technology is remarkably advanced. Can you construct a gravity-altering training chamber? Shaya's tone softened, losing some of its earlier severity. The Fidar leader, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, certainly. We Fidarians are born scientists, excelling in technological creation. At this juncture, the Fidar leader surmised Shaya's intentions and endeavored to showcase the worth of his people, hoping to safeguard their lives. Naturally, he dared not conceal or exaggerate any details from Shaya, as the fate of the entire Fidar race hung in the balance. Char's response to the Fidaians was met with great satisfaction as he proclaimed, behold, the planet Fidaia has caught the eye of the cosmic overlord Frieza. Should you choose to remain here, it will only lead to your demise. I now present you with a choice. Submit to my command, and I shall ensure the survival of your people within the cosmos. This was a daunting decision, one that weighed heavily on the Fidaians. They faced the prospect of either following their home planet into ruin at the hands of the extraterrestrial beings or heeding the words of the youth before them and yielding to him. The leader of the Fidaians displayed a troubled countenance, for this choice bore grave implications for the survival of their entire race, leaving him momentarily indecisive. Shaya did not disturb him, but instead found a place to sit quietly, patiently awaiting the chief's decision. He believed that the leader would arrive at a definitive conclusion. To refuse could lead to annihilation, while acquiescence would render the entire tribe subservient. The chief of the Fidaia revealed beads of sweat upon his brow as he surveyed the youthful and aged faces within his community. Finally, with a firm resolve, he declared, My lord, we are willing to submit to you, seeking only the preservation of our Fidaia bloodline. A wise choice, Shaya exclaimed, his face brightening with a radiant smile. Rest assured, I shall escort you away from the Fidaia planet. By the way, aside from those present, do you have other kin? The Fidaia before him numbered merely over 10,000, a figure far from that befitting a civilized race. Indeed, my lord, this represents merely 1% of our population. Due to the sudden geological disasters, the vast majority of our kin perished, while the survivors have hidden in subterranean shelters to evade the pursuit of extraterrestrial beings. If necessary, I can summon them. Hiding is futile. The adversary possesses energy detectors. Your gathering would only facilitate their detection. Shaya shook his head. Ah, so they possess energy detectors. No wonder they could locate us. What shall we do now? The chief of the Fidaia was suddenly engulfed in panic. Char Aznable remarked, you must possess a spacecraft. Allow me to provide you with cover while you promptly embark on your vessel and depart from the planet Fidaia. Shaya recognized that if the Fidarians were granted sufficient time, they possessed the capability to embark on a spacecraft and leave the planet Fidaia. However, the geological upheaval had transpired too abruptly, leaving them no opportunity to react. Here, Shaya felt compelled to commend those extraterrestrials, who, as consummate professionals, had delivered a decisive blow from the cosmos before invading the planet, thereby significantly crippling the Fidarians' capacity for resistance. Very well, I understand. It appears the burden now falls upon you, my esteemed lord. The Fidarian leader expressed with astonishment, suddenly perceiving the remarkable benevolence of the figure before him, leading him to contemplate that perhaps surrendering to this individual was not such a dire fate. In another part of Fidaia, dense smoke billowed from various points across the continent, the sky shrouded in a veil of ominous clouds, all formed from the accumulation of smoke. Amidst a chaotic expanse of debris and rubble, the tectonic plates had fractured, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to stretch into the abyss, severing rivers and glaciers as if cleaved by an enormous blade. On a relatively flat patch of Earth, a disc-shaped spacecraft of a deep brown hue lay anchored. Its underside was gripped by massive, obsidian claws, akin to feral beasts, firmly embedded in the unyielding rock. The design unmistakably belonged to high-ranking members of Frieza's regime. Not far from the hatch of the spacecraft, a strikingly handsome man sat at a small table, sipping tea with grace. His long, emerald-green hair was tied back in a braid, and while he appeared dignified and gentlemanly, the cold indifference in his gaze betrayed a ruthless essence. He was Shanpa. Shanpa had assisted Frieza in numerous nefarious deeds, alongside Dodoria, serving as Frieza's trusted subordinates, their combat prowess second only to the Jinyu force among Frieza's many minions. This time, he had been dispatched to investigate the ancient warrior legends of Fidaia. At that moment, an extraterrestrial companion standing beside Shanpa observed a slight fluctuation on the energy detector screen. He readjusted the device and turned to Shanpa, saying, Lord Shanpa, I just detected that one of our battalion members' energy has abruptly vanished. Prior to this disappearance, the detector displayed a series of erratic readings, albeit not particularly high, and they dissipated rather quickly. Oh, Shanpa gently set down his teacup, his interest piqued. He rested his fingers against his chin and inquired, what was the combat power of the member who vanished? Zetas, a low-ranking soldier, possesses a combat power of approximately 1,200, which can reach 2,000 when equipped with an energy weapon. The officer reported after a brief investigation. Interesting indeed. It seems the native combatants of Fidaia do not exceed a power level of 15, Shanpa replied, a sanguine smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed. Ha ha. It appears a small mouse has infiltrated our ranks. An extraterrestrial suggested. Not at all. Shanpa shook his head, asserting, if the ancient warriors sought by Lord Frieza possessed such meager combat power, he would not be so invested in this matter. Relay my orders. All personnel are to proceed immediately to the location where the energy was detected. I haven't played a game of cat and mouse in quite some time. A glint of malice flickered in Shampa's golden-hued eyes as he commanded everyone to head towards Shaya's previous location. Chapter 51. An encounter in the western region of Fidaia. Amidst the ruins of a shattered city, remnants of collapsed buildings littered the landscape, with trees used for landscaping severed in half along the roadsides, their broken branches and leaves strewn across the ground. As the wind blew, leaves danced alongside debris, filling the air with an acrid scent. On a road marred by cracks and ruptures, a large group of Fidarians struggled forward, the once smooth mechanized pathway now broken into segments, with fissures resembling a spider's web. Sparks erupted from the cracks, occasionally accompanied by violent explosions, sending fireballs soaring into the air, witnessing the transformation of their once thriving city into a desolate wasteland. Sorrow filled the eyes of the Fidarians, their feelings of helplessness and indignation swirling within them. Dakla, your Fidarian spacecraft is located nearby? Shaya inquired in a calm tone. Yes, my lord, we shall arrive shortly. That spacecraft was intended as an emergency backup and is docked in the underground hangar ahead. Dakla, the Fidarian leader, responded promptly upon hearing Shaya's question. Due to the suddenness of the extraterrestrial assault, the Fidarians had been caught unawares, and calamity had swiftly befallen them. Consequently, the spacecraft stationed at the spaceport and large fortresses were obliterated in the initial onslaught, leaving only that singular emergency vessel capable of taking flight on Fidaia. Please, hasten your pace. Those extraterrestrials possess energy detectors. If we tarry, we risk being discovered, Shaya remarked, his brow furrowing as he observed their progress. Yes, yes, Dakla exclaimed, startled, and immediately urged the others to quicken their steps. Having faced the brink of death, the Fidarians were now engulfed in terror at the prospect of being pursued by Frieza's minions. Upon hearing that the extraterrestrials might be on their trail, they summoned every ounce of strength to accelerate their pace. Before long, Dakla led the group to a secluded area away from the city. In stark contrast to the urban ruins, this locale was enveloped in verdant trees. A dense forest stood tall and orderly, with rows of trees reaching heights of over 10 meters, unaffected by the tectonic fractures. Lord Shaya, beneath this forest lies a fortified underground base constructed of alloy, and the backup spacecraft is docked below. Dakla pointed towards the neatly arranged trees ahead. Shaya gently nodded, narrowing his eyes in understanding. It became apparent that this entire forest was constructed atop a colossal alloy structural base, which explained its immunity to the tectonic movements of the continental plates. You must hasten to enter the base. Any delay may result in unforeseen complications. Yes, my lord. All the Fidarians immediately sprang into action. Under the guidance of several vigorous young Fidarians, they hurried towards the entrance of the base. In no time, over 10,000 Fidarians had successfully entered the facility. Subsequently, they were tasked with the comprehensive debugging and maintenance of the alternative spacecraft within the base. This undertaking was no trivial matter. Fortunately, nearly every Fidar was a scientist, making equipment repairs as effortless for them as quenching one's thirst. After wandering around the base for a while, Shaya beheld the colossal spacecraft revered by the Fidarians as their last hope. It was an immense vessel, stretching over 10 kilometers in length, exuding a silvery gray sheen. Beneath it, numerous alloy-crafted mechanical arms extended outward, giving it the appearance of a gigantic white creature from a distance. Upon his initial encounter, he was taken aback by the advanced technology of the Fidarians. They seemed particularly fond of the silvery gray hue, as evidenced by the coloration of their planet and the space corridors, which mirrored that of their spacecraft. It was indeed a marvel that the Fidarians, possessing such advanced technological prowess, remained physically frail and had yet to be subjugated by other forces. Shaya mused silently to himself. The planet Fidaia was situated at the juncture of the eastern and southern regions of the northern galaxy, a strategic location that had spared it from being overtaken by other factions. However, in the end, Fidaia could not escape the fate of conquest. It was perplexing. Given the wisdom of the Fidarians, it was inconceivable that they lacked any sense of vigilance. Shaya shook his head in confusion. Logically, after so many years of development in this universe, the Fidarians could not be oblivious to its darkness, so why were they unprepared? What is the ancient warrior that the extraterrestrial mentioned earlier, Dakla? Shaya directly inquired of Dakla. Dakla's expression turned perplexed as he shook his head, responding, I'm not quite certain about that either. It seems to be a super warrior developed by our Fidarian ancestors in ancient times. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, no one possesses the specific details anymore. It was ironic that the super warriors created to protect their people ultimately became the very source that nearly led to the destruction of the Fidarians. With a soft sigh, Shaya fell silent, contemplating that these ancient warriors were likely akin to artificially created biosoldiers. The Fidarians, much like the Scions, may have, due to the migrations of their people, forgotten the ancient legends that once were passed down through generations. Yet, this ignorance proved advantageous when the Fidarians found themselves at the precipice of life and death. It became all too effortless for him to subdue them. Suddenly, Shaya's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a multitude of powerful presences approaching their vicinity. Among them, one aura stood out with an extraordinary chill and strength, towering over the rest like a majestic mountain. It was the presence of Shanpa. Shaya's expression grew grave, and with a furrowed brow, he remarked, I never anticipated that Shangbo would personally lead the team here. Without hesitation, Shaya decisively commanded Dodoria, immediately instruct everyone to take refuge inside the spacecraft and activate all defensive mechanisms of the base. Dodoria, what is happening? He inquired, as he discerned the ominous shift in Shaya's demeanor. Recalling Shaya's earlier mention of the adversary possessing energy detection devices, a chilling thought crossed Dodoria's mind. Could it be that extraterrestrial forces were launching an attack? His complexion turned ashen in an instant. Char nodded. his voice icy and commanding. Shamba is leading his extraterrestrial subordinates towards us and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Do not ask questions. Execute my orders immediately. Upon hearing that the enemy would arrive in 3 minutes, Dakra felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Yes, my lord, I will make the arrangements at once, he replied, his voice trembling. After witnessing Dakra hastily depart, Char leisurely gazed up at the sky. In an instant, he teleported to a location over 300 kilometers away from the underground base, a critical juncture on the route to the base. Char, with the intention of intercepting Shambo here, declared, Shambo, allow me to witness the extent of your power as Frieza's right-hand man. Unfazed by the presence of formidable foes, Char felt the blood within him simmering, engulfed in a state of exhilarating anticipation. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes elapsed. From a distance, numerous figures soared across the horizon, with the strikingly handsome Shambo, adorned with dark green hair, leading the charge. Upon spotting the black-haired youth blocking his path, Shambo gestured for his subordinates to halt, displaying a keen interest in his adversary. Who could this boy possibly be? A cold, detached smile grazed Shambo's lips as he crossed his arms, levitating gracefully in midair. Given the multitude of humanoid species in the universe, with only minuscule differences between them, and considering Char's battle attire, a prevalent design in the northern galaxy, Shambo found himself unable to discern Char's exact origins. Oh, I hope this young man can provide me with some amusement, Shambo mused, a subtle smile adorning his handsome face. Chapter 52, The Great Battle with Shambo, my Lord Shambo. This is the energy response detected by the scanner when Cetas disappeared, although it is puzzling that the energy intensity registers only 540 combat power. An alien companion reported, pressing the energy detector to convey the findings. Young man, you are not a Fidaian, are you? Might you enlighten me on how you managed to slay that Cetas with your abilities? Shambo's movements were graceful, his voice calm and composed, reminiscent of a well-mannered nobleman. Had one not been aware of his true nature, they might easily be deceived by his fade. Are you referring to that lizard man? If you wish to know, why not attempt it yourself? With a faint smile adorning his face, Shaya remained acutely vigilant within, fully aware of the considerable disparity that existed between himself and Shangwa. Despite recognizing his disadvantage, Shaya chose to confront Shangwa directly, driven by his own motives. Firstly, to gauge the extent of his powers in comparison to the elite warriors of the cosmos, and secondly, to disrupt Shangwa's plans, thereby granting the Fidaians more time. After all, the Fidaians were among the first subordinates Shaya had gathered, and it would be a tremendous loss if they were to be annihilated here. Moreover, a more critical reason lay in Shaya's ability to teleport. In crucial moments, this skill served as a safeguard for his life. If given the opportunity, Shaya would gladly engage in a fierce battle with Shangwa, for a Scion can only truly evolve through genuine combat. Ha ha ha. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Young man, you must understand that not everyone is as accommodating as I am. Shangwa remarked with a gentle laugh, his tone remarkably calm, seemingly devoid of anger. Yet, beneath the surface of his golden pupils lurked a malevolent glimmer, poised to emerge. Heh, Shaya scoffed coldly, his entire being on high alert as he subtly summoned his inner energy. Suddenly, a sharp whisper tore through the air, resonating with an urgent intensity. Char, opting for a preemptive strike, suddenly vanished from sight. A cacophony of combat ensued, punctuated by the anguished cries of the extraterrestrials surrounding Shangwa, who then plummeted from the heights above. At that moment, the energy detector emitted an urgent series of beeps, with the data on the screen flashing rapidly before settling back into its original state. Due to Char's astonishing speed, the average observer could scarcely comprehend his movements, rendering the scene somewhat bewildering. However, Shangwa was keenly aware of the unfolding events. Applause erupted as Shangwa chuckled softly, clapping his hands while exclaiming in high spirits. Among all present, only he had discerned the entirety of Char's actions, leading Shangwa to realize that his extraterrestrial subordinates stood no chance against him. It appeared he would have to intervene personally. Ha ha ha. Remarkable skill. Young man, you surpass my soldiers by leaps and bounds. Might I inquire if you have any interest in joining the Frieza force? I could personally introduce you to Lord Frieza, Shangwa remarked with an air of nonchalance. Alas, I have no desire to serve as Frieza's lackey. What a pity. Shangwa feigned disappointment, covering his mouth as he shook his head regretfully. Casually, he approached Char, adding, Since you are unwilling to serve Lord Frieza, it seems I must resort to eliminating you. Char's gaze was grave, merely from the stance that Shamba assumed. He sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom. Shaya no longer concealed his prowess. A torrent of power surged within him, instantly enveloping his surroundings in a thick, blurred aura. The air emitted a low, crackling hum, and the atmosphere around him subtly distorted. The energy detector on Shangbo's ear beeped incessantly, the data continuously climbing until it finally stabilized at an astonishing 14,500. Oh my, an astounding 14,500, Shangbo exclaimed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What manner of being are you? Could you possibly be a Scion? No, that cannot be. A Scion would not possess such formidable combat strength at this age. Shangbo pondered the nature of Shaya's race. Despite Shaya's resemblance to a Scion, it was inconceivable for a Scion to wield such power in their youth. Furthermore, Shaya bore none of the distinctive features of a Scion, such as the characteristic tail. In an instant, Shangbo vanished from sight. Shaya remained vigilant, keenly attuned to his surroundings, his gaze following the fleeting figure of Shangbo. In a swift motion, he pinpointed Shangbo's location and launched a powerful fist. However, as his punch approached its target, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The strike met only empty air. A mere afterimage. Shaya's expression hardened, and he pivoted, retreating into a defensive stance, his movements fluid and seamless. He scrutinized his surroundings with utmost caution. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly to his side and swiftly evaded. Bang! Shangbo's fist whizzed past him, unleashing a violent gust that crashed into the ground. The earth convulsed violently, forming a colossal crater that was marred by deep fissures and disarray. The extraterrestrial beings accompanying Shangbo had long been flung away by the ferocious shockwave of the battle. That was a close call. As Shaya soared high into the sky, gazing down at the ground transformed into a crater, a sense of lingering dread filled his thoughts. Ah! To think you evaded my assault. Such remarkable prowess at such a tender age. It seems you cannot be spared. Unbeknownst to him, Shangbo had already ascended above Shaya. When did this occur? Shaya was taken aback, and instinctively, every pore of his body tightened as he assumed a defensive stance. Shangbo smiled elegantly, yet suddenly. He clenched his fists and launched a ferocious strike aimed at Shaya's head. A sudden wave of dizziness engulfed Shaya, and he felt his body plummeting rapidly. Just before hitting the ground, he unleashed a gust of energy towards the earth, using the rebound to stabilize himself. At that moment, Shangbo closed in, relentlessly assaulting Shaya, who was left to defend passively, soon becoming adorned with numerous wounds. Boom, 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 as Shaya and Bobo engaged in a fierce exchange. Delivering blow after blow to one another, their rapid movements rendered them mere fleeting shadows to the eye. The scale of the battle continued to escalate, devastating vast expanses of terrain, mountains, lakes, forests, and grasslands alike, reduced to mere ruins. Char stopped, panting heavily. After a brief skirmish, his stamina had been significantly depleted. In stark contrast, Shambo's battle attire was merely tattered, yet he bore little to no injuries. His breathing remained remarkably calm. One was disheveled, the other poised. The disparity between them was unmistakable. Indeed, the difference was substantial. With a resounding crack, he delivered a powerful strike. Shaya's body plummeted swiftly. With a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the already cracked earth, thick dust obscuring the sunlight and plunging the entire landscape into darkness. A deep pit appeared on the ground, where Shaya knelt, supporting himself with one hand at the center of the crater. "Ha, quite resilient indeed," Shangbo remarked, twisting his neck as the bones cracked audibly. In an instant he vanished, reappearing to deliver a swift kick towards Shaya's abdomen. Shaya's expression turned grave as he caught the kick with both hands. However, in an instant, he was sent flying far away. Had it not been for his remarkable physical strength, that kick would have shattered not only his hands but also inflicted grave harm. The disparity was overwhelming. As a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, a fleeting thought crossed Shaya's mind, eliciting a bitter smile. Whoosh! Shaya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and instantaneously vanished from the battlefield, reappearing in a distant location to observe Shambo. The initial skirmish had revealed the vast disparity between himself and Shambo. Without the use of his extraordinary abilities, he was utterly no match for Shambo. Shambo's combat power had now soared to nearly 20,000, surpassing Shaya by over 5,000, a chasm that was insurmountable. Up to this point, Shambo had maintained a playful demeanor, refraining from unleashing his full potential. Had his tail remained intact, he might have transformed into a great ape for the battle. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. Although the transformation could enhance his combat prowess, the uncertainties involved were too great, and more critically, it would reveal his identity as a Scion. Shaya was acutely aware of a significant drawback of the great ape transformation. Its colossal size severely hampered mobility, much like the muscle-bound transformation of a super Scion. While energy levels surged and attack power dramatically increased, speed remained insufficient. This might not pose an issue in lower-tier battles, but in high-speed confrontations, it could prove fatal. If the opponent's speed was sufficiently swift, there were countless ways to dispatch a transformed great ape, with severing the tail being among the simplest and most direct methods. In the realm of martial arts, all techniques can be vanquished, save for speed, rather than being a mere offensive tactic. The great ape transformation was more a form of defense rooted in brute strength. Yet when faced with a true master, such defenses were riddled with vulnerabilities. Shaking off these futile concerns, Shaya refocused his mind for the impending combat. Shambo's figure swiftly materialized before him, his expression tinged with confusion. Curious. What method did you employ to arrive here? I could not perceive your movements at all. Yes, Shaya replied with a hearty laugh, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth. Shambo smirked disdainfully, licking his lips, his handsome visage beginning to show signs of impatience. He had grown weary of the cat-and-mouse game. It was time to unleash his full strength and discover just how much punishment his opponent could endure. Chapter 53. The envy you cannot attain. Noticing the change in Shambo's expression, Shaya's demeanor shifted as well. He understood that his opponent was no longer inclined to toy with him. He needed to strike first, seizing the rhythm of the battlefield before Shambo could fully react. Or he would face the serious Shambo, an adversary far beyond his capability to contend with. As this thought crossed his mind, a ghostly blue light ignited within Shaya's dark eyes, signaling his readiness to activate his spatial abilities. Concurrently, Shambo sensed a hint of danger, his heart racing momentarily. Yet he quickly raised an eyebrow and chuckled at his own inexplicable anxiety. As a prominent figure under the reign of King Frieza, Shambo had encountered countless scenarios. The individual before him was merely a fledgling, easily dealt with in 3 minutes, no, 1 minute. However, just as he prepared to strike, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Shambo suddenly realized that the air around him had grown oppressively thick, each breath feeling as though an external force was bearing down upon him. It was a potent binding force emanating from the very fabric of space itself. What is happening? Shambo furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave as his body became firmly immobilized in midair. Any attempt to move was rendered extraordinarily difficult. It felt as though countless invisible chains were binding his limbs, rendering him motionless. What is the meaning of this? Why can I not move? Shambo's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he lost his previous composure, glaring fiercely at Shaya. You little brat, did you orchestrate this? Correct. Now, prepare to relish the sensation of being thoroughly trampled upon, Shaya replied, his face devoid of emotion as he floated before Shambo, a radiant smile adorning his features. No sooner had he spoken than his expression turned as cold as the waters of a winter lake, and he launched an assault on Shambo, his palm thrust forward repeatedly, and countless residual images of hands manifested in the air. Almost 100 blazing energy waves erupted from his palms, swirling like silver serpents, radiating a terrifying aura. Each energy wave possessed the power to obliterate a medium-sized city. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy waves tore through the air, arriving before Shambo in an instant, striking him squarely. In that moment, the sky erupted with brilliant flashes, illuminating the dark clouds as if it were broad daylight. Energy blasts. With a decisive resolve, Shaya softly exclaimed. Raising one hand, a brilliant and somewhat blinding energy orb materialized in his palm, then shot forth like an arrow, its speed creating a sharp sonic boom as it sliced through the air. Shambo was suspended in midair, helplessly watching as the energy ball grew larger and drew closer. Soon, the orb struck its target, and in the blink of an eye, a massive mushroom cloud erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion that sent a tremendous shockwave rippling through the sky, dispersing the previously obscuring dust in all directions. A chilling scream echoed through the air. As the smoke gradually cleared, Shambo's injured figure became visible. He appeared utterly disheveled, his dark green hair cascading messily over his shoulders, and his armor lay in tatters, leaving no part of him unscathed. His arms dangled limply, clearly broken from the contorted position they assumed. Ah, damn it. I will not let you escape. His anguished roar resonated with boundless hatred. As Frieza's right-hand man, he had never endured such humiliation. Even when facing the Jinyu force, he had engaged in equal discourse. Regret washed over Shambo. Had he known his opponent possessed such supernatural abilities, he would have refrained from taunting him and would have struck him down before he unleashed his powers, thus sparing himself this disgrace. Very well, very well. You have successfully enraged me. The more he pondered, the more his fury swelled, culminating in a fierce roar that contorted his expression, his aura intensifying with each passing moment. Shangbo also possessed the ability to transform, though he was reluctant to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. A glimmer of insight flickered in Shaya's eyes as he noticed a slight tremor in the spatial constraints surrounding Shangbo. A sense of unease gripped him. He could feel Shangbo's energy surging, and his own spatial abilities seemed to falter in restraining the escalating power of his adversary. The strength of his abilities was insufficient. Char understood the root of the matter. Although his own powers were gradually enhancing alongside his growing strength, his combat capabilities still required significant improvement. When faced with truly formidable adversaries, his extraordinary abilities proved to be of limited utility. Soon, fissures began to appear in the sky. Writhing and struggling like tadpoles in a desperate dance, a disquieting omen. Following this, a sharp, crisp sound resonated as the sky, akin to a smooth mirror, suddenly shattered. Countless translucent shards transforming into dazzling specks of light that vanished into the void. Shaya's body trembled, an overwhelming wave of nausea surging within him. His spatial superpower had been shattered. At the epicenter of this rupture stood a grotesque extraterrestrial being, resembling a frog, its limbs and head oozing torrents of blood. Every inch of its body marred by horrific wounds. Shangbo, having transformed, had finally breached Shaya's formidable abilities. However, in his current state, he was as disheveled as one could be, devoid of any semblance of dignity. You shall find no escape today. The hideous visage contorted grotesquely. A curse from the abyss escaping Shangbo's lips. Despite being grievously injured, with both arms shattered, a suffocating aura emanated from him, pressing down upon every cell within Shaya's body like an insurmountable mountain. A battle power of 25,000. This was nearly double Shaya's own strength. A testament to the formidable nature of Shangbo post-transformation, explaining his ability to dismantle Shaya's spatial constraints. Battling against the pressure descending from the heavens. Shaya erupted into wild laughter, his blood boiling with fervor. With each surge of energy, Shangbo's muscles tightened, a series of deep, resonant sounds reverberating as his golden eyes fixated intently on Shaya, the intensity of his presence bearing down upon him. Such an overwhelming aura. A sudden jolt coursed through Shaya's heart, as he found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from Shangbo. A fierce tempest surged towards him, compelling him to shield his forehead with his arms, his body swaying like a drifting leaf in the gale. Breakthrough, Shaya bellowed, forcefully slicing through the tempest before unleashing a primal roar, igniting an inferno of strength within him. In an instant, both combatants vanished, only to reappear together in the next heartbeat. Shangbo, brimming with wrath, leaped towards Shaya, the ferocious force of his kick generating a sonic boom as it sliced through the air. With a resounding crash, Shangbo unleashed his strike. And in the blink of an eye, Shaya crossed his arms defensively, absorbing the impact of Shangbo's leg. The ground beneath him buckled violently, the immense force reverberating through his arms, propelling his body backward several meters. Shaya was engulfed in excruciating pain, a spray of blood erupting from his throat. Clearly outmatched in their contest of strength, a mere strike from Shangbo had inflicted grievous wounds upon him. Ha ha ha, perish? Shangbo cackled maliciously, advancing relentlessly, delivering another kick that sent Shaya hurtling like a cannonball. The ground shook violently as it cracked under the impact, and clouds of dust billowed forth. In that fleeting moment upon hitting the ground, Shaya sprang up, piercing through the thick fog to launch an assault on his adversary. The clash of their combat resonated like thunder as they battled fiercely between the sky and the earth, unleashing a tempest that rippled outwards, causing the very planet of Fidaia to tremble beneath their might. In the distance, the onlooking extraterrestrial beings stood in stunned silence, their energy detectors having succumbed to the overwhelming force of the confrontation. Heavens, their strength is utterly despairing, they murmured, their faces pale with fear, glancing at one another, poised to flee the scene. Ha ha, is that all you've got? If so, I must say, I am thoroughly disappointed. Shangbo taunted while continuing his assault. Throughout the battle, Shaya found himself consistently on the defensive, rarely managing to land a successful hit on Shangbo. Although Shangbo had lost both arms, the nearly insurmountable disparity in their energy levels rendered Shaya's efforts futile, leaving him battered and bruised. It's hopeless. The gap in combat prowess is too vast. With a resounding crash, Shaya was thrust from the sky into the depths of the earth, landing in a massive pit where even the slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through his body. He had come to understand the full extent of his own power when unleashed, while also gaining insight into the capabilities of the universe's higher-tier warriors. Thus, it was time to consume a Senza bean. With all eyes upon him, Shaya revealed a peculiar smile, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, evading Shangbo's latest thunderous strike. In a location far removed from the battlefield, Shaya calmly extracted a verdant, shriveled bean from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. A single chew of the miraculous bean restored him to his peak condition, healing his injuries in an instant. Indeed, Senza beans are an indispensable necessity. Shaya flexed his limbs, and compared to before, his combat prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement, his entire being brimming with vitality. Shangbo, his head bloodied, had long since lost the composure and elegance he initially possessed. His eyes bulged slightly, filled with bewilderment as he gazed at Shaya, who had returned to peak form, radiating an aura of incredible strength. With disbelief illuminating his gaze, he bellowed in despair and fury, "Why have your injuries healed so suddenly?" Shangbo was deeply wounded, both in body and spirit, grappling with the anguish of his predicament. How could this diminutive human possess such extraordinary abilities? It was one thing for him to already be endowed with formidable combat skills, but to wield an inexplicable superpower that had severely injured him was unfathomable. After breaking free from the clutches of that power, he had anticipated vanquishing his foe, yet this young man astonishingly proved to be resilient. Now, he had fully restored himself to a state of peak performance. Sharja cast an innocent gaze towards Shangbo, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This is something you cannot envy." Immediately, a blue radiance once again surged within Sharja's eyes. This luminescence, surpassing the previous ethereal blue of his spatial abilities, was more pure and exquisite, resembling a brilliantly shimmering blue crystal. Chapter 54, The Death of Shangbo. Shaya's lips parted slightly as he coldly uttered a few words. Time, halt. Indeed, he could no longer afford to wait. The disparity between him and Shangbo was immense, seemingly insurmountable. But who decreed that combat must adhere to the hierarchy of power? This was not a mere sparring match. It was a matter of life and death. Thus all means were permissible. Suddenly, the entire planet transformed into a realm of Azure. Everything on the planet Fidaia was suspended in time. This marked Shaya's second use of his temporal abilities in battle. The first had been against the giant ape transformed by Saiyan, and now this was his second encounter. Unlike spatial powers, Shaya's mastery over time had not significantly improved over the years. Currently, his combat prowess allowed him to freeze time for merely 3 seconds, and the duration would diminish depending on the strength of the suspended target. Indeed, upon ensnaring Shangbo, whose power exceeded 25,000 within his temporal grasp, Shaya felt his own energy rapidly depleting, estimating that he could pause time for at most 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Instinctively, Shaya recognized the limit of his suspension. Yet, this was sufficient. With a rough estimate in mind, Shaya's body transformed into a streak of light, swiftly closing the distance to Shangbo. In this icy blue world, everything was frozen except for Shaya. In midair, Shangbo stood bewildered, his grotesque toad-like visage staring blankly ahead. Due to Shangbo's overwhelming energy, Shaya dared not act recklessly. He extended his hand and pressed his palm against Shangbo's heart. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he curled his fingers, channeling energy rapidly to his palm, which immediately radiated a blinding brilliance. A low hum resonated as a sphere of energy was compressed within his hand. With a sizzling sound, this vast energy coalesced into a shining orb the size of a peanut, surrounded by ethereal blue arcs of electricity. The arcs crackled and flickered. This diminutive white light encapsulated more than half of Shaya's total energy, and after extreme compression, its power had increased 100-fold. He believed that should this minuscule flash of energy explode, it could annihilate everything within a 10-kilometer radius. "Shangbo, you may meet your demise," echoed a chilling voice as Shaya gazed at him impassively. Suddenly, the Azure world shattered. In that moment, Shangbo regained his senses. For him, time had never truly stopped. It was merely that the enemy, who should have been before him, had inexplicably vanished. An ominous premonition arose within him, and instinctively, he snapped back to reality, feeling an unexplainable shiver run through him. A sharp light pierced through his chest and exited from his back, followed by a violent agony in his heart. Slowly, Shangbo lowered his gaze, only to be met by Shaya's cold, dark eyes. "How did he end up before me?" Shangbo gasped in disbelief, glancing downward to find his heart charred in blood, hot and thick, flowing from the wound, mingling with the scent of scorched flesh. His heart had been pierced? Shangbo could hardly fathom the reality. A pierced heart meant certain death for most beings in the universe. His constitution was not robust enough to survive such a grievous injury. How could this happen? Shambo's eyes widened in shock. He could not comprehend how this diminutive figure had accomplished such a feat. As he moved his throat, blood gushed forth. And due to oxygen deprivation, a wave of dizziness overcame him. His lips trembled, words laden with bitterness escaped. I never imagined I, Shambo, would perish at the hands of an unknown wretch. You have only yourself to blame for your arrogance, Shaya replied coldly. His victory over Shambo was fraught with countless coincidences. Had Shambo not initially underestimated him, treating the encounter as a game of cat and mouse, Shaya might never have had the opportunity to unleash his powers. Ha 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 indeed. My arrogance was my downfall. But King Frieza will not let you go. Shambo coughed up blood as his consciousness began to blur. He could not believe that as a key confidant of King Frieza, he would meet his end on such an obscure planet. Boom. Shambo's body started to swell. Culminating in a violent explosion, his flesh reduced to ashes. Char sighed deeply, realizing that even a lion must exert its utmost strength when hunting a rabbit. Complacency on the battlefield is utterly unacceptable. The demise of Shangbo served as a dire warning to him. Regardless of the opponent's strength, maintaining a basic level of vigilance is imperative. As Shangbo lamented, his death was indeed unjust. Had he not been careless, had it not been for Shaya's peculiar array of extraordinary abilities, and had Shaya not fortuitously consumed a mystical being, the outcome might have been remarkably different. Alas, Shangbo had no alternative scenarios. Several dozen kilometers away, those who followed Shangbo bore witness to their esteemed leader's death at the hands of a mere youth, leaving them in a state of shock. Their gazes were vacuous, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. After a moment, one of the fur-covered extraterrestrials regained his senses and exclaimed in disbelief, Shangbo is dead. Oh no, Shangbo is dead. With each shout, panic swiftly spread among the crowd. They looked at Shaya with trepidation before scattering in all directions to flee. However, Shaya would not permit their escape. Dealing with such insignificant foes, whose combat prowess barely reached 2,000, required minimal effort. In a flash, Shaya materialized before the extraterrestrials, proclaiming, You have committed numerous misdeeds. It is time for you to join Shangbo in the abyss. With a subtle motion of his hand, the air shimmered, and the vast energy began to ripple outward. The bodies of the extraterrestrials became immobilized, ensnared in an eerie suspension. Suddenly, dark red fissures appeared in the air, gaping wide like the maw of a primordial beast, swiftly devouring dozens of extraterrestrials into the void. These deep rifts were fragments of space, where the sensations were far from pleasant. In no time at all, the extraterrestrials were crushed into dust by the forces of the cosmos. With a satisfied exhale, Shaya clapped his hands, and the ominous fissures vanished. He descended onto the ravaged terrain, which bore the scars of their recent battle. The once familiar landscape now resembled a war-torn wasteland, pockmarked with massive craters, some stretching several kilometers in diameter, while molten lava bubbled at the center. Following Shangbo's cosmic assault and Shaya's fierce confrontation, the tectonic plates of Fidaia had loosened significantly, and it was only a matter of time before they succumbed to the mantle below. For a foreseeable duration, this planet would remain a hellish landscape, unsuitable for any form of life. After resting atop a boulder of shattered rock, Shaya regained his strength and sensed the presence of other extraterrestrials lingering on Fidaia. Apart from those who had accompanied Shangbo, there were approximately several dozen scattered across the planet, including a few formidable beings with combat capabilities reaching 3,000. To eradicate the roots of the problem, Shaya decided to teleport to their locations. The extraterrestrials, upon spotting Shaya's sudden appearance, regarded him as mere prey, underestimating him entirely. They rushed forward, eager to engage him, but their fate was sealed. Each was swiftly cast into the void. In a matter of minutes, Shaya eliminated every extraterrestrial on Fidaia. With the loss of over 100 soldiers from the Frieza force, including the high-ranking Shangbo, one could only wonder what expression would grace Frieza's face upon receiving the news. Amusement danced in Shaya's thoughts. He surmised that Frieza would not express the slightest sorrow, but his wrath would surely be palpable. Imagining Frieza's furious rage as he shattered a wine goblet brought Shaya genuine delight. As he returned to the subterranean base of the Fidaians, he found them diligently maintaining their spacecraft amidst a bustling atmosphere. Seeking solace, Shaya found a quiet corner to rest. My lord Shaya, you have returned. Those extraterrestrials did not trouble you, did they? Dokra approached, his face a mask of concern. In truth, Dokra had been profoundly worried during Shaya's confrontation with Shangbo and his allies, the echoes of the earth-shattering explosions in the tumultuous skies still haunting his mind. He had never witnessed such terrifying scenes, and the thought of Shaya confronting those powerful beings filled him with dread. If even Shaya were to falter, the Fidaians would face annihilation. Seeing Shaya return unscathed, Dokra's heart finally eased, and relief washed over him. Those insignificant beings were my adversaries? Shaya replied coldly, casting a glance at Dokra, not out of arrogance, but a clear understanding that to win the allegiance of the Fidaians, he must exhibit strength, establishing that following him was the wisest choice. The extraterrestrials, in turn, became mere stepping stones in his ascent. Dokra paused, trembling at Shaya's chilling demeanor. Yet a wave of exhilaration enveloped him. Does this imply that those extraterrestrials have been vanquished? He wondered. Indeed, I have triumphed. This planet is now devoid of extraterrestrials, Shaya asserted, his irritation rising as he casually waved his hand, adding, I merely underestimated my foes. They fell before I had even warmed up. Dokra found Shaya's words hard to fathom. The very weaklings Shaya referred to were the culprits behind the devastation of Fidaia. Suddenly overwhelmed with uncontrollable emotion, tears brimmed in his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably while shouting, Wonderful! Those invaders are all dead. Lord Shaya has avenged us. Our fallen kin can now rest in peace. Rest assured, your kin shall find peace, Shaya reassured him with a slight smirk. Once Dokla's emotions had calmed, he furrowed his brow and remarked, Although I have eradicated all the extraterrestrial invaders on the planet Fidaia, it is regrettable that due to the collapse of the crust, Fidaia is no longer suitable for sustaining life. No, my lord Shaya, it is already remarkable that you were able to eliminate those invaders. We are truly grateful. Thank you for avenging us. Dokla suddenly stood upright, solemnly bowing to Shaya with a serious expression. Shaya calmly accepted Dokla's salute, aware that he was not merely receiving the gratitude of Dokla, but more significantly, the loyalty of the Fidaians. However, these extraterrestrials were merely the vanguard of Frieza's forces. Upon receiving the information from this side, more formidable foes would undoubtedly be dispatched. Thus, Dokla, it is imperative that you hasten to consolidate the remaining Fidaians and promptly inspect the status of the spacecraft. We must depart from the Fidaia planet before the arrival of the second wave of invaders. Yes, my lord. Dokla nodded vigorously, his diminutive frame seemingly infused with boundless energy as he fervently began to direct his kin in their forthcoming tasks. The evacuation was inherently a tedious and complex endeavor. Whether it was accounting for the remaining personnel or calibrating the alternative spacecraft, the workload was colossal, particularly in the face of uncertainty regarding the timeline of the second wave of intruders. Time was of the essence, and they must seize every moment to expedite their departure from the Fidaia planet. In light of the intricate and multifaceted nature of the evacuation, Dokla meticulously assigned various responsibilities, to which Shaya observed with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The Fidaians were diligently engaged, and following Shaya's annihilation of the extraterrestrial forces led by Shangbo, their admiration for him had ascended to unprecedented heights, fostering deeper recognition and loyalty towards Shaya. The Fidaians frequently interacted with other cosmic civilizations, possessing some understanding of the temperament of the powerful. Compared to other strong beings in the universe, the benevolent nature of Lord Shaya was undoubtedly the most captivating to them. In the northern galaxy, at Frieza's headquarters, a colossal planet transformed by technology stood resolutely. Against the backdrop of the magnificent cosmos, stars glittered like exquisite pearls, moving in a synchronized dance along their designated orbits. The headquarters, a central stronghold for the entire faction, was impervious in its defenses, enveloped by advanced cosmic technology, resembling an impregnable fortress where even a fly could not penetrate. Surrounding the frozen planet were interstellar fortresses that rotated like bastions, with massive turrets, black and robust, several meters in diameter, emanating a chilling glimmer in the dark void of space, akin to ancient behemoths roaring in fury. At this moment, within the opulent palace, Frieza stood contentedly by a translucent viewport, one hand resting behind his back while the other leisurely held a goblet of wine. His crimson eyes gazing intently at the scenery outside, a cruel glimmer flickering within his icy gaze. Mr. Dodoria, I hear that the Scion King Vegeta is currently embroiled in rebellion. How do you propose I handle those Scions? His voice was cold and gravelly as he handed the goblet to a nearby attendant, regarding Dodoria with keen interest. Those Scions are utterly ungrateful, prideful to the extreme. Were it not for their marginal combat prowess, my subordinates would have obliterated their Vegeta planet long ago, Dodoria retorted disdainfully, unable to tolerate the arrogance of the Saiyans. Frieza chuckled softly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Patience, Mr. Dodoria. In due time, we shall eliminate those Saiyans, and you shall witness the most beautiful fireworks in the universe. Indeed, Lord Frieza. Dodoria's face lit up with delight. The splendid sight of planets being destroyed had always thrilled him. Oh, by the way, I heard that King Vegeta had a son a few years back, whose talent seems quite remarkable. Vegeta, I believe. Frieza inquired. Yes. How brazen to name his son after his planet. King Vegeta harbors considerable ambition, indeed. Dodoria, summon that Vegeta to Frieza's headquarters in due course. As you command, my lord, Dodoria replied, a sinister smile creeping across his rotund visage. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace swung open, and a purple-skinned extraterrestrial stumbled in, crawling to report, Lord Frieza, we have received new intelligence from the Fidaia planet. Oh, what news? Has Mr. Shamba swiftly acquired information about the ancient warriors? Frieza remarked casually. And no, my lord. The extraterrestrial wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. Clarify the situation at once. Dodoria barked. The purple extraterrestrial shuddered, stammering, just received from headquarters, it appears that Mr. Shamba encountered a formidable enemy on Fidaia, and his forces have been completely annihilated. Mr. Shamba's energy signal has also vanished. With a resounding thud, Frieza's tail struck a nearby attendant, sending the goblet crashing to the ground, its crimson contents spilling across the floor. Frieza's expression shifted, his crimson eyes glimmering with a demonic light, his voice chilling as he demanded, what transpired? Explain everything. Mr. Shamba led over 100 warriors from the Frieza Legion to Fidaia in search of clues regarding the ancient warriors. However, just an hour ago, headquarters detected a surge of energy on Fidaia. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Shamba's signal disappeared. It is feared he has perished. Impossible. Shamba's combat power was at its peak, reaching 25,000. Is it conceivable that he failed to transform? Dodoria exclaimed, astonished. Being among Frieza's inner circle, Dodoria was acutely aware of Shamba's true strength, far surpassing his own. How could he possibly fail on such a minor planet? Before losing contact, the probe recorded that Mr. Shamba had unleashed his full power. The purple extraterrestrial continued, equally incredulous. After a brief moment of astonishment, Frieza quickly regained his composure, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. How intriguing! It seems there exists someone capable of vanquishing Mr. Shamba. This individual must possess strength rivaling that of the Ginyu Force. The purple extraterrestrial stood cautiously, not daring to make a sound, his heart racing as he sensed Frieza's palpable displeasure. Indeed, Frieza was far from pleased. He felt no sorrow for Shamba's demise. Instead, he was consumed by a furious indignation at the affront to his pride. To him, Shamba's death was a provocation. Apart from his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler, Frieza had never suffered such humiliation, and his subordinates were not to be so easily dispatched. Mr. Dodoria, is it not true that the Fidaia planet is merely a lowly celestial body? Frieza's calm voice concealed a deadly intent. Indeed, my lord. The Fidaians are insignificant creatures with combat prowess not exceeding 15. Dodoria responded immediately. Yet, it was precisely this so-called insignificant planet that had claimed Mr. Shamba's life. Frieza murmured. Could it truly be the ancient warriors spoken of in Fidaian lore? Mr. Dodoria immediately relayed orders to the Ginyu Force, instructing them to expedite their arrival at Fidaia. I wish to ascertain the true might of this so-called ancient warrior. Frieza's greatest trepidation lay in the ancient lore of the so-called Super Saiyans, passed down through generations of the Frost Demon race, alongside the recent emergence of the Fidaian ancient warriors. Dispatching the Ginyu Force to investigate was a strategic maneuver to gauge the strength of this ancient warrior. Chapter 56. Departure as Frieza issued his orders. On a distant planet in the North Galaxy, within a damp and dreary rainforest, Captain Ginyu received the command to immediately set forth to the southeastern planet of Fidaia. A white-haired alien tapped the communicator and reported to Captain Ginyu. The captain, chewing on some meat, spat out a fragment of bone and inquired, Fidaia? That appears to be a lowly planet, hardly warranting our personal intervention. GIs, contact Frieza's headquarters and inquire why King Frieza has issued such an order. Yes, Captain, replied GIs. The white-haired alien, as he established communication with Frieza's headquarters and soon learned the reason. Captain, I've found out the cause. It appears that Shampa, who was closely trusted by King Frieza, was killed on Fidaia. Shampa, the very individual who had earned the king's trust, was dead. Bart, the tall alien known for his speed within the Ginyu Force, was taken aback, a hint of schadenfreude crossing his face. The Ginyu Force, Frieza's elite squadron, regarded themselves as superior to the mechanized troops of Kawaira, looking down on Shampa, who perpetually hovered around Frieza, yet possessed little combat prowess. In the eyes of the Ginyu Force members, Shampa was merely an insignificant figure lacking true strength. One could recall the original narrative during the Namek saga, where Vegeta, having successfully slain Shampa's transformed state, suffered a significant setback at the hands of the lower-ranking Ginyu member, Rikuum, nearly losing his life. This exemplified the prowess of the Ginyu Force, where every member must not be underestimated. How intriguing that Shampa met his demise on a lowly planet. Perhaps we might encounter something fascinating there. Ginyu mused, stroking his chin, his robust, lavender-hued physique towering like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The two large and two small eyes of Guldo continued to munch on food, and upon sensing the captain's interest in Fidaia, he set his meal aside and asked, "Shall we depart now? The journey to Fidaia will take at least 2 months. We may not arrive in time." "Who cares about timing? This is a task assigned by King Frieza. We simply need to arrive," Bart replied nonchalantly. Being long-lived. These aliens were not concerned with the passage of a month or two, as much of their strength was accumulated over time. As for avenging Shampa, they were indifferent. "Then let us proceed. We cannot keep King Frieza waiting." The Ginyu Force members laughed heartily, reveling in the freedom to act without restraint under Frieza's command. In the southeastern region of the North Galaxy, on the planet Fidaia, the proximity to the planet Longio, where the Shaya team was executing a mission, meant only a week's journey. Thus, nominally, the Shaya team were also subordinates of Frieza. To prevent Frieza from dispatching reinforcements from nearby planets to Fidaia, Shaya ordered the Fidaians to complete their evacuation within 7 days and to promptly launch their spacecraft to leave the planet. Time flowed swiftly, and the 7 days vanished in the blink of an eye. The spacecraft preparations were completed on schedule. At that moment, the underground base had gathered all 157,000 surviving Fidaians from across the planet, a mere fraction of their original population, but it constituted the entirety of their remaining kin. Observing the drastically reduced numbers of his people, Dokura's heart ached, and his bitterness towards Frieza's army deepened. He glanced at the dignified Shaya, steeling himself once more, and respectfully stated, "Lord Shaya, all surviving Fidaians have gathered here. We are ready to depart from Fidaia." Dokura felt immense gratitude towards Lord Shaya for granting them 7 days to rescue their kin. He understood the value of time to a powerful being. Shaya had selflessly spent these 7 days for the sake of the Fidaians, a tremendous kindness. Without this grace period, even fewer survivors would have reached the underground base. "Very well, let us set forth." Shaya gently waved his hand, gazing calmly at the enormous silver spaceship before him. The massive vessel, measuring several kilometers in length, never failed to evoke awe, no matter how many times one beheld it. Indeed, Dokura's expression was grave. At Shaya's command, the underground base erupted with urgent buzzing sounds, while red alarm lights spun into life, casting a crimson glow. Upon hearing the alarms, all the Fidaia swiftly intensified their actions, entering the spaceship in an orderly fashion as directed by their commanders. The green forest above the base trembled with an ominous vibration. It was perhaps the last remaining patch of greenery on the planet Fidaia. With the continental plates subjected to relentless high-energy bombardments, the once stable crust had been irrevocably deformed, resulting in frequent earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, each more powerful than the last, transforming the entire planet into a hellish landscape. Suddenly, the forest began to undulate, and from the distant sky, the once flat expanse of greenery appeared to bulge in the center before splitting open, creating a gash through which 2 vast sections of earth tilted upward, resembling a grand door slowly swinging ajar. After approximately 10 minutes, an enormous gateway, over 20,000 meters long and more than 10,000 meters wide, revealed itself. The ground trembled as the once verdant forest could no longer withstand the pull of gravity, sliding apart to unveil the silver-white alloy structure of the gate. Then came a resounding roar. The engines roared to life, and a brilliant blaze emanated from the underground base as a colossal grayish-silver spaceship ascended majestically, accelerating until it pierced the atmosphere and entered the vastness of space. With a cacophony of sounds, 2 perpendicular space corridors began to twist and warp on the silver spacecraft, violently exploding at their junctions, resulting in the disintegration of what represented the pinnacle of Fidaia's technological achievements. Fragments of the severed corridors fell into the atmosphere, vanished into the starry expanse, or drifted aimlessly in orbit, as if witnessing the slow departure of the brilliant civilization of the Fidaia. Very well, Dokra. Next, you shall locate an uninhabited planet for resupply, and then dedicate yourselves to the research of the gravity chamber. I hope to witness your achievements soon, Shaya commanded. Yes, Lord Shaya, we will spare no effort. Dokra replied emphatically, his body taut with resolve. The history of the Fidaia planet had become a thing of the past. Henceforth, they would advance under the leadership of Lord Shaya. He believed that, under Shaya's guidance, their civilization would surely rise again. Chapter 57. Returned to the luminous star in the blink of an eye, the Fidaia civilization's spaceship had traversed the cosmos for a month. In the serene and profound void of space, the silver-gray behemoth glided through the celestial expanse like a mighty dragon. Within the control room of the spaceship, the Fidaia diligently utilized their intellect to search for suitable planets for docking, their eyes fixed on the display screens. Soon, a pale yellow planet appeared, and with a few swift commands, its data was projected onto the large screen, a solid planet composed of pale yellow rock, aged 2 billion years. With a diameter of 300 kilometers, plagued by severe climatic storms, rendering it unsuitable for long-term habitation. This planet was not particularly large, and its atmospheric conditions were erratic and treacherous. It seemed it could only serve as a temporary stopover. Dokra quickly calculated the energy requirements for the spaceship from the data displayed on the screen. We are now far from Fidaia. The Frieza army will not find us here for the time being. We shall descend upon that planet for resupply. The Fidaia were a remarkably advanced civilization. With merely the minimal conditions for life, they could utilize technology to alter their environment. Regrettably, such advancements could not be applied on their home planet, as Fidaia had fallen under Frieza's scrutiny. Designate this as our landing point, and continue the design of the gravity training chamber. Ensure its completion as soon as possible. The hatch opened, and Shaya stepped in, clad in a newly designed combat suit. This was the latest creation of the Fidaia, adorned with elegance and nobility. Its pristine white fabric hugging his form, morphing with his movements to minimize any hindrance during combat. Lord Shaya, Dokra bowed respectfully, a glimmer of joy illuminating his azure visage. The preliminary design of the gravity training chamber has been completed. Once the ship lands, we can mobilize the scientists for its construction. The initial design allows for a maximum adjustment of up to 500 times standard gravity, and we have also included features to regulate temperature, pressure, and humidity. Char was exceedingly pleased with the arrangements made for Dokra and cheerfully remarked, "Very well, I shall leave the matter of the gravity chamber in your capable hands. Once the ship lands, I will temporarily depart. Please ensure that you remain concealed. Should any issues arise, notify me through the communicator." Shaya estimated that Shakta and his team had been carrying out their mission on Rongju Star for over a month and should be nearing its completion. Soon, he would accompany Shilling and the others back to Vegeta Star. His confidence in departing was not solely rooted in his trust in the loyalty of the Fidaians. More importantly, he had discreetly installed spatial coordinates on the spacecraft, ensuring that there would be no cause for concern regarding a potential rebellion from the Fidaians after his departure. Of course, Shaya still held faith in Dokla and the others. As long as the Fidaians diligently served him, Shaya was determined to offer them a magnificent future. "As you command, Lord Shaya," Dokla responded loudly, his gaze filled with fervor. Char nodded and then exited the central control room. Shortly thereafter, a colossal shadow descended upon the land as a gigantic spaceship, measuring over 10 kilometers in length, landed upon the ground. The violent tremors persisted for an extended period, compressing the soft earth and stones beneath, causing the terrain to sink more than 10 meters. Following this, countless engineering robots surged forth from the ship's interior like a swarm of locusts, commencing the foundational construction across the nearby continent. Standing on the observation platform, Shaya observed the bustling activity of the Fidaians and engineering robots, nodding in appreciation. After giving Dokra instructions for the upcoming tasks, Shaya vanished before Dokra's astonished gaze. In the primal jungles of the returning mission planet, Shaya carefully sensed the auras of all members of his team, discovering that their combat abilities had improved to varying degrees over the past month. With a swift teleportation, he arrived beside Shilling. After more than a month apart, Shilling appeared to have matured significantly. At that moment, she lay on a hammock, sound asleep, one flawless, porcelain-like thigh exposed and dangling from the hammock. Perhaps sensing the approach of a formidable presence, Shieling immediately sprang up from her hammock, her eyes fluttering open, a glimmer of light flashing within them. "Shaya, you're back," she exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him, attempting to leap towards him. However, she abruptly sensed the powerful energy emanating from Shaya, narrowing her eyes in curiosity. "How is it that your combat power has increased so much in just a month?" She recalled that Shaya's combat power had been just over 14,500 a month prior. It was astonishing how much it had surged in such a short span. Her perceptive abilities were sharper than any energy detector, although Shaya had meticulously suppressed his energy. A slight leakage was inevitable, an energy that he could not disguise. It was akin to a super expert with a combat power of 10 million. No matter how they restrained their power, the energy they projected would still exceed 10,000, as it was impossible to conceal entirely. The greater the energy, the more would inevitably leak out. Of course, it was not to say that a master could not entirely mask their presence. Indeed, there existed those capable of complete concealment, such as the god of destruction, Beerus. However, such mastery was beyond Shaya's current level of attainment. That is a long story. Shaya smiled as he approached Shieling. Although his battle with Shangbo seemed to have favored him, culminating in Shangbo's unexpected demise, the perils he faced during that encounter were not for the faint of heart, had it not been for his spatial abilities, which allowed him to escape the brink of death and a timely use of a senza bean. The outcome could have been quite different. Shaya was well aware that he had come perilously close to death on several occasions. Nevertheless, the battle against Shangbo had proven fruitful, not only in subduing the Fidaians, but also in significantly enhancing his combat power, which he conservatively estimated to have reached 18,000. After listening to Shaya's account, Shieling expressed her astonishment. She had not anticipated such thrilling developments in such a brief period, nor that Shaya's strength would surpass hers by so much. Pouting in mild defiance, she mused, "Does this mean the Fidaians will soon complete the gravity chamber?" "Indeed, if all goes smoothly, it shouldn't take long," Shaya affirmed. Once we acquire the gravity chamber, I shall not lose to you," Shieling proclaimed, seemingly dismissive. Among the Saiyans, only Shaya ignited her competitive spirit. She hardly regarded anyone else's arrival. "You'd better step up your game then," Shaya replied. "By the way, how has Shakta and the others been progressing in their training?" On the topic of serious matters, Shieling grew earnest. "They have also made varying degrees of progress this month. I slowed down their mission pace and secretly imparted some of the mysteries of energy to them. The strongest among them, Shakta, has already reached a combat power of 1,300. Saiyan nodded to himself. At just over 12 years of age, he possessed a combat power of 1,300. By adulthood, it was reasonable to expect that he would exceed 3,000, distinguishing him as an exceptional warrior among his peers. Chapter 58. Reflections. Subsequently, Zaya engaged in a discussion with Shieling regarding the nuances of cultivation. At this juncture, Zaya's combat prowess had significantly surpassed that of Shieling, and his broader perspective led to profound insights. The methods of cultivation on Earth emphasize the harmonious development of both body and mind, echoing aspects of Taoist philosophy, all of which must be grasped through experiential practice. As the saying goes, a leaf obstructs the view of Mount Tai. Plugged ears cannot hear the thunder. Each phase of life presents its own limitations, particularly for the weaker individuals who find it challenging to comprehend the essence of the strong. Therefore, having a powerful mentor to guide one through the intricacies can save considerable missteps. As night fell, Zaya summoned Shakta and the others. These young Saiyans, after a period of rigorous training and subtle guidance from Shieling, had solidified their abilities, particularly Shakta, whose strength was nearing that of an adult Raditz. Upon seeing their captain, who had been absent for a month, Shakta and Atasia displayed curious expressions. However, they refrained from inquiring about Zaya's month-long whereabouts, believing instead that he had concealed his presence to assess their progress. "I am exceedingly pleased with everyone's performance over the past month," Zaya remarked playfully. "Even Balit and Rida have achieved a combat power of 1,000. Balit's expression fell, and he protested, "Seriously, Captain? Even you are mocking us." "Indeed," Rida chimed in, echoing his sentiments. With a faint smile, Shaya glanced at them and earnestly remarked, "I do not intend to belittle you. It is essential to recognize that your current combat capabilities are levels that even some seasoned low-level warriors may struggle to attain at such a young age. Your future accomplishments are boundless. Does this mean we genuinely have the potential to rival high-level warriors in the future?" Upon hearing their captain's praise, Rida and Balit stroked their chins, wearing expressions that seemed to convey, it is only fitting. Although they were the least distinguished members of Shaya's team, they still fared better than many other mid-level warriors. After offering a few more words of encouragement to his comrades, Shaya turned his attention to Shakta and said, "The mission concerning the Luminary Star is nearing completion. For the time being, I do not intend to undertake any new missions. Once you return to Vegeta, it is crucial for you to take some time to reflect. Relentlessly seeking battles can sometimes yield counterproductive results. Why is that? Science grows stronger through combat. It is the essence of our enjoyment." Bullet replied, his face falling in confusion. Even Atasia and Jelen appeared somewhat dejected. Days devoid of battles are simply too dull. Shaya observed with amusement, recognizing that the Scion race was indeed a fiercely combative people. Even their female counterparts exhibited the same spirited tenacity. He then remarked, "Shilling must have instructed you on how to cultivate your energy. I expect you to master the energy within you over the span of a year. While I do not demand absolute precision in your control, you should at least be able to wield it with ease." However, doubts crept into Atasia's mind as she questioned, "Are these teachings truly beneficial? Is there not an excessive focus on minutiae? Matters such as breathing and rhythm during combat. Do such trifles genuinely hold significance in the heat of battle? Shouldn't fighting be approached with unrestrained vigor? The notion of managing one's breath while engaged in combat feels utterly tormenting." Shaya shook his head, asserting that a solid foundation must be established for future breakthroughs. However, just as Atasia was about to articulate further thoughts, she caught the sharp glare from Shaya, causing her words to falter. Despite being several years his junior, Atasia felt an innate trepidation towards him, the source of which eluded her understanding. Perhaps it was due to the sheer extent of the captain's combat prowess. This sentiment was not exclusive to Atasia. Even Balit, Rida, and G-Line harbored a subtle fear of Shaya. Among them, only Shakta nodded earnestly after listening, perceiving that the strength of Shaya and Shi Ling transcended mere physical capabilities. Had it solely been physical prowess, their evident talents would have already qualified them as advanced warriors, yet they did not hold such titles. The concept of Qi is a profound and intricate discipline that necessitates systematic study. Shi Ling imparted to them merely a fraction of the methods for controlling Qi. The more esoteric aspects were beyond their comprehension. Shakta felt immense gratitude for the advanced training techniques bestowed upon them. With this newfound approach to cultivation, he envisioned a promising future where surpassing those advanced warriors no longer seemed like a mere fantasy. "We shall ensure the captain's objectives are met," Atasia declared, standing at attention with a solemn demeanor. Indeed, who claimed that intermediate warriors could not rival advanced ones? They would surely astonish those advanced warriors in due time. Balit and Rida, refusing to be outdone, joined in her resolve, and even the usually reticent G-Line expressed her determination. Each of them brimmed with ambition, as if a fierce flame ignited within their chests, eager to accomplish great feats at once. As Shaya and Shilling exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, they understood that it would not be long before their accomplishments attracted the attention of other Scions, and by then, the destruction of Planet Vegeta would be imminent. That would free Shaya from many of his concerns. The night passed in silence. On the following day, as dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped the humid rainforest, and the wind caressed their faces, quickly moistening their hair. After conducting a final sweep of the Delanju star, Shaya and his companions departed aboard their spacecraft. For an extended period thereafter, Shaya's team refrained from undertaking any missions, opting instead for self-cultivation to solidify their existing powers. 2 months later, the spacecraft entered the domain of Planet Vegeta. Upon disembarking from the spaceport and bidding farewell to his teammates, Shaya and Shilling returned to their residence in a bustling area. It was lunchtime, and under the fervent gaze of Adli, Shaya skillfully retrieved a plethora of earthly delicacies from the dimensional space, noticing that their supplies were dwindling. He pondered whether it was time to procure more provisions from Earth. After indulging in a hearty meal, Shaya settled onto the sofa in the hall, engaging in casual conversation with Adli and Rebecca while recounting his experiences over the past few months. Shilling found a comfortable spot beside Shaya, engrossed in a magazine. Upon learning that Shaya's combat power had reached 18,000, Adli and Rebecca expressed their astonishment, their gazes toward him growing increasingly approving. Shaya then inquired about the matter of relocating to another planet, emphasizing the significance of this decision for the survival of the Scion race. When this topic arose, Adli shook his head and remarked, "We have utilized all our connections to search for planets suitable for Scion habitation, yet the results have been less than satisfactory. Most planets are not conducive for Scion relocation." He continued, While there are indeed countless planets in the North Galaxy capable of supporting life, the number diminishes significantly when it comes to those suitable for Saiyans. As a warrior race, combat is essential to them, sometimes even more important than life itself, which necessitates the presence of expansive battle-ready planets nearby. Moreover, it is crucial that we avoid attracting the attention of Frieza's forces and the Frost Demons. Such planets are exceedingly rare. With our current connections, locating one will not be a swift endeavor. Shaya contemplated this, thinking that perhaps only by leaving the North Galaxy would they find a suitable planet for the Saiyans. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "By the way, I currently have a group of technologically adept Fidaians under my command. With their expertise, they may assist us in identifying a planet conducive to Scion life. I shall have them look into it." "That would be splendid," Adeli responded, visibly relieved. The prospect of having a technologically advanced civilization at their disposal would simplify their search for a suitable planet immensely. He added, "Over the past 6 months, we have discreetly contacted a number of Scions, and we now have over 1,000 Scions who have joined our ranks." "Only 1,000? Shaya furrowed his brow slightly, dissatisfied with this figure. With a total Scion population exceeding 1 million, why had only a little over 1,000 chosen to believe in them? Rebecca clarified. "To avoid attracting the attention of King Vegeta, we narrowed our outreach. These individuals were selected from our familiar social circles." As Shaya suddenly realized, indeed, the evacuation from the planet had not yet been accomplished, making it exceedingly challenging to widely proclaim Frieza's malevolent intentions. Otherwise, they might easily face total annihilation. The over 1,000 Scions selected were predominantly comrades who had previously fought alongside Edri. Another detail to note was the increasingly frequent personnel deployments from King Vegeta's side, which likely signaled a pressing need to expedite the search for suitable planets. Edri was unaware of the precise timing of King Vegeta's rebellion, causing him to furrow his brow, feeling as though their time was dwindling rapidly. In contrast, Shaya's concerns were considerably lessened, for he knew that Frieza would launch his assault on Planet Vegeta when Vegeta was around 5 years old. Thus, it could be deduced that King Vegeta would not rebel in the near future, granting them an additional 2.5 years. In the days that followed, Shaya and Xiling remained at home to solidify their foundation, engaging in the most basic of training exercises daily. During this time, Edri's student, a boy named Mels, visited them 2 or 3 times. Each time he came, he bore a haughty demeanor towards Shaya and the others. However, Shaya could not help but marvel at Mel's exceptional aptitude. At just over 2.5 years old, his combat power had already reached 440, significantly higher than Shaya's when he first emerged from training camp. It was no wonder this little brat looked down upon him. And so, the days passed by, until one day, a message arrived from the distant pale yellow planet, announcing the completion of the gravity training facility. Upon receiving the news from the Fidarians, Shaya immediately utilized instant transmission to hasten towards the remote pale yellow planet. After several quick relocations, he appeared at the temporary base of the Fidarians. "Dakla, will you take me to see the gravity training room?" As the control room door swung open, Shaya, weary from his journey, approached Dakla. "Lord Shaya." Dakla was astonished to find Shaya had arrived so promptly after receiving the news. He was filled with awe at Shaya's remarkable ability to appear seemingly out of nowhere. Speaking of the gravity room, Dakla's face brimmed with pride, a testament to the months of research by their Fidarian scientists. "Please, follow me, Lord Shaya." Dakla bowed respectfully before leading the way to the gravity room. They traversed a long, transparent corridor imbued with scientific significance, and soon arrived at a vast assembly workshop towering over 100 meters high. Inside this colossal workshop, 7 large hemispherical gravity training rooms were meticulously arranged. These gravity rooms, with their imposing size, emanated a dark golden metallic sheen, nearly touching the ceiling of the workshop. Arranged together, the 7 gravity rooms stood like 7 majestic mountains, exuding an overwhelming presence. Dakla proudly gestured towards the 7 gravity rooms, stating, "These gravity training rooms have a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 90 meters. According to your specifications, the maximum adjustable gravity inside these rooms can reach 500 times standard gravity. Additionally, they can regulate up to 1,000 standard atmospheres, maintaining a temperature range of plus or minus 80 degrees. For the convenience of training, the interior of the gravity rooms also features designated spaces for washing, dining, and living, all occupying minimal area. Furthermore, there are 100 specialized small robots to assist in training, capable of adjusting speed and attack density according to the user's needs." "Excellent work." I am very satisfied with these gravity rooms. Listening to Docla's thorough introduction, Shaya gazed at him appreciatively, his eyes shining with eagerness to experience the facility immediately. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Shaya. Docla bowed deeply, his azure skin flushed with excitement. You may step back now. I wish to experience the effects of the gravity room. Yes, Docla replied respectfully before exiting. Shaya nodded slightly. After Duo Keela departed, he took several steps towards the gravity training chamber. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that these gravity training rooms were indeed quite vast. Standing nearby, the imposing magnitude of the chambers became even more pronounced. In the presence of these colossal gravity rooms, Shaya's figure appeared diminutive, akin to that of an ant, creating a striking contrast. As Shaya pondered, he approached a gravity chamber marked with a colossal numeral 1. 8 massive steel columns, each more than 2 meters in diameter, extended from the 4 cardinal points of the chamber, anchoring the enormous structure to the ground and ensuring its stability. Upon pressing the button at the entrance, a gentle humming sound ensued, and a vertical disc-like platform descended from the main body. Shaya stepped onto the suspended platform and entered the interior of the gravity training room. The training room was remarkably spacious, divided into 2 levels. The lower level, albeit smaller, was designated for washing, dining, and living quarters. The upper level, however, was the true training area, boasting a diameter of 100 meters and a height exceeding 80 meters, resembling a grand arena. The ground bore shallow grooves, akin to those on a stone slab, while both the floor and walls were forged from an exceptionally resilient alloy, capable of withstanding immense energy impacts. Approaching a control panel, Shaya began to adjust the parameters of the training room based on the numerical symbols displayed. He first entered 15 under the gravity setting. The moment the number was confirmed, a powerful downward gravitational force suddenly enveloped him. Indeed, it was a gravity of 15 times that of Earth. After a brief assessment of the effect, Shaya nodded in affirmation. The gravity within the training room matched the conditions he had experienced while training in weighted attire at the earthly sanctuary. Next, he meticulously adjusted the temperature, air pressure, and other parameters. After a thorough evaluation, he found himself exceedingly satisfied with the gravity training room's performance. In many respects, the gravity chamber crafted by the Fidaians exceeded his original expectations. Although the construction had taken several months, it was undeniably worth the wait. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, Shaya summoned Dokra. My lord. Yes, Dokra. I am exceedingly pleased with the gravity chamber your people constructed. I called you here for another matter. Shaya began earnestly, offering generous praise before adopting a serious demeanor. Please, my lord, speak. Dokra responded, attentively leaning forward. The current state of the North Galaxy is dire. Frieza's influence looms omnipotently, further bolstered by the support of King Cold and Kfila. The situation is not in our favor, Shaya conveyed gravely. Therefore, I require you to employ all means necessary to locate a suitable planet for habitation. Naturally, we must endeavor to remain well clear of Frieza's dominion. My lord, it is not yet the time to confront Frieza directly. Our strength falls short, and we must bide our time, Shaya continued, his expression resolute. Actually, we Fidaians possess a comprehensive star map of the galaxy, acquired through trade with the Zephyrians. We might be able to identify a suitable planet from it. Dokra interjected suddenly. The Zephyrians? Were they not exterminated? Shaya inquired, astonished. Indeed, the Zephyrians once cohabited Planet Vegeta with the Scions but were obliterated long ago, Dokra explained. This star map is several centuries old. The Fidaians have had no intention of leaving our home planet. Hence it has remained in the Central Intelligence Database. As he spoke of his homeworld, a shadow of melancholy crossed his features. However, the trajectories of celestial bodies tend to remain relatively constant, so the star map should still hold some degree of relevance. Upon hearing this news, Shaya felt a sense of surprise, akin to a weary traveler who, after wandering in the desert for several days without sustenance, suddenly discovers an oasis. Instantly, a desire to explore this newfound refuge surged within him. Dokra. Organize a team for screening immediately. Notify me as soon as results are available. I shall conduct an on-site inspection. Understood. After imparting a few more instructions to Dokra, Shaya departed from the temporary base of the Fidaia people, accompanied by the 7 colossal gravity training chambers. To transport these massive devices, Shaya exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Ultimately, he had no choice but to move them one by one, spending several hours transferring the gravity chambers from the Fidaia base to a desolate planet near Planet Vegeta. As night gradually descended upon Planet Vegeta, the atmosphere shifted into a serene darkness. Shaya summoned all the members of the Edry team. As soon as they entered, the boisterous parody exclaimed loudly, "Why have you called us, Shaya?" Following closely were Baluk, Alice, and Lisa. Aware of Shaya's mature mindset, akin to that of an adult, Baluk, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "Shaya, have you summoned us for something of significance?" With a subtle smile, Shaya greeted them one by one, then nodded and said, "Indeed, this matter is quite significant. Previously, I instructed the Fidaians to create something, and it is now completed. Allow me to show you. I believe you will all be greatly pleased after witnessing it." "Is it the gravity chamber you mentioned before?" Lisa inquired, momentarily perplexed yet quickly deducing the answer. "Can this gravity chamber truly enhance our combat abilities?" Baruch furrowed his brow. It had been many years since these seasoned warriors had experienced any improvement in their fighting prowess. They had envied the rapid rise in combat strength exhibited by Adri and Rebecca not long ago. "It certainly can." Shaya revealed a dazzling smile, his pearly whites gleaming. "However, you must be prepared, as a sudden surge in combat capability may attract unwarranted attention." "That is of no concern," one of them replied. "We merely need to ascertain whether this device genuinely augments our strength. We can always utilize it later when we have departed from Vegeta." Char's head nodded slightly, and he gestured for everyone to join hands in preparation for the instantaneous teleportation. The members of the Adry team had undergone several teleportations. Thus, they were well acquainted with the process and formed a circle with remarkable cooperation. In the next moment, the teleportation was initiated. On the desolate planet, the yellow sand swirled in the air, and the climate was unpredictably erratic. The weather on this barren world bore a striking resemblance to that of the temporary base on the faded yellow planet, both exhibiting harsh conditions. However, the climate here was even more extreme, with temperatures dipping lower, raising their heads and shielding their eyes with their hands. Adry and the others were taken aback by the sight before them. 7 towering structures loomed ahead, their dark golden hues radiating a shimmering brilliance. 8 robust steel claws, akin to powerful arms, were deeply embedded in the soil, anchoring the majestic machines firmly to the ground. Amidst the swirling sands, this scene appeared overwhelmingly imposing. "Char, is this the gravity chamber you brought back?" exclaimed Shieling, covering her mouth in astonishment as she rushed to the front of the gravity chamber. Her small hands explored the thick supporting pillars, each boasting a remarkable diameter of nearly 2 meters. As Shaya observed their astonished expressions, he proceeded to elaborate on the technical specifications of several gravity chambers. "Shaya, discussing this is of little value. It would be far better for us to experience it firsthand." "Very well." He then opened the door to the gravity chamber, marked with the number 2. Adri and the others followed closely behind Shaya as they entered. The interior was surprisingly spacious, capable of accommodating several individuals training simultaneously without any difficulty. "Uncle Adri, I shall initiate a gravitational force of 15 times. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaya adjusted the parameters of the chamber. Suddenly, an immense pulling force enveloped them. Adri and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. However, they remained silent. The 15-fold gravity posed no significant challenge to them, and soon they acclimatized. Baruch spoke in a deep voice, "Continue to increase the gravity." Char's silence persisted as he incrementally intensified the gravitational force. With each gradual increase, the countenances of Adley and his companions grew increasingly pallid, their bodies beginning to tremble ever so slightly. The gravitational pressure had now reached a staggering 25 times that of normal. Shaya understood that the 25 times gravity was already the limit that Edri and the others could bear, so he refrained from increasing it further. After all, even the mightiest fighter present, Edri, had not surpassed a power level of 10,000. Once Shaya released the gravity, Baluk exhaled deeply, his body still trembling slightly. It was truly a revelation. He felt that once accustomed to the 25 times gravity, their combat power would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. Edri expressed his astonishment, realizing that this gravity chamber was indeed a remarkable artifact conducive to training. "Uncle Edri, you all can train under the 25 times gravity for now. We can tackle higher gravity levels after leaving Planet Vegeta." This was indeed the right approach. While Scions with a power level of 10,000 were rare on Planet Vegeta, they were not entirely absent. High-ranking warriors like Edri reaching 10,000 would only cause a minor stir, not inciting any concern from King Vegeta. Turning his gaze to the eager Shieling, Shaya noticed the little girl gazing at him with an innocent expression. With a gentle smile, he said, "Shieling, feel free to proceed. But remember to take it step by step. Do not set the gravity too high all at once. Be cautious not to affect your growth." "Got it," Shieling replied, rolling her eyes before happily rushing off to engage in her training. Subsequently, they all began their training, knowing that the lower level of the training chamber was equipped with supplies to sustain them for some time. One by one, they found their respective gravity chambers, while Shaya entered chamber number 1, ready to commence his formal training. In the original narrative, Son Goku adapted to an environment of 100 times gravity in a mere 6 days on his journey to Namek, skyrocketing his power to 90,000. This was a reckless endeavor that strained his potential, nearly costing him his life multiple times during the training. Shaya would not be so audacious. He had ample time and thus devised a gradual training regimen. He began with 35 times gravity, adjusting the air pressure to 10 times atmospheric pressure. However, upon experiencing the formidable force of gravity, Shaya realized he had underestimated the challenge. His entire body creaked as if filled with lead, severely limiting his mobility. Yet, he could endure. With a determined gaze, Shaya gritted his teeth and persevered. He commenced his training with basic push-ups and running, gradually acclimating to the environment of 35 times gravity. Time flew by, and several months passed. After Shaya spent over a month in the gravity chamber, Edri and the others successively adapted to the 25 times gravity. They activated the auxiliary training robots and began sparring practice. 2 months later, after enduring injuries and battling repeatedly, their Scion potential finally unlocked, and their combat power surged past 10,000. For them, who were already on the brink of 10,000, this breakthrough, though modest, was invaluable after such a prolonged plateau, as if a grand door had been flung open. Subsequently, they ceased their training and began solidifying their current power levels. Continuing to train could risk drawing the suspicions of King Vegeta, something Edri and the others wished to avoid. As time passed, after adapting to 35 times gravity, Shaya made slight adjustments and, after a few days of rest, charged toward 40 times gravity. At the same time, numerous auxiliary training robots joined the process, gradually increasing in number from 1 to 5, then 10, until the arena was bustling with a full 100 auxiliary robots. A year later, on the desolate plains of the barren star, 7 towering civilizational constructs stood in a neat row. Their dark golden exteriors had accumulated a thick layer of yellow sand under the sun and wind. Inside one of the gravity chambers, the gravity was set to 120 times, with air pressure adjusted to 30 times. Due to the harsh environment, the room exuded a suffocating dark red hue. In this extraordinarily harsh setting, a boy with black hair was vigorously swinging his arms, diving and maneuvering, relentlessly performing fundamental training, with beads of sweat pouring forth like a gentle rain as his body moved violently. As the gravity engine shut down, the room immediately returned to normal. Shaya opened the door leading to the lower levels and stepped out, carrying a damp towel. After indulging in a warm bath, all his fatigue vanished in an instant. The effects of the gravity chamber were evident. After spending over a year acclimating to 120 times gravity, although not at the extraordinary pace of Son Goku, Shaya had undergone a remarkable transformation. His power level had reached an astounding 120,000. Feeling the abundant energy coursing through his body, a subtle smile graced Shaya's lips. Chapter 61. 4 planets, a power level of 120,000. This signified that Shaya now stood atop the hierarchy of cosmic strength, belonging to the select few capable of wielding dominion over a realm. However, Shaya quickly tempered his smile. This was not the time for complacency. The situation before him remained dire. Frieza was likely to launch an assault on the Saiyans within a year, and time was running short. It seemed imperative to swiftly locate a planet for evacuation. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Shaya soon redirected his focus to the galactic map mentioned by the Fidarians. Wondering how their selection process was progressing, he resolved to inquire shortly. After shutting down all power to the gravity training chamber, Shaya stepped outside. The sky was a dull yellow, and a cold, desolate wind swept sand and debris into the air, creating a soft clanging sound as it struck the metallic exterior of the gravity chamber, leaving faint marks of erosion on the dark golden shell. Due to prolonged exposure to the harsh environment, the lower parts of the gravity chambers had become buried beneath the yellow sand. After inspecting the condition of the 7 gravity chambers, Shaya noticed that only Shiling's chamber was still emitting a low hum from its engine. This girl is quite diligent. Shaya chuckled softly, realizing that Shieling intended to remain inside until she surpassed him. This could not continue. Shieling was still so young. In a critical phase of growth and development. What if this affected her future development? Shaya harbored a deep concern that the adorable little Shieling might suffer from stunted growth in the future. Furthermore, cultivation is an incremental journey. Bursts of power require a period of consolidation to ensure sustained progress over time. Take the Scions, for instance. After each battle, their combat prowess may not reveal significant enhancement. Yet the foundation they build is substantial and enduring. Thus, when they hover on the brink of death, this accumulated potential can erupt in a magnificent display, propelling them to remarkable heights post-recovery. Conversely, without sufficient accumulation, even repeated brushes with death may yield little improvement upon healing. The rationale lies in the activation of latent potential during near-death experiences, yet confronting a lack of foundational strength presents a dire predicament. In truth, the continuous practice of energy refinement on Earth follows a similar principle. Although the methods differ, they ultimately lead to the same destination. Shieling had been training in the gravity chamber for an extended period, depleting her reserves, and now required a phase of consolidation. Thus, Shaya opened the door to Shieling's gravity chamber and stepped inside. The upper training room was enveloped in a dim crimson hue, the air thick and stifling. In the center, a slender, youthful girl was drenched in sweat, laboriously performing various exercises, throwing punches, jumping, and diving with great effort. The specialized training attire, crafted from unique materials, had disintegrated into tattered strips in the harsh environment, barely clinging to Shieling's form. As Shaya approached her side, an immense gravitational force bore down upon him, 100 times the normal gravity. Shaya furrowed his brow, silently lamenting that Shieling was truly oblivious to her own limits. It was evident that she had exceeded her physical capacity, putting herself at great risk of injury. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he approached the control panel and gradually diminished the gravity engine's intensity until it was completely shut off. With that, the room instantly returned to its previous state. Shieling glanced at him, her hair tips drenched in sweat, before collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Producing a healing bean, Shaya fed it to her. His expression filled with dissatisfaction as he reproached her. Did I not instruct you to act according to your capabilities? Look at you. You nearly lost your life. But I currently possess only 90,000 battle power. If I do not push myself like this, I will never catch up to you. Shieling's bright eyes gazed earnestly at him, her expression resolute. Shaya was momentarily rendered speechless, aware of the other's strong-willed nature. He reached out and playfully ruffled her hair until Shieling, dissatisfied, pushed his hand away. He then softened his tone, stating, "From now on, we will share a gravity chamber. If I don't keep an eye on you, you might get into mischief again." Shieling's eyes darted around, seemingly lost in thought, her charming face slightly flushed. With a reluctant nod, she lowered her head in acquiescence. Subsequently, Shaya instructed Shieling to take a bath first. After some hesitation, she shyly made her way to the bathroom, glancing around nervously. It was amusing that she had suddenly become bashful, especially considering her previous boldness. Shaya shook his head in disbelief, only to realize that Shieling had indeed matured. She was no longer the little girl who would cling to him without a care. Moments later, Shieling emerged clad in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back. The steam wafting from the bathroom added a touch of ethereality to her youthful form. After changing, Shieling naturally gravitated closer, and Shaya instinctively placed a hand on her shoulder, wrapping his arm around her waist, feeling the delicate softness in his embrace. He then activated his teleportation ability, transporting them back to their home on Planet Vegeta. After enjoying lunch with the Edlif couple and discussing the recent developments on Planet Vegeta, Shaya ventured alone into the depths of space, arriving at the base of the Fidaians. Over the past year, the results of Docla's meticulous selection had finally come to fruition. In the control room of the Fidaian spacecraft, Docla addressed Shaya. After over a year of analysis by our scientists, we have identified 4 planets that meet the criteria for evacuation. He pointed at the grand display screen showcasing a star map of the galaxy. On the expansive screen, the intricate map of the galaxy illuminated, with 4 distinct red dots shining brightly on the spiraling arms, representing the findings of the Fidaian researchers. The planets identified were Chingon Star in the Western Galaxy, Dokala Star in the Southern Galaxy, Hongshan Star in the Eastern Galaxy, and Fidaia Star, also situated in the Eastern Galaxy. Please provide an overview of these planets, Shaya requested earnestly. Certainly. Dokla responded with a respectful gesture, continuing, First, Chingon Star. Located on the fringes of the Western Galaxy, is a medium-sized planet with 34 of its surface comprising land. It is inhabited by a primitive civilization known as the Shilu tribe, which has not reached a high level of development. The star map transformed to reveal the pale blue orb of Chingon Star. Dokala Star, a colossal planet in the northern part of the southern galaxy, is approximately 80 times the size of Planet Vegeta and shows no significant signs of civilization, remaining in a state of savagery. Hanshan Star, located in the northwestern region of the eastern galaxy, is near the central area of the galaxy. It features a rare binary planetary system, orbiting a young central star alongside another planet called Planet Fidaia Star, situated in the southern sector of the eastern galaxy. Char Aznable listened intently. The vastness of celestial bodies in the universe resembling an endless expanse of stardust. The stars within the northern galaxy alone were countless, let alone those throughout the entire Milky Way. These 4 planets were meticulously selected by the Fidaians after more than a year of research, thoughtfully considering various factors, thus representing the very best among the myriad of stars. Shaya was thoroughly satisfied with these 4 planets, as they served as the perfect refuge for the Saiyans. Moreover, the surrounding star sectors were largely free from the interference of other forces, making it an ideal sanctuary for the Scion race to recuperate. Considering the journey, Shaya was particularly fond of the planet Red Mountain in the eastern galaxy and the planet adjacent to it, as they were the closest to the center of the Milky Way. Dokala, please provide a detailed overview of Red Mountain. Shaya contemplated for a moment before speaking. At your service. The large screen shifted, revealing a cerulean planet at its center, reminiscent of the Selma planet Shaya had previously visited, with equally enchanting hues. Orbiting close to Red Mountain was another icy blue planet, identified as its companion, Scion. Dokala elaborated, Red Mountain is a small cerulean planet with a diameter of 768 kilometers. Approximately 67 of its surface is covered by oceans, while the remaining 33 consists of polar glaciers, with only 21 deemed habitable, making it an unspoiled, primitive world. Intriguingly, despite its small size, Red Mountain possessed an extraordinary gravitational force, approximately 12 times that of standard gravity. This allowed it to exert influence over the considerably larger Scion, which orbited it. By the way, Dokala paused. Though Red Mountain shows no signs of civilization, Scion is home to a human species known as the Scion people, who average about 1.7 meters in height and have a lifespan of around 100 years. They are classified as a low-level civilization. How reminiscent of Earth. Shaya mused, his mind racing with thoughts. It became apparent that all 4 planets were highly suitable as relocation sites, devoid of any major power structures in the vicinity. However, after hearing Dokala's description, Shaya found himself increasingly drawn to Red Mountain, not only for its geographical advantages, but also for its structural composition. Utilizing Red Mountain as a sanctuary for the Saiyans would provide them with a pristine living environment, with the added benefit of a nearby human civilization that could potentially aid in their development. Chapter 62. Red Mountain. Although Shaya held a strong preference for Red Mountain, a thorough examination was necessary before making a definitive choice. Departing from the base of the Fidarians, Shaya instantaneously transported himself to Red Mountain, located in the northwestern corner of the eastern galaxy. Its proximity to the galactic center required multiple jumps, but thanks to Shaya's significant enhancement in strength and spatial abilities, what previously required 10 jumps now only demanded 2 or 3. After several transitions, Shaya's form vanished from the northern galaxy and appeared in the distant eastern galaxy, now under the jurisdiction of the East King. In the profound darkness of the starry void, young stars blazed brightly, and within the habitable zone, the cerulean planet continued its age-old orbit, resembling a dazzling gem radiating a soft glow. That was Red Mountain. Nearby, the larger icy blue planet, Scion, rotated around Red Mountain. Despite its size, it was less massive than Red Mountain, creating a peculiar cosmic dance where the larger body orbited closer to the smaller one, a truly strange sight. Enveloped in spatial energy, Shaya lingered briefly in the cosmos before soaring towards Red Mountain. As he penetrated the clear azure atmosphere, an endless cerulean ocean came into view. Gentle breezes caressed the surface, creating delicate ripples. Schools of fish glided through the water, resembling brown silk ribbons. A colossal sea creature leaped from the depths, crashing back into the ocean and sending towering waves cascading into the air, shattering the tranquility of the sea. 12 times the gravity, slightly greater than Vegeta. Shaya noted as he hovered steadily in the air. inhaling the fresh, moist air of Red Mountain. With a sudden burst of speed, he shot forward like a shooting star, leaving a faint trail in his wake and disappearing into the horizon. Ahead lay the land, and Shaya felt a surge of joy as he approached the silhouette before him. Continuing past the extensive coastline into the interior, the rolling mountains began to rise, transitioning from hills to valleys and then to plateaus, revealing breathtaking vistas of ever-changing beauty. Dense forests flourished, with towering pines and rugged mountains in abundance. Amidst the gorges and trails, various wildlife darted through the trees. Hovering atop a remarkable peak, Shaya beheld a pristine landscape. Red Mountain-esque climate and scenery are quite similar to Vegeta's. With a few modifications, it could easily accommodate the Scions, he contemplated silently. According to the Fidarian simulations, Red Mountain's climate remained relatively stable throughout the year, a result of the planet's rotation, dual star system, and orbit around the Sun. After circling the equator, Shaya grew increasingly fond of the planet. Glancing up at the sky, he spotted a luminous blue celestial body hanging overhead. With a swift teleportation, he found himself on the nearby companion planet, Mycian. On Mycian, Shaya encountered a different sight altogether. The icy blue hue dominated the landscape, with invisible microorganisms painting the mountains and oceans in shades reminiscent of snow. The forest's too bore leaves tinted in icy colors, glistening under the sunlight, creating an enchanting fairy tale ambience. This scenery is truly captivating. Shaya marveled at the breathtaking sights before him. Soon after, he entered the realm of Mycian-esque civilization. Encountering its inhabitants, the Mycian people bore a striking resemblance to humans from Earth, albeit with vibrant green eyes and hair, and a small gem-like crystal nestled between their brows. The crystal radiated a strong essence of life, indicating their unique method of harnessing vitality. Surprised by their distinctive civilization and way of life, Shaya reflected briefly before casting those thoughts aside. He ventured into the city inhabited by the Mycian people, a modest town encircled by sturdy earthen stone walls, creating an aesthetically pleasing and ancient home. The architecture of the Mycian civilization was traditional, featuring bamboo and wooden structures alongside charming little buildings that exuded an old-world charm. Yet their tools bore a modern essence. The civilization appeared to be in the electrical age, reminiscent of Earth in its past. Observing the familiar scenes around him, Shaya felt a profound sense of nostalgia, everything appearing refreshingly novel. After spending some time in the dual-star system of Red Mountain, gaining a general understanding of the area, Shaya prepared to set off for the remaining 3 planets. His first destination was the planet Fidaia, which also lies within the Eastern Galaxy. This celestial body is rather primitive, possessing a considerable age yet failing to foster any significant civilization. Fidaia was considered a candidate primarily because, amidst its vast vicinity, there were no large factions present aside from a few lower and mid-level planets. However, after witnessing the splendor of Hanshan, Shaya found his interest in Fidaia waning. In the following days, he visited Saiyan and Duokala, yet neither left him particularly satisfied. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Shaya resolved to relocate the Saiyans to the planet Hanshan in the Eastern Galaxy. That night, Shaya summoned Adeli and others, personally escorting them to Hanshan. They were quickly captivated by the breathtaking scenery of the twin stars, expressing profound contentment with Shaya's selection. If it weren't for the slightly stronger gravity compared to Vegeta and its more exquisite vistas, I would have thought I was still on Vegeta, exclaimed Rebecca in astonishment. Thoroughly pleased with the untouched beauty of Hanshan, Adeli chuckled, remarking, "Moreover, the distribution of power here is quite favorable, apart from some mid- and low-level planets. There are few high-level ones nearby. Remarkably, there is even a lack of external influences, making it an ideal haven for the Scions to thrive. I believe this is primarily due to its proximity to the galactic center, where the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is situated, coupled with some obscure and enigmatic regulations that typically dissuade ordinary aspirants from encroaching upon this territory." With a smile, Shaya elucidated that the position of the galactic center within the Milky Way is remarkably unique. Unlike the vast expanse of the 4 major galaxies, each encompassing hundreds of star regions, the domain of the galactic center is relatively small, yet holds immense significance. The 4 cardinal galaxies are governed by the 4 galactic kings, whereas this diminutive region of the galactic center falls directly under the authority of the Great King. The Great King commands a multitude of formidable warriors, and lesser factions truly lack the audacity to interfere, as they simply do not possess the requisite strength. Turning to the matter at hand, Uncle Edry's expression grew solemn, and his dark visage reflected a sense of gratification. Currently, over 3,000 Scions have expressed their intention to join us, he remarked. Although the majority are low-level warriors, their inclusion ensures that the Scion lineage will not be extinguished. With the existence of planet Hongshan, the Scions essentially have a stronghold, which greatly alleviates Edry's mood. Shaya nodded, acknowledging that over 3,000 Scions was indeed a considerable number. As for talent, there was no need for concern. We possessed more advanced training methods and equipment, rendering the issue of aptitude less significant. Upon hearing this, Edry and the others chuckled. Chapter 63. The emergence of a young woman talent is a curious concept, manifesting as differences in bloodlines among the Scion race. Naturally, elite warriors possess superior talent, which under the same training regimen increases the likelihood of breakthroughs. While this logic holds true, who among Edry and his companions could have envisioned, prior to utilizing the gravity training chamber or encountering the training methods propagated by Shaya, that they might one day surpass a combat power of 10,000? Even if they had such potential, it would be unfathomable to achieve such a feat so early. From this perspective, despite the fact that this retreat consisted primarily of lower-tier warriors, their actual displayed strength would not be inferior to that of the original Scion populace. The only shortcoming might be future breakthroughs, as the bloodlines of elite warriors are scarce. The slow process of selecting superior bloodlines from the multitude of lower-tier warriors would indeed be a lengthy endeavor. Indeed, we may not fully grasp the intricacies of Shaya's Chi training theory, yet its efficacy is evident. If this training methodology were to be systematically disseminated, the Scions would undoubtedly usher in a remarkably illustrious era. The typically taciturn Baluk nodded quietly, his heart aflame with excitement. Since learning that Shaya and Shieling had individually surpassed combat powers of 120,000 and 90,000 respectively, he became increasingly enamored with the cultivation of Chi, subtly perceiving it as the secret treasure for the Scion resurgence. Of course, such an extraordinary training method could not be disseminated instantaneously. It required careful selection, ensuring only suitable individuals could be entrusted with its teachings. Observing Edry and the others engaged in fervent discussion, Shaya and Shieling exchanged glances, perceiving a shared understanding in each other's eyes. While the cultivation of Chi could infinitely enhance the Scion foundation, the extent of such elevation remained uncertain. Shaya estimated that raising the average Scion's level to a combat power of 100,000 would be the pinnacle, beyond which individual potential would dictate further progression. However, achieving such a level would present an unprecedented opportunity for the Scions. A combat power of 100,000 is exceedingly rare in the universe, let alone among an entire race. Should the collective level of the Scions attain 100,000 combat power, they would undoubtedly be classified as a peak race. As for Shaya, his aspirations could not be confined to such modest combat power. He yearned to transcend into a Super Scion at the earliest opportunity. This ambition required more than mere Chi cultivation. It necessitated a confluence of fortuity and trials. In the original narrative, both Son Goku and Vegeta underwent immense struggles to attain the status of Super Scions. However, it would be remiss to include Son Goten and Trunks in this regard, as they evidently benefited from superior genetic inheritance, lacking the arduous journey that characterizes the path of a true Super Scion. Shaya was acutely aware of the formidable challenge in transcending to the Super Scion level. However, he harbored unwavering confidence in his abilities. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, Shaya had set his aspirations far beyond merely attaining the Super Saiyan tier. He yearned to reach a loftier realm akin to that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Uncle Edry, I believe that after a period of transformation, Red Mountain Star will soon become a suitable habitat for the Scions. Should we not begin relocating the first group of people? Shaya spoke earnestly. Edry nodded in agreement. Indeed, the time for migration is now, rather than later. The situation on Planet Vegeta is growing increasingly complex, and I sense that King Vegeta is on the verge of instigating a rebellion. It would be prudent for us to expedite the relocation process. I will reach out to them upon my return and strive to arrange for a gradual migration to Red Mountain Star, he continued. Following this, Baruch, Rebecca, and Alice expressed their views, advocating for an early commencement of the evacuation efforts. Very well, I shall hasten the arrangements for the Fidaian people to construct living quarters, ensuring that the Scions can reside here in peace, Shaya added. By the way, I intend for all Scions to eventually inhabit Red Mountain Star, while the Fidaian people will relocate to the nearby Meson Star. That is certainly feasible. The conditions on Red Mountain Star are quite favorable, making it the optimal choice. Edry concurred. One more thing. As a race that reveres combat, I hope that everyone can exercise some restraint and refrain from turning our new home into a chaotic battleground. Shaya cautioned, ringing a warning bell. At this juncture, both Edry and Baruch furrowed their brows. This indeed posed a significant issue, for given the Scion temperament, it would be challenging to prevent them from causing disturbances. We can only strive to impose some constraints upon them, they declared, nodding slightly. Shaya recognized that such restrictions were merely a temporary palliative. Unyielding suppression would not suffice, but for the moment, without a clear direction, it was the only course of action. He resolved to contemplate further solutions in due course. Subsequently, the group returned to Planet Vegeta, while Shaya ventured to the Fidaian people, orchestrating their navigation of the spacecraft towards Red Mountain Star. However, given the technological capabilities of the Fidaian, traversing from the northern galaxy to the eastern galaxy would require at least 2 years, a protracted timeline, to expedite the preliminary construction on Red Mountain Star. Shaya resorted to his instantaneous movement ability, transporting a contingent of Fidaian scientists and some equipment to the star ahead of time. Upon witnessing Shaya's rapid teleportation to the distant Red Mountain Star, the Fidaian scientists gazed upon him with admiration, as if they had come to regard him as an omnipotent deity. Elro, I need you to commence the construction of a living area sufficient to accommodate 3,000 individuals along the island continent, particularly focusing on establishing a reliable food supply system. Shaya instructed a diminutive Fidaian scientist. The Scions had an astonishing appetite, and it was imperative to prepare in advance. This scientist, named Elro, was the deputy to Dakla, who, due to his responsibilities in managing the Fidaian people, had sent his assistant to Red Mountain Star. At once, my lord Shaya, exclaimed the petite Fidaian, standing tall with a resonant voice, his azure skin taut with determination. Char's satisfaction with their attitude was evident as hundreds of Fidarians maneuvered colossal machines, forging paths through mountains and constructing bridges over water with fervent zeal. In a short span, a vast and level construction site emerged, where even larger and more sophisticated machinery commenced operations. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, these enormous machines wielded robust steel arms to solidify the foundation, causing the earth to tremble with each activation. The Fidarians, truly innate scientists, despite their diminutive stature and modest individual strength, were exceptionally suited for such mechanized tasks. It is no wonder they managed to establish 2 magnificent space corridors on their home planet. After several hours, as dusk descended, the preliminary structure of a small living enclave capable of accommodating over 3,000 residents began to take shape. After surveying the area and finding no issues, Shaya activated his instant transmission and departed from Red Mountain Star, entrusting the development here to a Fidarian named Arrow, confident in his ability to accomplish the task. Upon returning to Vegeta Star, he discovered that Adrian and the others were not home. Only Shieling remained in the training room, engaged in some basic exercises. It seemed she had heeded Shaya's advice and refrained from using the gravity chamber for her training. Father and the others have gone to contact the others, Shieling said, wiping the sweat from her brow, her delicate features slightly flushed from exertion. Handing her a damp towel, Shaya remarked, you need not rush your training. It's beneficial to take some time to relax. But I don't want to fall too far behind you, Shieling replied with a playful squint and a smile. With a gentle smile, Shaya playfully tapped her head with his finger, then guided Shieling to sit on the sofa. He tenderly kneaded the joints of her neck with both hands, chiding her. Oh, you little one, there's no need to be so tense. It's easy to harm your body. Allow me to loosen your joints. The art of loosening joints was indeed an excellent remedy for relaxation. Influenced by an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in his previous life, Shaya had acquired a certain skill in this area. Under Shaya's gentle manipulation, Shieling closed her eyes in bliss, as the joints in her body emitted delightful cracking sounds. Before long, she succumbed to a peaceful slumber. This little one is so competitive. He delicately lifted Shieling and carried her toward the bathroom, her soft form naturally sinking into his embrace. After removing her outer garments, she was soon left in nothing but a simple undergarment. Shaya saturated a towel in clean water, preparing to wipe her down, yet he was met with the exquisite, smooth curves of Shieling's slender body, revealing that the young girl was beginning to mature. Char, momentarily taken aback, had always regarded Shieling as a mere child, and thus, even while bathing her, he felt no sense of discomfort. However, it suddenly dawned on him that she had blossomed into a young lady. Unsure whether to continue with the cleansing, he contemplated the appropriateness of his actions. As she was indeed a girl, memories of the little one who had followed him like a shadow since childhood flooded his mind, eliciting a wave of complex emotions. Ultimately, he thought, why worry? After all, he had seen her form before. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Char picked up a damp towel and resumed gently wiping the soft skin of the young girl. Once finished, he carried her to the bedroom, delicately tucked her in with the sheets, and quietly closed the door behind him as he stepped out. Shaya remained oblivious to the fact that, upon his departure from the bedroom, Xialing's closed eyes suddenly fluttered open. Gazing at the now-closed door, she let out a soft gasp. Hastily pulling the bedsheet to conceal her delicate, porcelain-like face, leaving only her starry eyes exposed, blinking ever so gently. Chapter 64. The first batch of relocation. As dusk descended and the sky darkened, the Edry couple returned home, weary from their travels. Just as the last rays of sunlight began to fade, upon entering, they found Shaya seated in the living room, engrossed in an electronic reader, perusing news from Planet Vegeta. Edry approached with a gentle smile, inquiring, Shaya, we have successfully contacted a group of Scions who have agreed to gather 2,000 kilometers west in the desert in 2 days. How are things on your end? 2 days, you say? Shaya set down the electronic reader, contemplating the situation. The people from Hanshan have already begun constructing the living quarters. They should be completed by then. Then we shall commence the first batch of evacuation in 2 days. Upon hearing that everything was in order on Shaya's side, Edry's expression brightened with excitement. Given the increasingly uncertain circumstances on Planet Vegeta, Edry resolved to act swiftly, prioritizing the relocation of a portion of the Scions without delay. Shaya nodded and said, very well. We shall commence the evacuation in 2 days. I will ensure that preparations are made on Red Mountain Star. Where is Xialing? She has been back for quite some time, yet has not emerged, Rebecca inquired, noting that the girl usually burst forth with exuberance. She has been exercising and is now resting in her room, Shaya replied with a gentle smile, as he picked up a water jug, straightened the overturned cups on the coffee table, and filled them one by one. That girl does not know moderation. What if she injures herself? Rebecca frowned, expressing her concern. As a seasoned warrior, she understood the necessity of balance and training. Relentless pursuit of rapid improvement was akin to a spring under constant pressure, which could lead to a catastrophic failure of rigidity, rendering it incapable of returning to its original elasticity. Truthfully, Rebecca harbored worries regarding her daughter's fervent dedication to training. Considering the girl was still so young and in a critical stage of growth and development, excessive exertion could never bode well. Conversely, Edry admired their daughter's fighting spirit, appreciating Xialing's tenacity. With her swift advancement, how many Scions could rival her? You need not interfere too much, Rebecca. At this, Rebecca shot Edry a disapproving glance, as if questioning whether Xialing was indeed his daughter. She then admonished Shaya to keep a closer watch on Xialing, to which Shaya readily agreed. However, there was something rather peculiar about the sentiment. After all, they were Xialing's parents. Why should he be the one to oversee her? It was as though they were entrusting her to him, showcasing a rather carefree parental attitude. Later that night, the kitchen was ablaze with the flickering flames of the stove, and a rich, tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Rebecca had prepared a sumptuous feast. Given the Scions' prodigious appetites, each meal required an immense quantity of ingredients, making this the busiest time for her. During major operations launched by the Scions, logistical support would pose a tremendous challenge. In addition to the non-Scion personnel, there existed a contingent among the Scions specifically tasked with handling meat, akin to Goku's mother, who managed this responsibility in the original narrative. Dinner is ready. Go fetch Xialing to join us, Rebecca announced as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large basin of food, and placed it on the table. Directing her words to Shaya. Understood. With a soft acknowledgement, Shaya set aside his tasks and proceeded towards Xiang's room. He knocked gently on the door before entering her boudoir. On the small bed, Xiang lay on her side, clutching the quilt with both hands. Her delicate white undergarments and smooth, rosy thighs were exposed, one foot playfully resting atop the blanket. She resembled a child embracing a large pillow, her languid posture decidedly unrefined. Amused, Shaya approached the side of her bed and gently patted her cheek to rouse her from slumber, saying, Aunt Rebecca asked me to fetch you for dinner. Oh, could you step outside for a moment? I need to change, Xiang replied, her eyes fluttering open as she regarded Shaya for a brief moment. Suddenly, She wrapped herself in the quilt, her tone flat as she commanded him to leave. Upon witnessing this, Shaya let out a sound of amusement, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What are you hiding? To be honest, when I bathed you earlier, I saw your entire body. Therefore, your current attempts at concealment are utterly futile." Shiling's movements momentarily faltered, and she promptly shot him a dramatic eye roll. However, she ceased to envelop herself in the covers, instead hurling the entire blanket in Shaya's direction, exclaiming loudly, "I am about to change my clothes, so you must leave at once." "Haha." Zaya chuckled as he neatly folded the blanket and set it aside. "Saiyan has grown up. She no longer clings to me as she once did. I shall take my leave now. Do change your attire swiftly." With that, he stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. At dinner, Zaya and the others voraciously devoured the food laid out on the table, while Saiyan sat in a state of distraction, glancing at Zaya intermittently before burying her head in her meal, a truly amusing sight. Time flew by, and 2 days later, located 2,000 kilometers west of Planet Vegeta, lay a desolate expanse of Gobi Desert. Even in spring, the scorching sun beat down relentlessly, casting a fiery warmth upon those beneath it. By midday, a gathering of over 100 Scions had convened in a parched oasis, with dark spots occasionally appearing in the sky as more arrived. Before long, the oasis was teeming with over 200 Scions. Among them were individuals of varying ages, primarily organized by family, with a predominant number being low-level warriors and only a handful of mid-level fighters. These individuals had been meticulously selected from Ader's squad, each possessing combat abilities ranging from 2,000 to 3,000, a relatively ordinary classification within the million Scions inhabiting Planet Vegeta. Their absence would hardly create a ripple. Ader counted the attendees and, seeing that all agreed participants had arrived, stepped forward and clapped his hands. Instantly, silence enveloped the gathering as everyone awaited Ader's command. Under the shade of the trees, Zaya observed this scene, reflecting on Ader's considerable standing among the group. This was not a disadvantage. It indicated that there was someone capable of commanding this unruly assembly, sparing the need for additional effort to rein them in. The first batch has fully assembled, and I believe you are all aware of what lies ahead. Our departure is not an act of retreat, but a means of preserving the Scion bloodline. One day, we shall return with renewed vigor. Ader offered a few encouraging words, then turned to Zaya, inquiring, "How many can you transport at once? Would you prefer to make multiple trips?" "No need for that. I can transport over 100 individuals in one go. Let us first take everyone to the initial transition star," Zaya replied with a composed demeanor, his expression serious. Ader, acknowledging Zaya's usual discretion with a nod, refrained from further commentary and addressed all present Scions. In a moment, Zaya will activate his instantaneous movement ability. "Please hold hands and form a circle." "Ah, we must form a circle as well?" The Scions expressed their skepticism, but since they had gathered at Ader's behest, they naturally placed their trust in him. Under Ader's guidance, they began to arrange themselves. Before long, the over 200 individuals had divided into 2 large circles, resembling children engaged in a game, an amusing spectacle indeed. Shaya nodded and approached a group of people, and as all eyes turned to him in astonishment, a luminous azure glow ignited within his pupils. Suddenly, a whirlwind of dust erupted, and the circle of over 100 individuals vanished without a trace. My heavens, they have disappeared. The child's extraordinary power can indeed make so many people vanish. A sense of chaos ensued, leaving the remaining 100 Scions exchanging bewildered glances, while murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. Chapter 65. Arrival in the Scion branch. Adri observed the unfolding scene with a smile, his dark cheeks taking on a slight flush. From this moment forth, this branch of Scions would embark on a vast journey, perhaps becoming the sole remaining group of their kind in the future. Moments later, a streak of light appeared, and Shaya re-emerged before everyone. Given that the first jump star was merely 12 days' travel from Planet Vegeta, he could swiftly make the round trip using his instantaneous movement. "I have just transported those individuals to the first jump planet. Now I shall take you there." Following the earlier spectacle, the remaining Scions were filled with anticipation. At Shaya's command, they promptly arranged themselves into a large circle once more. In truth, some among them had begun to perceive Shaya's uniqueness, despite his youthful appearance. The ability to wield such remarkable powers could not belong to an ordinary child. The gazes of these Scions upon Shaya were imbued with astonishment, but predominantly with a fervent desire. How splendid it would be if they too could possess such extraordinary abilities. Shaya observed their gazes, a faint smile gracing his lips. fully aware that to command the Scion's unwavering obedience, a considerable journey lay ahead. Haste makes waste. He bore no innate aura of royalty who would worship him upon first glance. Such a notion was utterly implausible in reality. The Scions, with their indomitable spirit, bore the indelible mark of a warrior race in their very blood. While they appeared fearless, they held a profound reverence for strength. Should he display formidable power, their defiance would wane. And strength, indeed, was Shaya's greatest confidence. Continuing in a similar vein, Shaya utilized his instant transmission ability to relocate the remaining Scions from Planet Vegeta. Hours later, the first group of evacuated Scions successfully arrived at Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy, despite his considerable energy reserves. The repeated use of instant transmission left him utterly exhausted. Transporting them via the Freudian spacecraft would have been the most expedient method. However, the vast distance required over 2 years of travel. Clearly, alternative solutions were necessary for future relocations to Red Mountain Star. After this experience of instantaneous movement, Shaya pondered deeply. Upon their arrival, the Scions barely had time to rejoice before the 12-fold gravity of Red Mountain Star overwhelmed them, catching them entirely unprepared. Fortunately, Scions naturally adapted to 10-fold gravity, and their robust physiques allowed them to withstand the 12-fold pressure, albeit with some initial discomfort. Before long, they acclimated to their new environment. Though some weaker Scions struggled, their breathing becoming labored, indicating a need for time to adjust. As all gathered in the living area, the sight before them elicited astonishment. Not far ahead, an ecological dome capable of supporting 3,000 inhabitants had been established. From a distance, it resembled a quaint city nestled among mountains, while countless workers fervently expanded its periphery. Within this burgeoning city, vast hemispherical structures stood uniformly, each a standard 4-story edifice. The living zone incorporated areas for training, habitation, and leisure, adeptly catering to the myriad needs of the Scions. Shaya could not help but admire the advanced technology of the Fidaians. A miniature city had risen within mere days, a feat of efficiency that was almost beyond belief. Shaya summoned Ilo via the communicator to provide an overview of life on this new planet. This Red Mountain Star will serve as our new home, and we hope that everyone will protect it. Once Ilo concluded his introduction and stepped down, Adri took the stage with a resolute demeanor, reminding everyone that he was the only elite warrior present. Among these Scions, Adri possessed the highest combat power and commanded the utmost respect. Rest assured, Mr. Adri, we will certainly protect our new homeland, someone affirmed. Indeed, we cannot allow it to meet the same fate as Planet Vegeta. Adri surveyed the crowd with a serious expression and declared, now that you are here, I must inform you that henceforth, the Scions of Red Mountain Star will sever ties with those of Planet Vegeta, and your new leader will be Shaya, who stands beside me. As the crowd murmured in discussion, Adri cleared his throat, capturing their attention. Some may wonder why I have chosen Shaya as your leader, merely because he possesses the ability of instantaneous movement. While that is indeed a factor, the more significant reason is Shaya's formidable combat strength. I firmly believe he has the capability to lead us. Adri glanced around at everyone before unleashing his full aura. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the gathering, causing those Scions with mere combat power of 2,000 to 3,000 to blanch under its weight. What an immense sense of oppression. This power seemed nearly on par with that of a peak warrior like King Vegeta. It was astonishing to realize how formidable Mr. Adri had become. Having previously destroyed all energy detectors, the Scions could only estimate Adri's strength through the palpable pressure he exerted. I can reveal that my current combat power is 11,600, he announced. Moreover, all members of Team Adri boast combat powers exceeding 10,000. Adri tempered his aura. Yet his words struck like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, igniting a fervor among the assembled Scions. Good heavens! Does this mean the Scions of Red Mountain Star will possess 6 warriors with combat powers over 10,000? Planet Vegeta had only about 20 warriors of such caliber after all these years. With such strength, some Scions questioned why Mr. Adri would allow his nephew to assume leadership. They instinctively dismissed the possibility that Shaya's combat power could surpass that of Adri, for such a notion was simply unfathomable. Shaya possesses extraordinary abilities, a remarkable talent indeed. In a universe populated by many, the awakening of superpowers is not an uncommon occurrence, however. Most regard Shaya merely as a fortunate individual who has awakened such powers without considering his combat prowess. Yet, the words of Adri struck them like a thunderclap. I appointed Shaya as our leader not merely because he is my nephew. Frankly, While I consider my own combat abilities to be commendable, they pale in comparison to those of my children. At this, Edri beamed with pride, declaring, "A flickering candle cannot hope to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Since we Scions value strength, it is only fitting that our leader be the strongest among us." And Shaya's combat power has reached a staggering 120,000, making him the most formidable among Scions. What? 120,000 combat power? Surely, this cannot be correct. How could such a high combat power exist? A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd, leaving them stunned, questioning if their ears had deceived them. If Edri's previous remarks had merely stirred ripples in the water, this revelation detonated like a massive bomb, flattening the entire lake. They had not misheard. Shaya indeed possessed a combat power of 120,000. As Edri cast a knowing glance at Shaya, the latter understood that this was an attempt to bolster his position as the Scion leader. In truth, Shaya preferred not to be the center of attention. Yet to subdue these unruly Scions, the most direct approach was to assert dominance through sheer combat prowess. Thus, he nodded and stepped forward with unwavering resolve. A terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, the sky seemed to freeze, and the scattered leaves were torn to shreds by the overwhelming force. Accompanied by a resonant humming sound, Shaya radiated a brilliant, deep light, his hair billowing in the turbulent air. At that instant, the gravitational pull of Red Mountain Star seemingly vanished, debris and dust lifted off the ground, while the earth split open with numerous fissures. Everyone turned pale, their bodies trembling under the immense pressure, yet their eyes burned with fervor. Chapter 66. Dragon Ball's time flew swiftly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the northern galaxy, on Earth, the weather was clear, and the sun shone brightly, casting dawn's golden light across the land, creating a vibrant and picturesque scene. Everything seemed so splendid. Amidst the jagged mountains of the northern hemisphere, a figure darted through the forest, agile and elusive, sometimes appearing before one's eyes only to vanish and then reappear on a distant peak in mere moments. The Bowsy Mountain should be nearby. Shaya raised his head to gaze at the towering peak ahead, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. The mountain stood majestically, the environment serene and peaceful, with rugged terrain densely scattered and only a narrow path leading deep into the mountains. Due to its remoteness, this place had become a sanctuary for wildlife, untouched by human presence. 3 years had passed since Shaya last visited Earth, just as Planet Vegeta faced its imminent destruction, and he had his own motives for returning. Over the past 2 months, Shaya tirelessly traversed between Planet Vegeta and Red Mountain Star, successfully relocating over 3,000 Scions to Red Mountain Star, thus establishing a preliminary community of Scions there. However, this group primarily consisted of low-level warriors, with only Edri and a few others as high-level fighters, making them appear rather lacking compared to those on Planet Vegeta. While this would not hinder the future development of the Scions on Red Mountain Star, the scarcity of high-level fighters indicated a thin foundation, requiring more time to elevate the Scion bloodline. The simplest method to enhance the Scion bloodline would be to transfer high-level warriors directly from Planet Vegeta. Yet, the high-level fighters on Vegeta were already few in number, each being a vital resource for the Scions, and their sudden disappearance would undoubtedly attract the attention of King Vegeta. Though Shaya could disregard King Vegeta's sentiments, he could not overlook the potential repercussions from Frieza if he were to learn of such actions. Caution must prevail. Shaya contemplated the situation, directing his attention towards the Dragon Balls on Earth. Undoubtedly, utilizing the Dragon Balls to wish for the relocation of a portion of the Scions to Red Mountain Star was an astute idea. However, Shaya would not transfer too many Scions. Each individual selected would undergo careful consideration. At this juncture, ensuring stability within the Scion community was of paramount importance, as a stable environment would allow the Scions to recuperate and regain their peak condition. Nevertheless, another challenge arose. The current era was somewhat premature, as the main storyline of the Dragon Balls had yet to commence, and Bulma had not yet matured, rendering the Dragon Radar non-existent. Therefore, prior to gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, Shaya needed to prepare the Dragon Radar. He now required 1 Dragon Ball, and would ask the Fidaians to analyze the wavelength emitted by it. Given the technological prowess of the Fidaians, they should be able to manufacture the Dragon Radar swiftly. In the original narrative, only 2 Dragon Balls had known locations. One was the 4-star ball that Sun Wukong found in a valley, and the other was the 2-star ball located in Bulma's family's storeroom, nestled within a primeval forest near Bowsy Mountain. Shaya swiftly maneuvered through the dense underbrush, eventually finding a vantage point atop a bare rock. where he surveyed his surroundings with a calm demeanor, attuning himself to the ambient essence. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from a short distance away. A pack of wolves, tigers, and leopards lay concealed within the thicket, their fierce gazes fixated menacingly upon Shaya. A deep, guttural roar resonated through the forest, startling a flurry of darkened birds into the air. Seeking demise, Zaya's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, radiating in all directions. A wave of energy was casually unleashed, followed by a resounding roar as the forest was flattened in swathes. The wolves and fierce beasts emitted low, mournful growls, retreating in terror. After dispersing a few small cats, Zaya chuckled softly and continued his ascent towards the mountains. Before long, he emerged from the forest onto a gently sloping hillside, where a winding stone path appeared ahead, meandering upward along the incline. At the foot of Bowsy Mountain, a small square house made of bricks and stones stood resolutely in the shade of nearby trees, exuding an aura rich in eastern charm. Haha, I've finally found it. The presence is close by, approaching this way. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait here for a moment. At last, a smile graced Shaya's face as he surveyed the tranquil and elegant surroundings, exclaiming in admiration. Sun Wukong truly has an eye for choosing such a serene abode. Located in a remote area, Bowsy Mountain boasts a pristine environment, with fragrant air that invigorates the senses. As the esteemed disciple of the martial arts master Turtle Hermit, Sun Wukong is indeed a remarkable martial artist, naturally opting for a place conducive to self-cultivation. Ah, young man, what brings you alone to such an isolated locale? An aged voice called from behind. An elderly man, carrying a load of firewood down the mountain, appeared. Dressed in traditional attire, his rosy complexion and hat adorned with a crown of white hair lent him the air of a celestial being. I have come in search of an object known as the Dragon Ball, a radiant orange crystal sphere embedded with red stars. Might you have seen it, venerable elder? Shaya inquired. A crystal ball with stars? Sun Wukong mused, touching his forehead before retrieving a crystal sphere from his pocket. Could this be the one? He revealed a ball adorned with 4 gilded red stars, the 4-star Dragon Ball. Indeed, this is precisely what I seek. Might I borrow this Dragon Ball from you, good sir? I assure you it shall be returned once I have made use of it, Shaya stated earnestly, gazing at the 4-star Dragon Ball in Sun Wukong's possession. It is called the Dragon Ball, and I discovered it in a valley some years ago. If you desire it, it is yours, Sun Wukong graciously offered, extending the 4-star ball. My deepest gratitude. Shaya's demeanor transformed into one of fervent appreciation as he accepted the Dragon Ball. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth were crafted by celestial beings, their patent belonged to the dragon god, Selma. Thanks to the principles of refraction, the red stars within could be seen from any angle. Think nothing of it. Since you are in search of it, it is clear you have a purpose. Sun Wukong replied, his smile unwavering, seemingly unperturbed by the significance of the Dragon Ball. Shaya felt a profound respect for Sun Wukong's demeanor. This was the true spirit of a martial artist. Having acquired the 4-star ball, Shaya chose not to disturb Sun Wukong's meditative state and swiftly departed from Bowsy Mountain. He utilized instant transmission at the foot of the mountain to arrive in the bustling metropolis of West Capital, though the narrative had yet to commence. West Capital was already a thriving super city, one of the most prominent on Earth. In discussions of West Capital, one cannot overlook the recent meteoric rise of the Capsule Corporation, an enterprise founded by Dr. Briefs, which had taken the world by storm with its miraculous capsules. The names of Capsule Corporation and Dr. Briefs were renowned throughout West Capital. After casually inquiring with a passerby, Shaya located Bulma's residence. Skirting past the guards of the opulent villa, he leaped into a dilapidated warehouse. After a thorough search, a gleaming orange crystal sphere came into view. Counting the stars upon it, he found it to possess 2 stars, the 2-star Dragon Ball. He retrieved the 4-star ball from his possession and placed it alongside the 2-star ball. The 2 Dragon Balls seemed to resonate with some mysterious force, glowing with a golden light as they began to hum. With the successful acquisition of the 2nd Dragon Ball, a joyful smile illuminated Shaya's face. In an instant, he vanished from Earth. Aboard the spacecraft of the Fidaians, the vessel sped through the cosmos, drawing ever closer to Red Mountain. As brilliant lights danced around, the void suddenly blurred, and Shaya stepped forth from the ether, materializing aboard the spacecraft. Having previously left a spatial mark within the ship, he could accurately pinpoint his location even amidst the vessel's high-speed travel. Lord Shaya, in the command hall, Dokuro was orchestrating the technical team and monitoring various parameters when he caught sight of Shaya and promptly approached to greet him. Chapter 67. The quest for the Dragon Balls. Shaya nodded to Dokra and handed him 2 Dragon Balls. Here are 2 Dragon Balls. Please arrange for an immediate study on them. I hope you can expedite the creation of the Dragon Ball radar. Although the original text does not specify the duration of Bulma's efforts in crafting the Dragon Ball radar, Shaya firmly believed that with the exceptional intellect of the Fidarians, the task should pose little difficulty. Yes, I will promptly mobilize a team for the research, Dokra replied, his expression grave as he accepted the Dragon Balls from Shaya. The moment the 2 orbs touched, they began to hum and shimmer with an enchanting glow. Dokra had never encountered such a wondrous phenomenon, and curiosity flickered in his eyes. He swiftly summoned the finest scientists aboard the ship to collaborate on the investigation of the Dragon Balls. Despite not fully comprehending the significance of the items entrusted to him by Lord Shaya, Dokra recognized the gravity of the situation from Shaya's earnest demeanor. Thus, he approached the research with utmost seriousness, deciding to personally oversee the endeavor. After all, the Fidarians thrived under Lord Shaya's protection, and it was imperative that they demonstrated their worth in critical moments. Upon acquiring the Dragon Balls, Dokra gathered the scientists for relentless research, aspiring to deliver a satisfactory outcome to Lord Shaya as swiftly as possible. True to their reputation as a technologically advanced cosmic civilization, the Fidarians proposed a series of research directions pertaining to the various properties of the Dragon Balls within just a few days. After deliberation, they resolved to initiate their study focusing on wavelength and optics, an approach closely aligned with Bulma's methodology in inventing the Dragon Ball radar. As the Fidarians tirelessly pursued their research, 15 days gradually elapsed. During this period, Shaya visited to inspect the progress of the Dragon Ball radar. Observing the scientists engrossed in their work to the point of neglecting their own well-being, he quietly departed. Finally, on the 22nd day, the long-anticipated news arrived. The Dragon Ball radar developed by the Fidarians was a success. Upon hearing this, Shaya instantly teleported to Dokra's laboratory. However, he was taken aback by the sight of Dokra and his team. A group of Fidarian scientists appeared disheveled and gaunt, their eyes bloodshot and sunken, a clear indication of their relentless toil. Lord Shaya, this is the Dragon Ball radar you requested, Dokra exclaimed with fervor, cradling the freshly completed device in his hands. The excitement on his face intensified the hue of his cheeks, reflecting his enthusiasm. Shaya nodded thoughtfully as he received the Dragon Ball radar, scrutinizing the device that resembled a bowl in size. The Azure display screen delineated a series of pale green squares, each representing a distinct area. Notably, the detection map exhibited on the screen was not merely a flat representation, rather, it was a three-dimensional spherical projection. As he navigated his fingers across the surface, the spherical model above the screen began to rotate, akin to a globe being turned. At the apex of the central axis of the Dragon Ball radar, 2 buttons were positioned to adjust the size of the detection area. During our research on the Dragon Balls, we discovered that when placed in proximity to one another, they emitted a unique coded electromagnetic wave. By capturing this electromagnetic signal, we were able to devise this Dragon Ball radar. However, considering the possibility that the Dragon Balls could be scattered across the entire planet, we designed the radar's display to represent a planetary projection. The detection results were presented on a three-dimensional spherical model, which could change direction with a mere flick of the finger, a remarkably user-friendly design. Upon pressing the switch on the Dragon Ball radar, the spherical model illuminated with a radiant glow. As the map expanded, the spherical pattern increasingly approximated a flat surface, ultimately revealing 2 shimmering points at the central origin of the void. These were indeed the 2 Dragon Balls in Shaya's possession. Despite being in the vastness of space, the radar defaulted to a planetary environment, a minor flaw that was ultimately inconsequential. With this detection radar, the speed of gathering the Dragon Balls could be enhanced by hundreds or even thousands of times. Shaya reflected silently, feeling immense satisfaction with the performance of the Fidaians. He generously praised Dokla, stating, "You have done exceptionally well. Truly, you are a civilization adept in technology. To create the Dragon Ball radar in such a brief span is commendable." As Dokla and the other Fidaians received Shaya's accolades, they felt as if they had savored a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day, their fatigue from the preceding days dissipating instantly. "Your kindness, my lord. It is our honor to serve you. Rest assured, I shall remember your contributions," Shaya remarked with a smile, nodding at the Fidaian scientists before vanishing from the spaceship with a swift motion. Earth. The silhouette of Shaya emerged upon a vast plain adorned with grotesque rock formations. Towering like bamboo shoots, these stones jutted from the earth, creating a series of small mounds, while the central rocks gradually weathered under the elements, forming uniquely hollow shapes. Upon arriving on Earth, Shaya eagerly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, pressing a button that emitted a series of beeps, revealing 7 shimmering points of light on the spherical simulator. Notably, 2 bright spots congregated at the origin, indicating the radar's position. To the east, 500 kilometers away, lay a Dragon Ball. Casting a glance at the luminous points displayed on the radar, Shaya soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. This region was a severely eroded plateau, where harsh conditions rendered the landscape nearly barren, inhospitable to the sustenance of substantial life forms. Nevertheless, some resilient beings managed to endure. With a fierce roar, Shaya witnessed a gray dinosaur in pursuit of a wild dog, its massive form thundering across the ground like a small mountain, causing the earth to tremble with each stride. It was a scene brimming with untamed primal ferocity. A fleeting glance at the dinosaur was all Shaya afforded before he disinterestedly turned away. For his primary concern was the search for the Dragon Balls. Unless hunger struck, he held no interest in the dinosaur. Whoosh! Shaya's figure flickered momentarily before he reappeared several hundred meters ahead, swiftly making his way to a thicket. The Dragon Ball should be nearby. Shaya scanned his surroundings, searching for a possible hiding place for the Dragon Ball. However, after an extensive search yielded no results, he unleashed a blade of wind, severing the dead bushes and plunging deeper into the underbrush. After clearing nearly half of the thicket, Shaya finally caught a glimpse of a glimmer amidst the foliage. He had found it. With a leap, he landed within the thicket, where an orange-red Dragon Ball was nestled between the branches, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. Prizing apart the branches to grasp the Dragon Ball, Shaya examined it closely and discovered that it was the one-star Dragon Ball. His expedition was proving fruitful. This marked the 3rd Dragon Ball he had acquired. With great joy, Shaya stored the Dragon Ball into his dimensional space and retrieved the Dragon Radar to search for the next orb. Beeping twice, the radar displayed signals for 4 additional Dragon Balls. The nearest orb was over 1,000 kilometers away, yet Shaya, utilizing his instantaneous movement ability, arrived in the blink of an eye at a tranquil mountain village. Cawing crows flitted between the branches, their cries echoing in the stillness. The quaint village was nestled amidst towering mountains, and due to its lower elevation, a gentle mist lingered in the areas where sunlight was scarce. A soft breeze caressed his cheeks, carrying a hint of coolness that soon dampened the tips of his hair. The search for the 4th Dragon Ball proved exceedingly smooth, as Shaya discovered a 6-star ball nestled within a bird's nest. When placed together, the 4 Dragon Balls emitted a shimmering golden light that flickered in a rhythmic dance, reminiscent of stars twinkling in a clear night sky, a truly enchanting sight. It dawned on him that one of the Dragon Balls was in the possession of Master Roshi. Shaya slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling this detail. In the original tale, Bulma and Sun Wukong had first sought the Dragon Balls by charming Master Roshi into trading a 3-star ball with them. It was astonishing how he had overlooked such an important aspect after all this time. Shaya took out the Dragon Ball radar and glanced at it. He might need to pay a visit to the Kame house to retrieve the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi's neck. I recommend my other 2 books. The first one is a completed work titled Metamorphosis, The Cycle of Realms. This is an intricate science fiction novel involving concepts such as time machines and world lines, challenging the reader's intellect as it delves into time travel later on. Synopsis: the protagonist, Su Yuan, unexpectedly transforms into a female overnight and must navigate her new life. Just as her life begins to stabilize, a greater upheaval arises when Su Yuan and her companions discover a peculiar signal from the jade gem she wears. Upon decoding it, they uncover a theory of time and space. Just as they are on the verge of creating a world-line sensor to research time machines, an unforeseen incident occurs. At a critical moment, Su Yuan discovers her ability to briefly reverse time. In a bid to save those around her, she repeatedly utilizes her power to rewind time and leap across various world lines. Yet history's stubbornness often leads to disappointment. Until one day, upon returning to her hometown, she is astonished to find a time machine hidden in her basement. This book features a cohesive narrative structure, emphasizing plot details, with the initial hundreds of thousands of words setting the stage, the middle delving into the main storyline, and the conclusion wrapping it all together. Note: Metamorphosis. The Cycle of Realms has recently been released from the editing process, and to avoid further revisions, over 100 chapters have been modified, shortening the text by approximately 30 to 40,000 words. Therefore, it is best to read it on the original platform. The second book, currently being updated, is a science fiction novel titled Superstar Civilization. This work emphasizes the objective development of physics and is, in my opinion, a solid piece of hard science fiction. Synopsis: Earth is not the only planet that harbors life. The universe is teeming with countless worlds that have birthed intelligent beings. In the hierarchy of civilizations, Earth is merely a weakling that has just entered the second tier. One day, Shou Qin, a graduate student from the University of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, acquires a dilapidated fleet from outer space and becomes its new commander. However, he soon learns that the solar system has been exposed, and a savage third-tier civilization is hurtling toward Earth. To ensure the survival of his civilization, Zhou Chun must lead a group away from Earth in search of hope among the vast cosmos. Our aim is the stars and the seas. Within the massive flagship, Captain Ghana gazes at a virtual screen displaying a yellow dwarf star, smiling with ease. The 55878 star system is finally within reach. Captain. The 55,878 star system was still in its primitive civilization stage 1,000 years ago. Even with a technological explosion, it remains a very rudimentary civilization. The civilizations of the 55,878 star system are destined to become our vassals. Chapter 68, Wishing Upon the Dragon. After making up his mind, Shaya soared back into the sky, heading toward his next destination. With the assistance of a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, he swiftly located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls amidst the primordial forest and Gobi Desert. Among them, the Dragon Ball discovered in the Gobi was the 7-star ball found in the castle of the Bull Demon King in the original tale. After gathering 6 Dragon Balls, Shaya immediately flew toward the location of the final Dragon Ball. According to the original story, Kame House should not be too far from the small island city where Shaya previously encountered Master Roshi. It was accessible by speedboat. With a swift motion, he vanished in a flash, appearing over the ocean thousands of kilometers away. The Azure waters surged with magnificent waves as Shaya checked the radar, confirming his position before flying toward Kame House. Soon, a dark spot emerged on the horizon, revealing a tiny island swaying on the ocean. Upon approaching, he discovered the island was merely over 100 square meters, featuring only a small pink house and a few scattered coconut trees. Haha, I finally found Kame House. Shaya smiled at the outline of the island ahead and accelerated toward Kame Island. At this moment, on Kame Island, the sea breeze blew gently and seabirds chirped melodiously. The warm sunlight cast a cozy glow, with dappled light filtering through the coconut trees, resembling stardust from the sun. Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses, lounged on a sun chair, enjoying the warmth while dozing off, a Risku magazine clutched in his hand. What a blissful scene. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, swirling sand and debris, obscuring the view as the coconut trees swayed wildly. What is going on? Such a strong sea breeze. Master Roshi awoke from his slumber, squinting at the tumultuous scene before him. After observing for a moment without concern, he returned to his rest. Such winds were commonplace over the ocean and hardly worthy of his attention. It wasn't until evening that Master Roshi realized the crystal ball he always wore around his neck was missing, leaving only a frayed string behind. Where could it have gone? He pondered but could not recall, ultimately dismissing it, though he felt a twinge of loss for the crystal ball he had worn for over a century. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from Kame House, on a desolate little island, Shaya carefully placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground. As they came into contact, they immediately radiated a golden glow, each flicker accompanied by a faint, melodic hum reminiscent of a divine dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Dragon Balls pulsated in a rhythmic pattern of illumination. Gazing at the luminescent orbs before him, Shaya felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Although he had dwelled in the world of Dragon Balls for 11 years, this was his inaugural summoning of the Eternal Dragon. Arise, O Dragon! With a deep breath, Shaya called out to the Dragon Balls, then stood quietly in anticipation. In the original narrative, summoning the dragon seems to require such a bold declaration, albeit somewhat juvenile. The effect is undeniably remarkable. As expected, with Shaya's fervent call, the 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker with increasing urgency, their light pulsating faster and brighter. Soon, a vast expanse of dark clouds drifted in from the horizon, swiftly enveloping the entire sky and plunging the surroundings into a terrifying darkness. Boom! Thunder roared within the gloom, and golden lightning surged through the black clouds like enraged dragons, striking down with unyielding force. The cacophony of thunder reverberated, reminiscent of the apocalypse. The golden radiance emitted by the Dragon Balls intensified, growing ever more luminous, harmonizing with the celestial flashes above. The dragon was about to emerge, suppressing the thrill within. Shaya fixed his gaze intently, having only witnessed the dragon's appearance in animated form before. Witnessing it firsthand was truly awe-inspiring. Roar! A majestic dragon's cry echoed. A torrent of golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, twisting and spiraling skyward, merging with the heavenly lightning, as a tremendous dragon's roar resonated through the cosmos. In the sky, the emerald dragon circled amidst the dark clouds, ultimately fixing its glowing red eyes upon the earth below. Human, speak your wish. I am capable of fulfilling any desire you hold. As Shaya gazed upon the dragon, he took a moment to compose himself and declared, Dragon, I possess a list of Scions. My wish is to transfer all the Scions on this list to Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy at the moment of Vegeta's destruction. With that, Shaya raised a tome high above his head, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the dragon. This list contained the names of over 10,000 Scions, a culmination of considerable effort from Azure and his companions. Each Scion listed had been deemed worthy of evacuation to Red Mountain Star after thorough deliberation. Yet various circumstances had prevented their earlier departure. The enormity of evacuating so many Scions at the last moment would be beyond even Shaya's immense capabilities. Hence, the assistance of the Earth's Dragon Balls was imperative. Naturally, the die-hard loyalists of King Vegeta and the admirers of Frieza were excluded from this list, which already eliminated a substantial portion of the Scion populace on Vegeta. The remaining candidates were a mere 12,000, consisting of those who were indecisive or had contentious dispositions. Given the significance of this matter for the heritage of the Scions on Red Mountain Star, Shaya regarded it with utmost seriousness, patiently awaiting the dragon's response. After a prolonged silence, just as Shaya began to lose hope for the fulfillment of his wish, the dragon spoke. Its resounding voice echoed through the sky. Human, as your wish pertains to future events, I cannot grant it immediately. However, I can bestow the power of the Dragon Balls upon those Scions. When Vegeta is destroyed, this power will activate automatically. This, however, applies only to the living. Should those Scions perish before the destruction of Vegeta, the Dragon Ball's power will not be triggered. The dragon's response aligned with Shaya's intentions, and he implored, Dragon, please grant my wish. With an ease that belied the gravity of the situation, the dragon's voice boomed out, and its eyes glowed with a crimson light. Shaya understood that the dragon was wielding the power of the Dragon Balls. As for how many would reach Red Mountain Star, it depended on whether they could survive until the destruction of Vegeta's star. Human, your wish has been granted, so farewell. With that, the dragon's serpentine form transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which then spun gracefully in the sky before preparing to disperse across the world. At that moment, Shaya, having anticipated this, leaped high into the air, activating his spatial abilities to swiftly catch the soon-to-fly-away Dragon Balls, the 2-star, 4-star, 3-star, and 7-star orbs. Upon inspection, he found that the 4 Dragon Balls had turned into white stones, destined to revert to their original form only after a year. Shaya chuckled nonchalantly, casually slicing open a rift in the air and tossing the Dragon Ball stone within, planning to return it to Gohan and the others at a later time. With the primary mission on Earth accomplished, Shaya felt elated. He then roamed the diverse landscapes of Earth, procured an abundance of food, and subsequently departed from the planet. Chapter 69. King Vegeta on Planet Vegeta. Within the royal palace stood a resplendent hall illuminated by bright lights. The ivory-white stone walls were devoid of any embellishments, revealing a striking pattern of alternating bricks under the illumination, with a bold and robust style that exuded a sense of grandeur and majesty rather than chaos. The Scions, being a warrior race, scorned triviality and pretentiousness, thriving instead on such imposing magnificence. In the palace hall, a crimson carpet extended from the entrance to the throne. Elevated a few steps above the hall, King Vegeta sat upon his throne, donned in an ornate dark red battle suit, with one hand propping his head against the armrest. He closed his eyes in contemplation. The chest armor gleamed like white jade, flickering with ethereal light, exuding an air of opulence. Suddenly, King Vegeta opened his eyes and summoned his aide nearby. Pewter, how is our personnel preparation progressing? Pewter, a robust bald scion and a high-ranking warrior responsible for all palace affairs, replied, Your Majesty, we have gathered over 200,000 scions, all responding to your call. Eager to confront that scoundrel Frieza, his eyes sparkled with fierce enthusiasm as he spoke. Only 200,000 scions. That is far too few. Have the others forgotten the pride of the Scion race? Frieza is not easily dealt with. Just look at how many of those who once followed him remain. King Vegeta exclaimed, rising suddenly, his tone filled with anger and discontent. His dark brown hair stood tall, and an overwhelming aura swept through the entire palace. While King Vegeta harbored grand ambitions, he was wholeheartedly devoted to the Scion race, unwilling to witness their decline. Years ago, in a fierce battle with the Zafarans, the Saiyans had seized Planet Vegeta, yet the reconstruction faced immense challenges. It was during this tumultuous time that Frieza's forces appeared, attempting to recruit the Saiyans. Reflecting on it now, accepting Frieza's employment had been a grave mistake. King Vegeta had sensed long ago that Frieza's surveillance over the Saiyans was tightening, which he deemed an affront. As a warrior race, the Saiyans could accept death on the battlefield but could not bear to be treated like livestock. Thus, long ago, King Vegeta began to amass strength, waiting for the moment to confront Frieza. Yet, many Saiyans failed to comprehend this, with a notable number even developing a sense of admiration for Frieza, which King Vegeta would not tolerate. He could permit them to abstain from rebellion. But standing with the enemy was unacceptable. Once King Vegeta successfully rebelled, those individuals would need to be dealt with. Is there anything else? Your Majesty, we have recently uncovered reports of clandestine activities. It appears that someone is conspiring. Peter flipped through the documents, his robust physique belying his keen intellect, having quickly caught wind of the subtle movements of Adley and his associates. Is that so? King Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Peter, I need you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Understood. Peter replied, standing tall before turning to exit the palace. In the opulent hall, only King Vegeta remained seated on his throne, eyes closed in meditation, lost in thought. Days later, Peter returned to the palace, holding a thick list of missing persons. Your Majesty, the investigation is complete. This is the list of Scions who have inexplicably vanished from Planet Vegeta over the past few months. It seems they have left the planet. Oh? They managed to depart from Planet Vegeta without anyone noticing? Did the Tajirians not discover this? King Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a mix of curiosity and amusement. The Tajirians controlled the transportation off Planet Vegeta, retaining records of all spacecraft departures. King Vegeta had long harbored discontent towards the Tajirians. Were it not for the need to avoid Frieza's attention, they would not have survived on Planet Vegeta. It appears they did not leave by spacecraft, Peter noted, puzzled. How did these individuals manage to exit the planet? What kind of individuals departed? King Vegeta inquired. Primarily low-ranking warriors, along with about 100 mid-level warriors. Only 5 or 6 high-ranking warriors led them. Only these worthless individuals? King Vegeta perused the list, a scornful smirk appearing on his face as he incinerated the documents with an energy wave. Forget them for now. Erase their names from the records of the Scion race. Humph. They are unworthy of being called Scions. Our focus must remain on gathering strength. We cannot afford distractions. We shall deal with them after our confrontation with Frieza. Observing King Vegeta destroy the list, Peter was left wondering about his king's thoughts, hesitating to voice his concerns. Logically, such rebellious intentions should be dealt with immediately. Yet, King Vegeta chose to erase their existence from the Scion records, perhaps to leave a sliver of hope for the Scion race. Should he succeed in rebelling against Frieza, those who had left Planet Vegeta would undoubtedly face demise, but if he failed, they might represent the Scion's last hope. However, this hope rested on the frail shoulders of a few low-ranking and mid-level warriors, a rather desperate gamble. For months later, on a bustling street of Planet Vegeta, throngs of Scions in simple battle attire bustled about, carrying bags filled with various provisions. On either side of the street, peculiar extraterrestrials conducted their businesses for the Scions. Aside from their prowess in battle, were ill-suited for commerce. One day, Shaya ventured out alone to shop, strolling from the eastern end of a street to the western, acquiring merely a few essentials. As she passed a jewelry store, it dawned on her that Shilling had yet to possess any adornments or trinkets. Perhaps she should purchase a few items to bring back. Shaya glanced at the display outside before stepping inside. The shop showcased an array of earrings, pendants, and various wearable accessories like belts and brooches. After a cursory examination, Shaya found herself at a loss regarding Shilling's preferences. Ultimately, she decided to procure several aesthetically pleasing ribbons, pendants, and bracelets. After all, her task points were plentiful, and they would be of no use once Planet Vegeta met its demise. As Shaya prepared to pay for her chosen treasures, the enthusiastic alien attendant approached, meticulously placing each piece into exquisite little boxes and adorning them with silk ribbons. I sincerely hope Shilling will appreciate these gifts. Shaya mused with a smile as she gathered her acquisitions. Shortly after exiting the shop, she spotted a small figure wobbling toward her, clutching what appeared to be a candied fruit skewer. Chapter 70. The God of Destruction, Beerus. Is that her? Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Shaya momentarily froze, his eyes narrowing slightly. The individual swaying towards him was none other than Melis, the student of Adley. After observing her for a brief moment, Shaya discerned that Melis's aura had remarkably reached a combat power of approximately 850. Goodness, at such a tender age to possess such formidable strength. It is no wonder she carries herself with such arrogance. If memory serves correctly, Adley's pupil is barely 5 years old. Astonishingly, such combat prowess is exceedingly rare even among advanced warriors. It is said that Vegeta could contend with the androids when Planet Vegeta was annihilated. Melis's potential may very well rival that of Vegeta. Among her peers, only Vegeta could possibly surpass her. Fortunately, Melis is a girl. Had she been male, she would likely not have the luxury of living so freely. However, individuals with such latent talent as Melis are surely already on King Vegeta's cultivation list. Shaya smiled lightly, indifferent to the situation, and turned to leave. However, Melis had already recognized him from the crowd and waved at him from a distance. Shaya feigned ignorance and walked in the opposite direction. How could that fellow pretend not to see me? Melis's lovely brows furrowed slightly, her cheeks puffing in displeasure as she hurried after him, blocking his path. Her beautiful eyes glared at him. You, how dare you pretend not to see me? Do you know who I am? Oh, is this not Miss Melis? I'm in a hurry to return, so would you kindly step aside? You. Shaya's dismissive attitude greatly irritated Mers. She grasped the sleeve of Shaya's garment and, with a serious expression, declared, "Let me tell you. If you weren't the nephew of Master Edry, I wouldn't even bother with you." As she spoke, Mers proudly lifted her chin, as if to imply that he ought to be grateful for the opportunity to converse with her. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Miss Mers for her regard towards me. I shall forever cherish your kindness, Miss Mers. Shaya was taken aback by the inexplicable air of superiority emanating from the other party, finding it rather amusing. Instinctively, he reached out to ruffle the girl's hair, but upon noticing Myers's round little face gazing up at him, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and chuckled. After all, she was merely a child under 5 years old, and Shaya felt no inclination to hold a grudge against her. He casually indulged Myers's tiny vanity with a few words before preparing to take his leave. However, at that moment, a purple figure emerged from the crowd in the distance. It was a creature with long purple ears, gaunt features, and a skeletal frame, resembling a corpse that had just clawed its way out of a grave. Its sunken eyes protruded slightly, and it was clad in an outfit reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh. Given the diverse array of extraterrestrial beings congregating on Planet Vegeta, the creature's peculiar attire did not attract much attention. Yet, the instant Shaya laid eyes on it, an icy chill ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The god of destruction, Beerus. How could he possibly be on Planet Vegeta? Shaya gasped, utterly astonished to witness the presence of Beerus on this planet. He was a deity known for his capricious temperament. The Dragon Ball universe harbors countless hidden deities, yet none stand as high as Beerus, who is undoubtedly among the most formidable beings in the cosmos. To provoke him would mean that with the mere flick of a finger, Planet Vegeta could be obliterated from existence. At Beerus's level, the distinction between destruction and creation is merely a fleeting thought. The saying goes that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. They do not favor one over another, and concepts of good and evil lose their significance in their eyes. Their duty is to maintain the balance of the universe impartially. Destruction, when necessary, must be executed without hesitation. The realm of the god of destruction transcends mortal comprehension, rendering earthly notions of morality meaningless. They operate under the grand rules of the cosmos, where human notions of good and evil are but trivialities, left to the judgment of the underworld. Yet, a small comfort for Shaya was that, thus far, it seemed no Scion had provoked Beerus's ire. Suddenly, as if sensing Shaya's gaze, Beerus's golden eyes turned towards him. Upon noticing Shaya and Myers, a faint smile of interest graced his lips. The power levels of most life forms in the universe are generally low, making someone of Shaya's caliber a rarity. Although he had restrained his power, it held no significance in the eyes of a master like Beerus. How intriguing, Beerus mused. I never expected to find someone of this caliber among these wild monkeys. With that, he began to stride towards Shaya and Myers. The god of destruction was approaching them. Zaya felt a profound sense of despair, reflecting on the misfortune he had unwittingly invited upon himself. He had merely ventured out to procure a few items. Yet he found himself in the presence of an extraordinary deity. Ensnared by Beerus's overwhelming aura, Zaya was rendered incapable of employing any of his abilities. As if the very fabric of space around him had solidified, Beerus approached Zaya, resting his chin on his hand, circling him like a curious villager examining a finely crafted artifact. "Young one, your martial prowess is commendable. You possess the ability to conceal your energy. Unlike those brutish monkeys who foolishly exhaust their power without any restraint, their behavior is akin to shining a spotlight in the night, visible from afar, demonstrating a profound lack of civilized understanding. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Beerus," Zaya exclaimed, immediately regretting his slip of the tongue. How could he have revealed the name of Beerus? The deity's eyes glimmered with interest as he inquired, "You actually know my name? During a past mission, I encountered an ancient temple on a distant planet where I saw a depiction of you, Lord Beerus," Zaya fabricated, attributing Beerus's existence to an imagined temple. "Ah, quite interesting." Beerus nodded, his mood evidently lifted. Although deities of his caliber seldom mingled with mortals, the notion that someone might venerate his name and image was not beyond the realm of possibility. "Hey, Zaya, what is this peculiar creature? You seem rather frightened by it." A youthful voice suddenly pierced the tense atmosphere, freezing the moment. Shaya's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if it had risen to his throat. Chapter 71, A Chilling Fright. "Oh, peculiar beings, do you seek to vanish from the cosmos on this planet?" Beerus's visage instantly darkened, his demeanor turning icy. His voice was devoid of warmth, and his golden eyes reflected no emotion, yet his words sent shivers down Shaya's spine. "Alas, my dear lady, could you refrain from complicating matters further?" Shaya was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, every hair on his body standing on end. Aware of the terrifying power of the god of destruction, he felt an intense urge to strike Merus down to the ground. For the god of destruction, annihilating a planet was merely a matter of snapping his fingers. In such a scenario, Shaya would scarcely have enough time to utilize his instant transmission to rescue Shiyong and the others. Shaya swiftly covered Meyer's mouth, refusing to relent despite her struggles, repeatedly apologizing to Beerus. "Lord Beerus, please do not take the child's words to heart." Beerus's expression remained stern, his golden eyes glaring fiercely, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet drastically. "Child, since you are aware of my name, you should also comprehend the demeanor of a god of destruction. To insult a deity is an unforgivable offense. It is time for you and this planet to vanish from the cosmos." As he spoke, a flickering light emanated from his fingertip, revealing a small purple energy sphere, encircled by shimmering rings of light that spun around it with an enchanting grace. This was a super energy sphere capable of obliterating the entirety of Planet Vegeta. The sight of the diminutive purple energy sphere atop the god of destruction's finger was truly awe-inspiring. Shaya's pupils suddenly constricted. The god of destruction had indeed unleashed his power to annihilate, signaling a genuine intent to obliterate Planet Vegeta. Shaya's mind raced, tirelessly contemplating various ways to persuade Beerus to abandon his plan of annihilating the planet. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his thoughts. He recalled that Beerus had a profound fondness for exquisite cuisine. If he could elevate the god of destruction's spirits, perhaps he would spare Planet Vegeta. Indeed, Beerus's character was whimsically illogical, and without hesitation, Shaya activated the dimensional space, retrieving stacks of steaming delicacies he had recently brought from Earth. "Lord Beerus, these are some culinary treasures from my collection. I hope they please you." Is that a supernatural ability?" Beerus discerned Shaya's method at once. However, having lived for countless years, he had encountered many wielders of supernatural powers, and Shaya's ability failed to pique his interest. Yet, the tantalizing aroma wafting from the dishes warmed his expression. They certainly appeared delectable. Discarding the energy sphere in his hand, Beerus curiously poked at the food with his finger, the enticing scent igniting his appetite. He promptly stuffed a plate of food into his mouth. The exquisite flavors tantalized his palate, and surprise flickered across his face as he eagerly devoured several dishes, exhaling steam in delight. "Haha, this is utterly delicious. This time, Whis won't be able to savor such delightful fare." In a matter of moments, he had consumed several plates, patting his belly in satisfaction. He cast an appreciative glance at Shaya and remarked, "Young man, what is your name?" "Lord Beerus, my name is Shaya." Beerus nodded. "And in light of your presence and these delightful dishes, I shall spare this planet for now. Cherish this opportunity. For the mercy of a god of destruction is a rare gift. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Shaya wore an expression of astonishment as he respectfully saw Beerus off. It was only after Beerus vanished from sight that Shaya let out a long sigh, realizing that his back had unknowingly become damp. This was his first encounter with a deity of such magnitude, and the pressure it imposed upon him was overwhelming. He genuinely feared being obliterated by the god of destruction if he made a misstep. At that moment, Shaya glanced around and noticed that the passers-by exhibited no sign of having witnessed the earlier events, as if the scene had never transpired. Had the god of destruction obscured their senses? A chill ran down Shaya's spine as he gained a deeper understanding of Beerus's formidable power. Hey, who was that guy? You seemed quite afraid of him, Myers inquired, snapping him back to reality, glancing at the instigator who nearly brought about the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Shaya was filled with ire and roughly grabbed Myers by her collar, dragging her into a narrow alley. What are you trying to do? Are you seeking death? Myers retorted angrily, her candied hawthorn skewer falling to the ground due to Shaya's grip. Why are you asking me? Do you realize that because of your reckless words, the entire Planet Vegeta nearly perished alongside you? Shaya was indifferent to the fate of Planet Vegeta. His concern stemmed from the thought that even Shieling and the others might not escape unharmed. The realization sent a shudder through him. That unruly child surely needs a lesson. Without further ado, he positioned Myers across his lap, grasping her tail with one hand while the other hand began to administer firm spanks to her rear. The sound echoed sharply in the alley. Myers was momentarily stunned. Having never been spanked throughout her childhood, she squirmed in Shaya's lap. But her meager combat power was no match for his. After delivering several more swats, he finally set her down. You actually hit me, Myers exclaimed, covering her rear and gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes, her nose twitching as she burst into wails. Here she was, a prodigious warrior, reduced to tears from a mere spanking, and the more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. Who on earth is this nephew of Master Edry? How can a mere intermediate warrior, only 7 years my senior, render me utterly powerless? As she cried, a flicker of realization dawned upon Myers. Master Edry's nephew was undoubtedly no ordinary Scion. It was inconceivable for an average intermediate warrior to incapacitate her when her combat power approached 850. Observing Myers weep profusely, Shaya pondered whether he had been too harsh, considering she was merely a child under 5. Yet, recalling that her actions nearly led to the demise of Shieling and the others steeled his resolve. This Myers is far too arrogant. She deserves a taste of hardship. After a considerable time, Myers's crying began to subside. Enough now, Myers. You must understand that the individual you provoked was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction. He is the most terrifying deity in the universe, capable of erasing Planet Vegeta with a mere flick of his finger. You might very well be the first person to have angered a god of destruction and live to tell the tale. Beerus? Myers's eyes reddened, her head tilting in confusion. Regardless, he was an entity that Saiyans could not afford to provoke. No one in the universe could withstand the wrath of a god of destruction. Shaya spoke with gravity, acknowledging that Beerus's appearance on Planet Vegeta had indeed taken him by surprise. Chapter 72. Immediate relocation. At that moment, Shaya began to recall certain details he had previously overlooked. In the original narrative, it was mentioned that shortly before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, Beerus had indeed descended upon it and compelled King Vegeta to bow his proud head, a scene that Vegeta had witnessed, leaving an indelible scar on his childhood. However, Shaya had not anticipated that such a coincidence would occur today, with Myers's reckless behavior nearly precipitating the planet's destruction. After some contemplation, unease crept into Shaya's heart. Narrowing his eyes, he resolved, no, as long as the god of destruction remains on Planet Vegeta, it is not safe here. I must leave with Shieling and the others at once. Initially, Shaya and his companions had planned to depart just before the planet's destruction to avoid drawing attention. But now, for the sake of their lives, he could no longer afford to be so cautious. Myers, he called her name, producing a string of candies from his pocket and placing them in her hands. Take this as a token of my apology and hurry back. Without waiting for her response, he hastily exited the alley and merged into the crowd, soon disappearing from view. Myers stood there, dazed, until she finally registered that he had vanished. Ah, that guy actually. She gingerly touched her sore rear, the stinging sensation still fresh. Biting her thumb, she felt increasingly aggrieved and began to stomp her feet in frustration. Then, glancing down at the candies in her hand, she licked them with her tongue. Sweet. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she savored the delightful taste, her mood lifting considerably. However, the memory of Shaya, that insufferable fellow, remained etched in her mind. With her vengeful nature, she vowed to repay this grievance. In the residential area, back at home, Shaya hurriedly returned home, and, upon seeing Adri and Rebecca, urgently inquired, "Uncle Adri, is Saiyan at home? That girl is resting inside. What has happened?" Adri, taken aback by Shaya's anxious demeanor, sensed the gravity of the situation. "There's no time to explain. Uncle Adri, you must immediately inform Uncle Barak and the others. We must leave Planet Vegeta at once." "Very well, I will contact them right away." Adri understood that something significant must have transpired. Otherwise, given Shaya's usual composure, he would not have exhibited such urgency even in the face of Frieza. Consequently, his expression turned serious. Shaya nodded slightly before striding directly toward Shiling's room, bypassing the doorbell and pushing the door open without hesitation. Inside, Shiling lay languidly in her bed, ensconced beneath a thin blanket. Shaya cast a glance her way and, without uttering a word, lifted her along with the bedding. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shiling exclaimed, startled awake. "Hold on, let's not make a fuss. We can discuss matters once we have departed from here." Shaya's stern expression caused Shiling to fall silent, her heart brimming with confusion as she followed him into the living room. At that moment, Adeli set down the communicator and cast a surprised glance at his daughter, still wrapped in her blanket. "I have already informed Barak that they are waiting at home," he said. "All right, let us proceed." After nodding, Shaya prepared to initiate instant teleportation. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed, and the four found themselves atop the desolate planet. On the barren world, the sky was a dim yellow, and the air was suffused with a bone-chilling cold. Only 7 towering spires stood resolutely like warriors guarding the frontier, their surfaces marred by the relentless assault of wind and rain. "Uncle Adeli, you and the others should remain in the gravity training room while I fetch the others," Shaya declared before vanishing once more in a flash of instant teleportation. Observing Shaya's urgent demeanor, Shiling, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What has transpired? Why is Shaya in such a haste? Has Frieza launched an attack on Planet Vegeta?" After years of companionship, she had never witnessed Shaya in such disarray. In her memory, Shaya was always the epitome of calm and confidence, an unwavering legend in her eyes. What could possibly provoke such a loss of composure? After much contemplation, the only conclusion she could draw was that Frieza intended to assault Planet Vegeta. Adeli shook his head, clenching his fists, his expression grave as he gazed in the direction of Vegeta. Could it truly be Frieza making a move? "Shiling, you should change your clothes in the gravity training room." Observing her daughter wrapped in a blanket, Rebecca furrowed her brow in disapproval. Although Scions were known for their forthright nature and disregard for trivialities, her daughter was no longer a child. She ought to present herself more suitably. Fortunately, when the Fidaians constructed the gravity training room, they designed it with unparalleled luxury. The facility featured not only an upper training area but also a lower section divided into dining, washing, and living zones, stocked with all necessary daily provisions. Shiling glanced at her appearance, gasped, and quickly slipped into the gravity room to change. Before long, Barak, Pilati, Lisa, and Alice were teleported in, followed shortly by Shakta, Adishia, Jelen, and other members of Shaya's team. When they initially planned to relocate to Red Mountain Star, Shaya had already revealed the truth to his team members, who had responded with enthusiasm, their eyes filled with admiration for him. "Captain, what exactly is happening? Has Frieza truly decided to strike?" Shakta's handsome features tightened, his expression darkening. "Indeed, why the urgency in bringing us here?" Barak and the other Scions echoed his concern. Shaya shook his head, organizing his thoughts before speaking. "It is not that Frieza intends to attack Planet Vegeta. Rather, remaining on Planet Vegeta has become increasingly perilous." Upon hearing this, Adeli furrowed his brow. If Frieza was not planning an assault on Planet Vegeta, then logically, no matter what transpired, their current strength should suffice to handle any situation. Why, then, did Shaya assert that staying on Planet Vegeta was more hazardous? Could there be other unforeseen events at play? But what could they possibly be? Shaya took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of murky air. "If it were merely Frieza, I would possess the capability to relocate you even in the face of planetary annihilation. However, do you know whom I encountered on Planet Vegeta? The god of destruction, Beerus. That deity appeared on Planet Vegeta." Reflecting on the moment he narrowly evaded death, Shaya felt a pang of melancholy. It was indeed fortuitous. Had it not been for Beerus's almost obsessive fondness for gourmet food, he would have had no chance of survival. Before the god of destruction, his superpowers felt as though they had been frozen, rendering them utterly ineffective. Chapter 73. I shall no longer gaze upon this. Beerus, the god of destruction? Adrai stood in place, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet, despite his extensive experience, he had never heard of such a name. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze toward Barak and the others, only to see them equally perplexed, shaking their heads in confusion. At that moment, the younger ones, such as Shakta and Atasia, were even less inclined to speak. Upon realizing that they were unfamiliar with the title of the god of destruction, Shaya understood that they could not comprehend his concerns. Few in the universe knew of Beerus, who had slumbered for countless years. With a soft sigh, he stated, "The god of destruction, Beerus, is an ancient deity, regarded as one of the most powerful beings in the cosmos. The strength of Frieza pales in comparison. Akin to the flickering light of a firefly contending with the brilliance of the full moon, utterly incomparable. Even if Frieza were to become 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger, it would take but a mere flick of a finger for the god of destruction to extinguish him. Such power?" Shailen gasped in astonishment. "Indeed," Shaya lamented. "A mere sneeze from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta. Even if Frieza's strength were to magnify 1,000-fold, he would merely reach the level of Majin Buu, easily dispatched by a single finger of Beerus. A sneeze could destroy Planet Vegeta? Frieza, 1,000 times stronger, could still be vanquished with a mere flick of a finger?" Upon hearing Shaya's description, Adri and the others inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Frieza's power had seemed insurmountable to them, yet now emerged a god of destruction, capable of effortlessly dispatching Frieza, even at an exponentially enhanced strength. Oh dear, is it that we have fallen behind, or has the world accelerated too swiftly? In the past, a battle power of a few thousand could dominate the realm, yet now, one appears as feeble as an ant. Then, isn't the god of destruction a deity? Why do you still fear he might annihilate Planet Vegeta? Adashia inquired, her question echoing the thoughts of all present. Shaya shook his head. Although the god of destruction, Beerus, is indeed a divine being, he presides over destruction and annihilation. His duty is to obliterate. Should anything displease him, he can mercilessly eradicate an entire planet. Such is the capricious nature of a god of destruction. After Shaya's explanation, everyone fell silent, for according to him, remaining on Planet Vegeta was indeed perilous. If the god of destruction were to become irate, all would perish. Simultaneously, they realized that their meager strength was utterly insignificant in the eyes of true masters. What was there to be proud of? Just look at the likes of them, capable of obliterating planets and even galaxies, occasionally igniting grand fireworks in the cosmos, while they were still engaged in petty squabbles on a trivial planet. This stark comparison revealed their limited perspective. They were still miles away from true power. In truth, Edri and his comrades, with their combat power exceeding 10,000, could lead a relatively comfortable existence in the universe, as monstrous beings like Frieza were exceedingly rare, while gods of destruction were completely beyond their reckoning. Even youngsters like Shakta could thrive if they exercised caution. Remember Raditz, whose power level was just over 1,000. Upon his emergence, he was brimming with arrogance, having traversed the cosmos and encountered other forms of life. His continued bravado illustrated that the overall strength of other cosmic entities was, in fact, rather low. You should remain on this desolate planet. If Planet Vegeta hasn't been destroyed in a few days, you may return, by which time Beerus should have departed. Sighing, Edri nodded in resignation. Circumstances were beyond his control, and they had no choice but to proceed as such. On Planet Vegeta, Beerus leisurely strolled down the street. Aside from destruction, his greatest pleasures were slumber and the pursuit of culinary delights. Having awakened from his slumber, Beerus stealthily descended to the lower realms, rampaging through the Milky Way, destroying planets that displeased him, and finally arriving at Planet Vegeta. Here, he savored a meal worthy of his palate. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to obliterate the planet again. Just moments ago, he encountered an intriguing Scion who provided him with a delectable dish. Beerus vowed that he had not tasted such exquisite flavors in ages. Indeed, it had been 100 million years, or perhaps 300 million. Ah, what a marvelous taste! Licking his lips, the lingering aroma of the food tantalized him. In light of that young Scion's generosity, Beerus decided to show some mercy today. With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus ambled through the streets until a sudden sneeze interrupted him, sparking a brilliant idea. If that young Scion possessed such delightful cuisine, the ruler of this planet must be equally impressive. With this thought, Beerus felt rejuvenated, his lethargy dissipating. First, I shall locate the palace. There must be more delectable offerings there. With that, Beerus ascended into the sky, his golden gaze shimmering with anticipation as he soared towards the palace. In a different dimension, at the end of a long serpentine path, there lay a vast expanse of tranquil space, suffused with an aura of serenity. The azure sky was adorned with pale yellow clouds. Below, a diminutive planet hosted the North Kai, who governed the entirety of the North Galaxy. On the Kai's planet, the North Kai was anxiously crouched on a patch of grass, resembling a frantic ant on a hot skillet, his lips pale and quivering. Oh dear! Lord Beerus has appeared on Planet Vegeta. If those Scions provoke his wrath, my North Galaxy shall suffer again. The North Kai exclaimed, his emotions in turmoil. He recalled the time when his once mighty planet had been reduced to its current size, shattered by the god of destruction due to the foolishness of mortals below. We must not let anyone anger Lord Beerus again. The North Kai clasped his hands together, fervently praying. He could not bear the thought of his remaining territory being annihilated, lest he lose his home altogether. If that were to happen, his once illustrious reputation as the North Kai would be utterly ruined, and he would be too ashamed to face the other Kais. The North Kai's corpulent form remained pressed against the ground as he cautiously monitored the situation on Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a chilling glint emanated from the direction of Planet Vegeta, locking eyes with him, and that icy glare seemed to pierce his very soul. North Kai, he shouted, springing to his feet, his face betraying his terror. Oh no, Lord Beerus has spotted me. I hope he shows mercy and does not come my way. The North Kai's complexion turned ghostly pale as he trembled uncontrollably. Frantically, he retreated to the lowly abode on his planet, lamenting, until Lord Beerus departs from the North Galaxy. I swear I shall never observe the mortal realms again. In the training chamber of the royal palace on Planet Vegeta, amidst the dimly lit environment, 2 or 3 bioengineered beings encircled a small figure at the center, hesitating to strike. These bioengineered beings were crafted using the highest technology, each possessing combat power around 1,000. The figure at the center appeared to be a Scion child, no older than 5, yet even so, the bioengineered beings instinctively felt an overwhelming dread. Humph! The young Scion scoffed, preparing to unleash an attack. In an instant, the child accelerated, creating a flurry of afterimages that filled the room, followed by an explosion of brilliant energy that illuminated the chamber, echoing with a resounding boom. As the smoke gradually cleared, only the proud young Scion stood victorious. Useless, he disdainfully remarked, casting a glance at the scorched remains of the bioengineered being sprawled in the debris. With an air of indifference, he donned his cloak and exited the training chamber. After his departure, the Scions responsible for clearing the aftermath surveyed the battered ground, marveling. Prince Vegeta is truly formidable. At such a tender age, he can vanquish bioengineered beings. He is destined to become an exceptional king. Indeed, under the leadership of King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta, our Scion race shall grow ever stronger. Another middle-aged Scion replied, gazing longingly in the direction Vegeta had vanished. In the corridors of the palace, Vegeta strode forward with a composed expression. Although his combat power had surpassed 1,000, he felt no sense of fulfillment. At that moment, several guards rushed past him, laden with platters of food. Vegeta, intrigued, seized one of the guards and inquired, "Why the haste? Whom do these provisions serve?" Vegeta inquired with a sense of bewilderment. The guard, drenched in sweat, replied, "A peculiar visitor has just arrived at the palace, and all this food has been prepared at the king's request. Your Highness, may I pass? The guest has been waiting with great impatience." As he released his grip and watched the guard's retreating figure, Vegeta felt a twinge of confusion. Who could this guest be? And why would his father arrange for such an abundance of food? With these thoughts in mind, Vegeta made his way towards the inner palace. Upon reaching one side of the grand hall, he heard a voice filled with scorn emanating from within, an unfamiliar voice at that. "How dare you present this garbage to me? The god of destruction? You should know that the consequences of insulting a deity are beyond your capacity to bear." The voice of Beerus was both authoritative and chilling. "Lord Beerus, I would never dare to deceive you. This is indeed the finest cuisine from Planet Vegeta." The king's tone was laced with trepidation as he prostrated himself, his face contorted with distress. King Vegeta was a figure of immense pride, much like his future counterpart, yet before Beerus, he could only bow his haughty head in subservience. For a mere flicker of anger from the deity could obliterate Planet Vegeta from existence. Humph! Beerus placed a foot upon King Vegeta's head, casually digging into his ear before blowing upon his fingers with a look of impatience. To be candid, he was thoroughly dissatisfied with the offerings presented to him, finding them utterly lacking compared to the delicacies he had previously tasted. Is this what you deem delectable? Beerus glared with his golden eyes, forcefully hurling the food atop King Vegeta's head, who could do nothing but endure in humility. What was the meaning of this? Who was this visitor? And why did his father endure such humiliation? Vegeta hid behind a stone pillar, incredulously observing the scene before him. How could the proud Scion king be so subservient? Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of indignation. Beerus noticed someone concealed behind the pillar and shot a piercing glare. His overwhelming power penetrated the stone, striking Vegeta, who fell to the ground, paralyzed as if struck by lightning. With a swift motion, Beerus seized him by the head, lifting him effortlessly. Lord Beerus, please spare my child. King Vegeta exclaimed, his face a mask of horror as he gritted his teeth in desperation. I shall have more delicacies prepared at once. No need. Beerus's visage darkened ominously as he tossed Vegeta aside. The impact against the wall was catastrophic, sending Vegeta crashing into it, fracturing numerous bones in an instant. Beerus flicked his fingers dismissively and uttered, "This is utterly tedious. I expected to savor exquisite flavors, yet Planet Vegeta proves to be devoid of merit." With that, Beerus's form abruptly vanished from the palace. Once the god of destruction had disappeared, King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished that the legendary Beerus had graced him with his presence. Had it not been for the remnants of the destruction god's lore within the Scion royal lineage, the ramifications would have been dire. The true essence of a destroyer was far more formidable than the legend suggested, reflecting on the unfathomable depths of power. King Vegeta was engulfed by a wave of dread, only then realizing that his garments were drenched in cold perspiration. He hastened to Vegeta's side, inspecting him closely and breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering that only a few bones were fractured. He quickly summoned guards to transport Vegeta to the healing chamber. Vegeta was his most cherished son, the pinnacle of Scion warriors, and he could not endure any harm to him. Alone in the grand hall, King Vegeta's expression fluctuated as he pondered the events that had transpired. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Beerus meandered aimlessly in a state of ennui. Suddenly, a radiant cascade of colors surged through the universe, appearing before him in a flash. Lord Beerus, you've slipped away once more. A delicate voice chimed, as a silver-haired figure adorned in a red and black divine robe approached, supported by a staff, with a peculiar blue collar floating around their neck. Oh, Whis, you have arrived. Beerus reclined in the cosmos, his hands cradling his head, allowing himself to drift. Ah, Lord Beerus, you've obliterated 134 planets this time. The Supreme Kais will find themselves in quite a predicament, Whis remarked, his demeanor unaffected by the gravity of the situation. TCH. Beerus clicked his tongue dismissively. It's merely a few planets. Let the Supreme Kais create more. Creating planets, especially those teeming with life, required immense time and effort. If the Supreme Kais could not keep pace with Beerus's destructive tendencies, severe consequences would surely follow. With a look of disdain, Beerus shifted the conversation. Whis, let me tell you, while you were absent, I had the rare pleasure of tasting an exquisite dish that I still savor in my memory. Really, Lord Beerus? I wonder if you saved a portion for me? Whis inquired, his interest piqued by the mention of delicacies. Those dishes were in such limited quantity. How could I possibly have saved any for you? What a tragedy. Did you happen to sample them on that planet? Whis pointed his staff towards the distant, dark red planet Vegeta. Indeed, but alas, those delicacies are no more. Beerus's frustration flared at the mere thought of Planet Vegeta, wishing he could obliterate it with a single energy sphere. However, he had promised Shaya to spare Planet Vegeta, and to renege on that vow would tarnish the reputation of the god of destruction. By the way, Whis, who rules this region? Beerus inquired. Whis consulted his staff, which revealed the likeness of Frieza within its crystalline orb. Lord Beerus, the ruler of the nearby star systems, is a being named Frieza, a member of the Frost Demon clan. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully, convey a message to Frieza. I wish not to see Planet Vegeta again. Have him destroy it for me. At once, Lord Beerus. This responded with a nod. To them, the destruction of a planet was as mundane as quenching one's thirst. Entrusting the annihilation of Vegeta to another was not considered direct involvement. It preserved the dignity of the god of destruction while fulfilling a divine promise. Chapter 75. The cultivation of consciousness on the desolate star. A month had slipped by unnoticed, yet Vegeta remained unscathed. The anxieties of Edri and the others could finally ease, though for safety's sake, Shaya refrained from returning them to Vegeta or proceeding to Red Mountain Star, choosing instead to stay in the gravity training chamber for basic exercises. Following the recent events, Edri and his companions had come to a sober realization of their relative weakness compared to true warriors. Thus they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their training. However, as seasoned Scion warriors, they understood that cultivation was a gradual process that required balance and rhythm. Overly straining oneself could be counterproductive. A degree of leisure was essential. Unlike the youthful Shakta, who were in the throes of adolescence with rapidly proliferating cells, they were in a golden phase of power growth. Yet, even in this prime stage, one must act within their limits, avoiding the depletion of their bodies. In the gravity chamber number 3, members of Edri's team sat in a circle, sharing a meal and engaging in light conversation, with several dishes of delicacies laid out nearby. Edri, ever since you acquired the gravity chamber, your progress has been remarkable, exclaimed Parati, a rugged middle-aged man, as he indulged in the feast. As the strongest among the group, Edri's prowess had surged significantly, and Parati felt a deep envy towards Edri's rapid advancement. Haha, that's because I put in more effort than you. If you were as diligent as I am, your strength would surely increase just as swiftly. Edri chuckled heartily, popping a lentil into his mouth, feeling a swell of satisfaction. His battle power had now reached 15,200. A figure that few on Vegeta could surpass, something he once deemed unimaginable. Not only had it become a reality, but he was confident that he would continue to grow stronger. Nevertheless, he noted a discernible deceleration in his progress lately, bringing him back to a more grounded state. Come on, it's only because Shaya is here to guide me. If I could spar with him all day, I would have surpassed you ages ago. Parati scoffed, though secretly envying Edri for having Shaya as a mentor, recognizing the vast gap in their strengths. At present, aside from Edri and Rebecca, the battle power of the other members of Edri's team hovered around 12,000. The most formidable among them, Baluk, was nearing 13,000, yet still lagged considerably behind Edri, and the disparity was only widening. Although Edri's recent growth had slowed, it remained enviable in comparison to theirs. Edri laughed, acknowledging that while the gravity chamber was a significant factor in his rapid improvement, his sparring sessions with Shaya had also played a crucial role. After their laughter subsided, Edri's expression turned serious. Currently, the number of Scions on Red Mountain Star is approaching 3,000. Shaya mentioned that when Vegeta is destroyed, another 15,000 will be relocated there. Excluding those who might perish during Vegeta's destruction, it is conservatively estimated that over 12,000 Scions will exist on Red Mountain Star. He continued, over 12,000, that's quite a number. Someone remarked, and the group fell into a contemplative silence. The survival of more than 10,000 Scions was significant. Yet it paled in comparison to the million during their peak, rendering their current numbers rather disheartening. The Scions were poised to become a rare breed. They harbored a collective conviction that the Scions must not decline into obscurity. By the way, I suspect King Vegeta may have caught wind of our activities, Edri suddenly interjected. Surely not. If King Vegeta knew we were covertly relocating our people, he would have reacted by now, Parati replied, bewildered. The reason King Vegeta remains silent is that he is feigning ignorance. Baluk retorted with a cold smile. What advantage does that confer upon him? One possibility is that his preparations are at a critical juncture, leaving no room for error. An internal conflict now would be detrimental to him. With all 6 of us possessing battle powers exceeding 10,000, a civil war over merely 3,000 lower-ranked warriors would severely weaken our race. Something King Vegeta would wish to avoid. Is he planning to settle scores after the fact? Alice furrowed her brow, the youngest and most spirited among them. Perhaps that is his intention, but such matters would only arise after defeating Frieza. If we fail, it would all be moot. I believe King Vegeta may also be contemplating a retreat for the Scions, Edri suggested. His words rendered the group silent, for they were adults who considered matters more comprehensively. King Vegeta's tacit allowance of their recruitment likely stemmed from strategic foresight. It was common wisdom that one should not place all their eggs in one basket. A reality King Vegeta must surely recognize. Perhaps he had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Is there a chance he might abandon the idea of breaking with Frieza? This question was pondered but soon dismissed, as the Scion pride dictated that they would rather perish than live in servitude. The thought of bowing like subservient dogs before Frieza was utterly intolerable for King Vegeta. Moreover, a significant reason was that King Vegeta had yet to fully grasp the extent of Frieza's terror. Had he comprehended it, his resolve might have softened considerably. Just as he could set aside his royal airs before the god of destruction, a surrender to overwhelming strength did not equate to a loss of dignity, at least. It would offer some solace. However, it was too late for such reflections. Even if King Vegeta did not rebel, Frieza would not spare the Scions. Lisa's hoarse voice broke the silence. The course of events was beyond their control, All they could do was lead a portion of the Scions on Red Mountain Star. After a brief period of silence, they resumed their light-hearted chatter, while the younger generation, like Shakta, was fervently engaged in rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Edri and his companions, seasoned warriors, occasionally offered guidance. In Gravity Chamber Number 1, the atmosphere was as ordinary as ever, with the gravity devices and other parameters left unactivated. In the center, Shaya and Shieling sat cross-legged, locked in a mutual gaze, both as still as a meditating monk. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the two individuals bore furrowed brows, their bodies trembling slightly, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Both were engaged in the profound practice of consciousness cultivation, within the ethereal realm of awareness. The expanse of heaven and earth could not be gauged by the standards of reality as they engaged in a fierce confrontation. Their forms intertwined continuously, battling from the ground to the sky, and back again, resonating with the sounds of their fierce clash and the thunderous booms of explosions echoing throughout the space. Suddenly, numerous illusory figures emerged, each resembling Shieling, moving with remarkable agility and swiftly filling the consciousness realm. A glint of determination sparkled in Shieling's eyes as she raised her delicate hand, unleashing a sudden onslaught of countless phantoms toward Shaya. With precision, Shaya intercepted Shieling's fist, and then, like an arrow, he darted forward, each seemingly effortless strike infused with an explosive and suffocating force, shattering the spectral forms one by one. With a deafening roar, the realm of consciousness erupted, causing both Shaya and Shieling to tremble, gasping for breath. After a period of adjustment, their breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm. Consciousness cultivation is an exceptionally profound method of training, evolving from the practice of energy. Unlike the refining of energy that pertains to the physical body, consciousness cultivation primarily enhances the spirit and awareness, serving as a means to amplify one's instinct in battle. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong and Krillin had engaged in such cultivation during their journey to Namek. Consciousness cultivation transcends mere energy practice. It bears semblance to the Taoist philosophies of Shaya's previous life, representing a form of spiritual enlightenment that offers a distinct advantage in developing ultimate techniques and transcending the constraints of the physical form. Char and Staying have harnessed the power of conscious training to enhance their combat experience, yielding remarkable results. After this period of rigorous practice, they have discovered a newfound mastery over the control of energy. Chapter 76, Bardock and Kain. Zaya calmed himself, feeling a vast and powerful energy flowing within him. Yet, with the slightest shift of his will, this energy would obediently subside. His mastery over this energy had reached a level of effortless control, allowing him to wield it at will. Despite not engaging in deliberate training, his strength continued to grow steadily, a testament to the benefits of mental cultivation. Clenching his fist, a faint smile graced Zaya's face. My combat power is nearing 120,000. After a brief rest, Shieling raised her head, her snow-white face slightly flushed with excitement. During this time, she had pursued relentlessly, finally elevating her combat power to 118,000, almost matching Zaya's from a year ago, her progress undeniably rapid. Yet, the gap between them remained unchanged. My combat power has just reached 145,000. Zaya chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Shieling felt a twinge of disappointment. Oh, I've been trying so hard. Why can't I catch up to you? Placing his hand gently atop her head, feeling the delicate texture of her hair, Zaya advised. Do not dwell on such matters all day. It can be exhausting and ultimately meaningless. Remember, haste makes waste. Sometimes, too many concerns can lead to confusion. It might be better to think of something else. Such as? She queried. Perhaps culinary delights, Zaya suggested. Zaya, Shieling pouted, swatting away his hand from her head, her fingers tracing her smooth abdomen. I'm not happy. I want to feast. Shaya looked at her with a hint of amusement. This fellow always transformed sorrow into appetite at times like this. Fortunately, being a Scion endowed him with a robust stomach. Were he an ordinary person, such indulgence would have surely distorted his physique by now. Very well, very well. Shaya, in response to her, opened a dimensional space and retrieved a copious amount of food, watching with keen interest as the girl devoured it voraciously. While her manner was far from graceful, it was nevertheless amusing to observe Shieling's hearty appetite. Nearby the spaceport of Planet Vegeta, an expanse of desolate plain stretched endlessly, devoid of any signs of life. On the opposite side of the plains, at the foothills, several makeshift sunshades had been erected behind protruding rock formations. At this hour, the sun blazed overhead, and the rising heat rendered the view somewhat hazy. Within the shade, hundreds of Scions had gathered, some engaged in lively conversation, while others reclined in solitude, quietly awaiting the arrival of more individuals. As more Scions converged from all directions, the gathering swelled to nearly 1,000. Among them were both low-ranking and elite warriors, all buzzing with excitement, eager to participate in the grand combat mission that occurred only once a year on Planet Vegeta. When the time came, these warriors would form a coalition and embark on a thrilling journey into battle. This large-scale operation was classified as a special task by the Task Management Bureau, necessitating the deployment of elite warriors with combat power nearing 10,000. This mission aimed to conquer the enigmatic planet Kanasha. Bardock, be cautious upon your arrival at Kanasha. Do not take unnecessary risks. A petite yet striking female Scion adjusted her husband's hair and retied his headscarf. Bardock chuckled heartily, patting her shoulder with his broad palm, a gentle smile gracing his scarred visage. Jine, are you still unaware of my strength? A mere planet like Kanasha poses no challenge for me. Rest assured. Even so, do exercise caution? Jine shot her husband a warning glance. These two were, in fact, the biological parents of Son Goku, Bardock, and his wife Jai. 12 years had elapsed since Shaya first encountered Bardock, who had since matured into a robust warrior and taken Jine, a member of the logistics department, as his wife. Jine, petite like Alice, appeared almost childlike among the rugged Scions. Yet, this small woman had already borne 2 children. As Bardock prepared to depart for the mission against Kanasha, Jine would remain on Planet Vegeta to manage the logistics of meat processing. By the way, how is Raditz faring? Bardock inquired as he organized his belongings. When their eldest son was mentioned, Jine's face lit up with joy. Raditz is accompanying Prince Vegeta on a mission. He should have already arrived at the target planet. Bardock nodded. His son Raditz, like himself, was merely a low-ranking warrior. It was surprising that the Task Management Bureau had assigned him to work alongside Prince Vegeta, and Bardock mused on how such decisions were made, perhaps to provide Prince Vegeta with an additional burden. Bardock chuckled at the thought. However, he bore no shame in being a low-ranking warrior, for he understood that even those born into such ranks could rival elite warriors through combat and training. He himself was a testament to this, having surpassed the average elite warrior in strength. As the commander of this mission, Bardock's combat power approached 10,000. Placing him among the few low-ranking warriors to achieve such prowess. Meanwhile, over 2 months' travel from Planet Vegeta, at Frieza's headquarters, the opulent palace housed the tyrant himself. Frieza floated beside a porthole in a small, egg-shaped craft, his long tail swaying in mid-air. Lord Frieza, here are all the data regarding the Scion spacecraft launched in recent years. A Taji star inhabitant reported while gesticulating. Frieza's craft turned, his crimson eyes gleamed with malevolence, and his purple lips parted as he coldly addressed Dodoria, who stood nearby. Dodoria, issue the command to eliminate all Scion children dispatched on missions according to the list. Ensure not a single one remains. And keep this matter confidential. The Scions on Planet Vegeta must remain unaware. Yes, my lord, Dodoria replied, his expression turning serious. After a moment, he hesitated. I have heard that King Vegeta's son is also on a mission. Should we not? Frieza waved his hand dismissively. Leave Vegeta be. He is quite a delightful toy. Let's keep him around for a while longer. By the way, Dodoria, would you care to accompany me to witness a fireworks display? Dodoria's face brightened with excitement. Are you planning to obliterate Planet Vegeta, my lord? At last, I shall behold that magnificent spectacle once more. Since the last time he witnessed the grandeur of a planet's destruction, Dodoria had longed for another opportunity. Indeed, this is a task assigned by Lord Beerus. I had initially intended to allow those Scions to linger a bit longer, but it seems that is no longer feasible, Frieza remarked with an air of melancholy. His father had once warned him that in the universe, there were 2 figures even the frost demons dared not provoke, the ancient demon Majin Buu and the legendary god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza had doubted this until he encountered Beerus himself, realizing the truth of his father's words. Lord Beerus? Dodoria was taken aback, having never heard that name before. However, since even Frieza referred to him with such reverence, he must indeed be an extraordinary individual. It seems these Scions have truly stirred trouble, attracting the attention of yet another powerful figure intent on their annihilation. Alas, if only Shampa were still here. He would have loved to witness the beautiful fireworks, Frieza lamented, his tone tinged with regret. The absence of a companion to appreciate the splendid sight was indeed a loss. Mention of Shampa darkened Dodoria's expression. His longtime partner had met an untimely demise on Planet Fidaia, and the identity of the assailant remained a mystery. Years ago, when the Jinyu force arrived at Fidaia, the place was already deserted, leaving only a searing landscape of molten rock. Chapter 77. The Curse of Kanasha, a beautiful yet mysterious planet, has long been shrouded in obscurity. Now, this enchanting world is on the brink of annihilation. A horde of Scions from distant galaxies has descended upon it, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. The once vibrant green planet is now marred by shattered mountains, strewn with debris, and pockmarked by numerous craters. Boom! A wave of immense energy crashed against the mountainside, causing the ground to tremble violently as the mountain crumbled into ruin. The boulders tumbled down like cannonballs, crashing onto the ground and sending up a cloud of dry dust. Over 1,000 Scions roared with laughter, reveling in the thrill of battle as they soared from one hilltop to another, like bandits invading a village, leaving no survivors in their wake. Vibrant lives extinguished in the explosions. Amidst the mountains and forests, various creatures fled in terror, their cries echoing as a wave of energy descended from the sky, reducing them to mere dust in an instant. Mr. Bardock, the lower life forms on planet Kanasa have been completely eradicated, leaving only the native Kanasa inhabitants. A slender Scion, wearing glasses, covered his communicator to report. Yes, let everyone exercise caution. It is said that these Kanasa inhabitants wield some mysterious magic, some of which could even pose a threat to high-ranking warriors. Bardock nodded thoughtfully. On the star map, Kanasa was situated on the northern route from Planet Vegeta. Having coexisted peacefully for many years, it was improbable that they lacked formidable defenses. Understood, Mr. Bardock. The Scion received the command and related onward. Bardock quietly observed the world engulfed in swirling black smoke, resembling an apocalyptic scene, feeling an unsettling premonition that something momentous was about to unfold. 3 days later, amidst the ruins of the city, skyscrapers collapsed, debris littered the ground, and a once thriving civilization was obliterated in an instant. The elder of the Kanasa inhabitants watched as the ember of civilization gradually extinguished, countless kin slaughtered, filling his heart with profound sorrow and rage. As he glared furiously at the demonic Scions, "You wicked Scions shall inevitably face retribution," the elder shouted with fury, blood-red glimmers flashing in his green eyes. Suddenly, the elder of Kanasa revealed a strange smile and burst into maniacal laughter. The wondrous magic allowed him a glimpse of a future vision. In this vision, he perceived that the future of these malevolent Scions was not much brighter. Before long, they would be destroyed by even more powerful hands. Ha ha ha. It turns out you Scions cannot escape your fate. Today, you have annihilated Kanasa. Soon, your home planet will also meet its doom. Cough cough, retribution. You malevolent Scions shall all descend into hell. The Kanasa elder danced with fervor, his hands raised as if expressing gratitude to the heavens. Damn it. Bardock's face was clouded with fury as he extended his finger, unleashing a brilliant white beam of light that pierced through the chest of the Kanasa elder with a swift, decisive strike.